Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 Court, 206, tell you to wear a hat. Seeing Sengoku's angry expression, Garp quickly withdrew his smile and pulled Sengoku out of the ruins. Ahem, old man, isn't it a bit surprising to see the grandson entangled in conquerors? Garp held back a smile, and patted the dust off Sengoku's body. Hearing Garp's explanation, Sengoku became even more angry instantly. I know that your grandson is better than others, but in this situation, it is not the time to be happy at all. I didn't see your grandson leading a group of people, looking at us covetously. Garp, remember our current position. Sengoku glanced at Garp extremely displeased, his heart was already open. Co-authoring such a critical moment, are you just watching the show and making sarcastic remarks? At this moment, Sengoku is getting more and more angry, and the more angry he is, the more he thinks about it. If it weren't for the fact that the current battle situation is not suitable for going crazy, Sengoku really wants to give Garp a set of Tathagata palms. Yes, call. Sengoku listened to the perfunctory words, and when he was about to start spraying, he found that Garp beside him had fallen asleep. Just like that, under the siege of everyone, with bubbles in his nose, he fell asleep. Sengoku had a black line on his face, and he kept admonishing himself in his heart that he must not let the grandson around him interfere with his emotions. Tolerate, definitely hold back, but, who the hell can't help it? Garp, an angry roar exploded in Garp's ear. What? Oh. Garp looked at Sengoku in front of him, stroked the back of his head and smiled. At this moment, the veins on Sengoku's forehead popped up, resisting the urge to yell. On the other side, seeing such an unscrupulous old man, everyone in Lu Fei couldn't help laughing together. You guys have worked so hard all these years. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and said jokingly. Who says it's not? Zephyr also suppressed a smile, looking at the two people who were making a fuss. It was as if the acquaintance of the three of them happened just yesterday. Tell me Lu Fei, what do you guys want to do? Sengoku cast a bitter glance at Garp, and decided to deal with Lu Fei Zephyr's group first. Regarding the old B************ D Garp, I will find a way to get back slowly later. This, didn't I say it a year ago? Lu Fei scratched his head and said to Sengoku Garp, I want to wipe out all the forces and end the era of great pirates. But as soon as this remark came out, Sengoku immediately replied with a gloomy face. It can't be that simple. These characters gathered around you are not just for the purpose of sweeping down the forces. Sengoku glanced at the people around Lu Fei, and took one out at random, if he wanted to endanger the quartet. It goes without saying how miserable the lives of those civilians will be. And if you really want to end the era of great pirates, you can join Marine. Join Marine. Lu Fei looked at Sengoku and smiled helplessly. If there is no celestial dragons, if there is no world government, joining Marine might be a really good choice. Maybe joining Marine is really a good choice. Lu Fei looked at Sengoku and nodded in agreement. But, there is a question, Mr. Sengoku, why did you step down from the position of marshal after the summit war ended? Lu Fei looked at Sengoku seriously and delivered a soul blow. Little devil, you. Sengoku stared at Lu Fei with an ugly face, wanting to refute, but at this moment his mind went blank. Can't you tell? Lu Fei looked at Sengoku with an ugly face, and smiled coldly. Then let me tell you. Lu Fei walked up to the two of them, looked at the ugly Sengoku, and said again. Master Sengoku, after the Dingshan War, you, in fact, are also disappointed in the world government. Hearing what Lu Fei said, Sengoku looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. After all, the reason for his resignation, although he claimed to have found a suitable candidate, was that he was too old. But the real reason is probably only known by Sengoku himself. World government concealed the matter of Ace and Blackbeard for the sake of its own face. Although it is said to not cause panic among the people, but Sengoku has been the marshal for so many years, how could he not know what the world government is thinking? No matter how much you do, in the eyes of the top, Marine is just serving them, just a chess piece that will be discarded easily if it is not needed. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm Marine, Sengoku replied stiffly as before. But Sengoku at this moment also understands that Lu Fei may be the person who understands him best. Marine, Lu Fei sneered. So now, are you Marines protecting civilians? Or the Marine of the Celestial Dragons? Brat, Sengoku growled angrily at Lu Fei. But, at this moment, Sengoku couldn't find any words to refute Lu Fei except for an angry roar. Come with me, what happens next, you can judge for yourself. Looking at Sengoku who was already a little out of control, Lu Fei felt that the goal had almost been achieved, so he simply started the next plan. After all, the big boss in my hometown said that when it comes to fighting with soldiers, attacking the heart is the best. Yes, Sengoku waited coldly at Lu Fei, also wanting to see what kind of medicine Garp's grandson sells in the gourd. Garp glanced at Sengoku curiously. This old guy is a little unsteady today. But, that doesn't matter anymore. Garp chuckled. He didn't want to do anything anyway, and the best situation is when everyone is happy. However, before the happy ending came, Garp made a decision in his heart. In order to make up for the hurt in my heart, first give Lu Fei, Zephyr, and Kuzan a good meal. Garp looked at Lu Fei, who was preparing to lead the way, and heaved a sigh of relief towards his fist. Garp Mysteries, the Iron Fist of Love. Shave. At ultimate speed, at ultimate force. Lu Fei, who originally wanted to lead the way, was suddenly not surprised. Feeling the blowing wind behind him that made the back of his head ache, Lu Fei just wanted to dodge, then thought about the method he used this time, and decided to let the old man hammer twice to vent his anger. Otherwise, with the old man's vengeful character, he will definitely chase after him in the future. Boom. With one strike of an iron fist, smoke and dust rose everywhere. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that their captain had been hammered into the ground by Garp. At this moment, only the upper body appeared in front of everyone. The lower body had already been hit by Garp, and it was hammered into the ground abruptly. D grandson. Garp moved his fingers and looked at Lu Fei with a sinister smile. Have you figured out how to die? Old man, it's almost time to get ang. Although Lu Fei was stuck in the ground, he still said stubbornly. I hit someone now, it hurts. See that mace? Thunder 8 trigrams. Go down with a stick, old man, you will definitely cry for a long time. 227 was going to hit him casually twice, and let it be just to let his anger out. But after hearing such a reckless speech, Garp decided to give his grandson a good memory. Seeing the enraged Garp hammer Lu Fei into the ground, Zephyr and Aokiji saw the situation and immediately prepared to flee. However, how could Sengoku and Garp, who had been staring at their positions all the time, let them go so easily? Old man, where do you want to go? Kuzan, where do you want to go? At this moment, Sengoku and Garp are holding each other, looking at them with a sinister smile. Bang bang bang, tell you to wear a hat. On the contrary, it seemed to wake up the two of them. Garp opened his armed color angrily, and Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha state in seconds. Old man, I can't help it. Zephyr couldn't help being a little timid at the moment. Old man, it's almost enough, it's over. Lu Fei looked at the excited two people, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hey, why? The three looked at each other and sighed in unison. But thinking that the two masters should calm down, they just wanted to struggle. After 3 beeps, all 3 of them were buried in the ground, with only their heads exposed. But the begging of the 3 for mercy did not stop the 2 of them. Thunder 8 trigrams, right. What followed was a brutal, unilateral beating. Aren't you about to die? Needless to say, Aokiji has become more and more foreign, and everyone knows how to use it. I saw Sengoku Garp look at each other, and threw the cloak behind him. Bosses, it's none of my business. Aokiji explained helplessly. 207, Garp, I punch a Whitebeard. Oh, what a great fight. Zoro and Sanji pulled out a chair out of nowhere and sat not far away, without any thought of rescue. Are we just sitting like this? Brook pointed to the 3 people who were beaten, and asked Zoro. Hey, what you said reminded me. Zoro clapped his hands. When Brook heard the words, he was about to deploy the magic circle to save his own captain and others when he was grabbed by Zoro. No, Brook looked at Zoro Sanji with a puzzled face, very puzzled. Aren't you going to save people? Save the fart. Zoro chuckled, glared at the 3 of them and said, which one of these 3 can escape by moving their bodies casually? This is Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. While talking, Zoro asked Sanji for some melon seeds. However, the farce that had ended like this had some unexpected circumstances. Hurry up, save people. Marco slipped around from nowhere, and waited for the rest of his captains. When they first arrived at the scene, they saw Sengoku Garp holding Lu Fei and others madly. Reminiscent of Ace's intermittent words, Marco patted his witty head, as if he had understood everything. Kill. The rest of the captains heard Marco's order and rushed to Sengoku Garp in a hurry. This time, Sengoku Garp, who was still a little bit reserved, was completely happy when he saw Marco and others. Just afraid of hammering the 3 people in front of me. But what a coincidence. When you dozed off, someone just brought you a pillow. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and they fought with Marco and others in an instant. Hey, no. The 3 of them looked at the people fighting together with bruised noses and swollen faces, and just wanted to stop them. But everyone was already fighting together, and Sengoku and Garp were even more out of shape. 1 punch for Marco, 1 punch for Captain Whitebeard. Don't stop it. Kuzan turned his head, looking at Lu Fei who was also bruised and swollen, and smiled helplessly. Come on, make a fuss, I don't believe that there are still people coming to meddle. Lu Fei turned his head away and muttered dissatisfiedly. But sometimes, the development direction of things is so weird. Sengoku, Garp. Suddenly there was a shout in the distance, and Whitebeard also joined the battlefield with Kong Yunchi in his hand. Now, the already chaotic battlefield is even more chaotic. Originally, Whitebeard thought that Lu Fei was looking for him for something, but this turned out to be the case. Good guy. Sengoku and Garp actually commit crimes in the street. Is it okay to punch a Marco? Seeing his own cub being beaten, since when did Whitebeard have been bullied like this? He killed them from Yunchi coldly. Old Dad, how is it possible? Really, Dad? The captains looked at the figure of Whitebeard and shed tears of excitement. Gu la la la. Whitebeard looked at his cubs, and planted Kong Yunchi heavily on the ground. Son, long time no see. But when Whitebeard was warm, Sengoku and Garp rubbed their eyes in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Why, how could it be? Even the well-informed Sengoku was completely confused at the moment. You'll know if you try it. Garp chuckled, and his figure disappeared instantly. Shave. Garp took a step forward, and the figure had come to Ryuzi. Both fists were already covered in armed colors, and they swung vigorously towards Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Well done. Whitebeard cheered up, the energy in his hand fluctuated, and he also punched Garp. Boom. With the collision of the two fists, a strong wind blew up and the earth fissioned. Dressrosa, which was already dilapidated, became even more dilapidated after the collision of the two. But at this moment, Whitebeard is in the form of impure world reincarnation after all, and after a systematic transformation, he only has 5 levels of strength. But Garp on the opposite side is in full body form. So after one hit, Garp is safe and sound. On Whitebeard's side, one arm is missing. Ha 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 ha. Garp couldn't help laughing as he watched Whitebeard's arm fall off in one blow. Tisk. Whitebeard smacked his lips in disdain, after all he knew the strength of his own body. But having Garp knock out an arm with a single punch is still frowned upon. How? Sengoku asked Garp with a wary look on his face. Well, it should be Whitebeard. Garp nodded at Sengoku, but how? Garp thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his head and laughed at Sengoku. You or I, if we try our best. Punch a Whitebeard, no problem. After speaking, Garp laughed wantonly. After all, it is still very happy to be able to punch a Whitebeard. While Garp Sengoku is happy, Whitebeard is not. Especially the captains looked at Whitebeard with worried faces. But then, amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, countless confetti flew, and Whitebeard's arm recovered. Whitebeard looked at Garp who was laughing wildly, and couldn't help being furious. But if I use all my strength, I won't be able to get out today after 2 hours. Looking around at his son, Whitebeard couldn't bear it. Hey, Whitebeard sighed helplessly, and shouted to Lu Fei, little devil. I'll leave it to you. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them also emerged from the deep pit and came in front of everyone. That's it, 2 old men. Lu Fei looked at Dressrosa who had suffered secondary damage, and couldn't help but sighed. Restoration work has intensified again. Brat, what did you do? Sengoku asked in disbelief, pointing at Whitebeard. Let's not talk about that now. Lu Fei seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly pulled Garp aside, muttering a few words in a low voice. Immediately amid the curious expressions of everyone, Garp looked at Lu Fei in shock, unable to speak. After a long time, Garp yelled out at the top of his voice. B************* D grandson. Is everything you say true? Garp grabbed Lu Fei's shoulder and roared in disbelief, so much so that Lu Fei's face collapsed when he spit. You know if you agree. Lu Fei chuckled. If what you said is true, I agree to join. Garp took a deep look at Zephyr, gritted his teeth and made a decision. Ding. The task has been completed. Are you summoning the souls of everyone in the soul space? Oh huh. Listening to the sound of the system, Lu Fei couldn't help being a little dazed, so it's done. Ding. It's just the first phase of the task, please continue to work hard for the second phase. Got it. Soul Academy. After Lu Fei summoned the soul in the soul space, he smiled at Zephyr. Single quote ... Little devil, what's wrong? Zephyr rubbed the wound on his face, and couldn't help cursing the 2 of them for being 2 grandchildren. Hit people and greet them in the face. And Lu Fei looked at the elderly man in front of him, and felt a little bit embarrassed for a while, and some interesting pictures flashed in his mind. An old man in his 70s matches a woman in her 30s. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he looked at Zephyr with a strange look. I don't know if Mr. Zephyr's waist, kidneys, etc. are all right now. Will it be possible to return to the battlefield? Little devil, are you thinking about something bad? Zephyr lit up his black arm and looked at Lu Fei with a displeased face. Ahem, cough, no. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly, then took out a ring and handed it to Zephyr. Huh, Zephyr took the ring and looked at Lu Fei very puzzled. Success. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and smiled sincerely. When? Zephyr froze in place, not even paying attention to the ring in his hand rolling to the ground. Instead, tears came out of his eyes instantly, and he looked at Lu Fei tremblingly, opened his mouth but found that he couldn't make any sound at all. That feeling is like being in the darkness, and a faint light suddenly shines on it. Those who yearn for light in the dark can't tell the difference between reality and dreams for a moment. Really. Zephyr was like a timid child at the moment, with an expectant look on his face, confirming the answer like Lu Fei again. It's true. Lu Fei nodded, picked up the ring and handed it to Zephyr. You have to take this one, Mr. Zephyr. This ring is the medium to go there. If you lose it, it's gone. Oh. Zephyr immediately held the ring nervously in his palm. After speaking, Lu Fei briefly explained how to use the ring, and then called everyone to leave. After all, Zephyr definitely doesn't want everyone to see his vulnerable side in the next picture. Far before everyone had walked a few steps, Zephyr suddenly seemed drained of strength, unconsciously fell to his knees, and let out a heart-piercing cry. So sad, so hysterical. But the strange thing is, Lu Fei felt reborn amidst the heart-piercing cry. At this moment, Zephyr is like a newborn baby, telling the world and everyone with his heart-piercing cry. Black Arm Zephyr rejoice, came back, .208, returned to Panda Island. Seeing Zephyr crying so heartbreakingly, Garp and Sengoku felt very uncomfortable at the moment. As a few people who entered the marine school at the same time, they have actually seen everything that Zephyr has suffered over the years. But as a marine, especially as a marine under the world government, after some things happened, they also seemed powerless. Don't they know about the disgusting things Whitebeard 2 did? Do they want to go against their original intention and legalize the pirates? 7 Warlords of the Sea. What a ridiculous and shameful title. But even if the two of them are unwilling, so what? After being a Marine for so many years, they gradually understood. Marine not only exists to protect civilians, more so, for the world government, for the existence that the celestial dragons serve. Let's go, there are still a lot of things waiting for us. Lu Fei glanced at the newborn Zephyr, and shouted at several people. Needless to say, everyone understands how precious time is now. After the pirates, officials, and Marines in Dressrosa escape, it may not be long before the entire new world. No, it should be said that the main piece of the sea is about to start a complete chaos. The 4 emperors may not easily come to Menchia for their own pride. But Marine, the agents of the world government, and Lu Fei really can't say it well. After all, a year ago, everyone uttered bold words to destroy the world government. Now Lu Fei has so many dangerous people around him. The Dressrosa incident was just the spark that had just ignited. As long as the world government is not or be, it will definitely come to you in a short time. Completely extinguish this newly ignited flame. After a while, Lu Fei led the crowd to the front of the portal. Lu Fei was also very considerate and handed Mr. Garp Sengoku a temporary ID card. After all, the current Panda Island has systematic protection. If they hadn't sent them with their ID cards, who knows where these 2 people would be taken by the system. Just as everyone was about to go to Panda Island, Lu Fei really slapped his head and looked at Zoro in bewilderment. I forgot to ask, Brother Ming, those bastards, where did you get them? After all, after the fight, Lu Fei ran in the soul space and wandered around the Panda Island. If he hadn't remembered that Domingo still had decades of sewing machines he hadn't stepped on, he might have forgotten about it when he got busy next time. Yes, still in a certain room in the palace, Zoro was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Fei's reminder, and then pulled Lao Sha and ran away in a hurry. Seeing the two running away, Lu Fei looked at Sanji helplessly and asked. That's Brother Ming, the flamingo. It's not good for you to throw it in a certain room so casually. Are you really not afraid of running? Lu Fei felt a little headache, a little helpless for the behavior of Zoro and others. Although I also know that with squinting eyes sitting in town, Brother Ming and his gang can't escape. But my group is more suitable for a happy trip. This kind of brain-consuming matter should be left to professional people. Lu Fei looked at Garp and Sengoku, and was even more satisfied. And when it comes to talent, my cheap daddy Long should be fooling around. Or wait for the dragon uprising to succeed. Whether he can catch up in the next life is still a question. And when Lu Fei was thinking about who else to fool, Sanji explained indifferently. This is really not afraid that Brother Ming will run away. After all, Aokiji came back in the middle of the night and added a buff to Brother Ming and his gang. Buff. Lu Fei looked at Sanji suspiciously. Yeah, seastone handcuffs and fresh keeping buff, you can't escape. Sanji pointed to Zoro and others who came back. Looking at the returning group, Lu Fei called out in his heart, what a guy. At this moment, Brother Ming and his group have been turned into ice sculptures with different postures, shining brightly under the sunlight. Cool. Looking at Brother Ming and his group at this moment, Lu Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. But don't say, if this thing is over, Aokiji will definitely make a lot of money by opening an ice sculpture tube, or selling ice cream. In Lu Fei's mind, a picture has been made up. Aokiji is wearing a small pink apron, riding a bicycle, pulling a small refrigerator, and selling ice cream on the sea. Okay, I also said that I pay attention to strange things, and you are not going anywhere. Ask for flowers. Zero. Zoro, who rushed back, heard Lu Fei's complaints, and couldn't help curling his lips. Everyone is here, hurry up. Yo-ho, you're so anxious. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro, and Tien Fen smiled with interest. After all waiting, it's understandable to be anxious. He smiled and sold Zoro directly. So, I seem to hear someone chatting through the phone bug every day. Squinted eyes pointed out the key information. Hearing this, the fire of Lu Fei's 8 trigrams began to blaze. Tell me, Zoro-san, where are you now? But, aren't you a bit small? Lu Fei is not talking nonsense. Zoro really looks a bit small compared to Shirahoshi's size. 0. Hokage ninja, do you know about the doubling technique? Lu Fei poked Zoro with a smirk. Hearing this, Zoro couldn't understand what Lu Fei was referring to. Go away, you're so young. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei angrily, annoyed and ridiculous. If you think the harem is not chaotic, one day I will talk to Nami or Robin about the Empress's situation, what do you think? FK off, I didn't open the harem. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro guiltily. Don't talk nonsense, be careful and I will sue you. Hey, Zoro smiled disdainfully. Drink, Tui. As they spoke, everyone passed through the portal and returned to Panda Island again. Squinted eyes and Lao Sha took Brother Ming and the others to the mine, needless to say, for the next few decades. Doflamingo's group either stepped on the sewing machine or swung a sledgehammer. Although Lu Fei was sympathetic to Brother Ming's experience, it was not an excuse to escape. If you make a mistake, you still have to accept punishment. What's more, these guys have been working hard for more than 10 years. As for Zoro, Sanji and others, they went to find Neptune and his 3 silly sons. After all, Dressrosa has also become one of the strongholds now. If there are Murlocs who want to live there, they must make some preparations in advance. And Lu Fei, with Garp and Sengoku, wandered aimlessly around the island. 209, rolled up again. After Lu Fei took the two of them to visit Panda Island, Garp fell in love with it completely. Here, Garp really felt the respect and love these residents have for their grandchildren. Especially the residents here, most of them are mermaids. As a senior executive of Marine, how could Garp not know the value of mermaids? And because humans have been hunting for a long time, logically speaking, mermaids have great resistance to strange humans. But this wandering was simply beyond Sengoku and Garp's cognition. To put it in exaggeration, what Lu Fei went through was almost the same as that group of celestial dragons. But the two are completely different. The appearance of celestial dragons brought everyone panic, fear and other negative emotions. But what about the appearance of Lu Fei? The mermaid stopped and bowed to Lu Fei spontaneously. In the end, Lu Fei was so embarrassed by these people that he could only wear casual glasses, so he dared to continue wandering with the two of them. But after everyone dressed casually, the witty Sengoku seemed to have discovered something. After all, the reactions of these residents were too exaggerated, as if they were rehearsed. So Sengoku intentionally or unintentionally, accidentally, said a few bad things about Lu Fei and others when he was greeting an old lady mermaid. Sengoku and Garp were chased for half an island by the mermaids of the whole street, carrying weapons in their hands. If Lu Fei hadn't taken off his glasses and explained at the end, Sengoku and 11 Garp would definitely not be able to stay in Panda Island in the future. Because during this short chase, the portraits of Sengoku and Garp have been recorded by the quick-handed mermaid and spread to various places. But following Lu Fei's explanation, the mermaid is very enthusiastic about Lu Fei's grandfather. Not only will the portraits be spread rapidly, if there is something delicious, after stuffing it into Garp's arms, he turned his head and ran away. Seeing that Garp was tired, he immediately moved out a chair for Garp to sit down and serve tea and water. Seeing that Garp was hot, I immediately added a fan to the cold drink, and the service was thoughtful. Looking at Sengoku on the side, it is so sour. But to be honest, although the two have been Marines for so many years, they have met many enthusiastic residents. But at this moment, Garp and Sengoku really felt that maybe what Lu Fei did was the most correct. Because, on the faces of these murlocs, they saw expectations for the future and beautiful illusions about life. And, for Lu Fei and others, respect from the bottom of my heart. It's such a scary little ghost. Sengoku sighed when he saw Lu Fei who was so popular. With Sengoku's exclamation, this wandering also came to an end. On the second day, as Zephyr appeared in front of everyone with a happy face, everyone smiled, showing that adults know how to smile. Then began a series of tasks such as personnel allocation, base construction, and building of portals. After all, the current manpower is really not enough. Needless to say, Panda Island is still under construction. Now there is another Dressrosa, which is a headache for Lu Fei, Zephyr and his group. However, considering the manpower, Lu Fei still mentioned something to Ace Sabo and then started the rebuilding task with everyone. A few days later, everyone came to a small open-air conference room that had been prepared, and was ready to start a meeting with Sengoku, Ace Sabo, and the Whitebeard pirates. But it's okay if you can't fool around, after all, everyone has their own dreams. Lu Fei and others are not going to destroy the dreams of others for the sake of their own dreams. But if you can win it over, that would be great. As for Garp, Lu Fei said that since the old man finished visiting Panda Island, he has been very happy these few days. And Mr. Garp joined for Zephyr a long time ago. Ahem. Then let's get straight to the point. Lu Fei saw that everyone in the arena was from his own family, so he went straight to the point. First of all, Mr. Sengoku, what do you think about it? Lu Fei smiled and looked at Sengoku who was confused. But before Sengoku could speak, Garp laughed beside him. Don't think about it, old man. Just like the B*************** D grandson said. Are we, the Marine that protects Mingming, or the Marine of the world government, the Celestial Dragons? Garp ate the want senbei bribed by Lu Fei and enjoyed it. Although it is different from the ones I ate before, this senbei seems to taste really good. You can shut up. Sengoku glanced at Garp, and really didn't want to talk to this idiot. I know your grandson is awesome, but you have such a proud little expression. I don't know, I thought you did it. And most importantly, you, Garp, Marine hero, isn't it a bit too much to surrender to the enemy so quickly? Actually, it's okay if Mr. Sengoku doesn't want to join. Lu Fei looked at Sengoku who was struggling, and said, after all, Sengoku has also been the Marine Marshal for so many years, so it is definitely impossible for him to be fooled so easily. Hearing this, Garp immediately gave Lu Fei a wink. Do not worry. Lu Fei looked at Garp and nodded. Of course Lu Fei understood the value of Sengoku. This child must not be returned to LC. The old man must never be put back in the Marine. You definitely won't let me go. Sengoku sighed, looked at Lu Fei and smiled wryly. Indeed. Lu Fei nodded, looked at Sengoku and said seriously, although there is no way to let you go, I will not restrict your actions. As long as you want Panda Island, you can find any place. Don't say these words. Sengoku interrupted Lu Fei, then looked at Lu Fei seriously and asked. I just have one question. How can you guarantee that you won't be like celestial dragons in the future? Listening to Sengoku's question, not only Lu Fei, but even Zoro, Sanji and others began to think. But when Lu Fei and others were thinking about the answer quickly, they squinted and smiled from the side, and opened their mouths and said. Understanding. Insider. Sengoku squinted his eyes in confusion, not understanding what's up with the Lu Fei group. But the traversers couldn't help laughing when they heard the words of Squinting Eyes. Yup, what we have, but it has been passed down for thousands of years. We won't do that. Lu Fei looked at Sengoku and smiled seriously. Why so sure? Sengoku asked. Even if you don't, won't your son, your grandson? When you are alive, maybe no one will stand up. But what about after you die? If there is no countermeasure, the Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. You guys will eventually become the next celestial dragons. Sengoku stared at Lu Fei, Zoro and the others with scorching eyes, if everyone didn't have an answer that satisfied him. Then Sengoku, even if he dies, will not help Lu Fei and others. Probably, we clearly know how hard One Piece is. Lu Fei suddenly thought of his hometown, the corners of his lips raised. Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Zoro also nodded and said, besides, we still understand the principle that if you are poor, you will be good for yourself, and if you are rich, you will benefit the world. As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a strange face. When did this grandson secretly recite it? Isn't it all because he himself is uneducated, so he can talk about the world with a word of shit? And Zoro, who was watching the text, and other traveler friends also began to roll up at this moment. As for our juniors, we will teach them well. Sanji smiled, and then said, when, Liang, Gong, Thrift, I will let my descendants firmly engrave these 5 words in their hearts. Janai, Feigong, Shangxian, squinted his eyes and smiled, and said, then I will teach my descendants to examine myself 3 times a day. Brooke smiled. It's my time. Frankie lazily stretched his waist and said with a smile, then I will teach the younger generation. Wish to serve the country with this body. Why do you need to be born into the human pass? Okay. Garp slapped the table and shouted enthusiastically. Boom. A palm fell, and the table instantly fell apart. And Sengoku on the side also looked at them thoughtfully. To be honest, Sengoku really did not expect that the pursuit of several people is so high. At this moment, everyone in the field looked at Lu Fei and others with admiration. But only Lu Fei, mouth twitching, looked at Zoro and the others dumbfounded. A meeting that was so simple, yet it got rolled up again. Moreover, the reason for the involution this time is actually Zoro's head. 210. System tasks. Lu Fei looked at the few people in front of him speechlessly, resisting the desire to complain. Is the involution already so serious in your own team now? Poems and songs, ancient Huxia classics, come here as soon as you open your mouth. Let's not talk about these ancient Huxia characters. The talisman does not fit the current situation. Anyway, Lu Fei will never believe that Zoro, the grandson, has memorized these things well. Besides, Mr. Garp, why are you joining in the fun? Hearing the words, if you want to serve your country with this body, why do you need to be born in Human Pass? It will make your blood boil. If it wasn't for his old man, Lu Fei would really want to grab Garp by the collar and ask him if he knows what a Human Pass is. Ding! A sudden plot was detected, and the 5 elders meeting was made a fuss. Just as Lu Fei was looking at them speechlessly, the system's voice suddenly came out. Looking at the mission panel in front of him, Lu Fei has a very weird expression. Leaving aside why the 5 elders are also in a meeting, what the hell is going on like this? There are already too many complaints at the moment, and Lu Fei doesn't know how to complain. Could it be that it's the same as the previous Summit War mission, the hard-talking session? Ding! The host guessed well. The harder the words are, the more stable the rewards will be given. Good guy. Listening to the system's voice, Lu Fei called out to him in his heart. And it's the part of talking harshly. And I haven't seen it for a while. The system is getting more and more foreign, and this time it's quite rhyming, just a SKR at the end. Skrr. Cough cough cough. Listening to 407's naughty voice from the system, Lu Fei almost jumped up in one breath and almost became the first traverser who was played to death by the system. But looking at this task on the task panel, Lu Fei was still a little puzzled. My group has just occupied Dressrosa, and the 4 emperors haven't even started fighting yet, so this is the start of the mission. Ding! Friendly reminder, Marines, officials, and politicians who escaped from Dressrosa. Ding! At the same time, the disappearance of Sengoku and Garp has made the 5 elders ready to destroy the host forces. Sure enough, I knew it. Lu Fei cast a strange glance at the 2 old men, although he had already guessed the ending when he was about to fool them. But unexpectedly, things developed so fast. Ding! For this mission, the system provides portals to come and go, and also provides Sha organization costumes. Wait, Lu Fei hastily stopped the system. 5 elders, meeting, Sha organization clothing. Lu Fei, who caught the 3 key words, couldn't help but have black lines all over his forehead. Why is the development of this kind of plot so similar to the Hokage ninja next door? Could it be? Lu Fei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ding! This task, the best completion is just as I thought. Cough 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 cough. Lu Fei suddenly choked on his saliva and started coughing violently. What the hell? Zoro looked at Lu Fei who was coughing and flushed BBDB and asked in puzzlement. Didn't I wait for others to pretend a little? It shouldn't be such a violent reaction. Cough cough cough. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and waved his hands helplessly. Ding! Friendly reminder, there are 5 minutes left to pick up the task, will the host accept it? Lu Fei was a little tangled for a while. Generally, the rewards for such time-limited missions are quite generous. But after thinking about making a big fuss about the five elders meeting, the group of themselves completely broke their skins with the world government. Could it be possible? Zoro looked at Lu Fei with a strange expression, and asked with the same strange expression. Yes, Lu Fei nodded helplessly, still thinking rapidly about the pros and cons of the two choices. Lu Fei scanned the crowd around the scene. Those who can sit at the scene at the moment should be considered famous characters in the world of pirates. There are not a few personnel with high-end combat power on my side. But, thinking of this, Lu Fei decided to discuss it with his friends. After all, once a choice is made, the subsequent development of the plot will really deviate from the original work. Following Lu Fei's brief introduction to the task, the other traveler friends instantly enjoyed themselves. Hurry up, let me do it this time. Zoro looked at Lu Fei and shouted anxiously. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who stretched out his hand, and he didn't quite understand this guy's thinking. Such an interesting plot, let's make a splash. Zoro recalled the plot, and felt that it was time for him to make his debut. By the way, boss, is there a mask? Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was jumping off, and felt a little confused for a while. What, aren't we talking about taking on the mission? Let's start matching the mask. Oh no, Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and felt a little headache. To be honest, Lu Fei actually didn't want to pick it up, after all, and Kaido hasn't called yet. If this task is done, then my group will lose the biggest cheating tool. In the future plot levels, everyone will really become a land reclamation team. End early, get off work early, Sanji said indifferently. I'm fine. He narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly. Boss, hurry up, isn't it time limited? Brook asked anxiously. Lu Fei glanced at the anxious crowd, knowing that he would have given up on the mission just now. And these grandsons just now were clearly benevolent one by one, not offensive. Now that it's time to arrive, is it really the most ruthless fight in the most merciful words? This face-changing speed is even faster than that of an Akita dog. In desperation, Lu Fei could only accept the task, and handed each of them a red cloud black robe. What about ours? The three of Nami, Rob and Chopper surrounded Lu Fei, watching helplessly. It's very dangerous for us this time. Lu Fei couldn't help nodding his head as he looked at the trio who were aggrieved. Although there is a systematic pickup and drop off, but this time we are facing the five elders directly. I'm going too. Robin looked at Lu Fei with a gentle smile and said with a firm expression. Me too. Chopper raised his hoof and said with the same firmness. Lu Fei, Nami's whole body was shining with thunder, and she had the aura that if you dare to leave us to play alone, the old lady will destroy you in minutes. Give it. Lu Fei looked at the three of them angrily. Although he was very moved, he still said stubbornly. You will cry when you get hurt in a while. Lu Fei glanced at the three of them helplessly, and handed the robe to the three of them. The robe modified by the system can be adjusted according to the user's figure. So even Chopper, in the right robes, is quite handsome. After taking off the robe with a smile on his face, Robin looked at Lu Fei tenderly and said. How could be? Don't we still have you? ? Hearing Robin's words, Lu Fei staggered and almost fell to the ground. This woman is getting better and better now. Just when Lu Fei and the others briefly explained a few words and were about to leave, they were stopped by them again. What's the matter? Lu Fei looked at Aokiji Lao Sha in front of him, feeling very helpless. And on the other side. At this moment, somewhere in the holy land of Mariajoy, the five elders, the supreme authority of the world government, gathered together and were discussing the countermeasures against Lu Fei and his group. After all, the five elders have seen many pirates who speak harshly. But Lu Fei and his group not only have strange abilities, but they have already begun to take action. With the disappearance of Sengoku and Garp, Doflamingo has been defeated, etc., these have made five elders have to re-examine Lu Fei's group. In order to nip the danger in the bud, the five elders gathered here to discuss how to completely wipe out Lu Fei and his gang. But, just in the middle of the meeting, in the empty room, a small purple Uzumaki suddenly appeared out of thin air. As Uzumaki got bigger and bigger, five elders watched Lu Fei and others in disbelief, stepping out of Uzumaki one by one. Yo, what are you doing? Lu Fei and the others reached out to say hello to five elders, and then found a vacant chair as if no one else was there, and sat not far from five elders. 211, five elders, who was the old thief Oda. This sudden turn of events completely dumbfounded the five elders who were negotiating. Although through the discussion just now and the information that has been sorted out, the abilities of Lu Fei and his group are quite strange. But this ability, which is more advanced than the door fruit, can no longer be called weird. Although the group claimed to have eaten an alternative devil fruit. But for such a lame excuse as a question, it's fine to deceive other people. The five of them are the five leaders with the highest power in the world government, and the secrets they have mastered are not accessible to ordinary people. If there is such a strange devil fruit in this sea, how could the five elders not know about it? Looking at people like Lu Fei sitting not far away, there was no tension at all, instead it was like an old friend rushing out the door, relaxed and comfortable. At this moment, five elders raised the risk assessment of Lu Fei and others to a higher level again. The irritable little bald man in five elders was about to say something when he was stopped by the old man with a fluffy beard. Such a strange method, appearing in front of us so swaggeringly. The bearded old man looked at Lu Fei and the others and said calmly. Explain your purpose. And on the other side, when Lu Fei and the others came to the meeting room, after greeting the 5 people, they suddenly had a flash of inspiration and started to get busy with their own affairs. It was as if they had returned to their own home, those who should serve the fruit plate, and those who should make afternoon tea made afternoon tea. There was no atmosphere of finding fault at all. Instead, it seemed that they had found a place at random and had afternoon tea. Zoro glanced at the 5 people in front of him, and was about to say a few words, but then he was taken aback. What are the names of these 5 people? Zoro stared at the 5 people and thought hard, but after turning over and over again, he didn't know anything about the 5 people except that they were called the 5 elders. Damn old thief Oda, Zoro cursed bitterly, extremely dissatisfied with the hole dug by old thief Oda. After all, after so many years, the old thief Oda has never announced the information of the 5 people. Not to mention ability, age or something. Even the name, it seems that it has never been revealed. By the way, who of you knows the names of the 5 of them? Zoro turned his head and pointed at the 5 of them, and asked his companions. Listening to Zoro's question, Lu Fei Sanji glanced at Zoro strangely. You don't even know about One Piece who claims to have watched it 800 times. How do we know? It's not my fault. Zoro spread his hands together. The old thief Oda never said that. It can't be this product, let's call that product. Seeing Zoro's innocent expression, Sanji suddenly clapped his hands, and Taguchi suggested. How about we give it a name? Okay. Everyone think about it. Brainstorming. Looking at the few people who were so jumpy, Nami, Robin, and Luo were 3 normal people, so he sighed. Sure enough, at the most critical time, one should not have expectations of a few people. Obviously, when he entered the portal, he still solemnly explained the horror of the 5 elders. But in a blink of an eye, you started to name people. Moreover, if you don't know the name, you don't know how to ask. But in the current situation, both Luo and Nami Robin knew that they must not open their mouths, otherwise they would definitely let the few scammers in front of them be brought into their world. On the other side, the voices of several people discussing could not escape the ears of 5 elders. I got important information. A 5 elders nodded thoughtfully. Old thief Oda, who is it? Another 5 elders quickly recalled in his mind, an ancient celestial dragons. Or another terrifying existence in an ancient document. But, I've never heard of a celestial dragon named Oda. Another 5 elders whispered, could it be possible? A 5 elders suddenly seemed to think of something, his pupils dilated instantly, and whispered in disbelief. Could it be this old thief Oda? How? Several people looked at the 5 elders and asked expectantly. And this 5 elders naturally lived up to expectations, and gave an answer that Lu Fei and others dared not think of. Like Joey Bowie, a person who existed in the void century, period. After saying this, the other 4 people froze in place as if they had heard some terrible news. But if you think about it carefully, this explanation seems to be very reasonable. Otherwise, how to explain this group of people is not only a very strange ability. Ask for flowers, and it seems that they are so familiar with the world government and their 5 elders. It'll be over in a while. Send someone to investigate immediately. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the bearded 5 elders. For this uncertain factor, 5 elders looked at each other, and if the name has Oda, it must be based on the concept of rather killing the wrong than letting it go. It is conceivable that the way 5 elders dealt with the old thief Oda afterwards was definitely more exaggerated than the way they rounded up Potter Casti Rouge back then, but fortunately, the 5 elders' discussion was extremely quiet, otherwise if Lu Fei and others knew about it, they would definitely faint from laughter. Most of their abilities have nothing to do with the old thief Oda. If 5 elders insists on chasing them, Lu Fei and others will definitely provide many names without hesitation, and they, 5 elders, will check them out. But everyone's explanations were as expected. Obviously everyone is here to find fault. Why did the development of the plot suddenly become a naming convention? No, aren't there 5 of them? Luo listened to the discussions of several people, and had already fallen into a trap. Of course it's called number 4 and number 2. Harmonic. Oblique stock. Luo covered his head depressedly, obviously he had already suffered countless losses on the homophonic stock. It's so troublesome. Lu Fei rubbed his head, expressing that things like naming things were really too troublesome. Especially the old thief Kishimoto, the old thief Kubo, the old thief Araki and others. Lu Fei and the others looked at the aloof male god who had already changed their personality, smiled and said in unison. What's the other person's name? Old 5, because old people don't talk about 5 wooed. Okay. Zoro nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile. Simple and clear, it's a good name. But unfortunately, sometimes Luo just can't control his mouth, chew on. Shouldn't it be everyone who should turn the table over when they come? Why? Luo Mugby looked at several people, but as soon as he said it, Luo wanted to slap himself. Why didn't he remember to hit him? Should you speak harshly? Why don't we just call them like the eldest, the second, the third, and the fourth? Sanji suddenly thought of the 5 cute little mermaids when he was in the Fishman Island, and suddenly suggested point 212, Zoro possessed by the god of songs. As time went by, 5 elders couldn't help seeing the increasingly excessive Lu Fei and others. Enough is enough. The third child of 5 elders shouted as he watched Lu Fei and the others getting more and more excessive. Originally thought that after Lu Fei and the others messed around, they would explain the purpose of their group of people. But unfortunately, this group of people did not restrain themselves in the slightest. After the tea party ended, this group of people shamelessly took out a huge table. If it's just that, he'll forget it. The 5 elders, who are in a high position and have lived for so many years, have never seen any monsters and ghosts. And regarding this group of people with strange abilities in front of them, the 5 elders unanimously decided that they need to find out more information from this group of people. After all, 5 elders are still afraid of the strange abilities of Lu Fei and his group. All sorts of spooky abilities, the ability to bypass guards, get to portals in front of them, and more. They are constantly refreshing the cognition of 5 elders. More importantly, 5 elders is really not sure if at this moment, after Lu Fei and others are eliminated, will that person named Old Thief Oda cause even bigger troubles? For 5 elders, these people with strange abilities are really no big deal. The traitors behind them are the most terrifying. And, September 10th, was at the end of the 5 elders' various brain supplements and saw the tea party of Lu Fei and others. I thought it was finally time to test each other and plot against each other. This group of people actually sat in a row around the table. Everyone took out the pot from nowhere, and the dishes and bowls were placed in front of them. Seasonings, vegetables, and meat were placed on the table one after another. Immediately, they were in front of them, the 5 leaders with the highest power in the world government, the 5 elders. Shabu hot pot. This coquettish operation instantly angered 5 elders. Because originally in the imagination of 5 elders, the situation is that the two sides began to constantly test and calculate. But in the current situation, this group of people actually didn't care about them behind them, and started cooking hot pot like no one else. As for Lu Fei's group, looking at the enraged 5 elders, they suddenly remembered what they were doing. However, the hot pot was already gurgling and steaming. The constantly wafting fragrance and the tumbling red soup made everyone really reluctant to look away. Everyone really couldn't give up the hot pot in front of them to face these 5 bad old men. What's more, the hot pot this time not only has everyone's favorite food, but also the dragon meat brought back by Aokiji last time. That thing, after Sanji's treatment, the meat slices are as thin as cicadas. Put the chopsticks in that way, rinse in the red soup. However, when he heard the roar of the 5 elders, Lu Fei turned his head a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said twice. Sorry, wait a minute, immediately, it will end immediately. Although Lu Fei also knows that he is shabu shabu at the moment, he does have a little disrespect for 5 elders. But the hot pot produced by gourmet Sanji, the taste. Tisk tisk, old seductive awe. No, I can't help it either. The 4th and 2nd number was the man holding the 1st generation goosh, and the only man among the 5 elders who didn't wear a suit but a Taoist robe. Don't be provoked by the opponent's aggressive method. The boss reached out and stopped the 4th and 2nd. Although this group of people is indeed very aggressive, the cautious boss decided to wait and see what the other party is going to do. That's it, in the cautious attitude of 5 elders, and in the eyes of anger. Lu Fei and his group ate hot pot for 3 hours in front of the 5 elders. 3 full hours. 5 elders just watched. Even, the stomachs of these 5 old fellows were growling. Especially smelling the tantalizing aroma, he kept swallowing his saliva. Woohoo, you're so full. Zoro, who had already turned into a ball, patted his stomach with satisfaction. Okay, take a good rest after eating. Lu Fei also patted his stomach in a disfigured manner, struggling to stand up. After all, after eating and drinking enough, sleepiness suddenly surged up. At this moment, the people who are full of food and drink just want to find a quiet place and have a good sleep. Go away, I'm going to sleep until tomorrow morning, and no one calls me. Me too, I haven't had a good rest for such a long time. At this moment, everyone struggled to stand up and was about to go back through the portal. Forgot the purpose of their visit at the time. But how could the 5 elders, who were on the verge of fury, let them go so easily? Enough, the youngest roared, and his fists were instantly covered with armed colors. 3 hours. They watched it for 3 hours. As a result, the group of grandchildren in front of them just finished eating and prepared to leave. What on earth did they take this place for? Are there restaurants everywhere? Shave. The 3rd child tapped his toes, and the figure approached ultimate. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the crowd, and he punched them. Boom. After a loud noise, the youngest stared blankly at Sanji who stood in front of him. My own punch was actually caught by the blonde kid in front of me, yawning. Others don't know, but how could the 3rd child not know the power of his punch? And Lu Fei looked at the angry 3rd child, and suddenly realized that his group of people are not here to eat hot pot. Lu Fei didn't know how to eat and forget about the business. Looking at the 5 furious people in front of them, the few who ate into balls began to inhale wildly. Call. With a mouthful of turbid air, the 3 of them returned to their normal appearance. Life returned. The boss stared at Lu Fei and the others intently, thinking quickly about something. Not to mention the weird ability, but you have even mastered the return of life. The 2nd child looked at the group of people in front of him in disbelief. At such a young age, his strength is so terrifying. If a few more years pass, how many people will be at their peak? No way, you must stay here completely. The 2nd child said while looking at the eldest. You group of outliers, who the hell? The boss stared at Lu Fei and the others with a gloomy face, and asked. Who is it? Lu Fei looked at the 5 old men in front of him and smiled. Just when he was about to speak, Zoro's singing came from his ears. Who? Send you, come to my side. Who? Lu Fei glared at Zoro, and looked angrily at Nami Robin who laughed out loud. On such a serious occasion, don't make trouble. We are. Lu Fei spoke again. We are. A flock of little sheep. Little sheep are very kind. What the hell am I? Lu Fei looked at the cheerful Zoro, and wished to give this dog thief an ola ola ola. But after taking a look at 5 elders, Lu Fei decided to settle accounts with Zoro after going back. After all, facing these 5 people, one must not lose one's compulsion. Lu Fei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and then said, "About us." And the moment Lu Fei opened his mouth, Zoro instantly turned into a prince of love songs and sang very affectionately. "About us, I also have a lot to ask. In fact, there are. Maybe I'm a bit modest. Oh. Under Zoro's singing, Lu Fei felt his scalp go numb, and the conquerors on his body exploded instantly. Boom. Dog thief. There's no end to it. Lu Fei turned his head eerily, and looked at Zoro with gritted teeth. I have endured you for a long time. Captain Dog, don't you just sing a few lines. Zoro saw Lu Fei explode, and opened conquerors instantly. Or, do you want to practice? As the conquerors' breath gushed out from their bodies, 2 suffocating breaths collided together. Boom. Conquerors on boom. This is a duel only for kings. However, the reason for such an exaggerated duel between kings is that when the captain was speaking, the vice-captain sang twice. If this news gets out, the old faces of Lu Fei and his gang will be lost in the whole world. As the aura of the 2 continued to strengthen, black ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the sides of the 2. At this moment, the entire room began to shake continuously, and countless cracks filled the walls. No, Luo Mubi looked at the 2 people in front of him, and had difficulty breathing for a while. And he really didn't understand why the 2 people who had such a good relationship suddenly started Conqueror's confrontation. Although he doesn't really understand these 2 guys, Luo knows that there's one person who can easily restrain this group of unreliable guys. Nah, Miss Nami, it's over, it's barbecue again. Lu Fei looked at the familiar lightning, and took Haki back without love. Accompanied by the raging blue thunder, after 2 loud bangs. But the speed, destructive power, and high temperature generated by lightning have reached a terrifying state. It's really 5.6. Nami sighed helplessly, and with the lightning flashing across her fingertips, she instantly entered the female Thor mode. Lu Fei and Zoro, the 2 deadly guys, were successfully hit by Nami Thunder God's bending fist, and they were stuck in the floor, screaming in pain. But neither of the 2 dared to use their armed colors to block. To put it bluntly, it's like Thor of the Avengers, turning on the runaway mode. Boom. Thunder flashed by, and Nami's eyes flashed with thunder, appearing above the 2 of them. This mode is different from Enel's Thor mode. After all, no one can afford to mess with Nami today. Nami's Thor mode, although it has abandoned the huge and bloated body. Hiss, it's all your fault. Zoro also sighed deeply, and turned towards Haki. Luo looked at Nami with an ugly face, and asked. The 2 people who were confronting each other suddenly saw a tiny blue lightning flash across their eyes. Thunder God's fist. If Nami is angered because of the armed color, then there is really no place to cry. 213, True Milk Fragrance Knife. Looking at the group of people messing around in front of them, 5 elders' mentality has fluctuated a little at this moment. Rao is the 5 elders who have been used to seeing all kinds of people for so many years and have experienced countless storms. When facing Lu Fei and his group, 5 elders said that they have lived for so many years, where have they encountered such monsters and ghosts? Don't say anything with weird means, and don't say anything when you appear in front of them swaggeringly. Even if it's a hot pot that lasted for 3 hours, it's fine. After all, these people have information that the 5 elders are extremely interested in, and they can appear here quietly, so the other party must keep their backs. So the 5 elders endured again and again in order to obtain more information. But unfortunately, this group of people didn't play their cards according to the routine at all. After finishing the hot pot, you actually want to go back to bed. If the 3rd child hadn't punched him just now, maybe this group of people would have gone back to lie on the bed and covered themselves with quilts. Let's avoid this kind of inferior aggressive method. The boss of 5 elders looked at Lu Fei and others coldly, and said again. What is the purpose of your coming here this time? Tell me why you're here. Old number 4 and number 2 stomped first generation Goosh heavily, looking at the crowd with an unkind expression and said. As for Lu Fei, looking at the 5 elders who were at war, and at the captain and deputy captain who had been hammered into the ground with only their heads left, they couldn't help but sighed in unison. Tisk, Lu Fei heard 11's sigh behind him, and murmured in displeasure. Zoro-san, why do I feel that the 2 of us seem to be offended? It's not like, it's already offended. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei in disgust. Didn't I just sing a few songs to liven it up? If it wasn't for this grandson's outburst, how could he be involved? Enough. Old number 4 and number 2 looked at the 2 who were still chatting, and became even more upset. Usually, only others wait for the 5 of us. Except for the Honorable Lord, when did the 5 of us wait for others? It's just pirates, who gave you the courage. Don't be too arrogant, pirates. You can continue to stand here, it can only show that you still have the value of living. Hearing the superior tone of 5 elders, Lu Fei and Zoro exchanged a glance, and the conquerors on their bodies exploded instantly. Then, the 2 experienced. Crawled out of the pit. Stop making trouble. Nami was once again entwined with thunder and lightning, and looked at the 2 fiercely. Cough cough cough. Lu Fei Zoro shrank his neck and immediately retracted Haki. The rest of the people looked at Lu Fei and Zoro helplessly, they had to use a conqueror's Haki to climb out of the pit. Don't tell me, sometimes these 2 people really have a tacit understanding. Besides, it's just climbing a hole. What kind of hockey do you use? Wouldn't that be to loosen the soil a bit? I said it. Enough. The figure of number 4 and number 2 suddenly appeared in front of everyone, lowered his body, and assumed the posture of drawing a knife. Just leave 1 or 2 alive. Hearing the reminder from the boss of 5 elders, number 4 and number 2 held the handle of the knife and looked at them coldly, as if considering which ones to keep. It's amazing. Zoro was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the old man in front of him, and praised him sincerely. And hearing Zoro's inexplicable words, the traversers who knew Zoro all had strange expressions on their faces. Is it so useful to be able to see the colors of the future? Everyone looked at Zoro, who was extremely aggressive at the moment, and couldn't help being a little envious. But, Zoro looked at the old man who was getting more and more terrifying, shook his head and said, "This knife is not enough." As soon as the words fell, a silver blade flashed in front of everyone. When, a clear sound of iron striking spread into everyone's ears. Zoro didn't know when, he had already drawn out the magic knife Thousand Blades and stood in front of his chest, blocking the knife that was approaching ultimate. Back to basics, Zoro looked at the old man in front of him, and already had a rough assessment in his heart for this old man with a knife. Swish, Zoro swung his knife and forced the old man back temporarily. "Captain Dog, I'm going to play." Zoro turned his head and looked at Lu Fei and said, "Let's play." Lu Fei smiled at Zoro. "Isn't that what we're here this time?" As soon as the voice fell, Zoro's figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the old man. At this moment, the offense and defense are switched. But what is strange is that Zoro at the moment doesn't use any skills. Instead, like the old man on the opposite side, he just wrapped hockey around the sharp blade and kept using the simplest moves. Swing, cut, swing. The two just come and go, constantly attacking each other's blind spots. Dang 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 dang. As the crisp sound of hammering iron became more and more intense, the speed of the two became faster and faster. After a few breaths, the two separated and confronted each other with knives. However, at this moment, a small bloodstain appeared on Zoro's face. Pooh, seeing the bloodstains on Zoro's face, Lu Fei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Has the dog thief overturned now? Hey, hey, Zoro glanced at Lu Fei angrily, with an annoyed expression on his face. Ahem, come on. Lu Fei suppressed a smile and nodded to Zoro. Just got it. But Leguile, Lu Fei also had a general assessment of the strength of the 5 elders. However, Zoro in this state is injured, this old number 4 and number 2, it's really amazing. Tisk, Zoro smacked his lips in displeasure, didn't he think that such a simple and unpretentious slash would make him almost come close? But, my strongest is not level A. Zoro gracefully put the magic knife into the scabbard and threw it away. In the next second, Zoro was just empty-handed, assuming a posture of drawing a knife. As for the magic knife thrown into the air by Zoro, a white light flashed, and it was completely contained in the space. This, Lu Fei looked at Zoro in the posture of drawing his sword, a little curious. I haven't heard of it, there's a fan who has such a trick. You guys, do you know each other? Lu Fei looked at his little friend suspiciously. I haven't seen it. Sanji has seen a lot of it now, but for this trick in front of him, Sanji said that he really didn't know. Homemade. The self-created one is better than the original one. Nope. Listening to the discussion of his little friends, Zoro smiled disdainfully. The trick he will use next is absolutely envious of you guys. Hiss. As a purple lightning broke through the roof, it exploded on Zoro's body. A series of purple light circles light up around Zoro at the same time. A knife with milk fragrance. Lu Fei couldn't help shouting out looking at this familiar scene. But after 373, Lu Fei and others were very puzzled. Didn't Zoro lean back and draw a knife from his chest last time? What the hell is it now? Why did you draw the knife from your waist instead? Curiosity is nothing but curiosity. Let's watch Zoro's performance first. Immediately afterwards, several thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, exploding beside Zoro, roaring. Zoro at the moment, the special effects are so gorgeous. Immediately, a white light flashed on Zoro's body, and a young woman with long legs was hugged by Zoro across Zoro's waist. A sharp blade, entwined with dazzling purple light, slowly emerged from the woman's chest. Dog thief. Zoro, what the FK are you? Stop it, thief. You are still human. Zoro, you still have a way to survive if you let go now. General, if you are kidnapped, just blink. The traversers were furious and roared at Zoro. Others don't know about the woman with Zoro's waist, but how could the traversers not know about it? That's General Thunderbolt. Although the last time I was a group, I did complain about Zoro, saying that he is a man, and it is too eye-catching to use milk fragrance. But who would have thought that this dog thief would be so insane? And Zoro smiled, and after slowly pulling out the sharp blade, General Thunder turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. At this moment above the sharp blade, countless thunders gathered at once. There are always creatures on the ground who don't know whether to live or die. Dare to face the majesty of thunder. Jung. With Zoro's random wave, the space around him exploded like a mirror. 214. Zoro who committed public anger. Outrageous. It's outrageous. It's simply outrageous to open the door to outrageous. How to say, absurdly home. Seeing Zoro who had completely lost his face in front of him, everyone was completely angry. First, he hugged the beautiful girl and drew hatred from her chest. This will use the lines indiscriminately again, and make people mentality. Don't talk about how the 5 elders feel. Anyway, Lu Fei and his group of time travelers are completely angry. By the way, the original lines are, "There will always be creatures on the ground who dare to face the majesty of thunder." It was because of this sentence that a guy named Wanye was able to withstand the blow of the gods at the most critical moment. Logically speaking, such a hot-blooded sentence will not change its taste no matter how you apply it. But it just came out of the dog thief Lu Zoro's mouth, and the taste changed completely. This kind of behavior of destroying the original work, coupled with the advanced version of the dog thief Lu Zoro's milky knife, how can we not make everyone angry? Or, kill him. Frankie stretched out his thumb and wiped his neck, looking at Zoro, a dead boy, with extreme displeasure. Oh, isn't this a coincidence? Brook's white light flashed, and there was an extra Shogun's little magic wand. I want to kill the vice captain too. Brook looked at Zoro who was fighting, and smiled. But this time what Brook took out was not the guild scepter of Bone King Bone Aocean. It's a short one, similar to the wand in the Harry Potter movies. It's just that Lu Fei hasn't studied the wand carefully, so he doesn't know which wand Brook is holding in his hand at the moment. Lu Fei looked at the 2 men exuding killing intent, and hurriedly stopped them. No, really not, Lu Fei persuaded the 2 of them earnestly. Although Lu Fei also knew that the 2 would not really do anything to Zoro. But after all, the atmosphere is here, if you don't express your opinion, just spray Zoro well, the 2 of them are really not reconciled. But Brook, what about you? Lu Fei looked at the wand in Brook's hand and asked. This. Brook chuckled. He proudly raised the wand in his hand, and smiled in a standard Voldemort gesture of holding the wand. The Elder Wand. Old what? Lu Fei looked at Brook in shock, as if he didn't hear clearly. The Elder Wand. Brook held the Elder Wand and casually posed several classic Voldemort poses. Obediently, seeing Brook having a great time playing, Lu Fei became even more curious about his collection props. Then will you eat melons too? Lu Fei looked at Brook expectantly. Must be. Brook chuckled, pointing to Zoro, the first officer of their family. But at this moment, Zoro, who knew that he had committed public outrage, kept tense and paid attention to the group of people behind him. He was deeply afraid that when he was looking at the old bald head in front of him, his little friend would suddenly appear and beat him together with the old bald head. Maybe other teams won't do that. But he, Zoro, happened to be crazy to die just now. So when he saw Brook taking out the Elder Wand, he was ready to run away at any time. But at this moment, when he heard the dog thief Lu Fei say something about eating melons, Zoro panicked completely. After all, the melon that Brook was talking about was Avada Kedavra, one of the most unforgivable curses in the Harry Potter world. Because of the pronunciation, it is called Avada eating big melon. Don't make trouble. Zoro panicked at the moment. Immediately, I am about to amplify my moves. If my teammates make a black hand, Zoro really can't handle it. Don't panic, Deputy Captain. Brook smiled kindly. Just a little, it won't hurt. Wrong, really wrong. Zoro wanted to cry at this moment, secretly blaming himself for being cheap. Isn't it good to draw the knife properly? I have to give you such a fancy operation. The result was good, this time I didn't show off, and I was about to put myself in it. Zoro regrets it very much at this moment, if there is a chance to do it all over again. Zoro, definitely not using this trick. Zoro, Brook and Fran, who were begging for mercy, also put away their weapons. Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and continued to look affectionately at the old bald head. But it's a good thing you didn't go to Harry Potter's place. Lu Fei looked at Brook with a strange look and said, Boss, what's the point? Brook scratched the skull. You 3 unforgivable curses, you are definitely Azkaban. Lu Fei looked at Brook and smiled. Hey, that's all, Brook said indifferently, then I'll just kill Dumbledore, right? Hearing Brook's boss-like speech, Lu Fei could only give a thumbs up to express his inner admiration. As for the 5 elders, after hearing the pleasantries from Lu Fei and the others, they thought they had obtained some extraordinary information. At this moment, Zoro in the arena finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw everyone settled down, and then he looked at the old number 4 and number 2 with a smile. For a reward, you can leave a scar on my face. Let me show you something interesting. Holding a sharp blade, Zoro walked slowly towards the 4th and 2nd number step by step. Little ghost, you are not old, but your tone is not young. The 4th and 2nd number slowly put the ghost into the scabbard, looking sharply at Zoro who was walking step by step. As the momentum of the 2 continued to rise, the 2 also knew that this blow would completely determine the outcome. The time of death. Zoro wasn't in Dobibi either, he just made a slash without thinking. Draw your sword and chop. Dang, get Wang Jiao. With one blow, the space is shattered. An earth-shattering sound of metal collision resounded throughout Mariajoy, and as the momentum of the 2 climbed up again, the entire Mariajoy began to shake violently. The wind swept away and the earth fissioned. The celestial dragons who live here don't even know what's going on, they are submerged by the collapsed houses. Boom. At this moment, the room where everyone was in, accompanied by a large amount of smoke, also began to shake violently. In a blink of an eye, it will turn into a mass of ruins. Brother Aokiji, Lu Fei looked at the house that was about to disintegrate, not worried at all. Click. As soon as the words fell, ice bloomed above everyone's heads, protecting Lu Fei and others in the squadron. The smoke dissipated, and Zoro was still in a stalemate with the old number 4 and no. 2. And as the momentum of the two climbed up again, Mariajoy's shaking became more violent. 215. Talk. Enough. The second child of 5 elders looked at the two people who were already above him, and stopped him. If the two are allowed to fight at this moment, a large number of celestial dragons will be injured and die. In the end, if everyone has not been wiped out, then the face of their 5 elders is really lost. And at this moment, Zoro's strength has exceeded their expectations by far too much. If they really started to fight at this time, the 5 of them really didn't have much confidence in taking down all of this group of people. Enough. Lu Fei looked at 5 elders and smiled, then looked at Zoro and said with a smile. Deputy Captain, people are talking about you, why don't you stop now? Zoro laughed jokingly when he heard the words, and the conquerors on his body exploded suddenly. Stop, are you ordering me? Seeing that Zoro not only didn't stop, but also exploded conquerors, the anger in 5 elders' hearts became more intense. As the 5 people with the highest power in the world government, the 5 elders are really tired. When have they ever been bullied like this? Everyone even had some doubts, whether their group had stayed behind the scenes for too long. So that the world forgets the horror of their 5 elders. If you're going to show off, your goal has been achieved. 5 elders looked at Lu Fei calmly, and said coldly. Oh, Lu Fei looked at the old OOO with great interest. Should it be said that he is indeed the 5 elders who have lived for so many years and have seen a lot? Even in this situation, he can still remain calm. If this was changed to Red Dog, it is estimated that when everyone first came out, the reckless Red Dog would directly hit Great Eruption. Seeing that the nonsense was almost over, Lu Fei shouted to Zoro. Okay, Zoro, are you playing next time? As soon as the words fell, Zoro glanced at the old bald man in front of him, and took hockey back. But at this moment, the old number 4 and number 2 are already a little bit over the top. Although they know that the battle is over, it shouldn't be a problem to spray a few words by themselves. Thinking of this, number 4 and number 2 put the first generation ghost back into the scabbard, and snorted coldly at Zoro. Little ghost, if you were in another place, you would be dead. Zoro looked playfully at the extremely arrogant old bald head in front of him, and couldn't help being amused. This is the legendary little sprayer. The one who dared to speak so harshly last time was Blackbeard with the double fruit ability. The results of it, not only during the Summit War, but also the doubtful life that was beaten by everyone. Even the hair all over his body was roasted, turning into a real little black fat man. What if this makes the 5 little old men in front of you cry too? Tisk tisk. Thinking of this, Zoro couldn't help laughing out loud. Little ghost, what are you laughing at? Old number 4 and number 2 chopped Goosh to the ground heavily, and looked at Zoro and roared angrily. It's nothing, I just thought of something funny. Zoro suppressed a smile and explained to 5 elders. But looking at the face in front of him, the picture of 5 elders being beaten and crying in Zoro's mind became more and more clear. Looking at Zoro, whose face was flushed at the moment, the 4th and 2nd number couldn't bear it anymore. Brat, are you mocking us? The right hand of the old number 4 and number 2 tightly held the handle of the knife, staring at Zoro. Ahem, no. Zoro looked up, trying not to look at the 5 elders' faces. But it's not easy to just drive away that little black fat man Blackbeard who was crying so sadly in his mind. Suddenly another screen popped up. A car mechanic is crawling under the car, checking the condition of the car. Black smoke billows suddenly from the exhaust pipe of the car. In an instant, the repairman was dyed black and crawled out helplessly. If so, Zoro can still survive. But by chance, the repairman blackened into briquettes opened his mouth, showing his white teeth, smiles heartily at Zoro. Pooh, at this moment, Zoro couldn't hold back anymore, and couldn't help laughing out loud again. Brat, there should be a limit to fooling people. The old number 4 and number 2 have gone completely berserk. He exudes a biting aura. BBDA, enough, stop. Seeing the old bald head coming up again, 5 elders tried to dissuade him again. Tell me why you are here. 5 elders looked at Lu Fei and said coldly. Farce, let's stop here. Why? Lu Fei looked at the 5 people in front of him, and suddenly smiled very kindly. What if I say I'm here to declare war? As soon as these words came out, 5 elders froze in place for an instant. Declare war, yes. Lu Fei looked at the 5 people, smiled and nodded. Didn't I say that when I was in Marlene Vander? Lu Fei looked at the 5 people with great interest, and most people just don't know what's going on. Tang 5 elders, how could they not know the details of people like Lu Fei in the Summit War? I'm afraid it wasn't that when Lu Fei and others just appeared in Marlene Vander, 5 elders put everyone's news on the table. Little devil, do you know what you're talking about? The boss of 5 elders stared at Lu Fei with a gloomy face. Rao is the boss who can control his emotions the most. At the moment he is confused by Lu Fei's nonsense tone. Declare war, or to the world government. If it weren't for the sake of safety, everyone could be wiped out. Just relying on what Lu Fei said is enough to kill him. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Lu Fei skipped this topic, and suddenly looked at 5 elders with a playful expression. You guys, are you waiting for someone? Little devil, what are you talking nonsense about? Old number 4 and number 2 roared from the side. But the boss who heard Lu Fei's guess was shocked. As the highest power holders, they naturally have the means to secretly mobilize troops. After all, Lu Fei and his group are not only extremely powerful, but there are not a few familiar faces among them. Former Admiral Aokiji, Devil Son Nico Robin, former Shichibukai G-Lock Doll, and even the current Shichibukai Luo. If it weren't for the special identities of Lu Fei and others, 5 elders really wanted to take everyone under their command. It would be a pity if you were not mobilizing troops. Lu Fei glanced at the bald swordsman playfully. What a pity, 5 elders' boss asked coldly. But Lu Fei didn't intend to explain further at the moment, instead he turned and sat on the chair, looked at 5 elders calmly and said with a smile. Well, it's been such a long time anyway, why don't you just wait? According to the time, it's almost time. About the same. 5 elders looked at Lu Fei suspiciously. What about the same? What time? What on earth is this troublesome brat on the other side planning? But before everyone could open their mouths, a voice sounded out of thin air. Am I late? 216, squinting eyes a little angry. You came just right, old Wu. Hearing the familiar voice in his ear, Lu Fei responded. As soon as the words were finished, a squinting figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. This. Zoro looked at the squinted eyes that suddenly appeared in front of him, and then at the squinted eyes behind him, feeling a little dazed for a while. What's the situation? Hello? Zoro pointed at the squinting eyes behind him, very confused. Just when Zoro and others were very puzzled, Usopp suddenly turned into Lu Fei. Tata got stuck with Ben Shin, 9 times. Multiple shadow clone technique. Zoro looked at shadow clone and couldn't help covering his face. To be honest, after messing around here for so long, Zoro really didn't notice when the squinting eyes beside him were replaced by shadow clone. And, is he worthy of being a boss? Zoro looked at the kindly squinting eyes, the unknown method of shadow body, and he couldn't even notice his own knowledge. Oh, this pronunciation sounds like an old house. Lu Fei joked while looking at Zoro. But, was it successful? Lu Fei asked with narrowed eyes. Although Lu Fei also knows how to squint his eyes and shoot, he is sure. But just to be on the safe side, Lu Fei still asked. Well, it worked. He squinted his eyes and smiled kindly, then pointed to Brook and said. But thanks to Brook's props, otherwise, a lot of time must have been wasted. Hey, that's what you said. Brook waved his hand indifferently. If it wasn't for you, the props would be useless at all. Seeing the two people who gradually began to boast about business, Zoro hastily interrupted them. Now he is still in the fog. Why did the squinting eyes suddenly turn into Lu Fei? What the hell are you doing squinting? What exactly is the prop that Brook is talking about? With these 3 questions, not only Lu Fei and his group were very puzzled, but even the 5 elders on the side squinted their eyes unkindly. Since it has been successful, let me explain it to you. Lu Fei looked at the curious partners and 5 elders, and said with a smile. Before using the portal, squinted eyes suddenly approached Lu Fei, and told Lu Fei in a low voice, since he was going to Mariajoy, maybe he could save Bartholomew. After all, Shang, when his group disappeared, devoted himself to protecting the Mei Li for a year. So when Squint Eyes mentioned this, Lu Fei of course agreed with both hands. Although the two of them are not familiar with Mariajoy, they can't hold back their own family's relationship. After squinting his eyes and quietly asking Brook for a kill order, there was the current scene. The so-called killing order is an online game item in Brook's backpack. Enter the other party's name. Within 12 hours, you can check the other party's location. In Brook's original game world, although this thing is a Krypton gold prop, it is still highly sought after by some fighting party players. After listening to Lu Fei's explanation, everyone suddenly realized. But, where's the person? Zoro looked curiously at the one with squinting eyes. Didn't it mean that the mission was successful? Why did he come back alone with squinting eyes? Inside the magic circle, squinted his eyes and smiled kindly. After all, the bear at this moment needs to recover. Squinting his eyes, he remembered that when he found the bear, it can be said that the scene was really worrying. Lost himself, has been completely reduced to a celestial dragon's toy. So after finding the bear, squinting his eyes directly made him lose his fighting power and threw him into the magic circle. Little ghost. 5 elders looked at the harmless squinting eyes, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and hurriedly asked. You probably didn't do anything to the celestial dragons, did you? Hearing what 5 elders said, he squinted his eyes and suddenly leaned on his chin, and said with a natural expression. Quote. Maybe I did a little too much. But before 5 elders could speak, he squinted his eyes and smiled again. But don't worry, they don't feel the pain anymore. What do you mean, you don't have to feel the pain anymore? The third child of 5 elders squinted his eyes and said coldly. Tilting his head with squinted eyes, he looked at 5 elders and suddenly smiled. Maybe because it was too fragile, so it died. It may also be because, after being cut off from limbs, he has gone completely insane. After all, it was too hasty, I can't remember clearly. I don't know if it's because of squinting and saving the bear, something disgusting happened. Asking for flowers. Because, although the tone of squinting eyes is very calm at the moment, the friends can feel it, but under the calmness, there seems to be a volcano that is about to erupt. Imp, do you know where you are? How dare you provoke us like this? Are you really living enough? Hearing the roar of 5 elders, he squinted his eyes and looked at 5 elders in puzzlement and asked. I just corrected him for his actions. You guys, why are you so angry? It's weird. Squinting eyes still looked at 5 elders puzzled, hoping that the other party could tell him the answer. Nonsense. Such a pariah. Even if thousands of people die, they are not as good as one celestial dragons. 0. Little devil, you have crossed the line. That's it. Squinted nodded thoughtfully, reached into the magic circle, took out a short sword, looked at 5 elders and said again. Obviously, as soon as he was born, he became a superior person. No need to worry about food and clothing, and a noble status. How many ridiculous things have been done just to satisfy those ridiculous desires? I say you are not worthy of your own body and being given life. Its speed was so fast that everyone didn't see what happened clearly. They saw that Squint Eyes had retracted Shinsō. But before the fourth and second number finished speaking, they saw Squinting Eyes holding a short sword, stepping back every day. Listening to the squinting nonsense, the old number 4 and number 2 angrily chopped the knife heavily on the ground. Wherever the sharp blade passes, everything will be cut. If it weren't for the small talk today, brat, thanks to our captain, he squinted his eyes and said calmly, looking at the old number 4 and no. 2. In the future, you can change the name to 4 old stars. The so-called 5 elders, hey. Boom. With the puzzled expression of 5 elders, he pointed the tip of the knife at the old number 2, and murmured in a low voice. Jung, Kamishini no Yari, squinting and sneering, an arm fell in response. Bankai, a sharp piercing sound, accompanied by a flash of white light, whispered the sun. Snapped. 217, a month. Little ghosts, are you really so anxious to die? Looking at number 4 and number 2 whose arm had been cut off, the boss finally couldn't bear it anymore, and roared angrily at Lu Fei and his group. On the other hand, Lu Fei couldn't help laughing at the boss of 5 elders who finally couldn't hold back anymore and roared angrily. Do you think the boss will always look calm and calm? In the end, did it break the defense in the end? But if you think about it carefully, these people are really tolerable. Did it take until a 5 elders had an arm chopped off to finally get angry? Death, but now we haven't played enough. Lu Fei looked at the boss and said calmly, little devil, there must be a limit to fooling people. What do you guys want to do? The boss looked at Lu Fei and roared angrily. Sweep all forces. Destroy the world government. Lu Fei looked at 5 elders and said calmly. Just at the moment of 060, when he squinted his eyes and got angry just now, Lu Fei was also thinking, what disgusting thing did Lao Wu encounter when he was rescuing the bear? So that the old black who had been paddling in a low-key manner suddenly became violent and directly sent a bankai to the 5 elders. Moreover, celestial dragons has always been arrogant and domineering, and people have long known about such things when they were chasing comics. Perhaps, it was the one that really made Squint Eyes angry. 5 elders who don't care about life. Thinking of this, Lu Fei made a decision at this moment. Let's make a fuss. After the integration of forces, in this so-called holy place Mariajoy, a complete commotion broke out. Only this sick world is completely chaotic. Only then will all the causes be fully exposed. Little devil, what nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Lu Fei in front of him who threatened to overthrow the world government, 5 elders couldn't help laughing. Even number 4 and number 2 seemed to temporarily forget the pain when they heard this absurd speech, and burst out laughing. In the file, there is all the news about Lu Fei and his group. 5 elders also knew that Lu Fei and others spoke wild words during the summit war. But unexpectedly, after a year of precipitation, Lu Fei was still speechless. Overthrow the world government, sweep all forces. The boss of 5 elders looked at Lu Fei mockingly, and asked. Why, just relying on these people around you? Or do you think that there's one of the 3 admirals behind you? Or, do you think there are 2 Shichibukai standing behind you? Stop talking about yourself, brat. 5 elders looked at Lu Fei coldly, and shouted loudly. What do you think? What is world government? Don't say 3 admiral, Shichibukai. As long as we are willing. 30 admirals, 700 wuhai, it's not a problem. The 5 elders boss glanced at Lu Fei mockingly, and then said proudly. And this, that is, the background of world government. And this, that's why our world government has been in power for 800 years. Looking at the proud 5 elders for a while, Lu Fei and others were silent for a while, just watching 5 elders quietly. Maybe 5 elders and others are right. They are in high positions, so naturally they have mastered many terrible resources for such a long time. Lu Fei also believes that as long as the 5 elders are willing, they can cultivate a marine 3 admirals' terrifying strength in minutes. However, will Lu Fei and others compromise on this? Won't. Even if Lu Fei and others do not have a system, they will never compromise with the world government. None of them wanted to be told that their wife and daughter had been taken away by celestial dragons when they were enjoying their life peacefully in a certain village. Or like Zephyr, when he was out, his house was stolen by pirates, but he couldn't do anything. After all, these are all stories that happened in pirate world. Perhaps, with their current strength, they can find a place to spend their lives recklessly like the 4 emperors. But as time travelers, there are some things that they have engraved in their bones. Well, how do you say it? Lu Fei looked at the proud 5 elders, turned to look at his partners and smiled. Rory is so talkative. Zoro curled his lips in disdain. It's only 800 years old, how dare you be so crazy? Then it will take 5,000 years. Tisk tisk, Sanji smiled helplessly. That's it, is it still called the Foundation? Oh, it's so scary. Squinted Eyes also regained their composure at this moment, and began to talk sarcastically. Yeah, I was so scared that my face turned pale. Brook angrily took out a bottle of Dabao from the backpack space, and wiped his skull face. Seeing the gleaming Brook after wiping Dabao, the friends all turned their heads away, unwilling to look at such an angry Brook. After all, Brook is the hottest player on the team in terms of his ability to move around. Powerful not to mention, there are all sorts of strange props. But this guy, every day he thinks about coquettish things, he doesn't want to improve his strength, he just studies how to show coquettishness all day long. Well, let's forget about this one, next one. Lu Fei curled his lips and skipped over the shining brook. Whatever. Brook wanted to say a few words, but Sanji and Zoro covered his mouth and pulled him aside. Where are you going? Where am I going? Nami Haki said utterly. Oh, it's really romantic. Robin looked at Nami tenderly and smiled. Nami turned his head to Lu Fei and smiled when he stared at Nami, feeling uncomfortable, and began to flash lightning. Me too, what about the day? Ahem. Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, then looked at the cute little chopper. I don't know if it's Lu Fei's illusion. He always feels that after seeing his mother-in-law, that is, Robin's mother, Robin has become more and more knowledgeable. I made an appointment with the doctor. Little Chopper looked at Lu Fei and smiled proudly. I want all unfortunate people to see happy Sakura flowers. What a great wish. Lu Fei gave Chopper a thumbs up and turned to look at the lazy duo, Frankie and Aokiji. You can do whatever you want. Huh, Frankie dozed off and said indifferently. It's fine as long as you don't work overtime. Ha, ow. Aokiji rubbed his eyes and said sleepily. When did these two get together? Lu Fei looked at Aokiji, who was holding Frankie's thermos, and 3 question marks appeared on his head. Just remember what you promised me. Lao Sha held his cigar in his mouth, and proudly gave Lu Fei a sideways look. We are still in alliance for the time being. Luo looked at Lu Fei and nodded firmly. Just when Lu Fei finished greeting with his friends, he just turned around and was startled by the troops gathered by the 5 elders. In addition to the densely packed marines behind 5 elders, beside 5 elders stood Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and even the CPO people who met at the Eni's lobby back then. Beam 5.0 and grab it. You little brat, 5 elders boss shouted. Looking at the terrifying lineup in front of him, Lu Fei smiled indifferently. No wonder 5 elders didn't interrupt them when I was chatting with my friends just now. It turned out that it was secretly deploying troops. But it's almost time. Lu Fei suddenly closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them. At this moment, Lu Fei's eyes have turned into a Sharingan that is pressing against the sun. And with the rapid rotation of the Guyu, the pattern of Sharingan also changed into 3 sickles. Whoosh! As Sharingan's ability was activated, the surrounding space began to distort. Except for Zoro, the rest of the friends were sent into the Kamui space. Yo, what a terrifying ability. Kizaru looked at Lu Fei and smiled thoughtfully. Thank you, old man. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru and smiled, then looked at 5 elders, stretched out a finger and said. 1 month. 218. Zoro, the 4th Ninja War. X3. Looking at this familiar finger, Kizaru seems to have returned to the time when he was in Summit War. What nonsense are you talking about? Damn kid. The red dog poured out lava from both arms, and appeared in front of Lu Fei in an instant, and a dark hound blasted towards Lu Fei. But Lu Fei didn't dodge, just looked at the red dog with a smile. Boom. The lava exploded and smoke rose everywhere. How is it possible? Red Dog looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. At the moment of impact, Red Dog seemed to lose his sense of Lu Fei. DJ, isn't the figure of Lu Fei right in front of him? Seeing that the first blow missed, the Red Dog immediately received another blow. Dog bites Red Lotus. The Red Dog's lava arm suddenly turned into a dog's head, and it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to completely swallow Lu Fei in front of it. But Lu Fei still stood where he was, looking at the Red Dog indifferently, and didn't even move a step. Oh, by the way, Lu Fei suddenly thought of something, hurriedly crossed his arms, and looked at the Red Dog mockingly. Lu Fei clearly remembered when he launched the Day Tiger in the Summit War. This guy is holding his arms indifferently, full of style. At this moment, how could such a classic scene not be reproduced properly? Next second, 11 the huge dog's head opened its mouth wide, swallowing Lu Fei's whole body in an instant. Boom. This strike is even more powerful. As the magma exploded, the walls and ground around the two were melted by the terrifying temperature. Enough, Sakazuki. The 5 elders boss yelled at Akainu. Are you trying to destroy this place? As the Marine Marshal, you actually openly destroy the Holy Land Mariajoy. The 4th and the 2nd also roared angrily at Akainu. Did you put us in your eyes? Akainu had a cigar in his mouth. With a look of impatience on his face, he was about to say something when he was interrupted by his second child. Back off, Sakazuki. Before we issue the order, it's not your turn to come out. Pooh. Looking at Tang Tang, who was the Marshal of the Marine, but was called a dog by the 5 elders, Lu Fei and Zoro laughed unconsciously. Brat. The old red dog's face turned black, and even hotter lava poured out of his arms. Enough, Sakazuki. 5 elders yelled angrily at Red Dog. Pooh. Lu Fei and Zoro laughed even more happily as they watched the Red Dog being trained. One day, I will crush your heads, Akainu said coldly, staring at the two of them. Seeing Akainu, who didn't dare to mess with the 5 elders, Zoro looked at Akainu extremely perfunctorily and said with a smile. Ah yes, that's an honor. Lu Fei instantly changed Mangekyo's form, and met the Red Dog's angry eyes with a smile. Seeing the Red Dog retreating back with a displeased face, 5 elders looked at Lu Fei and Zoro and said. Little devil, what do you mean by 1 month? Ouch. Lu Fei looked at the 5 elders who brought the topic back here, and couldn't help applauding for several of them. Just now I was thinking about how to turn the topic back, but I didn't expect 5 elders to be so considerate. Of course a month later, we will come to this so-called holy place, Mariajoy. Lu Fei looked at 5 elders and smiled. After destroying your world government, and the so-called celestial dragons, we will use this as a starting point to completely wipe out the forces in the New World and the Four Seas. As soon as this remark came out, the 5 elders were completely furious. Why on earth, Lu Fei, a nasty brat, dared to say such rebellious words? Could it be that what the 5 elders said just now is not clear enough? Could it be that this brat really thinks that just a dozen of them can destroy the world government? Little devil, don't be so naive, arrogant brat. But Lu Fei will not continue to give the 5 elders time to roar. After the matter is over, they will have dinner. After all, hot pot is a thing, although it tastes delicious, it is also very filling. But once you exercise a little, your stomach will be empty in an instant. Of course, you can also contact the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, etc. Lu Fei interrupted several people, and said with a nonchalant smile. After all, we can't agree, so. Wait, Zoro suddenly grabbed Lu Fei. Didn't you agree to let me come? Zoro looked at Lu Fei with great resentment at the moment. He had already exchanged the mask and colored contact lenses. If he hadn't caught the grandson in time, he would probably have finished filling the cup. All right, Lu Fei scratched his head involuntarily as he looked at the resentful Zoro. Immediately, in the puzzled eyes of 5 elders, 3 admirals, Marshal Marine and so on. Zoro wears a red cloud black robe and a yellow Uzumaki mask, revealing a scarlet eye. Just when everyone thought Zoro was going to say something, they saw this guy running away suddenly and moved a chair from a distance. Boom. Zoro stepped on the chair. Suddenly Haki looked at the crowd and said. The 4th Ninja War. I declare war here. At this moment, not only the people from 5 elders, but even Lu Fei, who heard Zoro Haki's declaration, couldn't help covering his old face. Shame. It's really embarrassing. It's okay to make a mistake usually, but today the high-level people on the opposite side are all there. You, Zoro. After rehearsing for so long, how could I make a mistake? It's pirate world. It has something to do with the 4th Ninja World War. At this moment, Zoro, looking at the stunned crowd, suddenly blushed, as if he had noticed a slip of the tongue, and coughed a few times in embarrassment. However, because he was wearing a mask, no one could see Zoro's expression at the moment. After coughing a few times, he put his feet back. Boom. In the confused expressions of the crowd, Zoro stepped on the chair again, and Haki said. Second Summit War. Here I am, declaring war. But how could the effect this time be as remarkable as the first time? So after Zoro finished speaking, he quickly withdrew his feet and gave Lu Fei a wink, which was very obvious. Over. You can withdraw. But at this moment, the 5 elders who had come to their senses, how could they let them go so easily? Damn brat. After uttering wild words, you actually want to leave like this. Don't worry, we will use all means to make you tell everything you know. Stay here for me, little devils, let the doctors live in remorse. Seeing 5 elders and others who were getting furious, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly, and pulled Zoro into the Kamui space. Lu Fei casually scanned the crowd, and suddenly found that Huang was actually looking at the sky with an old god. Isn't this a chance? Whoosh. Lu Fei's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru's 393, and grabbed Kizaru. The space twisted, and Kizaru was sucked into the Kamui space by the Sharingan before he even had time to turn into a photon. And as the people in the space, when they were relaxing, they suddenly saw a figure falling from the sky. Damn it, little devil, what have you done? And Lu Fei looked at the people attacking him, and he didn't dodge, allowing them to pass through his body. Okay, happy time, let's end here. Lu Fei looked at the crowd attacking him, and said with a smile. And you don't have to waste your time. Amidst the angry or different expressions of the crowd, Lu Fei slowly floated into the air, and his figure became distorted. Tisk, why did you forget this? Lu Fei slapped his head, suddenly remembered that the parting gift hadn't been given yet, and hastily stopped his ability. Snapped. Lu Fei clasped his palms together, then released them. A small black ball slowly flew towards the sky. Planetary devastation. This technique is to create a black ball to strongly attract all surrounding objects. This creates a giant ball of rock that traps and crushes enemies. Crash. As the black ball slowly lifted into the sky, it suddenly exuded a terrifying attraction. Houses, trees, streets, and celestial dragons on the ground. They were all slowly sucked into the sky by this huge attraction. In terms of strength, I have also shown it. Lu Fei waved at 5 elders and smiled. Then after a month, let me see. Which step will your so-called world government achieve? As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei's body gradually twisted, and then completely disappeared in front of everyone. 219. Lively. With the rapid passage of time, a month's time is fleeting. At this moment, there are only a few days left before the January appointment between Lu Fei and the 5 elders. Dressrosa and Panda Island are also frantically making various preparations. Ships, supplies, medicines, weapons. As long as it can be used during the war, the people of the 2 strongholds are making it day and night. Dressrosa's side is actually okay. After all, it's a newly conquered stronghold, because the sense of belonging to the family is not very strong. However, in order to repay their kindness, the people of Dressrosa continued to produce all available supplies without any complaints. But the Fishman Island is completely crazy. In their eyes, Lu Fei and his group have already been worshipped as gods. Bring them hope and let them live carefree in the sunshine. You won't be discriminated against, and you won't worry about being arrested again. With this kind of kindness, even if Lu Fei asked them to die, the Murlocs of the Fishman Island would not complain at all. But the Murlocs also knew that the scale of this battle was simply not something they could participate in at this level. But they still used their own way, trying to help Lu Fei and his group as much as possible. So these days, the people in the two strongholds are spontaneously doing everything they can. By the way, after Kizaru was sucked into the Kamui space, he immediately chose to surrender when he saw the strength of the opponent. After all, Mr. Huang is very clear about his position. He is a part-time worker in the world government. There is really no need to fight to this extent with Lu Fei and his group. And the most important thing is to see who this group of people is. The two of Shichibukai will not talk about it. The number one swordsman in the world today, muscular man Sanji, looks easy to bully but has squinting eyes. There are also skulls inlaid with luxurious gems, women exuding terrifying thunder, and so on. What's more, Aokiji is still on the sidelines, already exhaling cold air, staring at himself firmly, without the slightest feeling of being a colleague. Kizaru said that he himself is not crazy. Why should he fight against this group of monsters? What's more, with the low wages given by the world government, it's not enough to fight with Fujitora and others. Want to make the old man sacrifice his life? Get lost. In this way, Kizaru very self-consciously surrendered to Aokiji, Zoro and others, without the slightest dignity of admiral. And after this guy arrived at Panda Island, he saw Sengoku, Garp, and Sengoku. Kizaru didn't say anything immediately, pulled Lu Fei aside and muttered for a while, and successfully joined Panda Island. The task Lu Fei gave to Kizaru is also very simple. When they fight, just guard the entrance of Panda Island. After all, because of the system, Panda Island is relatively safe, but it still needs to be guarded by top combat forces. Of course, it's not like Lu Fei didn't think about bringing Kizaru to the war. But the old Kizaru said that he had just been forced to change jobs, so he beat up his old club, which is really a bit difficult to make a move. After learning about Kizaru's difficulties, Lu Fei expressed his understanding and signed a contract with Kizaru. After all, for Kizaru, Lu Fei is still a bit incomprehensible, so the best way is the system contract. And after arranging Kizaru, Whitebeard and his gang came to the door again. After all, it was said to be a meeting at the beginning, but when they came to them, Lu Fei and his group went to do the task before they even had a word. So upon hearing the news that Lu Fei and others had returned, Whitebeard immediately led his captains to find Lu Fei. Especially when Whitebeard learned that Lu Fei and his gang were going to turn the whole world upside down in a month. Whitebeard can't sit still. Anyway, he is already dead, and this body, in most cases, cannot be damaged. Besides, Lu Fei, a brat, dared to make such a big fuss. How could he, Whitebeard, miss such an interesting event? You know, when Lu Fei was in Summit War, he said that he recognized Whitebeard as his eldest brother. So, as the big brother, how can he let the little brother Lu Fei mess around? After a long period of bargaining between the two reached an agreement. Participate in the Second Summit War. But it must be high-end combat power. Otherwise, just come to Conqueror's Hockey and it will fall down in one blow. Are everyone saving lives? Or continue to fight? After sending off Whitebeard and his captain with difficulty, Garp came to find him. It turned out that after Kizaru left, he was stopped by Sengoku and Garp who were guarding in the distance. Kizaru didn't hide anything, and directly told what Lu Fei and others did in Mariajoy and reported to them directly. Hearing that Lu Fei, the grandson, was about to start working again just after 2 days of rest, Garp rushed towards Lu Fei's residence with endless anger. And Lu Fei's sense of knowledge, although not as good as Zoro who can predict the future, but this monstrous killing intent, even those who have just practiced knowledge, can perceive it. So Lu Fei was very wise and used Flying Thunder God to escape. After all, Mr. Garp is also getting old, and it is indeed a bit too filial to use away 18 styles for him all the time. But get beaten. Lu Fei said that he is not seriously ill, so why not fight back after being beaten? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Fei will continue to use the Flying Thunder God to play hide and seek with Mr. Garp in the days to come. So much so that when Sabo called out for the dragon, Garp was carrying his slippers and gave him a fat beating in the morning. And the reason for hammering the dragon is also very simple. I can't beat your son. Do you have Jiao? Can I beat you like a dragon? Isn't it the same as beating your own son? Besides, Long has been around for so many years, but there has been no news. If it weren't for today, Garp said that he really doesn't know when he will meet this unfilial son. It just happened to happen today. Mr. Garp is not letting the water out, he is directly carrying the armed-colored slippers and started the inhumane education of the dragon. But at this moment, the dragon's heart is indeed broken. Obviously he was worried about his son, so he hurriedly lied and dared to come over. But who would have thought that if the son was not found, he would be whipped by the old man again? And, what are the slippers? Armed color slippers à price. After this beating, so for a long time afterwards, Long gritted his teeth and looked for Lu Fei. And Garp, when he was in a bad mood, came in front of the dragon with armed slippers. 220, Pre-war meeting. As the day of declaring war draws closer, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Xiaodi are busy like crazy. It's okay for Xiaodi, after all, in terms of character setting, he likes this kind of thing that expands the territory. But Sengoku Garp Zephyr said that they were not so tired when working in marine. Almost everything requires these 4 people to do it themselves, and there are only a handful of people who can use it. So that when Garp was free, he planned whether to recruit some people from naval headquarters. After all, what they are facing at this moment is not only to plan the reconstruction of Dressrosa, but also to prepare a large amount of war supplies. If there were only these, the 3 old men said they could still accept it. But the bad thing is that when Lu Fei, the grandson of the turtle, was about to leave, he rubbed a huge rock ball above the so-called holy place Mariajoy. Although the world government has tried its best to conceal it. But on the one hand, everyone is not blind. Over the Mariajoy, such a big rock ball. Who can't see it but Fujitora? On the other hand, in Mariajoy that day, there happened to be many excellent journalists. After several days of open and unannounced visits, after collecting and comparing information from various formal or irregular places, the news that came out shocked all the reporters instantly. War, really coming, and this war is very likely to overthrow the Celestial Dragon's rule. Although the 5 elders ordered, all newspapers are strictly prohibited from leaking information. Otherwise, it is death. With this order, countless newspapers were as frightened as birds, and did not dare to explore more about the events of the day. But some newspapers who are not afraid of death have carefully studied what Lu Fei and others have done in recent years. These newspaper offices, who are not afraid of death, gritted their teeth and stomped their feet in an instant after making a difficult decision. What the hell? Done. Becoming a journalist, running a newspaper, isn't it just for these explosive news? And now, with news that is enough to make the whole world go crazy, why don't you dare to dial it out? As for the world government, what the hell is that? Leaking the news is a death. Such explosive news BBCB, especially those who do news, who does not know. Faced with these explosive news, how uncomfortable it is to hold back in my mind. After a month, no one will know who died. Maybe this adventure, after this battle, will jump up and become the leading existence. But after all, the day when the flames of war ignited has not yet come. These brave newspapers can only print and sell them secretly. Moreover, the newspapers did not dare to carry any iconic things at all. In this way, at first it was just a few small newspapers, secretly spreading the news. But as the news spread faster and faster, more and more newspaper offices saw that there was huge profit to be made, and began to participate in it. Even after that, Marine arrested a lot of people. But making money is such a thing, especially when facing huge profits. There are not many people who can stick to themselves. And when everyone saw their peers being arrested, they only thought that the other party was not rigorous enough, so they were caught by the tail. They didn't think about themselves at all, and they were doing things like picking chestnuts out of the fire. Even some newspapers, after making huge profits, wrote several columns for Lu Fei and others. As more and more details flowed out, the whole pirate world is completely crazy. Whether it's pirates or civilians everywhere, everyone knows that after a month, someone will ignite the flames of war. Many big pirates with terrifying power have gradually begun to face up to the existence of Lu Fei and his group. After all, it was also mentioned in the newspaper that if Lu Fei and his gang really wiped out the world government, then next, they are the big pirates. Today, more and more pirates believe that if Lu Fei and his gang hadn't fallen in this war, then this group of people is very likely to become legends that no one can surpass. After such a commotion, more and more marines, pirates, spies and so on, both started pouring into Dressrosa, and their purpose was simple. Marine spies and the like are here to gather information. After all, with the strength of Lu Fei and others now, sending troops to encircle and suppress casually is to give the other party money for nothing. And the fanatical pirates, I just want to see what kind of demeanor the group of people who dare to start this kind of war are. So this kind of thing naturally suffers an old man. I already have a heavy responsibility, but I still have to clean up the troublesome pirates. So much so that later in the day, when Garp beat the dragon, Zephyr and Sengoku joined the ranks. As the name suggests, relax and relax. With this wave of coquettish operations, the whole dragon is really about to cry. Obviously he came to find his son. As a result, it has been more than 10 or 20 days, and the son has not been found, and he is dragged into a dark corner by 3 old men every now and then. A cruel and inhumane atrocity. Who the hell can stand this? Cherish life, stay away from the old man. In addition, Lu Fei also called the kings of the 2 strongholds. They are all from his own family anyway, and all the people here are big shots. So at the moment in the conference room, there are not only Lu Fei and his group. Now, the pre-war meeting is about to begin. After all, the war was about to start. Lu Fei and the others made a decision and decided to have a good time before talking. And have a tea party, just chat casually. At this moment, there are still 5 days before the start of the war. It is nothing more than discussing how to start the war. Ahem, the main reason is that the Huxian New Year is approaching, and I am really busy. I am very sorry for everyone who is chasing books. I am really sorry. At this moment, the purpose of everyone getting together is also very simple. Long led Sabo and his second sister-in-law, and sat on the sidelines aggrieved. On Whitebeard's side, he took his captains and sat on the other side. It is not a bad thing for the 2 kings to learn a lot. There are also 3 little old men who are angry and exude terrifying killing intent. That's why, Sengoku Garplong and the others were looking for death and couldn't find anyone. Coupled with the existence of casual glasses, except for the holders of the glasses, who can see their original appearance, the rest of them can't find it at all. After eating and drinking, the people who disappeared for more than 20 days finally got together again. 221. This meeting opened lonely. Looking at the three little old men glaring at him, Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment and said hastily. Since everyone is here, let's talk freely. If you want to ask anything you want to say, you can say it. After all, it's just a tea party, there's no need to be so serious. As soon as the words fell, the three little old men couldn't bear it anymore. The first is Black Eye number 1. Garp has already hammered the table heavily, and shouted angrily at Lu Fei and his group. More than 20 days, more than 20 days. Do you know how the three of us spent the past 20 days? Seeing Mr. Garp shouting grievances like Doi, Lu Fei and his group could only turn their faces aside in embarrassment. Ahem, isn't this, are we preparing for the war? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zoro replied awkwardly. But it's better not to say this. As soon as this remark came out, Black Eye number 2 Zephyr couldn't help it. What? Get ready for the station. Lu Zoro, touch your conscience. The pre-station preparations in your mouth mean that you drank wine with the mermaid girls for more than 20 days in the bar. Hearing Zephyr's angry roar, Lu Fei couldn't help but say shit. After all, Lu Fei has Nami Robin by his side. These days, I just go to Panda Island with the two girls and have a picnic. As a result, Zoro, the grandson, drank with the mermaid ladies for more than 20 days. Are you really letting yourself go? And the grandson's mother-in-law, doesn't she care? Suddenly, in Lu Fei's mind, Shirahoshi's dumbfounded appearance popped up. Wow, it seems that I can't control it. Lu Fei smacked his lips in displeasure. As far as Shirahoshi is a natural idiot, he probably doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Cough cough. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Zoro hurriedly confronted Zephyr with 3 consecutive denials. Grandpa Zephyr looked at Zoro, panting heavily. Although everyone wears casual glasses, how could Zephyr, who was the head of the security group, not know about the newcomers to Panda Island? And this strange face, in the bar specially built for Zoro, drank with the mermaid girls for more than 20 days. Reminiscent of the relaxation method of Zoro and others, FA has already guessed it. It's just that Zephyr still wants to see when these grandchildren will remember to help. The results of it, until today, this group of people showed up with big faces. Forget it, not much nonsense. Zephyr thought of his wife and son in the soul space, and after complaining a few words, his grievances were gone. Marine, how much do you know? Zephyr looked at the crowd and answered the key question. Lu Fei scratched his head and said in embarrassment, I don't know. Gu la la la. Seeing Lu Fei's embarrassed expression, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Garp looked at Whitebeard, who was smiling very happily, and couldn't help but glared. If it weren't for the sake of taking care of his grandson's face, he, Garp, would definitely practice with Whitebeard. Zoro, what do you think? Lu Fei looked at Zoro expectantly, and asked in a low voice. Although I don't know it myself, Zoro, as a veteran manga fan, must know the details. Look with your eyes. Zoro yawned, and Kaido was very puzzled. Well, you can actually see with your eyes. Listening to Zoro's answer, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This grandson must have drunk too much fake wine. Am I asking this way? Boss is asking about your combat power, personnel, etc. Brook might not be able to stand it any longer, and muttered to the deputy captain. Oh, what are you talking about? Zoro suddenly realized, and then spread his hands. I do not know. Hey, everyone looked at Zoro in disbelief. It didn't sound like a senior manga fan's words at all. Zoro thought carefully for a while, and then slowly explained to everyone. Let's put it this way, we don't have to think about low-end combat power, just crush it with Conqueror's Haki. Vice Admiral and the like, with our strength, there is no problem. Zoro glanced at everyone, and continued. As for Admiral, Kizaru and Aokiji were kidnapped by us. Fujitora and Red Dog, we've fought each other before, and it's fine. Now there are only Green Bull and Momoshiki left. There is too little information to make a judgment. Zoro at the moment is very satisfied with his explanation. Listening to Zoro's analysis, Lu Fei and the others nodded in bewilderment, and then sighed. Listening to what you have to say is like listening to what you have to say. Lu Fei looked at Zoro speechlessly, obviously feeling that the analysis was very logical. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that you didn't say anything. It seems that I said it, but it seems that I didn't say it. Sanji covered his face speechlessly. Okay, that's amazing. Little Chopper stared at Zoro with admiration in his eyes. It's over. Let Zoro kill another one. Looking at Chopper, who was not very smart, and Zoro with a look of admiration, Lu Fei couldn't bear to look directly at him. But just when Lu Fei was about to say a few words, he narrowed his eyes and said. Actually, there is only one person we need to pay attention to. Hearing that there were still people that made Mimian afraid, everyone became quiet at the moment, looking at Mimian very seriously. Asking for flowers. 0. I am. Brook looked at Lao Wu and asked curiously. Yes, it's Yimu. Squinted eyes nodded. After all, there is too little information, and you have been behind the scenes all the time. Listening to the words of Squinting Eyes, everyone smiled helplessly. After all, the old thief Oda has never drawn, there is no way. And to attack Mariajoy, you must definitely face I am. If this is a fight, it will really be the same as when opening up Wasteland in the group book. Without a strategy, I don't know the boss's skill mechanism, so I can only keep trying. Actually, do you think there is such a possibility? Zoro suddenly slapped his head and said to everyone. I'm is like Kagaya-ji, both have a tree. It's just that Kagaya Himes is a sacred tree, and Imes is a devil tree that can produce devil fruit. Then I am can absorb the fruit ability. FK. Listening to Zoro's unreliable analysis, everyone couldn't help being a little confused. Why is this guy's brain hole so big all of a sudden? Hokage ninja to see too much. However, it seems to make sense. Sanji nodded, and continued. Isn't there such a setting in the Shinigami world? The Zanpakuto used by everyone is all made by Ermei Wangyu. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Fei looked at the people who were talking more and more crookedly, and hurriedly stopped them. Isn't this supposed to be a pre-war tea party? Leave the medical treatment to me, Xiao Chaoba patted her chest and said confidently. Looking at the people who had already reached the door and were about to flee, the people present, one by one, grabbed Lu Fei's group who were about to flee. Fire support, no problem. He squinted his eyes and made an okay gesture. The potion is enough. Brooks slapped his chest, revealing his bossy temperament. Let's not talk about child's play or not. Let's open up Wasteland, take one step at a time and see one step at a time. Do you really plan to have a dozen of them, plus a dozen of Whitebeards, go straight there? At this moment, the rest of the people looked at Lu Fei and the others in a daze. What kind of meeting did these people have? Crazy. Anyway, we have Hearthstone, so we can't beat Hearthstone. Sanji smiled. So, ahem. Let's talk serious. The serious Zoro coughed twice in embarrassment. This meeting is over. What? None of the issues that should be discussed, and nothing that should be discussed. Why did it suddenly become a search for similarities? Looking at the friends who posted like this, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. 222, let the 4 emperors also step on the sewing machine. It's a day late. I was so drunk yesterday, I started to update today, more than 30 chapters, slowly added, slowly added. Boom. After a loud noise, Lu Fei held his head first and turned into a ruthless rolling machine on the ground. The person who made the move was naturally Garp, one of the trio of old men, who was in an extremely unhappy mood at the moment. Although Lu Fei's inconspicuous appearance is indeed a bit like the self who didn't listen to Sengoku's orders at that time. With the busyness of these days, Garp also deeply realized that it was not easy for Sengoku back then. It hurts, it hurts. Lu Fei was holding his head at this moment, rolling on the ground crazily, and at the same time secretly thought that he was still a little dragged. Originally, Lu Fei had already sensed this pitch-black fist with knowledge. But the bad thing is that when Garp and Sengoku were furious earlier, Lu Fei had already felt the strength of the two. So for this attack, Lu Fei didn't pay much attention to 747, and directly armed the color cover to resist. After all, for so many days, these 3 old men did consume too much. So Lu Fei took this blow forcefully with the idea of letting Mr. Garp vent his anger. But who would have guessed? My old man, I don't know if he broke through his state of mind after retiring from the position of Marine. The power of this punch. It made Lu Fei feel for a moment, the peak Garp in the original book. Came back. B************ D grandson. Garp glared at Lu Fei angrily, then heaved his fist again and said. If you still dare to fool us like this, the battle will last for 2 days. I'm afraid you will be absent. As soon as this remark came out, Sengoku and Zephyr also darkened their faces and silently surrounded Lu Fei. There is quite a kind of disagreement, and there will be a big fight. This. Lu Fei looked at the 3 old men exuding black air, stopped rolling, and covered his forehead helplessly. Isn't this meeting a tea party? Isn't that always the case when our group meets? And, most importantly, why is he, Lu Fei, being beaten right now? Lu Fei slowly got up from the ground, just about to reprimand his little friend. But what I didn't expect was, my little friends have already sat on the chairs extremely quickly, and one is more well-behaved than the other. Comma, #%@#%@#. Lu Fei's mentality has collapsed a bit at the moment. Obviously everyone has been drying themselves these days. Who would have imagined that once he was beaten, this group of bastards would become more agile than the other? One is more cute than the other. The appearance of serious consideration seems to be seriously considering the next battle. Just like that, amidst Lu Fei's loveless expression, this meeting lasted 5 hours. By the time they walked out of the meeting gate, Lu Fei and his group were already in a daze. 5 hours. During these 5 hours, Lu Fei didn't even know what he heard or said. It's just that under the questioning of the old men, they kept humming. Huh. Lu Fei exhaled slowly and rubbed his temples. This kind of serious meeting is really not suitable for me. Listening to Lu Fei's complaints, the friends around hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Huh, but you said, will we really meet Marine? Zoro suddenly slapped his head and asked for no reason. Hearing Zoro's question, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then gave Zoro a disgusted look. Havoc at the Holy Land. Mariajoy, marshal and hero of the abducted Marine, also turned against Kizaru and Aokiji and more. Don't talk about the world government doing these things with my own group. If my group were to encounter such a situation, I'm afraid the ashes would be thrown away the next day. Ahem. Zoro scratched his head in embarrassment, looked at everyone's eyes as if they were mentally retarded, and knew that he had said something wrong. I mean, will there be pirates? Zoro clapped his hands and said again to everyone. Like some at war, Blackbeard came out and made a fuss. Looking at Zoro, who is expending his lifespan and has an online IQ, everyone is considering the possibility of pirates participating in the war. After all, when ordinary pirates come over, they are more likely to give away their heads. Br. 4 Emperors level combat power also participated in this war. Isn't this situation exactly what the captain expected? He pointed at Lu Fei with squinted eyes, and smiled indifferently. What? Zoro squinted his eyes curiously, not understanding what was going on. What does it have to do with the captain of the pirates at the 4 Emperors level? Just when Zoro was about to ask another question, he squinted his eyes and began to explain. What do you think the captain of our family activated the planetary devastation when he left that day? He squinted and pointed to the calm Lu Fei, and explained. Although everyone was in the Kamui space at the time, they couldn't see the outside scene. But after the incident was over, all kinds of newspapers covered the sky, but recorded the scenes that happened at that time in detail. Especially a rocky ball that big, floating above Mariajoy. This explosive photo occupied the front pages of every newspaper at that time. I don't quite understand. Brook thought for a long time, but didn't move his eyes to express the meaning. If I'm not mistaken, squinting at Lu Fei, he said with a smile. What the captain means is to involve the 4 emperors. It would be best if we could annihilate the forces of the 4 emperors together. Hearing the squinting guess, Lu Fei was also a little startled. I didn't expect that such a small act of myself would actually make Squint Eyes guess right. When Lu Fei was about to leave, he rubbed out planetary devastation, which was definitely not a simple farewell gift. According to Lu Fei's thinking, the world government will definitely take action when he has demonstrated strong force. Didn't you also call Shichibukai when you were at Summit War? Although the 4 emperors are in a big case, they don't bother with the world government. But what if, on the world government side, they offer conditions that even the 4 emperors would be tempted by? Hey, Zoro looked at Lu Fei and squinted his eyes in shock. If it's as guessed by squinting eyes, then this battle is really a big deal. Marine 3, 2 Admiral, Marshal Akainu, 5 Elders, 4 Emperors on the pirate side. Plus I am who has been behind the scenes. Zoro thought about the 2 days of fighting, and couldn't help looking forward to it. Cough cough. Seeing the unbelievable expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, then smiled and said. Think about it, 3 of the 4 Yellows, Kaido, Big Mom and Blackbeard. What then? What happened to the 3 of you? Seeing the curious expressions of the friends, Lu Fei smiled and said again. Let them step on the sewing machine with Doflamingo. Isn't this picture beautiful? 223, the day of the decisive battle is coming. After the meeting, everyone who is about to participate in the battle is doing their best to prepare for this big battle. After all, this battle is not at the same level as the battles they participated in before. Whether it's the battle between the 4 emperors, or the battle between the pirates and the marines. Not even the scale of the First Summit War could match this battle with the world government. So after the meeting, everyone is actively making adequate preparations. However, after the meeting, Lu Fei and his group disappeared again. That's right, disappeared without a trace. Obviously, there are only a few days left, and the big battle is coming. But as the protagonists of this war, Lu Fei and his group disappeared again. And according to the reports of his subordinates, there were many strange faces in the Mermaid Tavern. Needless to say, Zoro, Sanji and other LSPs, in this party, Lu Fei also joined in as he wished. Perhaps it was because the battle was too dangerous, Tsunami and Robin turned a blind eye and acquiesced to Lu Fei's behavior. In order for Kizaru to better protect the Fishmen Island, Zoro took Kizaru along to see what the new world is. For a fishing king, drinking may not be a new thing. But there is a mermaid lady by my side, and under the frantic battle of dice, flying chess, 15, 20 and other small games. The top 3 Admiral Kizaru, at this moment, completely fell. As for Sengoku Garp Zephyr, when they heard that Kizaru was drinking happily at the moment, they burst into anger and rushed to the tavern. That's fine with Lu Fei and his gang, but why, Kizaru, dare to drink in pubs during working hours? But Lu Fei and others' knowledge can be regarded as good cultivation. So when the 3 old men arrived, there were only a group of innocent-looking mermaid ladies left. And what's more interesting is that the day before the day of the decisive battle, red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, pulled his good friend Hawkeye to Dressrosa. According to Shanks, he and Hawkeye should have arrived a few days ago. However, when the two were about to leave, they met Fujitora and his group. What's more interesting is that the world government originally planned to abolish Shichibukai after the Doflamingo incident. But after Lu Fei and his gang made such a fuss, the world government temporarily shelved the plan to abolish Shichibukai. Instead, it mobilized all the troops it could mobilize to meet the battle. And based on what Shanks has seen and heard these days, Lu Fei also guessed that the reason why the world government took so much effort to prepare. On the one hand, it is to completely annihilate his own group. On the other hand, it is estimated that they want to tell the whole world that their world government is still the unshakable world government. As a person who dares to provoke the world government, there is only one end. Die. But when Lu Fei heard this, he smiled thoughtfully. In the blink of an eye, the day of the decisive battle has arrived. On this day, the whole world fell silent. Countless forces are actively mobilizing all the personnel that can be mobilized, and are paying close attention to the two parties. After all, this battle is a declaration of war on the world government. No one has ever dared to make such a crazy move, Stop talking about declaring war. The crowd simply didn't dare to come up with this kind of thought. Otherwise, in the face of celestial dragons, why no one dared to resist? At this moment, Dressrosa, the eyeliner of many forces, has already gathered here. At the same time, there are also many reporters and photographers from all over the world, all preparing to pass the situation of this decisive battle to the rest of the world as soon as possible. There are also countless fanatical fans, waiting here early. For nothing else, I just want to see it with my own eyes. What does this man who dares to start a war look like? Is it like 4 emperors, Haki is exposed and arrogant? The war started because they couldn't understand what the world government was doing. Or is it upright like Marine? Do you want to replace the world government because you can't see the common people? Curious, puzzled, as time ticked by, everyone became more and more anxious. At the moment, in Dressrosa Square, there are not only the captains of the Whitebeard fleet. There are also dragons of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo and others are ready to fight. Even in the square, one of the 3 admirals of the former Marine, Aokiji, can be seen. As well as the old and new Shichibukai, the cigar-drinking, fierce-faced Kelkadar, and the cold male god, Trafalgar Law. If it is said that the appearance of these characters has caused everyone's brains to froze, they all froze in place. Then the next few people who appeared on the stage made everyone go crazy. 4 Emperors Shanks, former world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Damn, how could they appear here? Quick, look, is that Marine Marshal? How is it possible? Garp, the hero of the 367th Navy, is also there. Z Zephyr, impossible, it's impossible, crazy, I'm absolutely crazy. The crowd watching at this moment couldn't believe what they saw. Countless questions appeared in everyone's minds. Why are you here? A little Dressrosa, why can I see Shichibukai, the top of the Marine, the dragon of the Revolutionary Army, and even the appearance of the 4 emperors here? Crack, countless people frantically twitched their cheeks and looked at this group of people in horror. They couldn't believe what they saw. I can't believe what kind of charm this so-called pirate group, driven by interest, has. Let Marine, Revolutionary Army, and pirates gather here, even if they participated in the Summit War, even if they set off a challenge to the world government. But just this group of people. Why can this character be gathered here? 224, start a war. What's going on? Haven't you come yet? Garp looked at the time and murmured irritably. Maybe, I'm preparing something. Shanks smiled at Garp, making excuses for Lu Fei and others. Boom. Garp suddenly exuded a black aura, and stared at Shanks unkindly. Maybe for others, Garp doesn't have such a big resentment. But the red-haired boy in front of him, if it weren't for this important day today. Garp really wants to show the other party what is Garp the Fist, the Sengoku of Buddha. As for the changes in his grandson, although Garp knew that the world government still played a large role. But in front of him, Garp is still very upset about the boy who led his grandson astray. Ahem. Shanks smiled awkwardly and turned his head to the side. For Garp's resentment, Kesuke didn't understand. But to be honest, Shanks didn't expect to get to this point. But what can be done? Garp already believed that he led Lu Fei astray. Could it be that he, Shanks, can explain to Garp earnestly that he didn't do anything? If he dared to say that, the irritable old man in front of him would definitely give him a punch. Seeing that the appointed time was about to come, when Lu Fei and the others were still there, the 3 old men gradually became irritable. Just as the 3 old men were about to send someone to look for them, Nami's roar suddenly came from a distance. Really, how much did you drink? After the roar, another voice of grievance came. Just drank a little. Really a little bit, you say this is a little bit. As the crowd gradually separated, everyone stared blankly at the people who had rushed over. The one who first appeared in front of everyone was Lu Fei, who started the war. It's just that the appearance of Lu Fei at this moment is really unbelievable. Who would have thought that the man who made the bold statement of overthrowing the world government a month ago? At this moment, a beautiful girl grabbed her ear and yelled wildly. Seeing the dull-eyed expressions of the people on both sides, Lu Fei wished he could find a place to sneak in. What world government? What second top war? If possible, Lu Fei said that he really didn't want to go. Now Lu Fei is embarrassed and just wants to escape from here and find a deserted island. Green Lantern Ancient Buddha, heart to life. Embarrassing. It's just too embarrassing. Lu Fei couldn't help covering his old face. Who would have thought that his appearance on the day of the decisive battle would be in such a way? Just when Lu Fei's old face was flushed, Luo Shi's dissatisfied voice came from next to his ear. Lu Fei, you really went too far this time. Robin looked at the still dazed little chopper in his arms, and looked at Lu Fei with a reproachful face. It's really not me, Lu Fei explained without tears. If it wasn't for Zoro, the dog thief, the night before the final battle, he gathered everyone to have another drink. Where are there so many things? As for Chopper, who would have thought that Zoro would bring little Chopper along? But everyone was also very curious about what kind of state the little Chopper would be in when he was drunk. So when everyone used the juice as an excuse and coaxed and lied, little Chopper was the first to drink it. Soon, under Nami's ears cracking growl, Lu Fei walked a long way with difficulty. Coming. Garp glared at Lu Fei angrily. Ahem, here we come. Lu Fei smiled awkwardly. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at Lu Fei and the others on the stage, and slowly came back to their senses. Who would have thought that the people who released such bold words back then would actually look like this? No hockey side leak, no high above. On the contrary, for a moment, everyone even felt that this group of people was a little cute. No hockey side leaks, not too high up. At this moment, Lu Fei and his group even gave everyone an illusion. It's like standing on the stage, not the challengers of the world government, but them in the audience. They are countless conscientious and hardworking people who work hard for their lives. However, they in the audience chose to endure the current extreme living environment. And everyone on the stage launched a challenge. Everyone is here. Lu Fei rubbed his head and muttered softly. It seems so. Ha, ow. Zoro yawned in a daze, and pointed at Lu Fei. Okay, let's go. Go. While talking, Lu Fei and Zoro were about to walk towards the pier in a daze. Wait. Luo pulled the two of them back with a dark face. Although I know that this group of people is unreliable, but I didn't expect you to be so unreliable. This is the second top battle. At this time, shouldn't we say a few bold words to mobilize everyone's emotions? The two of you are walking around with this sentence, and people are a little bit confused. What are you doing, Luo? Lu Fei looked at Luo and asked in confusion. That's right, it's about to be a decisive battle, why are you dragging me? Zoro also said dissatisfiedly towards Luo Gu. Decisive battle, you two still know we're going to fight. At this moment, Luo couldn't hold back anymore. Mobilize before the war. Luo Chang resisted the urge to give the two of them a scalpel, and patiently explained. Mobilization before the war, what a hassle. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, turned around and were about to leave. Hiss. Hearing the neighing sound of thunder and lightning behind them, the two of them straightened instantly. I'll leave it to you. Zoro pushed Lu Fei out of the hospital with the idea that a dead fellow Taoist would never die. Zoro, you. Lu Fei was about to growl when he saw that Zoro had already hidden behind everyone. $%. Dollar hash. At this moment, in Lu Fei's mind, Zoro has been hung up and whipped crazily. But looking at the eyes of the people below, Lu Fei sighed helplessly and said slowly. Maybe you are wondering why we started a war. Why would you do something stupid to challenge the world government? With such strength, like the four emperors, wouldn't it be good to dominate one side? Seeing Lu Fei who spoke, the noisy people in the audience gradually quieted down and looked at Lu Fei one after another. Actually, we are just a group of adventurers who like to take risks. Lu Fei smiled helplessly as he recalled what he had done along the way. But this world is too cruel. Burn and kill pirates, the reckless celestial dragons, and, Nuo Qianhao is high above the world government that ignores everything. Lu Fei suddenly thought, if there is no system and no strong background. So, my partners and I launched a challenge. Lu Fei turned his head and glanced at the people behind him, and suddenly smiled very happily. Maybe, we might die in this battle, but we will entrust the meaning to the next living. This is the only way to fight against this cruel world. Everyone who fights for peace is a warrior. So, Lu Fei took a deep breath, and suddenly looked at the crowd and shouted loudly. So for a time of peace. Warriors, be angry. Warriors, roar. Warriors, fight. Lu Fei pointed in front of him, Haki shouted radiantly. Second Summit War. 225, about the Shanks mopping thing. Following Lu Fei's order, all the combatants boarded the pirate ships docked at the pier one after another under the enthusiastic expressions of the people. In the next second, when the melee started to move forward slowly, the rest of the ships seemed to slow down intentionally or unintentionally, and followed behind the melee. But not long after everyone's boats sailed, more than 40 giant ships appeared in everyone's sight. They lined up, as if they had been waiting for Lu Fei and the others for a long time. Looking carefully, the huge ships on the opposite side not only have marine warships but also many familiar pirate warships. Woohoo! Lu Fei looked at the huge ship opposite, and smiled in surprise. I thought the fighting would break out in Mariajoy. Didn't you think it was going to start now? Although the number of ships on the opposite side was exaggerated and terrifying, Lu Fei was not surprised by it. After all, during this month, his group did not deliberately hide their whereabouts. Unlike the First Summit War, Marine must not be careless because he wants to execute Ace, the blood of One Piece. In addition, the monster Whitebeard does not know when it will appear on the battlefield, so naturally it can only be passive as the defender. But in this war, since they know what Lu Fei and others are doing, Five Elders will naturally not let this opportunity pass by. Of course, at the end of the day, the Five Elders are very concerned about their own face. Mariajoy, however, exists as a holy place. The flames of war spread to Mariajoy so easily, so the old faces of their Five Elders are gone. Goo, am I late? Just when Lu Fei and others lamented the exaggerated strength of the troops on the opposite side, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the melee. Boom. With the arrival of this person, the bow of the Mary tilted slightly. Hey, brother, please be gentle. Lu Fei glanced at Whitebeard angrily, and said dissatisfiedly. This is our own boat, it's different from your giant ship. Gu la la la. Whitebeard looked at the resentful Lu Fei, and let out a hearty laugh. But seeing Whitebeard in good spirits, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Since the declaration of war, Lu Fei's system has been extremely considerate, eliminating the drawbacks of the magic modification and pure world reincarnation. Whitebeard standing in front of everyone at this moment is truly at his peak. There is no 2-hour limit, and there is no illness. To put it bluntly, After the systematic transformation, Whitebeard is no different from normal people except for a little crack in the skin. And Whitebeard, as a high-end combat power, naturally has to be hidden. So Whitebeard wasn't there during the pre-war mobilization. Whitebeard. Shanks looked at the tall man in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Even as the well-informed four emperors, Shanks was completely stunned at this moment. How is it possible? Hawkeye also looked at Whitebeard in disbelief, but after all, he was a cold and arrogant male god. No matter how much Hawkeye's heart twitched at this moment, there was hardly any major change in his facial expression. What's going on here? Long looked at Sabo beside him with a confused face, and asked in a low voice. After all, everyone knew about Whitebeard's demise. But at this moment, Whitebeard appeared in front of everyone again. How can we not shock a few people? Are you really, Whitebeard? Shanks walked forward with a dull expression, but luckily he touched Whitebeard. Tisk. Whitebeard's mouth twitched, and he gave Shanks an unfriendly look. Although I understand that my appearance will bring great impact to the world. But Shanks dared to accuse himself of being oily. Click. After a strange sound, Whitebeard looked at Shanks, who was still touching him, and finally couldn't help it. Kong Yunchi danced and slashed at the top of Shanks' head. When the sharp blades collided, and the clear BBBC sound of iron striking shocked everyone's minds. Whitebeard, the so-called strongest man in the world, came back. Brat, do you want to die? Whitebeard stared at Shanks with a bad face and said fiercely. Ahem. This. Shanks looked at the furious Whitebeard, and could only smile awkwardly. Shanks, who came back to his senses at this moment, also called himself crazy. He, Shanks, one of the four emperors, did not know what to do, and took advantage of Whitebeard. Go crazy. Shanks is absolutely crazy. Cowhide. Lu Fei suppressed a smile, patted Shanks on the shoulder, and quickly took back his camera by the way. Got something good. Lu Fei was thinking about the captured picture just now. Shanks was stroking Whitebeard with an idiotic expression on his face. What if it was sold to a newspaper? Yup. Lu Fei slapped his head. What if he contracted a newspaper after the war? When the time comes, on the front page of each issue, put all kinds of interesting photos. It's just so profitable. Just when Lu Fei was crooked, Whitebeard's displeased voice suddenly came from his ear. Brat, hand over the camera. Suddenly, more than 40 giant ships in the distance opened fire together. At this moment, the space on both sides of Whitebeard is like a shattered mirror, and Tutu's cracks continued to extend outward. Old brother, let's get down to business first. Lu Fei looked at the dense shells above his head, and carefully removed Kong Yunchi from his neck. But I was very puzzled in my heart. Logically speaking, no one should know the appearance of this camera. The next moment, the space shattered and the void shook. Ah, what camera? Lu Fei spread his hands in doubt, and looked at Whitebeard innocently. But after seeing Zoro whistling, Lu Fei already understood everything. In the next second, Whitebeard's fists vibrated and the energy fluctuated, with both hands facing outwards, a violent blow. Click. It must be Zoro again. Show Whitebeard what not to see. Huh. Whitebeard looked at the shells in the sky, and snorted arrogantly, and when he was about to stomp Kong Yunchi into the deck, Lu Fei was already a step ahead, holding the exaggerated weapon firmly. As soon as Lu Fei came back to his senses, he saw a big. The cold light is overflowing, and it is extremely sharp. Cannonballs shot all over the sky and rushed towards the crowd. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei's flattering expression, and snorted arrogantly again. Just when Lu Fei's mind was spinning at high speed, looking for a way to escape. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs all over the sky lost power at this moment and fell into the sea one after another. .226, I call you brother, you call me uncle. Just as the shells fell into the sea, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. No, now it should be said that the captains of the Whitebeard adventure group burst into tears and roared. Although the captains, these days in Dressrosa, have been by Whitebeard's side, never leaving. But the resurrection of the dead still made the captains feel like they were dreaming. I'm afraid that when I wake up, it's just a dream. But now, that familiar shaking energy, Hockey's radiant, full fire Whitebeard made the captains really feel. Their father, the strongest man in the world, really back, on the side of Lu Fei's camp. After Whitebeard's iconic blow, it gradually became lively. But the faces of the marine pirate camp on the opposite side changed drastically at this moment, and a figure popped up in their minds at the same time. Blackbeard. It was the Blackbeard who took Whitebeard's abilities during the Summit War. But according to what they know, Blackbeard and his group should have reached some kind of deal with the world government. It should be at a critical moment to snipe Lu Fei's group. However, because the distance between the two sides was too far, the marine camp couldn't see Whitebeard's face clearly. Therefore, the scapegoat naturally fell on Blackbeard. After a round of shelling, the people who were still waiting for the follow-up attack became confused after not seeing Marine in action for a long time. Little did they know that the marine camp had completely exploded at this moment, calling their superiors one after another. How do you feel, brother? Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard and asked with a smile. This body should be about the same as your peak period. Troubleshoot, brat. Whitebeard moved his limbs and felt no discomfort. Then, let's make a fuss. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard with a smile, and stretched out his right fist. Then you have to keep up, brat. Whitebeard also stretched out his fist, and lightly touched Lu Fei. Brother, what should I do? Ace appeared from the side at some point, and asked excitedly, pointing at himself. Brother what? Lu Fei glanced at the Zoroized ace with extreme disgust, and said dissatisfiedly. I'm a brother to Whitebeard. From now on, we will talk about our own business. I call you brother, you call me uncle. While speaking, Lu Fei patted Ace on the shoulder like an elder. Understand. Listening to these extremely brain-burning words, Ace froze in place for a moment, not understanding this complicated relationship. Zoro, who was fishing at the side, suddenly glanced at Sanji strangely, and muttered playfully. It's interesting. Tisk. Hearing Zoro's inexplicable words here again, Lu Fei and the others smacked their lips in unison. I have to say, ever since Zoro was able to see a slice of the future, it's gotten more and more pretentious. In the next second, I saw a huge snail galloping towards everyone. The snail carries a huge castle on its back, and the word 66 is also printed on the front. Fei, Daddy. Looking at the iconic 66, Lu Fei and his fellow travelers naturally guessed the identity of the comers. Vince Moke family. As a royal family, they once controlled the entire North Blue by force, and they can participate in World Summit without territory. And Sanji is a member of Vince Moke's family. Whoosh. Just when everyone was wondering, a figure suddenly descended in front of them. How are you? Although it was just a simple greeting, it caused a little commotion in the hearts of the travelers present. Especially Lu Fei. When he saw Reiju, his face suddenly turned red. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall a certain fragment of the original work. Sanji left and Lu Fei was poisoned. The kind-hearted Reiju came to help, and after a kiss, Luffy returned to her original self. Just these, maybe nothing. But after the two's lips left, they still pulled silk. This is outrageous, isn't it? Hiss. Feeling the neighing of thunder and lightning behind him, Lu Fei quickly recovered and looked at Reiju with a righteous face. Joke. I haven't got the three of them done yet. How dare Lu Fei go to molesting other people? But Lu Fei won't. It doesn't mean the rest of the friends won't. Tisk tisk, what a leg. Zoro held his chin and looked at Reiju with a smile. Yeah, Frankie nodded in agreement. I just don't know, where does the 66 on this leg extend? Brook stared at the 66 on Reiju's leg and asked his soul. As soon as these words came out, several LSPs suddenly realized. In the next second, the three LSPs slowly lowered their bodies, ready to take a closer look. Hiss. A flash of lightning flashed across, and the three LPS plus Lu Fei, who was watching the show, rolled over on the ground with their heads in their arms. Thunder fist. 4 in a row. Really? Be serious. Nami looked at the 4 rolling on the ground and said angrily. On such a serious occasion, why do these few people always find such nonsensical opportunities? Why did you hit me? Lu Fei held his head, pointing at himself wanting to cry. Ask for flowers. The other 3 attempted crimes, and they deserved the beatings. But Lu Fei himself, not only didn't do anything, he didn't even have any ideas. You were just thinking about something bad. Nami looked at Lu Fei with a gloomy face. No. Lu Fei blushed and turned his head to one side in embarrassment. Nami grabbed Lu Fei's collar and brought Lu Fei's head back with the other hand. While the two were communicating warmly, suddenly there were a few more figures on the melee. This farce. It's over. Listening to the righteous words in his ears, Lu Fei shed tears of emotion. You really are a failure. Useless trash. Judge looked at Lu Fei and the others, and said to Sanji with disdain. Point 0. Vince Moke Judge, Sanji's biological father, the king of Germa Kingdom, and the current leader of Irma 65. A few days ago, after Judge received an invitation from the world government, he learned what Sanji had done in the past few years. Originally thought that the man who dared to utter such bold words as overthrowing the world government must be a hero. Lu Fei glanced at Judge suspiciously, thinking that it shouldn't be. You're such a disappointment to me. Trash. Get out of here with me immediately. Judge swept around the crowd again with disdain, and ordered to Sanji. Lao Sha was smoking a cigar, looking up at the sky at 45 degrees. And the one rolling on the ground has a great swordsman in the world today. Whitebeard's hot figure is placed there. How dare this guy open his mouth to ridicule? Whitebeard put on casual glasses for some reason, and Hawkeye and Shanks also retreated to the corner, watching the play cheerfully. But when I saw them today, what is the difference between these people in front of me and children playing house? Lu Fei looked back with some doubts, and couldn't help covering his forehead. And Aokiji slipped aside and fell asleep wearing a blindfold. Hey, Judge even had some doubts. How did Sanji and his group come to New World? Whitebeard so pulled now. Following this group of trash, what can we do? Yes, these two can't see. Lao Sha, Aokiji, and Luo can't see these three. Following a group of brats, playing house games. Judge cast a disdainful glance at Lu Fei, Zoro and the others. Besides, if you have a bad neck and can't lift your head, Shanks and Hawkeye should be able to see it. Meet Sanji in advance. Maybe after the other party succeeds, their family will embrace a thick thigh. 227. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks gather. As soon as the word, waste, was uttered, a group of people on the melee immediately exploded. It's just a small Vince Moke family. How dare they speak wild words in front of so many big bosses? Is it really 6 nukes that you drank too much? Little devil, do you know what you're talking about? Whitebeard walked forward, looked down at Judge and said, Go away while I'm in a good mood. Judge looked at the thin old man in front of him and said disdainfully. Because of the casual glasses, the image of Whitebeard in Judge's eyes at this moment is a weak, skinny little old man. Huh, Whitebeard took off his glasses slowly, and looked at Judge coldly. What did you say? Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the words fell, the captains under Whitebeard appeared beside Whitebeard one after another, exuding terrifying murderous intent towards Judge. As long as Judge dares to say one more word, waiting for Judge is definitely a brutal one-sided gang fight. You. Watching the sudden change from a skinny old man to Whitebeard, Judge instantly broke out in cold sweat and trembled like chaff. Even you, become a noble you. At this moment, Judge can't wait to slap himself. Crazy, absolutely insane. Even if he is a royal family, even a killer family, he would never dare to ridicule a 4 emperors. What's more, it was Whitebeard who was called the strongest man in the world. Ha ha ha, I can't pretend I didn't hear the word trash. Just when Judge was swaying all over, Shanks pulled Hawkeye and came to Vince McKay Judge. Judge is already going a little crazy, and his whole body is shaking even more. He, Vince McKay family head, actually scolded 4 emperors in one day. What kind of novel, so emotional, Kara. In the next second, before Judge bowed his head to the 2 bosses to admit his mistake, Judge's body was barely covered by the sand and slowly floated up. Sand-bound. A moment ago, was it the trash you said? Unknowingly when Lockdar had turned around, showed his big golden hook, and looked at Judge with murderous intent. No, not I. Judge was about to cry at the moment, really about to cry. Who knew that this small boat in front of him actually hides such a big guy? If he saw it just now, even if he borrowed Judge's 3,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Father, hateful. Seeing that Judge was wrapped in sand, Judge's 3 silly sons were about to rescue Judge and escape from this place. Kara, in an instant, cold air overflowed behind the 3 of them, and their legs turned into ice cubes in an instant. Ah la la, I'm sorry. Aokiji didn't know when he came behind this group of 3 people, exuding a chill all over his body, and said to the 3 people in a relaxed tone. Little buddy, don't move. Numb. At this moment, not only Judge's 3 silly sons are numb, even Judge who turned his head and saw Aokiji is also numb. On the one hand, it is really not understood. Sanji, the most unlucky and most failed trash son. What kind of shit luck did he have to get to know so many big shots? On the other hand, he, Judge, really admired his courage to die. Not only scolded 2 of the 4 emperors, but also scolded the former world's #1 swordsman, the former Shichibukai K. Lockdoll and the current Shichibukai Luo. Now another one has been added, even the current #1 swordsman in the world is scolded. Looking at Zoro who sat up from the ground and drew out half of the magic knife. Judge cried by my own stupidity, utter stupidity. At this moment, when Lu Fei and his group were thinking about how to deal with this group of 4 people who didn't know their heights, they heard Zoro's words of filling the cup again. I didn't expect to see Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks at the same time today, the 2 of them gathered together. Zoro took out a feather fan of the same style as Zhuge Liang, and shook it slightly. For a while, everyone was a little confused by Zoro's 10 tricks. Lu Fei looked at Zoro with some headaches, and wanted to give him a kick, but Hawkeye was here after all. Anyway, I have to take care of the great swordsman's face. But don't give him a kick. Lu Fei really felt a little sorry for himself. After all, as the saying goes, be patient for a while, be calm. Take a step back. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. Just when Lu Fei was debating whether to kick Zoro away with one kick, another big ship came galloping, with a roar that shook the sky. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is Jack the Drow. Bring the boat over. Pooh. Hearing this familiar line, several traversers looked at each other and couldn't help but speak out. No wonder that B************ D. Zoro said that crouching dragons and phoenixes gathered together. It turns out that the person who came this time is the most famous person in the world of pirates. The king of ships, Jack the Drow. This person is the captain of the Mammoth Fleet, one of the 3 major fleets under the 4 emperors Kaido. One of the 3 most famous disasters in the New World, the man known as Jack the Drow. Perhaps in this way, countless Hamey cannot remember this person. But unfortunately, this group of goods is very strong. In the original book, for Doflamingo captured by Marine, Jack the Drow is so naive, he dared to hijack the escort team with Fujitora, Sengoku, and Suru Vice Admiral with only his own ship. And countless Hamey guessed that if Kaido was by Jack's side at that time, he would definitely say such a sentence. Kaido. Jack, you can be the 4 emperors. Just like that, under the teasing eyes of everyone, the giant ship with a mammoth bow slowly leaned against the side of the Merry Little Ghosts. Your time of death has come. Before the person appeared, Lu Fei and others heard Jack the Drow, that deafening roar 3.2. After the boss Jack the Drow's big boat stopped, the boss's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Sin. Jack can't wait to run away now. I thought it was a piece of fat, but what happened? Whitebeard and his captains, Shanks and his buddy Hawkeye, former Admiral Kuzan, and old and new Shichibukai. It's over. Completely finished. Jack's small eyes kept drifting to his hands. The meaning was very obvious. Run as fast as you can. This time he kicked on the steel plate. But when Jack took a closer look, his subordinates would tremble even more than himself. Still running away. It's not easy to be able to stand strong now, hey. 228. The blind box is removed. Because the lineup of Lu Fei and his group is too gorgeous, the visual impact they bring to everyone is too exaggerated. So much so that Judge and Jack the Drow completely forgot that Whitebeard lost his life in the First Summit War. At this moment, Jack the Drow was about to go completely insane, and at the same time cursed himself crazily in his heart. You said it's okay, why do you have to say so much? If I had known that Jin and Quinn would take the lead, wouldn't it be fine? As for Lu Fei and his group, they couldn't help laughing for a moment when they looked at the crazily trembling Jack and the weeping Judge. In fact, to be honest, as one of the three disasters, Jack the Drow and the King of Germa Kingdom must have strength. Otherwise, in the mixed new world, with their crazy personalities, their ashes would have been thrown away long ago. But not only are they all fine, but they each rely on their own abilities to thrive in New World. It's just that these two hard-headed bosses met a group of villains like them today. You are here to find fault too. Lu Fei suppressed a smile, pretending to look gloomily at Jia and said. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the Conqueror's haki on Lu Fei's body exploded instantly, and black lightning spread all over his body in an instant. Finding fault. Zoro smiled with his mouth crooked, as if possessed by a dragon king with a crooked mouth, and then drew out the magic knife Thousand Blades and stood in front of him. Boom. As the Conquerors on Zoro exploded again, in an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and the wind blew up. On the 1,000 blades of the magic saber, haki is entwined, and the entire weapon becomes clouded with magic clouds. Such an interesting thing, how can I miss it? Squinting and smiling very kindly, but the Conquerors on his body also exploded. Is it down to Moe? Or is it rolled up again? Sanji, Frankie, and Brook looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and then Conquerors burst out from their bodies. At this moment, the entire sea area was covered with dark clouds, and countless purple thunders exploded around everyone. Depressed, sticky, asphyxia, this frightening aura almost made Jack the Drow stagger, knocking everyone to add to the fun. After all, the scene that happened in front of me was too appalling. Conqueror's haki, that is the so-called haki of the Chosen One, which only one deserves among millions of people. And now, there were actually 6 of them at once. Although in the information of Jack the Drow, it is also known that 6 people including Lu Fei own Conquerors. But Jack the Drow still stubbornly believed that since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he believe such nonsense? Is it true that Conqueror's haki is Huxia cabbage? Besides, who knows if Marine made random excuses because of the defeat? But today, the 3 views of Jack the Drow were completely shattered by everyone. You. Jack looked at the murderous 6 people on the opposite side, and was really about to cry. And those who were about to cry at the moment were Judge and his 3 silly sons who were trapped in the air by Lao Sha with sand. How is it possible? Judge looked at the angry Sanji and murmured with dull eyes. Do not understand. He really can't understand it. Discarded by himself as a waste since he was a child, that weak and emotional Sanji actually has Conquerors. Is it possible? The clown is actually me. It's over. The 3 silly sons looked at each other and remembered the scene where the 3 of them took turns bullying Sanji. Now that Sanji has become like this, what happened to them? Well, what should I do? The ashes have been thrown away. Lu Fei looked at the 2 fools in front of him and muttered to himself. Scare. As soon as these words came out, the 2 of them immediately tensed up, trying to find a chance to escape in the desperate situation. Why don't you play? Zoro suddenly had an idea, looked at Lu Fei and smiled. Lu Fei looked at Zoro with interest and smiled. Tell me. Come on, let's talk in detail. Zoro pulled Lu Fei aside and muttered softly. After a while, the impotent laughter of the 2 reached everyone's ears. Misunderstanding. Give it. Isn't this kind of cruel? Hey, how cruel is this? This is obviously to popularize new knowledge for them. After the discussion between the 2, Lu Fei looked at Jack with a smirk and said. On the other side, don't say we bully you. We'll change our outfits in a while, you can pick one at random, and you can leave after the fight. Jack was overjoyed at first when he heard this, and then wept. 1v 1. It's easy to say, but the question is who to 1v 1 with. Although his Jack the Drow is strong, he is not stupid enough to go 1v1 with 4 emperors. This is crazy. Do not die. Turn around. Lu Fei looked at the tense Jack, and Taguchi comforted him. Relax, isn't it just a loss? Aren't there other ordinary people on our ship? When Jack the Drow heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his brows brightened. Yes, isn't it just a loss? After all, apart from these monsters, aren't there some ordinary people on board? What if an ordinary person is drawn by then? Wouldn't it be beautiful to be able to show one's own strength and retreat from one's body? Tall, short, fat and thin. Those familiar faces looked like a different group of people at the moment. If it wasn't for the short time, Jack really couldn't believe that these weak people on the opposite side were the big guys just now. Just like unpacking a blind box, fresh and exciting. Men, women and children. But after a wave of conquerors scrubbing by the 6 people just now, their little Kurami had already rolled his eyes and passed out. The game is called Blind Box. Hearing the shout, Jack turned around reluctantly, and looked at a group of strangers on the opposite boat with a dazed expression. Speaking of which, if there is a stuffed mammoth in the living room. Okay, come here. A white-haired old man leaning on a cane stood up and smiled at Jack. %. The gameplay is also very simple, that is, everyone uses casual glasses and becomes a person with a different image, waiting for Jack to choose. Okay, let's choose one. should be very hockey. But before Jack could laugh out loud, Lu Fei's next words made Jack feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Jack's back was facing Lu Fei and the others at the moment, with cold sweat wongas protruding from the top of his head, and he wanted to order his subordinates to flee immediately. 229, it's up to you. Looking at the people in front of him who had completely changed their appearance, Jack gritted his teeth and decided to give it a go. Then it's settled. Jack the Drow wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing his fear and shouting to everyone. Then it's up to you. It's 1 against 1. Nobody wants to foul. Jack the Drow carefully looked at the crowd in front of him, fearing that he would choose the 4 emperors. Hey, suddenly, Jack the Drow's eyes stopped on a middle-aged woman. The clothes are shabby, and he looks like he has just finished work in the field. Jack the Drow slapped his thigh, and for a moment he felt as if he was going again. The lady with the onions. Come out. Jack the Drow pointed with his hand and shouted loudly to the god tier holding the onion. Huh, Zoro pointed to himself with a confused expression. Is this how I look in other people's eyes after I put on casual goggles? Yes, it's you. Jack the Drow looked at the bewildered ant, and couldn't help but be more sure that he picked the right player, and for a moment hockey slipped away. He, Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues, came back. Looking at the ant who walked to the side of the boat, Jack was full of confidence at the moment, and said disdainfully to Zoro. What are you doing with such a fierce expression? Think you can beat me at 467? Pooh. As soon as the words fell, a group of traversers couldn't help laughing. Not to mention the chances of this kid surviving against Zoro. With regard to this dialogue scene, why does it feel a bit like dreaming back to Master Shing? Lu Fei looked at the silly Jack in front of him, suppressed a smile and said. Looking at how hard you are, let's add another rule. Before deciding on your opponent, you can have a little exchange. Well, as a reward. Hearing this, Jack the Drow, Tien Fen gratefully glanced at Lu Fei who had turned into an old man. In that case, I'll give you a punch. While talking, he straightened his chest in check, patted his abdomen, and said arrogantly to the ant. Come on, hit me. Boom. As soon as the words fell, I saw the ant holding the old onion and standing in front of Jack. A black fist sank deeply into Jack the Drow's abdomen. Puff. Jack only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out from the mask. After the blow, Jack the Drow slowed down for a long time before he raised his head with difficulty, looked at the ant in front of him and asked puzzledly. BBFB, Auntie, who are you? I'm a great swordsman. Zoro took off his glasses with a smile, drew back his right hand, and then dodged back to the Mary. Just be a great swordsman. What kind of weapon should you use? Lu Fei joked with a smile as he looked at the returning Zoro. Aren't I afraid of a quick blow? Zoro shrugged, then stepped aside to continue watching the show. Depend on. Toxic. These people are absolutely poisonous. At this moment, Jack the Drow doesn't quite understand, although he knows that the people who have changed their image drastically are the big guys just now. This has become a little outrageous. The great swordsman turned into an ant who holds green onions. Fortunately, the world's #1 swordsman abstained. As long as he communicates a little more, he, Jack the Drow, will definitely be able to return to Master Kaido alive. Huh. Jack the Drow took a deep breath, then pointed to a man in the crowd who looked down and shouted. The dwarf, the dazed one. Yes, it's you. Looking at the dwarf with a dazed face, as if about to fall asleep, Jack the Drow felt that he was doing it again. After all, the opponent he chose this time was a head lower than the others. If it wasn't for his keen eyesight, he would have almost let the little man escape. You have to admit that you are short, and you have to stand firm when you are beaten. Come out. Looking at the bewildered short, Jack the Drow wished he could go over and punch him twice. Ouch. Following the laziness of the dwarf, the crowd parted, and the dwarf slowly stood up from the ground. Good guy. At first, I thought he was a short man less than 2 meters long, but when he stood up, he was half a body taller than Jack. Coupled with this lazy speaking tone, Jack the Drow broke out in a cold sweat for a while. Aokiji Kuzan. This tone of speaking is definitely Aokiji Kuzan. Ha. The dwarf yawned, and a chill came out of his mouth. Shock. Seeing the cold air exhaled from the man's mouth, Jack the Drow became more certain of his guess. But already pretending to this extent, Jack the Drow decided to perfunctory first. After all, it is allowed by these big bosses in front of us to communicate in advance. Hey, Jack the Drow pretended to be calm, summoned up his courage and said to Aokiji. In my life, I have looked down on those dishonest people the most. Sit down. As soon as these words came out, Jack the Drow wanted to slap himself a big mouth. Do you want to reincarnate yourself? How dare you speak to Aokiji in such a harsh tone? Don't be mad. Jack the Drow looked at Aokiji cautiously, and he let out a long sigh of relief after he sat down unsteadily again. Scanning the crowd again, Jack the Drow nodded his head, thinking that he probably won't make a mistake this time, and then pointed at one person and shouted arrogantly. The old man wearing glasses is so annoying. Come out. The crowd parted, and an old man covered in sinews came out, staring at Jack the Drow in a distressed manner. This old man is Whitebeard who has changed his image. Pooh. Seeing Whitebeard who was already warming up, Lu Fei couldn't bear it anymore. Obviously there are little fans, Johnny and Joseph on board, but this Jack the Drow's luck is really a bit too good. After choosing so many times, he just beat the big guy. Hey, I didn't call you, old man. I called that. Jack the Drow, who heard Lu Fei's laughter, panicked instantly, and hurriedly moved his hand to the other side. My name is that brat. Looking at the imps hidden in the crowd, Jack the Drow really screamed twice. It's not easy. Did he finally find it? Little devil, I have endured you for a long time. Come out. Seeing Johnny walking out of the crowd with an excited face, Lu Fei couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that this foolish person really made the right choice. Come on. Johnny took off his glasses and shouted to Jack the Drow, holding back his excitement. I want to fight too. Joseph looked at Johnny, who was eager to try, and said enviously. As for Jack the Drow on the opposite boat, looking at Johnny's face, he was frantically recalling Johnny's information in his mind. High-end combat power on board. No, under the 4 emperors. Nor is it supernova, not even. Thinking of this, Jack the Drow slapped his thigh, pointed at Johnny and shouted excitedly. It's up to him. 230, Johnny versus Jack the Drow. Looking at the excited Jack the Drow, Johnny pulled out the Zanpakuto and stroked the blade gently. How long has it been? Is it finally your turn to make a move? Thinking of this, Johnny couldn't help trembling with excitement. Huh, are you scared? Jack the Drow looked at the trembling Johnny and smiled disdainfully. Don't worry, I will keep. No, it must be Saint Wanman. But before Jack the Drow finished speaking, Johnny raised his head, looked at Jack the Drow vigorously and shouted. Bring it on. Boom. Before Johnny could rush forward, he was hit hard with a hand knife on the top of his head. What's coming here? You know that your back hurts too much. Zoro patted the top of Johnny's head, and then said dissatisfied. Naughty jokes. Luo looked at Zoro helplessly, and curled his lips. After all, the homophonic stock has stopped playing recently, and there are pornographic jokes popping up again. These guys are really poisonous. Before Luo finished complaining, Zoro's dissatisfied voice was heard. Johnny, don't you want to fight on the merry? Hearing this, Johnny was startled immediately, and then looked at the smiling Lu Fei beside him, and hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, big brother. Johnny will never forget the time when he first met everyone. Just because I broke something simply, I was beaten by my elder brother. Brother Aokiji, who are you coming? Lu Fei turned to look at the two of them, and asked. Let me do it. Aokiji yawned, walked leisurely to the side of the boat, turned over and jumped off. The cold air gushed out, and the sea surface under Aokiji turned into solid ice. Who? Aokiji squatted down slowly, put his hand deep into the sea, and said lazily. Ice Age. In an instant, endless cold air gushed out from Aokiji's body. In a few breaths, wherever the eyes go, there is ice. Looking at the endless ice in front of him, Aokiji nodded in satisfaction, and then turned back to the merry. Whoosh. Looking at the battlefield that had been prepared for him, Johnny jumped down excitedly and stood firmly on the ice. Come on. Johnny looked at Jack the Drow excitedly. HMPH, Jack the Drow looked at the unknown Johnny in front of him, feeling slightly displeased. But in order to return to Lord Kaido's side, Jack the Drow could only suppress the unhappiness in his heart and jumped off the boat. Roar. After a roar, a huge mammoth appeared in front of Johnny. The power of feeling increased several times, and looking at the little bug in front of him again, the disdain in Jack the Drow's heart increased a bit. At this moment, Johnny was completely vulnerable in front of his huge figure. It seemed that as long as he moved his legs casually, he could completely crush the little bugs in front of him. But when Johnny saw the huge monster in front of him, he didn't dare to push it too big, and immediately put the knife and scabbard together, and murmured in a low voice. Stretch. Hozukimaru. With Johnny's Shikai completed, Hozukimaru transforms into a special longsmith. Shave. The figure of Hozukimaru in Johnny Dance's hand disappeared instantly. Facing such a behemoth, Johnny could only choose to attack first. After all, Big Brother Zoro personally said that the strongest defense is offense. In the next second, Johnny's figure suddenly appeared on top of the mammoth, holding Hozukimaru in his hand, and slashed down vigorously. Swish. A spear slashed down, but the imagined scene of blood splattering did not happen at all. Even Jack the Drow in front of him didn't feel any pain. This blow, in front of Jack the Drow, who has turned into a behemoth, has no effect at all. And Lu Fei and the others could also see that Johnny's vigorous blow only slightly opened the mammoth's mouth, and could not cause fatal damage at all. Little devil, are you tickling me? The mammoth looked at the little bug on the ground and said disdainfully. Swish. As soon as the words fell, the mammoth roared. The proboscis swung, and with a terrifying sound of piercing through the air, it smashed towards Johnny on the ground. Not good. Johnny was startled, and immediately stood Hozukimaru in front of him, and shouted. Crack open, Hozukimaru. In an instant, Hozukimaru's spear split open and turned into a 3-section stick. But after all, Johnny's opponent at this moment is Jack the Drow, who has the ancient mammoth fruit. It is impossible for ordinary people to resist such a powerful blow. 6. After one blow, Johnny flew out in response. It was such a simple flick of his nose that almost made Johnny completely lose his fighting power. Ask for flowers. Cough. Cough cough. Johnny wiped the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and struggled to get up from the ground. One hit. Hurt. Now, big brothers should laugh at me. Feeling the severe pain in his body, Johnny felt bitter in his heart. When Mingming was selected, he was so excited, thinking that he could finally prove himself to the big brothers. But who would have thought that after just one meeting, he would be instantly crushed? Moreover, the other party just shook his nose. Roar. Jack the Drow looked at the semi-disabled Johnny with satisfaction, let out a roar of excitement, and then his limbs suddenly exerted force and ran towards Johnny. One strike. Just one more hit. Zero. I can escape from here, escape from these monsters. Thinking of this, Jack the Drow's fighting spirit couldn't help but increase a bit. Boom. Seeing Johnny right in front of him, Jack the Drow suddenly stomped on the ice and leapt high. With the force of Mount Tai, he slammed heavily towards Johnny, as if he had forgotten his huge body at the moment. Hey, don't make trouble. Do not make jokes. The opponent is Jack the Drow, it's no shame to lose to him. Tisk. Ready to save someone. Lu Fei looked at Johnny with a worried expression, and said to the surrounding partners. This should be right. That, big brother, don't worry. Do not worry. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion? Lu Fei thought to himself that it's a good thing that all the high-end fighters came here this time. Lu Fei, Sanji and others looked at Joseph with very strange expressions. That, Johnny's strength has always been hidden. Joseph scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. The two of them should not expect each other to leave as soon as possible and inherit each other's inheritance. If it is not a thief, I don't know how many people will die in this war. One hit was almost missed in seconds, you told me it was a hidden strength. Zoro glanced at Joseph curiously, with a strange expression on his face. And just when everyone was about to make a move, Joseph suddenly appeared, and said with a bit of embarrassment. Hidden strength. As far as they know, Johnny and Joseph should be good friends. 231, Bankai, Ryuman Hozukimaru. Ahem, really, Joseph blushed, and seemed to think that the scene where Johnny was knocked down by a blow was really not convincing. Boom. Just as Joseph explained to everyone, Jack the Drow's exaggerated figure had already been smashed down heavily. Damn it, Lu Fei murmured inwardly, after this blow, would Johnny still be alive? This Jack thinks he has lived too long. Zoro drew out his magic knife and was about to kill the mammoth. Hiss. Sanji's clothes are torn, and he has completed the transformation of his brother Sanji. And at the moment when everyone was about to make a move, Johnny's voice reached everyone's ears. Ahem, it's really scary. As soon as the words fell, I saw the mammoth's figure crooked, and a figure jumped out from under the mammoth. At this moment, Johnny was covered in blood, looking miserable. Surrender, brat, the gap between you and me is like a sky. Jack the Drow snorted coldly. He really couldn't figure out why this man had any reason to continue fighting in the face of such a huge gap as 040. Yeah, it's like a moat. Johnny swung the 3-section stick, and instantly changed into the form of a spear. Then, be careful, Johnny held Hozukimaru in his hand, his eyes glowed white, and suddenly he shouted loudly. Bankai. With a loud shout from Johnny, a gust of wind blew up, and a faint energy tornado wrapped around Hozukimaru's body. Boom. Within a few breaths, the tornado expanded rapidly, wrapping Johnny in the center of the tornado. You taught. Zoro pointed to the tornado in the distance, looked at Lu Fei with a confused face and asked. What? I taught you that. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro angrily. I also wanted to ask if it was yours. It is no wonder that the two were so surprised at the moment. After all, Bankai Zanpakuto was the top group of combat power in the early Shinigami. Zanpakuto is mastered only by captain-level characters. And Johnny, the 1 year of penance, plus the days of traveling, there is no 2 years at all. And in such a short period of time, actually mastered Bankai. Swish. With a flash of silver light, the tornado split into two. The tornado dissipated, and Johnny appeared in front of everyone holding a set of exaggerated weapons. Ryuman Hozukimaru. At this moment, Johnny holds an exaggerated giant blade in each hand, and carries an axe-like weapon on his back. The 3 weapons are connected by thick chains, and the weapon on the back is engraved with a dragon pattern. Come on. The second round. Let's start. At this moment, Johnny, I don't know if it was because of the Bankai, he looked very hockey. HMPH. It's just a weird weapon. Jack the Drow said disdainfully. Although I was very surprised in my heart, I was also amazed that the momentum of the little bug on the opposite side had skyrocketed so much. But in the face of absolute strength, all the bells and whistles are in vain. Roar. The mammoth roared, swung its nose, and threw it at Johnny. Hey. Johnny looked at the nose that was thrown at him, and smiled disdainfully. With such a simple move, how could he be hit a second time? Swish. Swinging the huge blade in his hand, Jack the Drow's huge elephant trunk was cut off by knee abruptly. Snapped. The trunk fell, and Jack the Drow unconsciously took a few steps back under the severe pain. Roar. Jack the Drow roared and stared at Johnny opposite him. He couldn't believe it, why the little bug that couldn't block his attack just now could hurt himself everywhere after changing the weapon. No armed color. The one in my hand is called Hozukimaru, and it is not a famous sword. But why? Why would he cut himself so easily? Moreover, at the moment of being cut, the stinging pain of the soul was so painful that I couldn't bear it. But before Jack the Drow digested the information in front of him, Johnny jumped up, and his figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The 2 giant blades, with a sharp piercing sound, were about to slash towards the mammoth's head. Damn it, what the hell happened? Jack the Drow roared, but seeing the 2 giant blades approaching, he could only raise his head and use his strongest ivory to resist the attack. Tisk. Johnny looked at the pair of huge ivory, and smacked his lips in displeasure. Immediately, he stabilized his figure, tapped his toes, and retreated all the way on the ivory. How despicable. Johnny cursed secretly, knowing that his big brother wanted to take you back as a specimen, yet he still used his ivory as a weapon. How can you be so disrespectful? Johnny, but I wanted to repay my elder brother for giving me the weapon, and I always wanted to give Lu Fei a gift. But today, Lu Fei finally got a little emotional. How could he possibly damage this specimen? Hey, are you scared? Jack the Dro called out to the retreating Johnny, sneering. Although the opponent's weapon is very strange, but his own ivory is the strongest weapon on his body. Just when Jack the Dro was about to taunt a few words, he saw Johnny jump up and stand in midair. Swish, Johnny raised the huge axe behind his back high, and began to spin slowly. Jack the Dro looked at Johnny in a daze, wondering what the other party was going to do. It seems that you haven't discovered it yet. Johnny looked at the mammoth that stayed in place, and explained with a smile. My weapon, but one is in a state of deep sleep. Sleeping. Jack the Dro looked like a fool, looking at Johnny with disdain. Could it be that the weapon still had life? If, at this moment, Jack the Dro had seen Shinigami, he would have run away. And as the speed in Johnny's hand became faster and faster, the dragon pattern on Hozukimaru gradually lit up. Boom. As the dragon pattern turned completely red, a frightening aura suddenly emerged from Johnny's body. Unlike Conqueror's Haki, this imposing amulet made his soul tremble. Depressed, sticky. This extremely uncomfortable breath made Jack the Dro's soul tremble, and he wanted to turn around and run away. But on the ship not far away, there are 2 4 emperors, the former Admiral Aokiji, and several Shichibukai and so on. How can I escape by myself? Moreover, Jack, as one of the 3 plagues, how could he allow himself to flee without a fight? Little ghost, report your name. Looking at Johnny holding a sharp blade in front of him, Jack the Dro faced his opponent squarely for the first time. No, it should be Johnny, right? Is it just an apprentice crew member? Jack the Dro shook his head 1.3 times, and then shouted loudly. As the 2 figures collided, the ice cracked and smoke rose in all directions. After speaking, Jack the Dro looked at the big hole in his abdomen, and fell headfirst onto the ice. I didn't expect you to be so strong, brat. Jack the Dro spat out a mouthful of blood, and slowly returned to his human form. Johnny, I'm interested in the pirates, trainee Johnny. Kara, boom. At this moment, in Johnny's hands, the largest giant axe has been shattered into countless pieces. Lousy, it's beasts pirates, Jack the Dro. In this battle, Johnny wins. Then you have to remember. The 2 looked at each other, exerted their strength at the same time, and ran towards each other. After a few breaths, the smoke dissipated, and the 2 stood facing each other. Weak bugs, don't bother. But if it is an evenly matched opponent, he will Jack the Dro and is willing to remember the opponent's name. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Johnny smiled wryly and said, the strength of the 3 disasters is indeed very strong. 232, ready to mow. Is this, the new world? Johnny looked at Jack the Dro lying in a pool of blood, filled with emotion for a moment. If I hadn't met Big Brother Zoro, Lu Fei and the others at that time, I should still be a small bounty hunter in East Blue now. Thinking of this, Johnny endured the severe pain in his body and dragged Jack the Dro back to the boat. Big brothers, first victory, take it. Although Johnny had reached the end of his battle at the moment, he still puffed out his chest and said proudly. Johnny, lived up to the expectations of his big brothers. Looking at the bloody and ragged Johnny, Lu Fei Wulong was both moved and amused. Good job. Lu Fei lightly hammered Johnny's chest, approving this proud man. Why is your head so hard? You can't beat the shaking man. Zoro hurriedly supported the wobbly Johnny, and said angrily. Shaking people. Johnny looked at Big Brother Zoro in a daze, and his mind didn't turn around for a while. Well, I quite agree with that. He nodded with a smile on his eyes, and then taught Johnny. Remember, only the last survivor, the group has the right to speak. That's right, go as king. Sanji nodded in agreement. What? Seeing his elder brother Eleven's earnest appearance, Johnny was even more confused. Shouldn't all real men be 1v1? But didn't the big brothers agree just now to let Jack the Dro fight us 1-on-1? Johnny looked at his big brother suspiciously, and asked his soul. Hi. Hearing Johnny's question, Zoro waved his hands disdainfully. What do you care about that? That's right, that's what your big brother Lu Fei promised, it's none of our business. Sanji explained. We probably didn't nod. He squinted and smiled very darkly. What? Looking at his big brothers, Johnny nodded blankly, as if he understood something, but didn't fully understand it. Well, how do you say that big guy said that? Zoro tilted his head, searching for that classic line in his mind. Yes. After Zoro handed Johnny to Joseph, he suddenly slapped his head, looked at Johnny excitedly and said. According to the words here, it's Edward Newgate who made the deal with you, what has Whitebeard to do with me? Zoro nodded. Yes, that should be the feeling. What? At this moment, not only Johnny was stunned, even Lu Fei, Sanji and others were stunned. And Whitebeard, who was watching from the sidelines, angrily held Kong Yunchi, ready to stab Zoro. What a mess. Leaving aside the question of whether he would get a kick out of making fun of him like Whitebeard. Zoro, the greatest swordsman in the world today. Just so shameless. Lu Fei, who came back to his senses first, looked at Zoro speechlessly. Is it really okay for this B************* D to play with Mr. Joe's jokes like this? Moreover, the vice captain of his own family seems to be going further and further away now. Suddenly, Lu Fei and the others turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time. What's the matter? Johnny looked at the big brothers who were suddenly silent and asked suspiciously. But everyone didn't answer Johnny's question, instead they asked Johnny, did he bring a heartstone? Well, take it with you. Johnny took out the heartstone from his arms and looked at everyone suspiciously. Looking at the heavy faces of Lu Fei and the others, Johnny seemed to understand something and hurriedly said anxiously. Big brother, if I don't go back, how could I just go back like this? Really, I can continue to fight, I still have the strength to fight. Johnny stood up excitedly and asked Lu Fei and others. Johnny looked at the crowd pleadingly, he really couldn't just leave like that. You must know that it is the dream of many people in Panda Island to participate in this battle with Lu Fei and others. But before the war started, he, Johnny, returned to Panda Island with serious injuries. How does this make the residents of the island think of him? Looking at the determined Johnny, Lu Fei sighed helplessly. Only this time. Also, if the next battle feels strenuous, you must use Heartstone to escape in time. Okay brother. No problem brother. Johnny nodded excitedly, then took all kinds of potions that Brook took out and recovered. You too. After telling Johnny, Lu Fei looked at everyone around and said. I don't want to eat your banquet so soon. And while everyone was talking, there was already a dense mass of people standing on the ice surface. Countless marine elites gather here, not only the familiar Fujitora smiles, but also countless pirates fighting together. Even Lu Fei and others saw Ka from the Big Mom pirates. Tisk tisk tisk, world government is really a big deal. Looking at the pirate in front of him, Marine Lu Fei sneered. Although the original plan was to pull the remaining 4 emperors into the battlefield. But what I didn't expect was that the world government actually pulled down its old face and joined forces with the pirates. It seems that the 5 elders want to solve us here, and don't want to let the flames of war burn in Mariajoy. Looking at the dense crowd with squinted eyes, he smiled kindly. Are you kidding? Brook snorted disdainfully. Say yes. What a shame. Zoro looked down with disdain. This is the foundation of the 800 years. As more and more marine pirates flooded into the battlefield, Lu Fei and others not only did not act, but calmly waited for the opponent to continue to gather troops. Little devil, don't you do it yet. Whitebeard glanced at Lu Fei and asked with some doubts. The strength of the troops on the other side at this moment is even more exaggerated than in the first Summit War. What's more, there are countless pirates fighting together. Even Whitebeard would feel his scalp tingling in a battle of this scale. Even though he was once known as the strongest man in the world, there is a huge difference in this kind of military strength. Even if he can escape unscathed, what about the rest? It's impossible for everyone to be Whitebeard. And now Lu Fei and his group are just watching indifferently. Is the heart so big? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Lu Fei turned to look at Whitebeard and smiled. Brother, you have to wear glasses soon, and you can't use the pilly fruit. Why? Whitebeard didn't know why when he heard Lu Fei's inexplicable request. A battle of this scale, Blackbeard, should be a part of it. Lu Fei looked at the puzzled little old man, and couldn't help but smile. Ahem, let's go. Zoro looked at the 3 of them and smiled awkwardly, and then the 4 of them slowly walked off the melee. Otherwise, as an ability user who is the fruit of face, this way of appearing on the stage is really a bit simple. In a blink of an eye, only Zoro, Hawkeye, Shanks, and Whitebeard were left staring at each other on the melee. Tisk, Whitebeard glanced at Lu Fei, then put on the 347 glasses, and turned into a little old man again. As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei's figure gradually distorted, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Hiss, don't you want to treat Blackbeard well? In the next second, the space distorted, and Lu Fei's figure appeared on the ice below. Lightning flashed, and Nami turned into lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he also appeared beside Lu Fei. Then, let's start. Lu Fei smiled and said to everyone. All of a sudden, sand, ice, and room, etc., everyone racked their brains and used their abilities to try to come up with a handsome way of appearance. Are you so introverted? Shanks looked at Zoro with a dull expression, using the new words he had just learned. Then, let's mow the grass first. Lu Fei looked at the black crowd in front of him and smiled at them. Seeing this gaudy way of appearing on the stage, the rest of the people also activated their abilities one after another. Robin walked slowly towards the bow of the boat, tapped his toes, jumped off the bow, and then stretched out countless arms from his back, turning into a pair of wings, and slowly falling down. Now Shanks, for the first time, feels like he should eat some logia fruit. Seeing this gaudy appearance, 3 black lines appeared on Zoro's forehead, which seemed to bring back some bad memories. Even the little confidant used the barrier as a step, swaggering down from midair. 233, do you want to dance too? Don't you use conquerors? Luo looked at the crowd in front of him, feeling a little frightened for a moment. The current situation is much more serious than the situation when they fought against the 90,000 Murlocs on the Fishman Island. At present, it seems that Lu Fei and others don't want to use conquerors hockey at all. If so, one person, 30,000. At this moment, in Luo's mind, he couldn't help but see the expressions of Xiaomidi and Zoro arrogantly calling 10 people to fight the main side when they were fighting against the 90,000 Murlocs. Open conquerors. Lu Fei looked at Luo with a serious face, then looked at Zoro and said with a smile. Who's a decent person to open conquerors? Yes. Zoro nodded, pulled out the magic knife and smiled indifferently. Do you drive conquerors? Lu Fei looked at Sanji and asked. I don't drive. Sanji shook his head, squinted his eyes and asked, do you drive? I'm serious. He narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly, then looked at Brook. Who would open Conquerors casually? Brook shook his head, turned his head and smelled Frankie, who would open Conquerors hockey casually. Damn, the 6 of them touched their fists and laughed inexplicably. What is this? What's the situation? Hey, at this moment in the battlefield, except for the 6 traversers who laughed loudly, the rest of the people looked at them with bewildered faces. After all, they really don't understand where the 6 of them are laughing out loud at the moment. Then, let's fight. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling white light gradually lit up on Lu Fei's body. As the light dissipated, Lu Fei appeared in front of everyone wearing a red layered armor. Zoro stared blankly at Lu Fei in Uchiha Madara's costume, and the desire to complain was burning for a while. Uchiha Madara's heyday. Listening to Zoro's reminder, people like Aokiji Lausha, who have read Hokage manga, gradually recalled it. At this moment, Lu Fei's outfit is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's armor. Hearing Zoro's question, Lu Fei seemed to suddenly think of something interesting, and turned his head towards Zoro with a crooked smile. Seen my prime? What? Zoro glanced at Lu Fei speechlessly. Did he mean that? And why all of a sudden, classic scenes started to be reproduced? And just when Zoro was about to complain, Lu Fei had already walked out slowly. Walking in the courtyard, as if there is no one else around. On this endless ice surface, facing thousands of opponents, Lu Fei took his time and walked towards each other step by step. Looking at Lu Fei, who was 1 against 10,000, without a trace of timidity, Joe Kess couldn't help but praise. What a terrible growth. Gu-la-la-la, this is what a hero should look like. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei, who was still walking leisurely in the battlefield, and couldn't help admiring. On the other side, the faction that Marine and the pirates belonged to completely exploded. According to their luxurious lineup at the moment, even if Whitebeard is alive, I'm afraid they will be angry about it. But why? The man in front of him, in front of such a luxurious lineup, didn't have a trace of fear at all. Is he crazy? How dare he? Seeing Lu Fei slowly walking towards them, at this moment, countless Marine pirates blushed as if they had been humiliated. To be honest, even though Lu Fei participated in the Summit War, he has seen big scenes. But at this moment, the eyes of the whole audience are focused on him alone, and it is really a joke to say that he is not nervous. Lu Fei exhaled slowly, then his pace gradually accelerated, and he began to run. Coming. Beware of his weird and changeable abilities. For justice. Come on. Following the roar of the Marine pirates, countless little Kurami also ran towards Lu Fei. But Lu Fei looked at the other party's number and quickened his pace again. Boom. Following the collision of the two, it was just a simple collision by Lu Fei at the moment, and countless people flew into the air before they understood what was going on. At this moment, Lu Fei feels as if he has entered the land of no one. Thousands of coalition forces are like ants in front of Lu Fei. Not to mention blocking it with a shot, even making Lu Fei stop would be impossible. The offensive is fierce and smooth. Even if the Marine pirates join forces, no matter how hard they look for opportunities, they won't be able to hurt Lu Fei in the slightest. Whoosh. In the next second, several figures suddenly came behind Lu Fei, the sharp blades in their hands flashed coldly, and they were about to penetrate Lu Fei's body. Lu Fei sneered, and when the sharp blade was about to pierce through him, he suddenly took a step back and dodged countless attacks. Immediately, he kicked the whip and kicked the man holding 2 knives into the crowd. But the attack is far from over, and the second wave of attacks is coming in the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye, several Marines raised their long cannons, and several shells struck again. The Scarlet Sharingan whirled. In just an instant, the best answer appeared in Lu Fei's mind. Turning back and turning, countless shells roared behind Lu Fei. Whoosh! A sharp blade was thrown out, firmly nailing a pirate to the ice. In the next second, Lu Fei swung the other sharp blade in his hand and charged into the battlefield again. All of a sudden, icy sand was everywhere, and the place where the sharp blade passed was like a wind and a cloud. With one blow, countless Marine pirates flew into the air, completely losing their combat power. Snapped. Lu Fei pinched a pirate's neck, lifted it into the air, and asked that classic line. Sha ha ha. Do you want to dance too? Feeling the sharp piercing sound behind him, Lu Fei let go of the pirate in front of him, and fled away from the spot. Boom. The moment Lu Fei disappeared, several white snake-like rice cake tentacles slammed into the ice. Li Lizao, do you want to dance too? Lu Fei asked calmly as he looked at Ka-er, who joined the battlefield with a 3-pronged fork. But before Lu Fei rushed to Ka-er, the voice from Zoro behind him almost made Lu Fei stagger and fall to the ground. I even want to dance disco. Pooh. As soon as these words came out, the traversers finally couldn't bear it, and laughed wantonly. Dog thief. It's you again. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who turned his head and whistled. The conquerors on his body exploded. Ahem. No. Hey, listen to my explanation. Seeing the murderous Lu Fei, Zoro hurriedly left the spot. Boom. Looking at the deep pit under his feet, Zoro wiped the sweat off his brow. Bastards, hiccup. Why is it so noisy, hiccup. Hearing these cute words, Lu Fei and Zoro stopped fighting and looked into Robin's arms with a dazed expression. Chopper, seems to be awake. 234, one party. Chopper, soul, Hunden, this, looking at Captain Chopper like this, what are you doing? Chopper rubbed his confused eyes, and shouted at Lu Fei Zoro in a cute tone. This, seeing Chopper whose appearance changed drastically, Lu Fei Zoro and Lu Fei Zoro looked at each other, and both saw the panic in each other's eyes. After all, Chopper's appearance at this moment was a masterpiece of the few of them the day before. Run. The two looked at each other again, and this idea popped up in their minds at the same time. What the second top battle? What marine pirates? There is only one word in the minds of the two of them at the moment. Run. After all, the most important thing is your own life. Whoosh. A flash of thunder flashed, and a beautiful figure, one step ahead of them, came behind the two of them. Hiss. The thunder light exploded, and the raging thunder and lightning made the two of them tense up instantly, with cold sweat running down their backs. Lu Fei, so long. Hearing the familiar shout again, Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other and made a big decision. Escape. There must be no escape. But anyway, you have to pull a few backs, don't you? I will report. Zoro immediately raised his right hand obediently, turned around tremblingly, and said anxiously to Nami. Yes, I will report it too. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was the first to attack, and immediately turned around trembling. Nami was full of raging thunder and lightning, looking at the two menacingly. Old Wu and Sanji are pouring Chopper too. 237. Zoro pointed at the two watching the show and shouted. That's right, Frankie and Brooke also drank a lot. Lu Fei pointed to the two people who were drinking tea with the old god on the other side, and shouted hurriedly. Hearing the report from the two, the thunder on Nami's body became even more raging. Nami turned his head and looked at the four of them with an unkind expression. No, we don't. Little Chopper is so cute, how could we? But before they could explain, they were interrupted by Zoro and Lu Fei. How is it impossible? Zoro pointed at the innocent Frankie, and broke the news again. Last night, you taught Little Chopper to spin a wine bottle, wasn't it you? At this moment of life and death, Zoro didn't care to hide anything. Anyway, everyone drank wine together. How could you escape if this incident happened? That's it. Lu Fei gestured to Zoro, and then flatteringly said to Nami. Don't look at that kind face with squinting eyes, who lied to Little Chopper that it was juice, he was the one who mentioned it. That's right, when drinking last night, although it was the Little Chopper brought by Zoro. But the one who came up with the idea was that black-bellied squinting eye. And when the drink was on the rise, the one who taught the Little Chopper to spin one was the Uncle Frankie who had been created by the salted fish all along. Okay, you guys are really doing a good job. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and dark clouds shrouded it. With Nami's roar, 10,000 thunderbolts fell from the sky and exploded around everyone. At this moment, Nami's special effects seemed to be turned on to ultimate. Bathed in the light of thousands of thunders, it is like a god descending into the world. Boom. In the next second, 6 paths, thick thunderbolts fell from the sky, and the 6 people who hadn't arrived were quibbling and were submerged in the thunderbolt. Hiccup. The thunder light dissipated, and the 6 people looked at each other wanting to cry but without any tears, and invariably spit out a mouthful of white smoke. Nami looked at the 6 people who loved to work hard, and rubbed his brows helplessly, then Haki shouted radiantly. Next time like this, you guys. Looking at the steps Nami gave, the 6 of them hastily promised. No, absolutely not. Let Chopper be the table for the kids in the future. I made a mistake. But just as the 6 kept reassuring Nami, the Little Chopper shook his head and jumped out of Luo Shi's arms. It's you, disturbing my sleep. Hiccup. Chopper looked at the thousands of troops on the opposite side, and shouted fiercely. Tisk. Nami smacked his lips unhappily when he saw the TS were fierce, facing the mighty Little Chopper alone. Boss, we were really wrong. The 6 hurriedly bowed their heads to admit their mistakes, for fear that another thunderbolt would fall from the sky. Although Nami has kept his hand, this kind of lightning will not cause any major problems when they are struck by lightning. But who can guarantee that Nami's next blow will be kept? On the opposite side, the marine pirates, seeing the mascot who spoke harshly, froze in place for a moment. Is this civet cat? Mascot, what the hell are these people doing? Seeing the noisy scene on the opposite side, Lu Fei trotted over in a hurry, preparing to bring Little Chopper back. But when Lu Fei came to Chopper's side and was about to pick up the Little Chopper, he was blocked by an inexplicable force and couldn't touch Chopper at all. Feeling this inexplicable power, Lu Fei felt very familiar for a while, but couldn't remember it. Swish. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a small crutch appeared in Chopper's hand. And the Little Chopper on crutches seems to be even cuter. Hunden, hurry up. Hiccup. The Little Chopper shook his dizzy head, and once again looked fierce. Otherwise, I will beat you all. As soon as this remark came out, the marine pirates on the opposite side completely exploded. It doesn't matter to others, they are big bosses anyway. But you, a little civet cat, why speak wild words? Is it true that Marine doesn't kill the mascot? Fire. Following an order, countless pirates marines with long guns opened fire in unison, and the target was naturally the Little Chopper who uttered wild words. Chopper. As the gunfire continued, everyone looked at Chopper worriedly and shouted. Seeing the burst of bullets, Lu Fei hastily changed his form, reached out and took out a scroll from behind, and threw it towards the sky. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, countless puppets emerged from the scroll, surrounding the Little Chopper. Ding ding ding. After a salvo, Little Chopper was unharmed. Seeing this, everyone exhaled slowly, only Lu Fei behind him noticed something strange. Just now, there was a bullet that passed through the small gap among the puppet and came straight to Chopper's face. Lu Fei just wanted to block it, but saw that the bullet directly deviated from the trajectory and shot beside Chopper. And most importantly, the appearance of Chopper leaning on crutches at this moment reminded Lu Fei of a certain white-haired boss. That weak civet cat is really lucky. Who said it wasn't? Being surrounded by so many puppets, I can do it too. And the moment everyone spoke, Little Chopper put back the hat on his head. In the blink of an eye, the top of Little Chopper's head. White again. Indeed, I'm the weakest one on board. The Little Chopper listened to everyone's slander, and didn't care, but looked at the other side with a calm face. But, hiccup, Little Chopper hiccuped and continued. Even if I'm weak, it doesn't mean that you are strong. Right, hiccup, boom. But accelerator. Just when Little Chopper's fist was about to land, a Marine Vice Admiral suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Little Chopper. Little Chopper tapped his toes, and the water under his feet exploded instantly. Demon. I remember. It's the White Demon. With just one blow, Marine Vice Admiral has completely lost its combat effectiveness. How is it possible? Little Chopper looked at Vice Admiral in front of him, and suddenly smiled evilly. With the Little Chopper as the center, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out, and countless cracks continued to spread outward. In the blink of an eye, Little Chopper had appeared in front of everyone. I'm sorry, hiccup. Little Chopper hiccuped, looked at Vice Admiral who fell to the ground, and said apologetically. Hee, hiccup. At the moment when everyone was panicking, 4 tornadoes suddenly appeared behind the Little Chopper. Wherever the ripples passed, the ice surface shattered, creating an icy storm. Thanks for the reward from the boss, thank you very much. This book is almost finished, everyone just enjoy reading it. You don't need to spend money, just subscribe to the author and you will be very happy. Whoosh. After all, here. 235, Demon Dragon Shines World, Dragon Roars. Looking at the Little Chopper who transformed into Accelerator, the Traversers covered their heads one after another. Different from the usual cute mascots, the Little Chopper, who is on the battlefield at the moment, seems to have completely released himself after being blessed with alcohol. A head of white hair, a pair of pocket crutches. Wherever they passed, countless coalition forces were blown away by an unknown force before they understood what was going on. Melee, useless, and let alone close combat, even walking in front of Little Chopper is a luxury. Guns. It doesn't even work. It was obvious that the bullet was about to hit the target, but in the next second, because of an inexplicable force, the bullet deviated from the trajectory. Not only did it miss the target, but it almost accidentally injured the friendly army. At this moment on the battlefield, the coalition forces are cautiously testing Chopper, completely gone from the giggling appearance just now. No. Won't you come here? Hiccup. Little Chopper looked at the appearance of no one coming forward from the coalition forces around him, and smiled. Boom. With one step, the ice surface shattered, and countless coalition forces rose into the air. His eyes widened, and countless Marines were blown out again. And when everyone was tired of coping, Little Chopper suddenly closed his eyes and fell down on the ice. This. Trap. Just when the coalition forces were a little confused, the Little Chopper who had fallen on the ice suddenly turned over and snored. Is this humiliating us? Too bullying. Come on, let this little civet cat pay for its arrogance. As soon as the words fell, countless coalition forces killed the Little Chopper who had fallen to the ground and was sleeping soundly. Whoosh. But before everyone got close to the Little Chopper, a unique flying thunder god Kanai had already nailed them to the surface of the water one step ahead of them. With a flash of golden light, Lu Fei appeared in front of everyone, hugging Little Chopper dumbfounded. It's really causing trouble. Lu Fei shook his head helplessly as he looked at Chopper, who had returned to his original state in his arms. The golden light flashed, and after Lu Fei handed the chopper to Robin, he appeared in front of everyone again. Well, let's go on. As soon as the words fell, Dao's figure appeared behind Lu Fei. Gudong. Looking at Lu Fei and the others in front of them, the coalition soldiers swallowed unconsciously. Although there were only a handful of people, the figures of Lu Fei and the others were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds at this moment. Boom. Originally, after Nami used his big move, the clear sky turned dark again. Clouds and thunder intersect. The rising gust of wind even blew some weak marine pirates tottering. As for Lu Fei and his group, seeing the terrifying thunder light above their heads, the first thing everyone thought of was, Nami is going to make another big move. Zoro Sanji looked at Lu Fei in front of him, stepped back half a step at the same time, and then carefully looked at Nami. Hey. Lu Fei couldn't help turning his head and shouting when he heard the sound of everyone taking half a step back. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Small movement, so much harm. Zoro couldn't help but sing after hearing Lu Fei's complaints. Cough. Seeing the weird eyes of his partners, Zoro scratched his head in embarrassment. Sometimes it's really not what you want to pick up. The main reason is that some things are really engraved in my DNA. Zoro suddenly put away his playful expression, and looked at the distant sky in disbelief. And Lu Fei, Sanji and other traversers also looked at the sky the moment Zoro raised his head. This unusual smell, is it possible? Boom. Another thunderbolt exploded in the air, and with the flash of the thunder, everyone on the battlefield saw a scene that made them shudder. The dragon shines. A gigantic blue dragon with a size of 100 feet kept churning in the thunderclouds. Its terrifying body looms in the thunderclouds, staggering back and forth. It was just the body tumbling randomly, and the strong wind that was blown up caused the coalition forces to stagger back and forth again. In a few breaths, the giant blue dragon appeared above everyone's heads. Thunder clouds surge, and the magic dragon appears. Exclamation mark. The huge dragon's head stuck out of the clouds and roared wantonly in the sky. Kaido. Lu Fei looked at the blue dragon above his head with a very strange expression. I didn't expect you to come so early. Squinting his eyes was also very strange. The battle had only just begun at this moment. According to the arrangement of 5 elders, shouldn't it be the first to consume a wave of people with troops? Ask for flowers. But why? Kaido appeared on the battlefield so early. Hiccup. The blue dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a puff of white smoke came out. Drink. Drunk. Brook looked at Kaido who was belching, and covered his forehead helplessly. After all, Kaido, who is drunk, has a good time, and there are really few people who can hold him back. Tisk. It's a bit noisy. Zoro looked at Kaido above the sky, and smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Also, the dragon's cry is not right. Who's serious dragon? That's what it's called. Question mark question mark question mark. What? The friends looked at the displeased Zoro, and countless question marks popped up above their heads. Not to mention Zoro's focus, how strange it is. In everyone's impression, isn't that the sound of the giant dragon? Have you heard the roar of the giant dragon? Lu Fei glanced at Zoro suspiciously, a little puzzled. Logically speaking, first of all, everyone came here through time travel, there is no doubt about it. Secondly, everyone's story clearance speed should be about the same. Where can Zoro go to listen to the roar of the dragon? It's kind of interesting. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zoro curiously, and said with a playful smile. Tell me. That's right. Then tell me, what's the name of the dragon? Sanji also looked at Zoro with interest. Looking at the curious eyes of the friends around him, Zoro's expression gradually became serious. Ahem. Suo coughed twice and cleared his throat. Then Zoro closed his eyes, feeling emotional. In the next second, Zoro suddenly opened his eyes, hockey shot in all directions, and thunder flashed in his eyes. I saw Zoro with a dignified expression and opened his mouth. Suck. Zoro took a deep breath, and then, yeah, At this moment, with the giant dragon circling overhead, the atmosphere on the battlefield became even more tense. But it happened that Zoro's deaf roar made everyone unable to fix it in an instant. At this moment, in New Oda's battlefield, apart from the sound of thunder crackling overhead, there was only that magical sound of awe. 236, awe. With this magical sound, not only Lu Fei and others froze in place, but also the surrounding pirates' marine froze. Bang boring. Countless weapons fell on the ice with this magical sound. After a long time, Lu Fei slowly came back to his senses. Snapped. Lu Fei suddenly patted his cheeks with both hands. Hold back. Definitely hold back. In such a serious battlefield, one must not lose one's identity. Hard a star. Lu Fei shouted at Zoro angrily, and then kicked Zoro's waist in the air. Swish. Zoro smirked, turned around and dodged the sharp kick. 320. Just kidding. Zoro looked at Lu Fei with a very frightened expression, then pointed to his eyes and said. My color of knowledge can see the future. Tisk. Sanji, Brook and others who came back to their senses, looked at Zoro who was so frightened, and smacked their lips in displeasure. Leaving aside what's wrong with Zoro's dragon roar. Who's that on top of everyone's head? Kaido. That's one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Kaido of the beasts. If someone turns into a giant blue dragon, it will be so cute. No, can't think anymore. Sanji covered his head, not daring to think about the next picture. But in his mind, the cute little blue dragon that didn't grow a single tooth, muttered angrily and roared with his mouth open. Ah, pooh. Thinking of this, Sanji couldn't bear it anymore. Ahem, careless, I didn't flash. Sanji looked at the crazy eyes of his friends, and said in embarrassment. Looking at Sanji who returned to normal, everyone looked at Zoro with stern eyes again. Hey, don't look at me so scary. Zoro knew that he seemed to be outraged, and slowly backed away. Looking at Zoro who was about to escape, black lightning suddenly burst out from everyone's body, and a powerful aura rushed straight towards Yunxia. Bah, Conqueror's Haki. Rumors are true. It's so hard to breathe. Bang 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 bang. The moment the 5 of them broke Conqueror's Haki, countless marine pirates rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and passed out instantly. If one person broke Conqueror's Haki, the elites of these coalition forces can still bear it. But unfortunately, these people in front of them don't play their cards according to the routine at all. And most importantly, 2 conquerors colliding with each other are generally scary enough. Whose conquerors is so unscrupulous? 5 at once. Feeling the terrifying coercion, Luo couldn't help but think of his suggestion that everyone should use conquerors to clear the soldiers. Who is a serious person who opens conquerors? Yes. Do you drive conquerors? I don't open. Can it be called Conqueror's Haki if you open it casually? Luo looked at the 5 people exuding momentum in the distance, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he muttered softly. Down, lowly. And at this moment, the giant blue dragon in the sky seemed to be a little more awake under this powerful coercion. Call. The giant dragon opened its mouth wide, and first exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then there was a strong dragon flame in its mouth. And the people who were chasing Zoro down below, feeling this destructive power, stared at Kaido in the air. It's over. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro complainingly, and said angrily. For Kaido's skills, the Traversers couldn't be more aware of it. So when we were drinking at that time, everyone had already decided that when Kaido casts the skill bar, just go up and interrupt the spellcasting. But who would have thought that there would be an insider in his team? What made Kaido unleash this flaming attack was the assist from the Vice Captain Zoro. Who's coming here? Sanji glanced at the crowd and asked helplessly. As a cook, most of Sanji's skills are cooking skills, although he also has cards. But compared with other Traversers, Sanji really doesn't want to reveal the last whole card. Stare. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Zoro in unison. That's something about the canyon, what does it have to do with our pirate world? As soon as this remark came out, the friends also began to condemn Zoro. Let him go up and kill Kaido, but when it comes to defense, Zoro seems to have no defensive skills among his cards. For this flame attack, Zoro is also very helpless. Tsk, you can't do this either. What? I just pulled it. 1.2 inches Zoro yelled at the crowd with his neck stuck. Don't look at me. Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and said without confidence. Look. Zoro pointed at Kaido in the air and shouted, is that a long-range attack? That's a beam. What's wrong with the light beam? Lu Fei didn't quite understand. Isn't the light beam the same? Is it a long-range attack? Yes. What happened to the beam? Could it be that you've drank too much recently and become lax? Yes, that's right. Sanji also looked at Zoro suspiciously. Zoro, pull it when you change it, no one will laugh at you. Since the disaster was caused by Zoro, it's time for their mate to stand up to it. Wind wall, can't stop it. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and asked in confusion, isn't this a flying attack? But it seems that Yasuo can't stop Lux's big move. My wind wall can't stop it. 237, after all. And when everyone was crazily outputting to Zoro, Lu Fei looked at Kaido who had not moved, and wanted to slap himself a few times for a while. How long? Such a long time. If everyone attacked just now, Kaido probably wouldn't be able to spit out his old phlegm. Did we miss something? Squinting eyes also sent Kaido who hadn't moved, and couldn't help but make a knife to Lu Fei. Hey, forget it. Lu Fei scratched his head helplessly, and said to everyone, leave the defense to me, and spread out first. Lu Fei looked at Kaido with a solemn expression. If it weren't for the little brother Johnny Joseph and the second sister-in-law of ordinary strength, he would not have suffered such a stupid thing. Since it is unavoidable, let's do it. Lu Fei looked at the Senran Longyan in Kaido's mouth, thinking about the best defensive skills. As soon as the words fell, scorching dragon flames burst out of the air. A tyrannical beam of light, like a world-extinguishing fire, rushed straight towards Lu Fei's position. Interest. One of Kaido's skills, the attack range is several kilometers. It is so powerful that it can evaporate a mountain in an instant. Click. Seeing such a huge and destructive beam of light, Lu Fei didn't dare to be careless, and hastily bit his finger and slapped the ground with his palm. Summoning technique fivefold Rashomon. Dang 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 dang. As Lu Fei activated his skills, 5 giant grimace iron gates rose from the ground, standing in front of Lu Fei. Snapped. Lu Fei continued clapping his hands together and activated his skills again. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. A wooden shield shaped like a grimace with fangs suddenly appeared, wrapping Lu Fei in it. In a blink of an eye, the heat has arrived. This scorching dragon's breath seemed to destroy everything on the battlefield. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud exploded at Lu Fei's position, and then a violent air wave roared towards everyone. Kara. In the next second, countless huge ice walls rose from the ground, not only protecting Sanji and his group behind them but also firmly protecting their opponents. But this explosion was even more exaggerated than everyone expected. The ice is cracked, and the sea is moving. It's just Kaido's random strike, it's like a natural disaster. Ice Age. Aokiji clapped his hands to the ice to stabilize the shaking ice. Brook also hurriedly stretched out his right hand, and a huge magic circle wrapped Brook in it. Super magic. The world has changed. In the next second, the ice under everyone's feet gradually stopped moving with the exertion of Aokiji and Brook. Ha 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 ha, hiccup. Kaido, who was hovering in the air at this moment, laughed happily when he saw the destructive power of his casual blow. Kara. Hearing the wild laughter above his head, Aokiji hurriedly removed the ice wall and looked towards Lu Fei's position. But at this moment in the battlefield, apart from the 5 dilapidated iron gates, where is Lu Fei's figure? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nami searched for Lu Fei's figure and shouted heartbreakingly. Lu Fei, stop making trouble, come out quickly. Robin also shouted Lu Fei's name in horror. But facing a blow like a natural disaster, no matter how much everyone believes in Lu Fei. But at this moment, there is no shadow of Lu Fei on the battlefield. Damn it, how is it possible? Zoro looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, really unacceptable. No. Sanji also became flustered, constantly searching for Lu Fei's figure around him. Because of Lu Fei's sudden disappearance, the people in Lu Fei's camp became completely flustered. Countless people frantically searched the battlefield, trying to find Lu Fei. No matter how many people searched, they couldn't find Lu Fei. Kaido. Shanks put his right hand on the griffin at his waist, his scarlet aura exploded, and he walked slowly towards Kaido's position step by step. How could it be? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment, and then a terrifying aura poured out, grabbing Kong Yunchi and about to jump towards Kaido. Ace Sabo was even more stunned, as if he had lost his soul for a moment. Wait, squinting his eyes as if he suddenly remembered something, stopped the panicked crowd, and then took out a small piece of paper from the magic circle. It is Lu Fei's life card. Looking at the intact life card in his hand, he squinted his eyes and exhaled slowly, explaining to everyone. But, where's Lu Fei? Nami looked at the slowly moving life card and asked with some lingering fear. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back soon. He squinted at Nami and smiled, then looked at Zoro and the others with a smile. But before Lu Fei comes back, this time, let us find it ourselves first. As soon as these words came out, Zoro, Sanji and the others looked at each other, looking at the blue dragon dangling in the air with an unkind expression. So, who will go first? Zoro looked at Kaido above his head in displeasure, and asked his little friend. Hiss. Sanji put his palms together and completed the state of bursting clothes. I'll come first. And just as Sanji was about to make a move, a joking voice came from the air. Ha 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 ha, what are you thinking? This is Lord Kaido, known as the strongest creature. After the fall of Whitebeard, he deserves to be the happiest man in the world. Everyone looked around after hearing the prestige, and saw that Kaido was holding a small pink dragon on one side, and a huge fat man on the other side. And the person who exported it was Plague Quinn. It's just that for unknown reasons, it was brought into the battlefield by Kaido in this way. Are you going to be my enemy? Zoro looked at Kaido hovering in the air and whispered calmly. Sanji looked at Zoro who suddenly fell ill, and didn't know how to complain for a while. Let's not talk about what is going on with this inexplicable sentence. Zoro's voice is so small at this moment, only ghosts can hear it. Kara. In the next second, the space around Zoro shattered, and several thunderbolts exploded all over Zoro. I am the law of all things. It is also the guardian of eternity. Following Zoro's constant whispers, Zoro at this moment seems to have broken away from gravity and slowly floated in midair. Hiss. As the thunder and lightning exploded, Zoro at this moment has undergone earth-shaking changes. All kinds of thunder added to his body, and a pair of mechanical textured palms appeared at Zoro's feet. And behind him, there appeared one big and three small, four arms composed of purple energy. In the huge arm is holding a long knife exuding terrifying thunder. Frankie looked at Zoro at this moment, not knowing what to say for a moment. This familiar feeling, General Thunder and Lightning was right. 930. But when he came here through time travel, there was only Nishiyong slashing him. Frankie with social death wings, has never seen such a gorgeous special effect. And in the confused expressions of everyone, Zoro has come in front of Kaido. How? Plague Quinn looked at the man in front of him exuding a terrifying aura, and couldn't help but tremble all over. Stupid. With Zoro's whisper, the purple blade swept across Kaido's chest. Cut off. The purple sharp blade exuded a dazzling light, and accompanied by the explosion of the thunder, it slashed down from top to bottom. Kara. Boom. Boom. Divide and collapse. Following Zoro's whisper, the thunder blade swept across the dragon's body again. Swish. In the next second, that huge purple arm, holding a thunder blade, appeared from the starry sky. With the power of one blow, the space is shattered. In the next second, a purple light flashed by Kaido's side, and then a huge space crack opened slowly. In the end, myriad calamities, Kaido got stuck in the ice and slowly regained his human form. Drenched in blood, life and death unknown. But in the space, there are not only intoxicating night scenes, but also hidden murderous intentions. Zoro raised his right hand and slammed it at Kaido. The originally mighty blue dragon, as the sharp blade slid across, a huge blood arrow shot out from its chest instantly. The space is densely covered with nebulae, like a bright night sky. 4 huge purple slashes appeared out of thin air, slashing across the body of the blue dragon again. The blue dragon fell to the ground fiercely, setting off a storm of ice. 238, this brother is really capable. Second, Luo looked at Kaido, who was covered in blood in the deep pit, and was stunned in shock. You little monster Lu Fei, what kind of teammate did you find? Shanks also looked at Kaido in bewilderment. As one of the 4 emperors, they all have a general understanding of their respective strengths. But this man, no, it should be Lu Fei and his group. Shanks said that he really doesn't understand it now. After leaving the Summit War, who would have thought that only 1 year later, the deputy captain Zoro would grow so fast? That amazing knife is simply unmatched. That knife, unreachable. In the midst of everyone's terrified or admiring expressions, Zoro returned to his original shape and slowly fell from the air. With a calm face, Zoro walked slowly towards the deep pit step by step. Hey, handsome guy. Zoro looked at the 3 people in the deep pit, then looked at Plague Quinn, and said with a calm smile. You just said that, since the fall of Whitebeard, he's the, what kind of man in the world? You. Plague Quinn looked at Zoro angrily, anxiously unable to utter a complete sentence. As soon as the words fell, let's not talk about the expressions of others at this moment, the captains of Whitebeard made Zoro's blood boil with enthusiasm from these words. Although it is true that monsters are rampant nowadays, powerful people emerge one after another. But Plague Quinn's mocking words just now, especially taking his father Whitebeard as an example, made the captains want to kill them immediately. But in order to give Blackbeard a good surprise in the end, their captains and Whitebeard have been hiding aside to save their energy. But who would have thought that Kaido would be cut down just after he installed it? If it weren't for the battle at the moment, Ace and Marco would definitely set off 2 rolls of firecrackers to celebrate. Oh, it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Marco slapped his thigh, looked at Ace excitedly and said, "This brother, you can deal with it. Something is really up." "Really?" Ace looked at Zoro, then turned to look at Marco and said proudly, "My brother is amazing." "It's a scary kid." Gurgling, Whitebeard looked at Zoro and let out a hearty laugh. As for the Marines and the pirates, looking at Zoro who was radiant with hockey at this moment, some of them already had thoughts of quitting. Let's not talk about this level of battle, whether they can participate in it. The man in front of him is the man who cut Kaido down with just a few knives. Kaido, that is the man known as the strongest man in the sea, land and air. And even such a powerful man was chopped down several times. So the question is there really anyone on our coalition side that can stop this man from hitting him with a knife? Pretend it, pretend it. Sanji looked at Zoro with a frightened face, and muttered with twitching corners of his mouth. But this sentence is so familiar. Looking at Zoro with squinted eyes, he felt that the scene in front of him was a bit familiar. Aren't you familiar with that? Brook leaned over, turned into an enthusiastic crowd, and explained in a low voice to his traversers. That's it. Luffy shouted that he was going to be the One Piece. Then he was knocked out by a stick. What then? The friends looked at Brook curiously and asked. Then, Brook smiled and continued to explain to his friends. Then of course Kaido looked at Luffy with disgust and asked him what he wanted to be. Ah, Sanji heard Brook's explanation, then turned to look at Zoro who was still in shock, and said in disbelief. Is it really a hard copy? Hi. Brook waved his hand, and then said with a nonchalant smile. Didn't you all know about that time, when you rescued Zephyr, and when you fought old Kizaru one-on-one? After Brook mentioned this, everyone nodded blankly. That's right, at that time, Zoro had already gone farther and farther in the path of crumbs. Not only directly copied Hawkeye's words, but also gave Marine Vice Admiral a black hand. That being said, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. But, drink, Tui. At this moment, the friends woke up and looked at Zoro's position and spat in disdain. Really too crumbly. But at this moment, Kaido in the deep pit opened his eyes in a daze, took out a mace from under his body, and stood up unsteadily. As for the wounds on his body, he didn't know when he had slowly healed. Injured. Kaido looked at the scar on his chest with an expression of disbelief. Those who can leave indelible scars on their bodies have not appeared for many years. Little devil, are you here to save this guy too? Kaido held the mace to stabilize his figure, picked up Momonosuke by the way, and asked Zoro. Oh, isn't it? Zoro was also confused when he looked at Kaido and Momonosuke who looked confused. This Kaido, how much did you drink? I haven't noticed yet, but he has already come to the battlefield. Stop daydreaming, kid. Kaido looked at the silent Zoro, thinking that the other party had acquiesced, and then shouted angrily at Zoro. This brat, I will kill you today. As he spoke, Kaido couldn't help but increase the strength in his hand. Momonosuke, who felt the fatal danger, also opened his eyes in a daze. But just as Momonosuke opened his eyes, he saw the man who scared him out of his wits. So scary. Someone come save me. Save me. Just seeing Kaido's fierce slap in the face, Hoanosuke was scared out of his wits. In an instant, Momonosuke snotted and burst into tears, and sent a distress signal to Zoro and the others with difficulty. My father. Hey. Zoro looked at this scene of universal celebration, and lost the desire to fight, instead looked at Momonosuke mockingly. Save you. Think too much, Sao Nyen. And your father is light. Let's see if you can finish this sentence first. Just when Momonosuke was about to say his father's name, Kaido interrupted him with disgust. Your father. Kaido looked at the kid in his hand with disdain, and the strength in his hand was embarrassing again. Your father is a fool, your highness. And what the hell? Hurry up and let's start having fun. Zoro looked at the chirping Kaido, wishing he could do it himself. And, are you underestimating me? Brat. Duo yelled at Zoro angrily, what do you mean by that mocking look in your eyes? Do you really think I dare not kill him? ? Zoro looked at the furious Kaido, and 3 greetings popped out of his head. That's great, what are you doing with me? Moreover, I am obviously planning to appreciate you for eliminating harm for the people, your understanding is too poor, hey. Wait, Ku. After Zoro was stunned for a second, he laughed heartlessly. It's really interesting. Little devil. Kaido looked at Zoro who was laughing, and instantly became furious. You are mocking way. Shua. Nuo's Jiao. Kaido threw Momonosuke high, and the conquerors on his body exploded. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and strong winds blew up. Brush. Seeing Kaido's furious moment, Sanji squinted his eyes and others immediately appeared beside Zoro, looking at Kaido cautiously. No need. Zoro patted his friends on the shoulders, then pointed to Kaido and said with a smile. This brother is really capable. He really dares to kill. What? The friends looked at Zoro suspiciously, obviously they didn't understand the meaning of this guy. Under the curious eyes of everyone, Kaido has finished dressing casually. At this moment, Kaido is surrounded by black and red thunder, just like a demon lord descending into the world. The huge mace was even entwined by haki, and the whole weapon became clouded with magic clouds. Little devil, watch it. Kaido roared at Zoro, looking at Momonosuke, who fell from the sky and screamed, ran rounded his arms, and threw the mace in his hand directly over Momonosuke. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. Just one hit. Momonosuke. Die. .239. About Momonosuke. Seeing Momonosuke, Zoro and others who were blown far away in the air and had lost their breath, before they could speak, the remnants of the opposing camp began to get excited. Perhaps in their eyes, Kaido, who had just joined the battlefield, must have killed the son of an important person on the other side. Otherwise, why would Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, be so angry? That cowardly child is really embarrassing to the world's #1 swordsman. Huh, no, why the great swordsman? Didn't you see that Master Dao shouted at Dajanao? That's right, if you say that, don't you think so? Sure, that brat who was afraid of death must be the son of great swordsman. Listening to the increasingly crooked conversation, Zoro's forehead bulged with veins. How could this topic get to him? He has nothing to do with Momonosuke. However, 3 people become tigers. In just one cigarette, the opponent's camp has already made up for an emotional drama. Zoro, the #1 swordsman in the world today, abandoned his family and son in order to practice swordsmanship. The timid son Momonosuke goes out to sea to find his father, but is captured by Kaido passing by. In the battlefield, after Zoro's 3 provocations, Kaido was very angry and killed Zoro's son. Hey, enough is enough. Zoro was going crazy when he heard this. These pirates, Marine, are they just 8 trigrams? 550 with the time of 8 trigrams, you can have a few more sea emperors and admirals. This is so idle. Hush, keep your voice down. Well, we can't bear the anger of the great swordsman. Brother is sensible. Hey, hey, hey. Zoro looked at the chattering people, and shouted to them with a gloomy face. Pooh, the friends looked at Zoro, the son of heaven, and couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that Zoro would encounter such an interesting thing? And just when Sanji and others were making fun of Zoro, a large number of pirates Marine joined the battlefield. The personnel who were stunned by the conquerors before and lost their combat effectiveness were quietly taken away from the battlefield without knowing when. At this moment, the battlefield has returned to its original appearance. Hee, it seems that 5 elders really don't want us to go to Mariajoy. He squinted at the people who had assembled again, and smiled kindly. That said, I'm a little curious. Sanji squinted his eyes curiously and asked, Old Wu, what exactly is there in that so-called holy place? What's there? There's I am. Zoro leaned over and said with an inscrutable expression, if it does hit Mary B begged Joa, let's not say 5 elders will lose face. Can he give 5 elders good? It makes sense. Squinting eyes looked at Zoro kindly and praised. As expected of the world's #1 swordsman, he really has a quick mind. Hey, no, Zoro suddenly turned his head shyly and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sure enough, the moment Zoro's IQ was online, he traded his lifespan for it. Sanji glanced at him in disgust, then put away his playful mood, and asked with squinting eyes with a serious face. Old Wu, what should we do now? Sanji pointed to the assembled crowd in front of him, and lost his mind for a while. After all, there are still many familiar characters who haven't appeared on the stage, and he really can't judge the best time to reveal his whole cards. Squinted at the other party's number, then smiled and said. Let's get busy first, just wait for Lu Fei's return. Then, can it be turned on or off? Brooke asked with narrowed eyes, a little itchy. That's right, can you open it? Frankie also came over and asked a little excitedly. Well, you can do whatever you want for the little guy, but just wait for the big guy. He squinted and opened his eyes to look at Frankie, and said with a meaningful smile. You, don't laugh like that, I'm a little scared. Frankie scratched his head in embarrassment, and took half a step back unconsciously. No wonder it is said that squinting is scary. He opened his eyes suddenly, to see who is not confused. Squinted closed his eyes and smiled kindly. I finally understand a little bit, brother, how did you open your conquerors? As soon as these words came out, Zoro, Sanji and others became interested and looked at Frankie curiously. In fact, this problem has troubled them for a long time. According to the setting, Frankie, who is so salty and holds a thermos every day, can't awaken conquerors at all. But, when he rescued Ace, the uncle actually had conquerors. Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Frankie sighed slowly, then looked into the distance and said with a faint smile. When you first come to Otherworld, who is still so excited? That's amazing, my brother. Zoro gave Frankie a thumbs up, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. If that's the case, this dude's conquerors woke up really early. Then, let's have a good fight before Lu Fei arrives. Frankie stretched out his fist and smiled at everyone. Go, cut him off. Zoro shouted loudly, carrying the magic knife. Remember, don't be careless. Squinted eyes pointed at Kaji and Fujitora secretly. They didn't do anything, obviously they are really waiting for something. By the way, who is going to chop Kaido? Sanji also stretched out his fist and asked doubtfully. Do whatever you want, whoever is free at that time, can't you just do 2 tricks in the past? Brooke said with a nonchalant smile. Boom. Several people touched their fists lightly, and then smiled knowingly. So, shall I open it first? Zoro retracted the magic knife into the system space, then knelt on the ground on one knee, and chanted in a low voice. As a body, a sword is made by nature. Body like steel, hard like glass. Undefeated in countless battles. No defeat, no victory. Alone here, cast a sword on the sword hill. But this life is not over yet. Just when Zoro read the last line, a beam of golden light suddenly pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Zoro in it. Zoro, who had just stood up, looked at the familiar outfit in front of him, and almost staggered and fell to the ground. Draw a card. At this moment, Zoro is bathed in golden light, sacred and inviolable. So as I pray, unlimited sword control. Brook flicked his fingertips, and a white light flashed faintly. It's my turn. Zoro held his forehead dumbfounded. The monster of King Inca, Game King, should be useless. In the next second, Brook waved his hands angrily and shouted. With a strange hairstyle on his head, a 1,000-year-old building block hanging around his neck, and holding a Yu-Gi-Oh! Dual disc. At this moment, Brook's skull head is angular. God Horse, King of Inca. Inside the barrier is a world full of weapons, flames, and huge gears, like an ironworks, with countless sharp blades inserted into the ground. As Zoro sang the last sentence, the entire battlefield burst into dazzling golden light. The golden light dissipated, and everyone rubbed their eyes, looking at everything around them in disbelief. Well, then, I'll open Aang. Brook smiled at the man in the middle, and then a bright white light appeared on his body. What do you really want to use? Print cards on the spot, call on the spot. The moment everyone opened their eyes again, they were completely shocked by Brook's outfit. 240, Crunch It, Leopard King. Looking at Brook with the weird hairstyle on his head, the rest of the people who hadn't had time to hang out all looked at Brook curiously. Muto Yugi, who is known as the King of Inca, they know this peg character. But the world they are in now is the pirate world. The combat power of this world is simply incomparable in the general world. According to such a long time travel, they both know the combat power setting of this world. Brook, as one of the two major comparisons in the team, cannot make such a mistake. Could it be that they are printing and summoning at the same time? It's outrageous. Brother. Zoro looked at the skeleton with Shamat's hairstyle, and said dumbfoundedly, King Inca's world should be useless, right? Zoro looked at the same Yu-Gi-Oh! Hairstyle, resisting the urge to complain. Hey. Brook smiled mysteriously, put his arm on Zoro's shoulder and continued, Old Lu, from now on, just watch it. Okay. Zoro looked at the confident Brook, sighed helplessly, and then turned to the others and asked. So, me. Although rewarded by the system, Zoro's infinite sword-making time has been extended, but after Brook's trouble just now, Zoro, who is not rich at all, is even worse. Looking at the partners who nodded in agreement, Zoro casually picked up a sharp blade in front of him, and then felt the breath coming from the sharp blade, and his smile couldn't help perverting. In the next second, before everyone complained about Zoro, they heard this B*********** D shout angrily. Crack it, Leopard King. With Zoro's angry shout, the sharp blade in his hand instantly turned into dots of starlight and then disappeared. Zoro also completely changed his appearance, his body turned into a white leopard, and his turquoise eye shadow extended to his temples. The ears have also changed into blue-green leopard ears, the original ponytail has also been scattered and turned into long hair hanging down the waist, and an Arankar mask appeared on the top of the head. Damn, come again. Sanji looked at the transformed Zoro and covered his forehead helplessly. I still remember that the last time this guy opened the infinite sword system, Zoro got rid of the transformation state because the time was up. Who would have thought that after so many days, Zoro opened unlimited sword system again, and it continued. Boom. Zoro stomped his foot, then jumped up and opened his arms in the air, with a strange light shining between his fingers, he swung his claws at the joint army below. The Claw of the Leopard King. This skill is unique to the Shinigami world, the sixth blade Grimmjow's signature skill. It is the unique skill after Gui Ren is released, it can slash the opponent with a huge blue light trail. In the next second, 10 huge blue light marks were drawn from Zoro's fingertips, and they roared towards the coalition forces with a trembling breath. Defend. Be sure to defend. But such a terrifying breath. Must stop it, definitely. For justice. Faced with these 10 terrifying blue light marks, although the coalition forces were terrified, they still swarmed forward, trying to block this terrifying attack. But ideals are ideals after all. Where the blue light trail passed, countless coalition forces flew into the air. Zoro fell from the sky, looking at the coalition forces shouting for justice below, he couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Tisk, how do you feel? We are the villains. However, the battle is not over yet. Zoro grinned, then cut his palm with his fingertips, and raised his right hand to aim at the coalition again. Boom. In an instant, countless cyan blue energies gathered in Zoro's palm, and the terrifying breath made the allied forces tremble again. Wang Shu's flash. R. In the next second, before the coalition forces could react, the blue light beam in Zoro's palm galloped away. Little devil, stop looking down on people. Just as Zoro was about to hit, a roar resounded throughout the battlefield. As soon as the words fell, Long Yan, who was hot with medicine, burst out of the air. Interest. A tyrannical beam of light, like a fire that destroys the world, collided with Wang Shu's flash. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in this battlefield, and the scorching air waves continued to spread, stinging everyone's skin. This vitality is interesting. Seeing the huge blue dragon hundreds of feet in front of him, once again churning crookedly in the thundercloud. Zoro was still very surprised by Kaido's pervert vitality. But seeing that Kaido is back online, Zoro smiled crookedly and then said to the friends around him. This thing, is it me, or do you want to practice in the past? Let me come, I just happen to have a dragon. Brook flicked his hair angrily, looked at the blue dragon in front of him, and assumed a dual posture. Ask for flowers. Draw a card. A white light flashed at his fingertips, and Brook flicked his hair angrily. When he saw the drawn card in his hand, he showed an inexplicable smile. So soon, is it here? At this moment, Brook exudes a strong black aura, coupled with the shape of a skeleton, which makes the coalition forces watching from a distance feel a little inexplicable fear. And just when Brook was getting ready to meet this wine putty, he suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure on his whole body. This feeling is like the weight of the body has increased 10 times in an instant. Fujitora just smile. UB*************. D. Brook looked at Fujitora holding a stick knife in the distance, but he didn't know it was this guy. Fujitora smiled and made a move. In the next second, purple circles of light lit up on the battlefield, soaring into the sky, towards King Kong. I'm sorry, little friend. Fujitora rolled his eyes and apologized to Brook, Zoro and the others, and then he swung the saber and slowly put the staff saber back into the sheath. For Zoro and others, Fujitora actually quite likes their personalities. If possible, Fujitora would like to sit and drink tea with them and play mahjong. It's just that, being in the battlefield at the moment, there are too many things that cannot be controlled. After a few breaths, a huge meteorite suddenly fell from the sky, and the sound of piercing through the sky resounded. The meteorite fell extremely fast, rubbed against the air at high speed, and instantly turned into a huge fireball meteorite, hitting everyone. Hey, Zoro looked up at the huge meteorite, his expression changed from doubt at the beginning to gradually bewildered, unable to understand the situation in front of him at all. What the hell, what do we do now? Sanji looked at the startled Zoro helplessly, and said with some dissatisfaction. No, aren't you even curious? Zoro pointed at the meteorite in the sky, and Tien Fen shouted depressingly. Curiosity, what are you curious about? Sanji was also confused by this nonsensical question. Isn't that what Fujitora's skills are like? Enchantment. Zoro pointed at his own enchantment, and frantically complained to everyone. I am an enchantment. How did this meteorite come in? 241, Kaido is online again. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Zoro, then at the meteorite above their heads, and fell into deep thought. Meteorite. Looking at the huge meteorite above his head, Luo almost had a heart attack. If it weren't for being on the battlefield right now, Luo Gen would like to send a counter-shock to everyone who was thinking now. When is this? How can these rough-headed guys do such a thing? Meteorite. Luo shouted loudly from the side, trying to wake up the contemplative crowd. But as the meteorite got closer, Luo gave up. Miss Nami, I'm going to trouble you again. Looking at the few people who were still thinking, Luo could only turn his head helplessly, and invited out the real boss of the team. Hiss. A thunderbolt exploded around them, and everyone shrank their necks in unison. Feeling the beautiful lightning flashing in the air in 967, everyone hurriedly came to their senses and looked at Nami with aggrieved faces. But when he saw a relieved Luo, Zoro couldn't hold back. Guao Kingwen had a mole. Okay, Luo, you are the sixth child, you really have you. Zoro gave Luo a vicious look, and then looked at Nami with a smirk on his face. Boss, calm down. Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at Nami with a flattering smile and said. Is there anything you can order? Looking at Zoro with a deadpan face, Nami sighed dumbfoundedly, then pointed to the meteorite that was getting closer and said. Understood. Zoro nodded frantically, then pulled out a sharp blade beside him and leapt into the air. Looking at the meteorite getting closer, Zoro still didn't put his mind on the meteorite, but recalled the scene of Zoro reciting poems in the original book. Shall I read a poem too? Kiki. Hearing this familiar coughing sound, Zoro immediately became excited, and his expression became serious. After all, standing behind him was Nami, the god of thunder. But feeling the power coming from the sharp blade in his hand, Zoro didn't panic at all about this exaggerated meteorite. Just because the sharp blade in his hand comes with an extremely pervert skill. This knife is called the Sun Wheel. Atomic Slash. I saw a flash of white light. Zoro was already behind the meteorite, and the Sun Wheel knife in his hand also turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. After Zoro made a slash, he stepped on the air and slowly fell from the sky. Boom. The moment Zoro landed, the originally huge meteorite, as if it had been struck countless times in an instant, turned into countless tiny particles and scattered over everyone's heads. Atomic Slash, originally the skill of the Atomic Warrior in One Punch Man, is a unique trick of waving the sword in his hand and chopping the enemy into pieces with countless slashes in an instant. But in the unlimited sword system, coupled with Zoro blessed by the old hanging wall, this move has been pushed to near perfection. Don't talk about meteorites, atoms can be cut open for you. Zoro turned his back to everyone, leaving behind an unfathomable back view of his friends. W. Sanji looked at the meteorite above his head that had turned into dust, and then at Zoro, who had his back to everyone and was holding a cup, and was stunned for a moment. If you want to complain, it's really inappropriate to beat up your teammates. But don't make complaints about it. One Punch Man's Atomic Slash is just a name. Do you really want to open atom? Among the people present, One counts as one, and if one can escape, I, Sanji, will obey you. Let's be kidding. Luo looked at the top of his head, but couldn't speak out in surprise. With my current ability, after splitting the meteorite into two at most, it is better to use the fruit ability to protect the people behind me from being injured. But what about Zoro today? Although in the eyes of ordinary people, Zoro just cut a knife, but love can vaguely see. At the moment Zoro faced the meteorite, he clearly swung countless knives. It's just that this kind of slash is coming to ultimate. Ha ha ha, it seems that you have to work harder. Shanks looked at the meteorite that turned into dust, surprised, but also did not forget to tease his best friend. Interesting. Hawkeye looked at Zoro with burning eyes, the scar on his chest seemed to be in pain. Recalling the first fight, the domineering aura, the bloodthirsty feeling like a beast, Hawkeye really wondered what kind of genius it was to go so far in the way of swordsmanship. So much so that the sword masters of the same era were left far behind. I really want to fight again. Hawkeye looked at Zoro in front of him, filled with emotion for a moment. Boom. Just when everyone was feeling emotional, Zoro didn't know when, and fought again with Kaido, who turned into a human form. Holding a sharp blade, Zoro aimed at Kaido's figure like a torrential rain, and rushed away. However, at this moment, Kaido seems to have been fully revived from the near-death state just now, holding a mace, dancing the death tornado, and blocking several sword lights from his body. Boom. In the next second, the black lightning on both of them exploded at the same time, and their figures disappeared instantly. Jung. The sharp blades collided, and for a while, the two of them fought evenly, neither of them could roll the other. Little ghost. Kaido roared, like thunder rushing, and his roar was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. Okay. Zoro looked at Kaido speechlessly, very dissatisfied. If you fight, why are you shouting so loudly? Little devil, are you looking down on me? Ah. Kaido looked at Zoro with an indifferent face, and once again poured out his murderous intent. With a roar that resounded across the battlefield, Kaido's body underwent another terrifying change. Dressed in deep green dragon scales, with square dragon horns on top of his head, and a strong dragon tail on his back. Kaido's strongest form, Qinglong human beast form, debut. ? Zoro looked at the dragon man Kaido in front of him, his expression finally changed. After all, at the point in time when Zoro crossed over, the old thief Oda did not draw this 0.9. Who would have thought that Kaido would have a human beast form? But even though Kaido's aura reached its peak at the moment, Zoro still didn't show the slightest sign of fear. If you continue to fight, you will die. Zoro felt the fighting spirit coming from the sharp blade in his hand, looked at Kaido and said calmly. For Zoro, there is not much hatred for Kaido, and certainly not much love. The only plus point is that Kaido just killed Momonosuke. However, Panda Island is still under construction. If you can get Kaido and Big Cat to step on the sewing machine, the urban development will definitely take off quickly. But at this moment Kaido has already taken out the strongest form, Feilu Zoro. No matter how much he tries to catch him alive, he probably cannot guarantee Kaido's life and death 100%. After all, the sharp blade in his hand at this moment is that murderous blade. .242, block it, great winged dark demon. Little devil, Kaido roared, and the mace in his hand was instantly entangled by conquerors. The monstrous fighting spirit shattered the stars, and the fury and thunder seemed to penetrate the entire barrier. At this moment, Kaido, the king of beasts, burst into anger, and as he waved his mace, the black thunder exploded all over his body. Under the blessing of Kaido Conqueror's haki, the top of the mace became extremely huge in an instant. Jundali Long Shengjun, well done. Feeling Kaido's fighting spirit, Zoro also inexplicably ignited at this moment, and the sharp blade in his hand danced rapidly. Dang 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 dang. In just a few breaths, the two have fought against each other countless times. At this moment, the two of them seem to have completely abandoned their rationality, and just relied on that trace of fighting intuition to violently attack each other. Two extremely strong fighting spirits clashed recklessly in this boundless sword barrier. Gradually, the speed of the two's swings rose to another level. Fight, separate, fight. The two kept repeating the actions of the previous second, just to win the fight. During this confrontation, Zoro also gradually abandoned his defense, and started fighting with Kaido. Zoro resisted the hammer and took more slashing blows. The two won't win or lose, and they haven't retreated half a step. The dazzling attack made the friends on the side hooked. After all, this kind of live-action animation with such a high degree of restoration is the first time everyone has seen it. Kaido looked for Zoro's gap, swung Bajai with both hands, and swung it towards Zoro's head at a tricky angle. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. As long as this blow can hit Zoro, Kaido is sure to end the battle. Does this reckless man still have such thoughts? Zoro looked at Kaido, who changed the way of fighting, and smiled. However, I'm in a hurry, Kaido. For this fighting mode of fighting each other, Zoro felt quite interesting, but unexpectedly, Kaido became anxious first. Swish. In the next second, Zoro's figure disappeared in front of Kaido in an instant. The speed was so fast that Kaido didn't catch any trace at all. At this moment, Zoro's figure suddenly appeared behind Kaido, and a touch of emerald green shone on his fingertips. In the next second, the people watching the battle didn't understand what was going on, they only saw an emerald green light passing through Kaido's chest. In the blink of an eye, Kaido vomited blood and fell to his knees on one knee while holding the 8 commandments. Little brat. Kaido's mouth overflowed with a lot of blood, but more, it was the killing intent towards Zoro. In just one day, Kaido, who is the leader of all beasts, actually injures one person twice. Although the wound on his chest was not fatal at the moment, the 2 scars made Kaido furious at the moment. Just stop here. Zoro pointed the tip of the knife at Kaido, and said in a flat tone, for the sake of a good deed you have done, leave now, I will not make things difficult for you. After all, the man in front of him killed Momonosuke. After thinking twice, Zoro still wants to give Kaido a chance. However, this does not mean that the group of them will completely let Kaido go. When the second top battle is over, those who should step on the sewing machine must go to the sewing machine. Little brat, how dare you underestimate me one after another. Kaido stood up slowly, turned to look at Zoro and shouted. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy is the king of beasts, Kaido. A roar resounded through the sky, and with the power of an absolute overlord, he will fight against any Xiao Xiao. Then, let's die. Zoro looked at the wanton hockey man in front of him, and paid his respects. Pretend. Sanji was in charge of making complaints. Although he didn't quite understand what the emerald green beam represented, but after being together for so long, everyone understood that Zoro's skills were generally more pervert. Swish. Zoro slowly floated into the air, stopped in midair and looked at Kaido on the ground. In the next second, Zoro pointed the tip of his knife at Kaido's direction, and chanted in a low voice. Block it, black-winged demon, tick-tock, tick-tock. Following Zoro's whisper, green raindrops fell slowly from the sky. While the coalition forces were still curious, in the next second, a huge green beam of light shot up into the sky, and a breath of breathtaking power surged out. Boom. The green beam of light soared into the sky, tearing apart layers of dark clouds. Cold. Death. Be quiet. This is the breath that everyone felt on Zoro at the moment, completely different from the vicious and oppressive feeling last time. This time, there was only a cold sense of death. There is fear, there is no repression. At this moment, the feeling of the coalition forces is only that kind of icy tranquility that is gradually approaching death. At the moment when everyone was stunned, everything calmed down again, and Zoro in midair changed his appearance again. With pitch-black wings, pale complexion and green eyes make it impossible to look directly at him, and the 2 dark green tear stains on his face make people shudder even more. Exclamation mark opening square bracket. 0106123111 1042231191. Zoro slowly raised his right hand, holding it out of thin air, and a light spear condensed in his hand. In just an instant, Zoro's figure appeared in front of Kaido, and its speed was so fast that Kaido had no chance to react at all. Swish. With just an unpretentious sweep, Kaido's position instantly exploded, and the entire barrier seemed to be filled with emerald green light. Boom. The light dissipated and the smoke receded. Kaido, the mighty king of beasts, was soaked in blood at this moment, collapsed on the ground and panted heavily. How is it possible? That's the king of beasts, that's the strongest man in the world since Whitebeard. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Looking at Kaido, who was seriously injured in just one blow, the coalition forces exploded in an instant. 4 emperors. That, like Admiral, represents the existence of peak combat power. But now they were seriously injured by Zoro, how could they believe it? As for Kaido, who was panting heavily on the ground, Zoro didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe. He jumped up in the air, and another emerald green spear condensed in his hand. Goodbye, the king of beasts, Kaido. Zoro looked at Kaido calmly for the last time, and in the next second, the green light spear was thrown like lightning. And at the moment when the green light spear was thrown, Zoro raised his right hand, and black thunder condensed on his fingertips. Black Sero. This is the Black Sero that can only be released by the Espada in the returning blade state. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud exploded at Kaido's position, black light and green light intertwined over the barrier, looking strange and beautiful. In the next second, the sky and the earth turned pale, and the earth split apart. This explosion, like destroying the world, constantly impacts everyone's heart. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and Kaido once again fell into a pool of blood, covered in darkness. And with the fall of Kaido, this battle also came to an end. 7 Court. 243, that's Zoro's old baby. The enchantment dissipated, and many coalition forces still looked sluggish. After all, this kind of exaggerated battle is no longer capable of participating in such an exaggerated battle. Hey, the noise is too much. Sanji shook the dust off his body, and complained to Zoro with some dissatisfaction. That's it. Brook looked at Kaido, whose life and death were unknown, raised the dueling disc in his hand, and complained to Zoro. Didn't you agree to let me come? How did you solve it? Besides, Zoro, you Black Sero with the returning blade state, isn't it a bit too much? Frankie looked at Zoro, who had returned to his original state, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The green spear was exaggerated enough, who knew that Zoro would have to make up for it. Zoro, who was gradually calming down at this moment, remembered what he said just now. Hey, next time, definitely next time. Everyone looked at the few coalition forces left in front, and while complaining about Zoro, they couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional about Zoro's pervert. Especially after opening the returning blade in the Shinigami world, just a green light spear and Black Sero almost wiped out the opponent. Boss, isn't it a bit too slow? Usopp took out Lu Fei's life card and frowned. Logically speaking, Lu Fei, who has many Hokage skills, will not be disconnected for such a long time even if he suffers a dragon's breath from Kaido. Could it be that you went to find a girl? Zoro muttered, then patted his head, as if he understood something. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, a thunderbolt flashed across Zoro's nose. Sister. Nami walked slowly to Zoro's side, looking at Zoro kindly. Ahem, that. Zoro looked at Nami with a kind face, and thought to himself, why can't he control his broken mouth sometimes? But in line with the idea that a dead Taoist friend will not die a poor Taoist, Zoro simply sold Lu Fei completely. After all, Lu Fei is not around at the moment. For the sake of his own life, how can he make nonsense and not look at himself? That, maybe, Empress backquote. Looking at Nami with a kind smile on his face and Robin who was gentle in the distance, Zoro said cautiously. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a thunderbolt exploded behind Nami. It's over, barbecue is over. Looking at Nami at this moment, Zoro can only pray that when Lu Fei comes back later, he will not die too badly. And when a few people were messing around, the battlefield at this moment has undergone a huge change again, and familiar faces have appeared one after another. Ha 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 ha, what an interesting development. Aren't you still playing house games with them, Kaido? Following the thought of two familiar voices, everyone cast their gazes into the distance. Charlotte Linlin, Marshall D. Teach, the remaining two of the four emperors finally appeared at this moment. It's really interesting to unfold. Usopp looked at the Big Mom and Blackbeard in front of him, and was full of emotions for a while. In a small battlefield, how can four emperors be defeated? No, in the current battlefield, the five emperors should be gathered. After all, in the current battlefield, Whitebeard of Impure World Reincarnation has been patiently waiting for his filial son Blackbeard. It looks like it's time for us to play. Shanks looked at Teach and Big Mom, and looked at Hawkeye with a smile. HMPH, it's just a good time to exercise your muscles and bones. Hawkeye snorted arrogantly. After watching for so long, his blood boiled a little. However, as a powerful swordsman, Hawkeye definitely can't end the battle casually, but with the kind invitation of his friends, he will definitely make a fuss. However, Linlin joined the battlefield calculations so early. Why did this old CT like Blackbeard also come out? Zoro looked at Big Mom and Blackbeard, and his mind was a little overwhelmed for a while. As soon as the words fell, Zoro, who was waiting for his partners to reply, suddenly felt the surrounding silence. Looking back, my little friend suddenly looked at me with a strange look. Linlin. Sanji looked at Zoro in disbelief, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hee, is that so? Usopp nodded thoughtfully, looked at Big Mom, then at Zoro, and seemed to understand why Zoro and Shirahoshi could make a pair. Yeah, that's it. Brook patted Zoro's shoulder, and looked at Zoro with sympathy. Brother, pay attention to your body, really. Something is wrong. Absolutely not right. And how does he feel that his chef's personality is so sinister recently? The coalition forces really don't understand why Zoro, Sanji and others can laugh so happily when there is such a big difference in troop strength, and there are still four emperors and one admiral under the command. Oh, no. Didn't he just say Linlin? Why did my little friend react so much? You say, if I write a book, the name will be Wife is Four Emperors Linlin, and Son is Momonosuke, will it be able to popularize the entire pirate world? Sanji suppressed a smile, and continued to talk to Zoro. Crazy stabbing. The finishing touch. FK off. Sanji, you be ************* D, climb up for me. Zoro looked angrily at his friends who were laughing wantonly. What's all this? Quote. You guys, is that called Linlin? Frankie took a sip of tea happily, and smiled under the curious eyes of his partners. That's clearly Zoro's old baby. Ha 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 ha. On the battlefield at this moment, the coalition forces whose morale had recovered were all baffled by the laughter of several people. Ha 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 ha, it has to be you, old Sanji. Dust. Zoro looked at the smiles of his friends who were trying to hold back, and felt more and more strange. What's wrong? Seeing that Sanji suddenly became serious, all the friends stopped smiling and looked at Sanji seriously. Good jows. That's right. Sanji suddenly stopped smiling, and looked at his friend with a serious face. Just when Zoro started brainstorming, Frankie made up the final blow with a teacup in hand. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his partner laughing together, Zoro finally discovered the problem. It turned out that the reason for everything was because he called Linlin. 244 Blackbeard strikes. The conversation was divided into two parts. When Sanji and others were laughing, the captains of Whitebeard couldn't sit still at the moment they saw Teach appearing on the stage. Regret, anger, and killing intent condensed on everyone. If it weren't for Lu Fei, how could all of them meet Papa Whitebeard again? So when Teach came on stage, the first thing he couldn't help was the captains of Whitebeard. Teach. A roar resounded through the sky, and the killing intent contained in it made Teach shiver uncontrollably. But when he saw the person who spoke, Teach couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. Blackbeard couldn't help laughing wildly when he saw such a familiar figure. After Dad passed away, your living environment has become even more difficult. Blackbeard walked forward slowly, and continued to the captains. In that case, would you like to join my Blackbeard pirates? Blackbeard stretched out his hand to extend a sincere invitation to the captains, but in the eyes of everyone, Blackbeard at this moment was just humiliating the captains constantly. After all, Whitebeard had already died at the hands of his teach. And he, Blackbeard teach, has long since lost the existence of fear. Although Zoro, Sanji and others on the opposite side beat him inhumanely last time, after such a long time of practice, his Blackbeard has long since been completely reborn. And with Blackbeard's disconnection, Teach firmly believes that after this century war, he, Marshal D. Teach, will eventually step on the throne and become the unique One Piece in history. Teach, with a roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, one person turned into a phoenix in an instant, waved his wings and flew into the air, using Ching-Yan to condense the phoenix tail feathers in his hands. Ching-Yan-Yan. And at the moment when Marco launched the attack, a person beside him ignited hot flames and jumped into the sky, launching the attack at the same time. Fire punch. As Marco and Ace attack, the rest of the captains also show their talents. All of a sudden, all kinds of sharp attacks roared towards Blackbeard. However, at this moment, Blackbeard, after a year of precipitation, has quite the momentum of a king. Not to mention, during this year, Blackbeard has already perfected the use of his two fruits. Swish. In the next second, black breath rushed out from Teach, as if to swallow everything in front of him. Seeing all kinds of attacks in front of him, Blackbeard grinned disdainfully, raised his black breathing palm and slapped the ground. Dark cave. For a moment, billowing black aura rushed out, and the endless black smoke surrounded Blackbeard. Many attacks did not have the slightest effect at all, and were all absorbed by the black aura. Are you really not coming? Blackbeard, who was in the smoke screen, showed half a smiling face, and continued to invite everyone. Join my pirate group, the treatment is better than that of Dad. Feeling these innocuous attacks, Blackbeard, who was in the dark, laughed even crazier. Strange. Ma Blackbeard was still blasphemy, and his anger had reached its peak. Only you, I will definitely kill it. Marco's wings fluttered, setting off a gust of wind, and then his feet shone with colorful light. Phoenix Seal. This attack with colorful rays of light, like the rays of light that dispelled the darkness, went directly through the black mist wrapped around Blackbeard, and fiercely imprinted on Teach's chest. Boom. With the explosion of the Paw Prince, the violent explosion instantly blasted the bearded man out of the shady scene. Because of Blackbeard's extreme arrogance and carelessness, Marco's claws were firmly imprinted on his chest, and on the way to be blown away, he was embedded in the giant ship of the coalition forces. Boom. And at the moment Blackbeard was blown away, several circles of huge spiral flames ignited under Ace's feet, and the hot flames that ignited were just clusters of anger in Ace's heart. Great Flame Ring Emperor Yan. Boom. BBEA. A fireball full of anger hit the giant wheel, and with a loud noise, the giant wheel exploded instantly. Get out, Teach. Ace shouted angrily towards the ruins. After all, Ace at this moment also understands that even his own move cannot completely kill Teach. As soon as the voice fell, the endless black aura reappeared, and Blackbeard was in the shadow, walking towards Marco and Ace step by step. It hurts, B ******** D. Blackbeard raised his head suddenly, and shouted at Marco and Ace with a mad face. But in the next second, Blackbeard made a fist with his left hand, and the familiar shocking energy appeared again. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard looked at the two people in front of him, and laughed maniacally again. Just use this trick to finish you off. As soon as the words fell, Blackbeard had already charged up and punched the two of them. Boom. In an instant, the void shattered, and the ice cracked. This terrifying attack seemed to tell everyone that shock fruit was still the most terrifying existence. Pooh. With just this blow, all the captains vomited blood, and their bodies were even blasted tens of meters away by this simple blow. Huh, it shouldn't be. At this moment, Zoro held a comic book, looked at Blackbeard and said in disbelief. After the first summit war, didn't the old thief owe to strengthen the Phantom Beast fruit? Why is Marco still so good? Seeing the little horse brother being beaten again after the highlight moment, Zoro really wants to help the old horse develop the fruit. After all, a good Phantom Beast, although Lao Ma also has bright moments, but most of the time it is really low. What shouldn't be? Listening to the vague words, Sanji turned to look at Zoro. Just about to ask again, Sanji's eyes were attracted by the manga in Zoro's hand. No, what the hell are you comics? Following Sanji's exclamation, the friends also turned their heads to look at the two curiously. This turn of the head left the fellow travelers speechless. Just because Zoro is holding a manga of One Piece in his hand. No, what is this? Sanji looked at the manga in Zoro's hand, speechless. One Piece. Zoro raised the manga in his hand, not feeling anything wrong at all. I just arrived there, it seems to be the latest episode. No, just the latest episode. Sanji still couldn't accept it. Although everyone's usual comics are supplied by Zoro, but I've never heard that this grandson has a series of One Piece. Moreover, isn't it a little too much to watch One Piece in the world of pirates? 245, Complex Blackbeard. And just when everyone was about to continue asking Zoro, a voice of dissatisfaction brought everyone's attention back to the battlefield again. Let you practice hard at ordinary times, it's all right now. As soon as the words were finished, a skinny and grumpy little old man slowly walked out of the crowd. This battle is over, I will give it to you, you guys practice hard. Must practice hard. The little old man became even more irritable looking at the captains who were collapsed on the ground. No, father, Yeah daddy, that's shock fruit ah. Yes, we usually train hard. Hearing that Father Whitebeard was going to give himself extra training, the captains cried out bitterly. After all, the attack just now was from daddy's shock fruit. If they can fight back, wouldn't they be the emperor of everyone Yinhai? What isn't it? What shock fruit? The little old man waved his hand impatiently. Couldn't that thing be blocked by hockey? During the First Summit War, didn't the three admirals just rely on hockey to block it? It seems that what Lu Fei said is still right. With your strength, who said that? The little old man slapped his head and output crazily again. Cannon fodder. It's cannon fodder. The little old man who taught everyone a lesson at this moment was Whitebeard, who was still wearing casual glasses. Looking at the people who were trained to hold their heads up, Blackbeard also stopped for a while, looking at the little old man with a puzzled expression. Understood, Dad. Dad, don't be angry, you must exercise well when you go back. Dad, you should rest, we will leave this place to us. Leave it to you. Whitebeard originally wanted to swear a few words, but who knew that when he heard this, he instantly became furious. After he was resurrected, he also asked Lu Fei about his pirate group, but what he got in exchange was Lu Fei's ruthless ridicule. After all, under the big tree of Whitebeard, his captain's strength can still waver in the early stage. But it's really not enough to put it in the later stage of all kinds of monsters and ghosts. But Whitebeard stubbornly believes that after his death, his captains will work hard to protect his family. But looking at it now, leave it to you. Whitebeard frowned, and growled at his sons with a livid face. I really want to leave it to you, and then I will have a meal directly. Eating banquet. Do you know what eating banquet is? Whitebeard became more and more angry, poking the heads of Marco and Ace with his fingers. What a shame, what a shame. Whitebeard slapped his head, and couldn't help but feel a little rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately the dead kid Lu Fei is not here now. Otherwise, let Lu Fei, a dead brat, see his captains and let Blackbeard beat him half to death with one blow, maybe he would laugh at himself. After all, when the two of them were chatting, he was just and stern, and he had argued with Lu Fei confidently. On the other hand, when Whitebeard was educating his own son, Blackbeard's facial expression became very weird, as if the father that Whitebeard's captains called made him feel extremely annoyed. Old Daddy. Blackbeard looked at the little old man in front of him, was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed loudly, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough cough cough. Comma 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 comma. Zoro and others, who were eating melons, looked at Blackbeard with disgust on their faces. It turned out that they choked on their saliva when they could laugh. Besides Lu Fei and Doflamingo, there was actually another Blackbeard. After Blackbeard patted his chest in embarrassment, he taunted the captains again. I originally thought that after Dad died, you would do something. Ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Blackbeard's expression instantly became vicious, and he shouted at the little old man word by word. Worthy of being called Dad. Only that man, the man known as the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. Following Blackbeard's roar, everyone on the battlefield was stunned by Blackbeard's 10 sentences. If this sentence is spoken by someone else, the credibility is still higher. But what about the person in front of him? But disregarding friendship, he killed his captain and his father Whitebeard's teach. Not only Marco and the others, but even Zoro and the others, who were eating melons, were stunned. What a complicated hero. Squinting at Blackbeard, he was full of emotions for a while. Even though he killed his father with his own hands, deep down in his heart, did he respect and worship Whitebeard at his peak. Go to hell, jumping clown. Blackbeard looked at the little old man viciously, his left fist was instantly wrapped in shocking energy, and he punched the little old man. Dad, be careful, Dad. Seeing Blackbeard's sudden attack, all the captains shouted worriedly, wanting to get up to block the blow, but just now they were careless, but they were firmly hit by Blackbeard. Asking for flowers. As for Ace and Marco, they were blown too far away, and they couldn't come to Whitebeard's side in a short time. In a short period of time, it is undoubtedly an extravagant hope to join the battle again. Enough. Hearing the noisy voice, Blackbeard's trembling energy increased again. Go to hell, head. Snapped. Just when that devastating attack was about to hit, Blackbeard's left fist wrapped in shock energy was held in the hand of the skinny little old man in front of him. What made Blackbeard even more puzzled was that the vibration energy of his right fist did not harm the little old man at all. How is it possible? Blackbeard looked at the shocking energy in his hand in disbelief, still unable to believe it. But the scene in front of him constantly refreshed Blackbeard's cognition, and when Blackbeard was frightened, the little old man said slowly. Teach, I should have told you. The little old man held Blackbeard's fist calmly and said, Who the hell are you? Who are you? Feeling the shocking energy in the hands of the little old man, Blackbeard had long since lost his aura as a king, like a mad patient, roaring continuously for a long time. Looking at the shocking energy in the hands of the two, everyone on the battlefield at this moment screamed in horror. But the scene that is happening in front of everyone is constantly destroying everyone's cognition. But why? The little old man in front of him actually knows. Why are there two identical ability users? Devil fruit. Never appear in the same two, this is known for a long time. Blackbeard hurriedly wanted to withdraw his fist, but found that his left fist was tightly held by the little old man, unable to move at all. This sentence was said to himself before Ryuzi died at that time. In the next second, amidst the terrified expressions of everyone, the skinny little old man in the battlefield actually condensed that terrifying thunderbolt energy in his hands. How is it possible? Father, impossible, my father is already dead, and he died at my hands a long time ago. When Blackbeard heard this, the hairs all over his body exploded. In a trance, the little old man in front of him turned into Whitebeard in an instant, which scared Blackbeard to pieces. Conceit, rashness, this is your weakness. Buzz, who is this old man? 246, Whitebeard enters. Teach, my point of view is still the same. Saying this, Whitebeard took off his casual eyes, and once again showed his huge figure in front of everyone. Only you, not worthy to be my son. Old daddy. Blackbeard was completely terrified by the Whitebeard in front of him at this moment. He really couldn't believe that the Whitebeard who was killed by himself and deprived of his abilities, actually appeared in front of him again in front of him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Blackbeard screamed in horror. Endless black aura suddenly gushed out from his right hand, ready to completely kill the imposter in front of him. But at this moment, Whitebeard, whose body has reached its peak, is stronger than Blackbeard in terms of body and ability. Boom. With a punch, Blackbeard only felt a blur before his eyes, and his body came into the midair uncontrollably. 230, and after meeting again today, I still say the same thing. Whitebeard pulled out Kong Yunchi behind him, looked at Blackbeard calmly and said, Teach, the person Luo Jia is waiting for, not you. As soon as the words fell, Kong Yunchi and Whitebeard's hand waved at the falling Blackbeard. Boom. With Whitebeard swiping the knife, the powerful Wea swept away instantly, and the powerful slash was accompanied by the sudden appearance of conquerors, and the ice surface in front of him was split into two. Tear. A blood arrow shot out from Blackbeard's chest, turning into rain of blood in the air. Blackbeard fell in the distance, twitching in pain, and the sound of wailing kept coming out of his mouth. Stand up and teach. At this moment, Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi in his hand, pointing the blade at Blackbeard who was still howling. At this moment, with Whitebeard's roar, the people around understood. No matter what the reason was, or what kind of accidents he had experienced, the man holding Kong Yunchi in front of him was none other than Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world. He, Whitebeard, really came back from the underworld. Why, Dad? Blackbeard stopped howling, got up from the ground with difficulty, and looked at Whitebeard in disbelief. That kind of open and close attack, that kind of breathtaking hockey, there is no doubt that the person in front of him is Edward Newgate, the man who is known as the strongest man in the world. But Blackbeard didn't understand, really didn't understand. Why would a dead person, a man who died in his own hand, unexpectedly appear in front of him again? Why? Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard's complex expression, and suddenly laughed out loud without warning. Why? Gu la 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 la. Looking at Whitebeard who was laughing loudly in front of him, Blackbeard's face became gloomy again. But in the next second, feeling the terrifying power coming from inside his body, Blackbeard also gradually burst into laughter. Whitebeard, it's just a remnant of the old days. 1. Marshal D. Teach, is the king of New World. Daddy, looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Those who have died should stay in Wangquan well. Boom. In the next second, the black lightning on Blackbeard's body exploded. For a moment, the sky and the earth paled, and black ripples visible to the naked eye continued to spread towards the surroundings. This kind of probing attack, let's stop here. Whitebeard felt the raging breath, and the black lightning on his body exploded instantly. Boom. Conquerors on boom. This is a duel only for kings. The remnants of the so-called old era collide with the emperor of the new world. As the aura of the two continued to strengthen, black ripples visible to the naked eye spread from the sides of the two. At this moment, the already unstable ice surface became visible again. I believe that under these two domineering auras, the ice surface will soon be torn apart. You're always going to be strong, you're going to be strong. Zoro looked at the scene where conquerors confronted each other, and couldn't help feeling a little excited for a while. You learned your language from the old lady selling potatoes at the school gate. Sanji looked at Zoro with an excited face, and his spirit of complaining was burning. While Sanji and Zoro were fighting, Brook and Aokiji looked at each other and sighed helplessly. These guys are really looking for things to do. Feeling the ice surface that was about to break, the two sighed helplessly again. Ice Age. Aokiji clapped his hands to the ice to stabilize the shaking ice. Brook also hurriedly stretched out his right hand, and a huge magic circle wrapped Brook in it. Super magic. The world has changed. In the next second, the ice surface under everyone's feet gradually stopped visibly moving with the exertion of Aokiji and Brook. Father, just die quietly again like this. Blackbeard rushed towards Whitebeard suddenly with the vibration energy in his left hand and the power of dark fruit in his right hand. Teach, remember what I said once. Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard who was flying towards him, and smiled without fear. Conceit, rashness, these are your weaknesses. Boom. Whitebeard chopped Kong Yun heavily on the ground, and said again, and now, Teach, you rely too much on the fruit ability. While speaking, Kong Yunchi in Whitebeard's right hand shone with a cold light. This unpretentious punch hit Blackbeard firmly in the face. Following Whitebeard's unpretentious punch, accompanied by the broken void, Blackbeard was directly thrown into the air. In an instant, Whitebeard's left hand was also wrapped in shock energy and collided with Blackbeard's fist. After all, it was my own soft-heartedness at the beginning that caused the current situation. At this moment, Whitebeard also decided not to hold back his hands, exerted strength with his legs, and chased in the direction where Blackbeard was flying backwards. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunchi in his hand, and with a shock of the tyrannical saber, Blackbeard's figure was sent flying. After the fruit is gone, what else do you have? Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard in front of him and said calmly. Yes, there is no need to keep your hands anymore. Whitebeard waved Kong Yunchi in his hand, and the piercing light of the knife slashed across Blackbeard's chest again. Wow! Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, and he had already become the target of unilateral beating. Stop talking nonsense, Dad. Blackbeard made a fist with his left hand, the shock energy had been fully charged, and he punched Whitebeard in the face. Boom! In an instant, the void shattered, and Shock Fruit's ability overturned the water again. At this moment, if someone is careful, he will definitely find that it is not only Blackbeard who flew upside down, but also the 2 or 3 white teeth that cannot keep up with Blackbeard's speed. If I hadn't softened my heart and dragged 0.2 Teach to hell together, then my sons would definitely not be like this now. With one punch, the void is shattered. Teach, you are still too far behind. Whitebeard roared, and the vibration energy of his left hand had been waiting for a long time. Boom. 247, fruit in hand. Looking at Blackbeard who fell to the ground and howled, Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi, walked slowly in front of Blackbeard step by step and said in a deep voice. It's over, Teach. Seeing Blackbeard who was still wailing, Whitebeard raised Kong Yunchi in his hand, and a trace of unbearableness flashed in his eyes. After all, the person in front of him, Whitebeard, had grown up watching him. But unfortunately, go to the underworld, and find Sage to atone for your sins. Whitebeard raised Kong Yunchi in his hand, ready to end Teach's life. Dead people, invite you to stay where you should go. How is it possible to let you destroy my plan? I don't know if it was the fear that reached ultimate, but the moment Kong Yunchi fell, Blackbeard turned over to avoid Whitebeard's fatal blow. I'm sorry, Dad, I can't die so easily now. Blackbeard's expression became crazy again, and his right hand extended his palm to the ground with endless dark breath. Dark Cave. The ability was activated, and at this moment, Blackbeard was the center, and the endless dark aura spread from Blackbeard's feet, devouring everything around him. Even Whitebeard, who was standing at the moment, slowly wanted to sink. Whoosh! Feeling the extremely uncomfortable darkness, Whitebeard dodged and escaped from the range of the black aura. Teach, stop dying. Whitebeard looked at Teach in the black mist, and said calmly, your end is death. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Blackbeard laughed wildly again. Death. Before I achieve my ambition, I will not die so easily. And, Father, I still want to thank you. While speaking, the black aura surged in front of Blackbeard, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of Blackbeard. Kaido. What is in front of Blackbeard at this moment is the one who was defeated by Zoro, and his life and death are unknown. Swish. In the curious eyes of everyone, Blackbeard suddenly pulled out a huge black cloth, covering himself and Kaido completely. Why is this scene so familiar? Sanji looked at this familiar scene, recalling the plot of One Piece. Familiar, but not familiar. Zoro looked at Sanji and explained helplessly, didn't Blackbeard use such a method to deprive Whitebeard of Shock Fruit's ability? Really? Sanji stared blankly at Zoro, not turning around for a while. Isn't it? Zoro pressed his nostrils, and said indifferently, it turns out that some big guys guessed that Blackbeard's pirate flag has already hinted that Blackbeard can eat 3 devil fruits. So that's the case. Sanji nodded blankly, suddenly realizing. Yeah, that's it. Zoro looked indifferent and continued to play the melon-eating crowd. I am a star and you are a star. I can really eat 3 fruits. Why don't you stop it? I am not. Seeing the 2 people arguing, the rest of the friends walked 2 steps away in embarrassment, wanting to put aside the relationship with the 2 of them. This surprise is really scary. However, although Blackbeard with 3 fruit abilities is a bit troublesome to deal with. Frankie took a teacup and took a sip happily. But, so what? How is it? How about? How? Duh. Looking at the indifferent Frankie, Sanji and Zoro also calmed down. Yes, although the ability users of the 3 fruits are indeed very powerful in the world of pirates. But this group of people are per capita time travelers. Their respective abilities, which one is not fancy, there is no need to be afraid of Blackbeard at all. Why don't I show it to you later? Squinting his eyes and shrugging, he looked indifferent. Actually, I can do it too. Brook raised the dueling disc in his hand, with a secondary expression. I have already felt the heart from my deck. Draw a card. Cough cough cough. No need. Eat melons, eat melons. Sanji and Zoro looked at each other and couldn't help but blush. However, didn't Blackbeard see how Kaido got disconnected? How dare he stand here swaggeringly? Zoro asked, pointing at Blackbeard with some doubts. Maybe, you just opened the enchantment. Sanji replied like a fool. Besides, there is still your old baby Linlin there. And just when several people were laughing at themselves and coughing, Blackbeard had already successfully stolen the form abilities of Yu Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon. 2. At this moment, Blackbeard walked confidently in front of Whitebeard, laughing maniacally. Power keeps pouring out. At this moment, the corner of Blackbeard's mouth is continuously overflowing with blood, but according to the perception of some people, Blackbeard's body at this moment has reached an unprecedented peak. Teach, you are. Whitebeard was also manipulated by Blackbeard at this moment, completely shocked and speechless. Who would have thought that Blackbeard Teach could have a devil fruit at the same time? Father, even you can't stop me at this moment. With Blackbeard's roar, all of a sudden, the wind surged, lightning flashed and thundered. And Blackbeard's body actually inflated like a balloon, and his skin also turned blue. The man's eyebrows are frantic, scales are overgrown, and his hands and feet have turned into sharp claws. Exclamation mark. In the terrified eyes of everyone, a huge blue dragon soared upwards, surging continuously in the endless black aura. In Blackbeard at this moment, there is no trace of a human being. The giant blue dragon of hundreds of feet appeared in everyone's sight again. What a powerful force, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, who turned into a dragon, tumbling in the air, let out another maniacal laugh. Looking at the people below who looked like ants, Blackbeard looked like a villain. What's the matter? No one is going up. Blackbeard opened his dragon's mouth and saw that the gust of wind stirred up just by breathing could blow the crowd below to this side, and his expression was even more arrogant. I feel like now, no matter how many people there are, I can easily deal with them. Looking at the motionless black dot below, Blackbeard shook his head mockingly. It's really boring, huh? The giant dragon transformed by Blackbeard opened its mouth wide, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air first, then the energy in the mouth gathered and turned into a fierce dragon flame. That's pretending, huh? Ow. Zoro looked at Blackbeard who was about to breathe out, drew out the magic knife Shinran, and yawned indifferently. 3 fruits. Sanji moved his body, with an expression of indifference. If this is normal, I will also swell. That's right, since you want to make a move, I'll let you do it. What am I going to do? In contrast, it is better to avoid it as soon as possible. Then, come on. The two smiled at each other and pushed Luo, who was still in a state of confusion, out. And even if he wants to fight, Zoro should change into the terrifying mode just now, so he has a chance of winning against the blue dragon in front of him. What are you complaining about? What are you taking on? Luo looked at the two speechlessly, and he had already forgotten the reason why he held them back. Just when the two were about to go forward to cut Blackbeard, Luo suddenly grabbed the two of 940 from behind. Isn't this a joke? Zoro scratched his head and looked at Luo suspiciously. Although the strength shown by Zoro and others is indeed terrifying, but the heat from Kaido just now sent Lu Fei flying to nowhere. Hey, if you want to make a move, just say it. They are all my brothers. Who I am? Yeah, I'm in charge of complaining, what's the matter? Sanji also looked at Luo curiously, not knowing what the aloof male god in front of him was going to do. While talking, Sanji and Zoro looked at each other, as if they already understood why Luo suddenly stood up to stop them. Where am I? At this moment, Luo couldn't understand how the two people in front of him dared to step forward to fight so casually in the face of such a terrifying attack. Oh. Looking at Luo who suddenly intervened, Zoro seemed to understand something suddenly, and put the magic knife into the scabbard with a smile, and patted Luo on the shoulder with a look that I knew. Wait. Luo went online again with a bewildered face, grabbed the two of them, and then pointed at the blue dragon in the sky with doubts on his face. You just like that. 248, Old Thief Kaido, die for the Lord. At this moment, Luo looked at Blackbeard in the air with a bewildered expression, and a few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead involuntarily. Feeling the terrifying flames coming from the blue dragon's mouth, Luo Gen wanted to hang Zoro and Sanji up, dip the small leather whip in salt water, and give them a hard blow. What do you want to do yourself? Didn't he come to persuade the fight? Why did he come out to fight so well? He, Trafalgar Law, didn't even say a word, let the two of them get into their rhythm, and forcefully push it out, okay. But at this moment, they had already been pushed out by the two of them. Luo couldn't allow himself to go back in such a dispirited manner. Room. Just when Luo gave it a go and was about to expand the space, a familiar voice suddenly came from his ear. Finally came out. With a whisper in the distance, a group of green energy suddenly exploded in the sky, and the green beam of light shot straight into the sky. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed a lot by this aura. A figure bathed in green energy ran quickly from a distance. Boss finally remembered the login password. Brook looked at the familiar figure and waved his hands excitedly in the distance. Oh, it's finally here. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief and smiled knowingly. Really, it will make you look good. Nami clenched his fists, looked at Lu Fei dissatisfied and said. Don't hide in someone's arms for a while. Robin looked at Nami and laughed jokingly. This woman, great meeting. Zoro Sanji looked at Robin and quietly gave a thumbs up. On the other side, Lu Fei, who was running wildly, focused all his attention on that blue giant dragon. Shame. It's really a shame. Lu Fei looked at the blue dragon in the sky, and his heart was full of anger. Who would have thought that Kaido's dragon breath could make him offline for such a long time? What's even more exasperating is that with his current strength, if he forcibly takes Kaido's dragon's breath, nothing will happen. However, the picture of Kaido melting the mountain with one blow in the manga is firmly imprinted in his mind. So much so that a few of them forgot their own strength, and forgot that they had all kinds of means to contend with it. In fact, if the few of them thought about it carefully, they would have discovered the move to destroy the mountain with one blow. They had already mastered it during that year of hard work. Old thief Kaido, die to me, Lu Fei roared, and then pointed his thumb towards his heart. 8 inner gates, the 8th gate of death. With a roar, The original green energy on Lu Fei's body suddenly ignited a trace of red, and gradually, the red gradually spread, completely enveloping Lu Fei's entire body. Open. 8 inner gates formation. In an instant, the bloody aura exploded on Lu Fei's body. I'm going out. Zoro stared at Lu Fei, who was rushing towards him, and was completely stunned. So majestic. It can't be. Sanji looked at Lu Fei, who opened the dead door, and was a little panicked for a while. After all, in the world of Hokage, although 8 inner gates is indeed powerful and able to kick out the finale, the side effects it brings are also very huge. And a Blackbeard, it won't let Lu Fei open a dead door, let the other party die together. Boss. No way. Really no way. Yes, boss, accept the supernatural powers. Boss, calm down, it won't happen, it won't happen. Zoro and Sanji came back to their senses and shouted anxiously at Lu Fei. But at this moment, Lu Fei was completely on top. No matter how the two shouted, they didn't pay attention. What Lu Fei wants to do now is to give Kaido a good meal. Otherwise, who knows, there won't be any newspaper reporters to arrange themselves. That's right. Sanji slapped his head, and suddenly asked Zoro with a strange expression, you said the boss, didn't you mistake the Blackbeard in the sky for Kaido? Ah, Zoro was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked at Blackbeard with a strange expression, no. But after they finished speaking, the two of them couldn't help feeling a little guilty. After all, Lu Fei has been blasted away for so long, but many things have happened. Tisk tisk. The two smacked their lips together, if Lu Fei really didn't know that the giant dragon in the sky had already changed. So the next brutal beating, isn't it Blackbeard's fault again? Poor Blackbeard. Sanji clasped his hands together, apologizing to Blackbeard. Hey, who told Blackbeard to be so rampant? Zoro shook his head helplessly, looking at Blackbeard with regret. After all, it was the same last time. I just finished nibbling the fruit, thinking that I was already very powerful, thinking that I could destroy the world by dropping it. The results of it, not only did a few people beat him hard, but those who were hammered even cried out in suspicion of life, and even the hair on his body was burned off. And this time, just finished stealing Kaido's ability, and not long after being arrogant, I met the boss above. I have to say, there is indeed a wonderful fate between Blackbeard and Lu Fei. Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Squinting and taking out Lu Fei's life card, pointing at the life card that is still intact, he said with a smile. Lu Fei must have used some special means, so there should be no need to worry about the sequelae of 8 inner gates. So, squinting and pointing at the blue dragon in the sky, he smiled. So, a moment of silence for Blackbeard, right? Zoro chuckled, looked at the blue dragon and murmured, why? But at this moment, Lu Fei, who has returned, looks at the blue dragon in front of him, and naturally wants to settle the old and new grudges together. Does Blackbeard, the man in front of him, really have an unbroken relationship? The ability was useless, and the ice surface was reinforced again. Lu Fei once thought that he would become the first traverser to be drowned in water. No. Not. Blackbeard looked at the furious Lu Fei, almost crying. He was actually sucked into a special space, and after he came out of the space, his ability could not be used for a short time because of the influence of the space. In this way, he, Lu Fei, could only rely on his physical fitness to keep praying for the system to be reactivated as soon as possible in the cold sea. Blackbeard was planning a big move, but he didn't expect the person appearing in front of him in the next second, so scared that he almost fell into the air. Recalling the time when he was blasted into the depths of the sea, Lu Fei originally wanted to borrow the Flying Thunder God to return to the battlefield, but an unexpected situation happened. It's nothing. Jiao how, Lu Fei interrupted Blackbeard, the veins on his forehead popped up. Do you know how much suffering I have suffered? Old thief Kaido, die to me. Lu Fei roared, and the bloody aura on his body bloomed again. May heaven, there is no Emperor Guy. No, Lu Fei. You can swim as you like, and there is no problem, but for some unknown reason, the ice surface that was originally scattered in all directions has been strengthened again. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Why is this person always coming out to stop the self-match at the most critical time? He had no choice but to hold his breath and swim hard above the icy sea. While several people were mourning for Blackbeard, Lu Fei's blood-red figure suddenly appeared in front of Blackbeard's dragon head. Whoosh. 249, evening. Wait a minute. Sunset. Before Blackbeard could explain, the more and more angry Lu Fei activated his skills, punching the blue dragon with a punch. 1 foot. Following Lu Fei's punch, a huge air cannon directly hit the blue dragon's face. I don't. Before Blackbeard could explain, a powerful air cannon roared in. Under the super high-speed air pressure, the blue dragon's face was continuously distorted. Not to mention explaining, even defending, Blackbeard exhausted all his strength. Okay, old Kaido. Looking at Kaido, who resisted the blow with only his body, Lu Fei couldn't help but praise Kaido's pervert body. Whoosh. In the next second, Lu Fei's blood-red figure appeared on top of the dragon's head, and he punched with another blow. 2 feet. Boom. In an instant, Blackbeard, who was struggling to resist the air cannon, was hit by another air cannon on the top of his head. And this air cannon is even more powerful. In the world of Hokage, one of King Gai's famous skills, Shinsō, is to hit the air with a super fast and powerful fist to form a continuous air cannon in a fixed shape to attack the enemy. Moreover, Shinsō 427 is divided into 5 speeds, and the power and speed of this technique will increase with the number of attacks. How is it possible? Blackbeard struggled to resist the pressure on his head, but he had already exhausted himself with an air cannon, this second attack. Boom. After a loud noise, the body of the blue dragon trembled and fell rapidly from the sky. But at this moment, a blood-red figure was even faster, and the moment the blue dragon landed, it had already been waiting on the ice for a long time. 3 legs. Boom. Before Blackbeard landed, an air cannon on the ground stunned Blackbeard's huge dragon body to be trapped in midair by 2 interlaced air cannons. Foot. Boom. The huge dragon body that Blackbeard turned into at this moment couldn't move at all under the successive air cannons. Why? Countless question marks suddenly popped up in Blackbeard's mind. Why did he feel like he was being targeted by the whole world? Last time, before I even got up, I was hit by Sengoku's palm technique that fell from the sky, causing me to vomit blood. BBDI, this time, after finally getting the third fruit of my dreams, I was insulted like this again. Damn it. Blackbeard resisted the oppressive force coming from all parts of his body, but in the 3 interlaced air cannons, his body couldn't move at all. Swish. In the next second, a blood-red figure appeared in front of Blackbeard again. 5-legged. Different from the previous attacks, this punch hit Blackbeard's huge dragon head firmly. Puff. Blackbeard coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with the loss of 2 or 3 teeth, the huge blue dragon flew towards the ice. Brother Aokiji. Seeing the blue dragon smashing into the ice, Lu Fei shouted to Aokiji who was fishing beside him. Oh, hey, it's really extra work for people. But complaining is nothing but complaints, and Aokiji did not hesitate to start. Bang. As Aokiji exhaled a gust of cold air, a huge reinforced ice surface suddenly rose from the ground. Boom. Blackbeard still didn't understand what was going on. The huge figure was directly embedded in a thick ice wall. You drunkard Kaido, I don't believe I can't fix you. I'll let you breathe. I let you drink. I made you take off your hat. Lu Fei in the air dodged down and stood in front of the ice wall, pointing at Kaido embedded in the ice wall with a displeased face, angrily. And just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Fei suddenly squatted down, holding the ice surface with both hands, and assumed a sprinting posture. Boom. In an instant, the bloody aura on Lu Fei's body doubled in size. Tisk tisk, this kick. Zoro looked at Blackbeard who had been beaten for no reason, and couldn't help feeling a little amused. Hey, who told Blackbeard to have such a back? Sanji directed the skeleton that Brook summoned, and placed tables and chairs on the spot. However, what are you eating today, chef? Brook smacked his mouth. Unexpectedly it was time for dinner so soon. Look at you. Sanji smiled mysteriously, looked at the dining chairs that had been prepared, and just greeted everyone to sit down and wait for dinner. In the next second, Sanji felt a blur in front of his eyes, and everyone sat neatly on the chairs, looking at Sanji eagerly. No. Sanji froze for a while, looking at the crowd dumbfounded. Your speed is a bit too fast. You can't hurry up. Zoro touched his hungry stomach. I exercised the most just now, so I must be the fastest hungry. Zoro raised his head proudly. After all, in the battle just now, he fought against Kaido. After a desperate fight, he finally killed Kaido. However, it really doesn't matter if we have dinner like this. Luo wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. After all, it was his first time to have a party on a battlefield, and it was such a big battlefield. What's the matter? Brook tossed his coquettish hairstyle, and said indifferently, when we were at the Summit War, the ostentation we had at dinner was much bigger than this. That's right, we've kept a low profile this time, okay. Zoro made fun of it, then looked at Brook and asked curiously, Brook, change your hairstyle quickly, I think it's a little weird. Play. Looking at Brook who was still holding a dual disc and carrying a 1,000-year-old building block, the corners of Zoro's mouth twitched involuntarily. Obviously there is no chance to make a move, why don't you quickly change back to show off? Zoro, definitely didn't make Brook change back out of envy. Well, that's right, Brook slapped his head, then put away the props and changed back to the original. Just when everyone was preparing to eat, Luo's anxious voice came again. Wait, FKU. Zoro looked at Luo impatiently. He was so hungry that he spoke his own dialect. If he didn't eat something, he really couldn't bear it. That. Luo patted his head and pointed to the red figure in the distance. .250, night guy. Oh. Looking at the red figure, Zoro completely understood what was going on at this moment. At this moment, Lu Fei, who was in the state of death gate, was looking at Zoro with a murderous look on his face. As long as the other party dared to eat, Zoro had no doubt that the kick of Yi Guy would definitely be aimed at him. Ahem. Feeling the killing intent contained in that red figure, Zoro shrank his neck involuntarily, and beeped softly. How about, wait a minute. That's right, the boss is not here, how can he cook? That's right, old Lu, haven't you just arrived at a new comic book, take it out and appreciate it. Ah yes. Looking at the few people who changed the subject, Luo sighed helplessly, he was too tired, really tired. Ha, what a group of interesting guys. Shanks tasted the fine wine that Sanji took out, and laughed at Lu Fei's partners. Hey, Nami and Robin looked at each other, always feeling a little embarrassed, but seeing Lu Fei's return, they were still inexplicably relieved. But at this moment in the battlefield, Lu Fei also sighed helplessly when he saw his comrades who had stopped, and locked his eyes on Kaido in the ice wall again. One strike. After this blow, he and Kaido have no enmity. It hurts to death. At this moment, Blackbeard, who was embedded in the ice wall, was trembling all over. He didn't know whether it was because of the bloody breath or the severe pain from his body that he couldn't bear it. "Will die. This blow will definitely kill you." Seeing Lu Fei's rising momentum, Hughesy wanted to run away anxiously, but the severe pain from his body made him unable to control his body freely within a short period of time. Not to mention moving the body, even ordinary breathing, Blackbeard felt that he would exhaust all his strength. Just when Blackbeard was extremely anxious, Lu Fei seemed to have finished reading the skills. Hoo. Lu Fei panted heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead, although because of the system, using Yi Gai's move would not kill him. But in this mode, my physical strength is like a reservoir whose floodgates have been opened, and my physical strength is rapidly disappearing. Just 5 night visions, let me use up half of my physical strength. And the next night, Yi Gai, if he runs out, he will probably be disconnected again, so don't worry, Lu Fei really can't swallow the tone of Kaido's old thief. Product. Boom. With Lu Fei's furious roar, the red aura on his body expanded several times again, and even the ice surface that was strengthened again sank deeply in an instant. A huge scarlet beam of light shot straight into the sky, breaking through layers of dark clouds. Damn it, what the hell is this? With such momentum and power, what are we fighting against? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What are we, cannon fodder? Feeling this manic atmosphere, the mentality of the coalition forces has already collapsed. With such a huge gap in strength, can they really win? However, in the next second, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the red aura that was originally wrapped around Lu Fei's body turned into a giant red dragon. Roar! A dragon's chant resounded through the heavens and the earth, causing the legs of countless low-strength coalition troops to tremble, and they sat on the ice unconsciously. I remember, isn't Yi Gai the leader? Zoro looked at Yi Gai who had already formed and was about to be kicked out, and asked curiously to the little friends around him. In Zoro's memory, Yi Gai should be the head of the dragon, and the body and the tail of the dragon do not exist at all. But in the current situation, it is clear that Lu Fei's red dragon is as big as Blackbeard's blue dragon. That's right, you can't let the boss optimize it for him, it's almost the end, so let's make it more beautiful. Brooks smiled indifferently. Anyway, there is a system, so it's okay if you can't run away. Ah, yes. Zoro said something perfunctory speechlessly, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, revealing an inexplicable smile. Oops, in such a classic moment, if someone can step forward and reenact the classic scene, that would be great. Squinting his eyes, he glanced at the smirking Zoro, then looked at the battlefield, using a kind of it seemed to be talking to himself, but it was said in a voice that Zoro could hear clearly. Amazing. The rest of the people looked at the squinting eyes who seemed to be talking to themselves, and unconsciously took half a step back. This guy, how come he loves cheating people more and more? So, get on it. Lu Fei locked onto Kaido firmly, and his figure accelerated instantly. Boom. The space distorts, and the ice surface explodes. Just an accelerated start, the ice surface in place exploded, and a burst of ice fog was set off around. Damn, move your body quickly. Seeing the red dragon getting closer and closer to him, Blackbeard was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder were splitting, but after going through those 5 strong air cannons just now, his body has not recovered at all, so how could he escape from this place? Could it be, I'm just like that? Blackbeard's mind suddenly flashed past images, and his expression became ferocious again. No, man's dream will never end. Blackbeard exhausted all his strength and uttered a final roar. Ask for flowers. How come this sentence is so familiar? Lu Fei, who was running, listened to this familiar line, and his pace slowed down a little bit, and he felt that this Kaido seemed strange, and the recovery ability of the body did not seem to be as exaggerated as in the comics. And just the second after Blackbeard roared, another rampant voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Such a chakra, I approve of you. Check. What to check? Oh chakra. Then, what is that? The coalition forces all looked at Zoro who suddenly appeared on the battlefield with a bewildered expression. With a wild roar, Lu Fei, who was accelerating, almost staggered and fell to the spot. What? Hearing this familiar line, Lu Fei almost thought he had traveled through time again. Zero. After taking a closer look, I found Zoro standing in front of him, holding a knife and posing handsomely. Old Lu is a piece of shit, shouldn't be. But before Lu Fei finished thinking, Zoro's passionate and frenzied voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. In terms of physical skills, among the people I have fought against, no one is better than you. Ahem, I'm just trying to save face for the boss, Zoro said stiffly, with his neck stuck. Ahem, well, I'll go back first. Feeling the oppressive force of the red dragon, Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in embarrassment, and then carefully returned to the melon-eating team of his friends. Ha, old Lu, how are you? Sanji suppressed a smile and asked Zoro who was cautious. With a dragon cry, the huge red dragon turned its head around, and stared at Zoro with 2 shining golden eyes. The speed of the red dragon skyrocketed again. From a distance, it looked like it was flying towards the sky for a long time with a blue dragon in its mouth. Seeing this outrageous operation, Lu Fei really wanted to change his target and give Zoro a blow from Yi Gai. In the next second, a roar resounded through the entire battlefield again. The ice wall shattered, countless ice cubes flew in all directions, and a huge ice storm swept the audience. The red dragon flew up into the air, distorting the void, and crashed directly into the blue dragon in the ice wall. Sure enough, it's you, ha ha ha. My number one swordsman in the world, Nanoroilu Zoro. May I call you, the strongest? Ha 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 ha. Shower, come back quickly. Old Lu, come back quickly, don't you see that the boss is about to lose his temper? Boom. 03L, Night Guy, 251, Dark Fruit is suspected to be awakened. The grievances are over. Looking at Kaido who was spitting out blood in front of him, Lu Fei let out a breath of comfort. Vengeance must be avenged. Revenge must be avenged. Although there is not much physical strength left at the moment, this kick is really relieved. I'm not. Blackbeard struggled with his body, trying to say the last word with all his strength. Then, wish you luck, Kaido. Lu Fei waved his hand at Kaido, and then disappeared in place with a flash of golden light. But, hateful brat, you wait for me. In the next second, the red giant dragon's eyes flashed with golden light, and suddenly burst open. Boom. Flames blazed and heat waves surged. Blackbeard's huge dragon body continuously emitted bursts of energy in the explosion. Tisk tisk, this is the end of Blackbeard's calculation. Zoro smacked his lips in pity as he watched the tumbling and howling figure, then turned his head to look at the familiar figure and said with a smile. It's too late, boss. 9:30, that's right, boss, if you don't come, it will all end. It's just something unexpected happened. Lu Fei greeted his friends with a smile, then seemed to think of something, and pointed to the blue dragon in the air in disbelief and asked. That's it, Wong. Lu Fei looked at the blue dragon in disbelief, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. Isn't this Kaido? How did it become Blackbeard? Immediately after hearing the explanations from his friends, Lu Fei was a little embarrassed to see Blackbeard, who had lost half of his body and was gradually falling. It's not my fault. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard who fell not far away with a slap, speechless, and argued. Who knew Kaido became Blackbeard when I was offline for a while? For a while, don't blah. Finally, Zoro will not let go of this opportunity. If you don't tell me, I thought it was almost 2 months. Ahem, this is not, ahem. Lu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, being offline for such a long time is indeed a bit excessive. But at this time, there were too many people, so naturally Lu Fei couldn't tell his friends about the matter in that space. However, what's the matter with you guys? Lu Fei looked at the somewhat dirty Marco and the others, and immediately changed the subject. That's. Marco scratched his head in embarrassment, and was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by the beard beside him. I just hammered it. Whitebeard gave Marco Ace and the others a hard look. If Lu Fei, the brat, knew about this, he might laugh like hell. Oh, brother, you have a big temper. Lu Fei gave Whitebeard a weird look, and he didn't believe the old man's nonsense at all, but he definitely couldn't ask anything now, and when the battle was over, he couldn't do a good job digging. Late, old BU, hurry up and get 2 bottles of blue medicine, they are all empty. Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Brook. Okay. With a flash of white light in Brook's hand, he handed Lu Fei a few bottles of blue potion. But now, the enemy's high-end combat power is left with Zoro's old baby. Squinting Eyes smiled kindly, and pointed to Charlotte Linlin who was watching the show ahead. What the hell? Lu Fei was taking drugs, and then turned around with a shocked expression, looked at Big Mom with 8 trigrams, and looked at Zoro's small body in disbelief. Climb for me. Zoro pushed Lu Fei in disgust. Oh no, I haven't even said it yet. Lu Fei looked at Zoro innocently and said, do you think we met on the first day? Zoro glanced at Lu Fei with extreme disgust, and looked at the curious eyes of 8 trigrams, who knows what this guy is thinking. Hey, let's talk about it, what's the situation? Lu Fei bumped Zoro with his elbow, and said extremely curiously. And what's more, you have such a small body, tisk tisk. Lu Fei looked at Zoro's body, although it is also full of tendons, but what about a Big Mom? Climb for me quickly, what a mess. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei angrily, but when he looked at Nami and Robin, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. How about it, tell me. Lu Fei pressed on step by step, not expecting the danger to befall him at all. Boss, I remember, you seem to say. Zoro leaned on his chin and looked at Lu Fei with a smile. What's the matter? You seem to say that you once saw all the empresses, right? Zoro recalled that after they had a drink in the tavern, Lu Fei was extremely annoying looking for a way for the 3 women to coexist peacefully. Zoro, you be asterisk 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 D. You. Before Lu Fei could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning exploded beside Lu Fei. Zoro perfunctorily clasped his ears, suppressing a smile and muttering to himself. I'm getting older, why can't I hear clearly? Run now. This is the only thought in Lu Fei's mind at the moment. If he doesn't run now, his life is really in danger. But what Lu Fei didn't know was that beside her was a woman with a kind smile who had already made a posture to prevent someone from escaping. 6 blooms. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 6 arms suddenly appeared from Lu Fei's body, trapping Lu Fei firmly in place. Give me a chance, Robin-chan. Lu Fei turned his head laboriously, and looked at Robin pleadingly. Give a chance. How to give a chance? Looking at the poor Lu Fei, Robin smiled like a spring breeze. I want to be a good person. Feeling the approaching tyranny, Lu Fei kept begging Robin. Good guy. A cold voice came from behind Lu Fei, causing someone's body to twitch involuntarily. In your next life, remember to be a good guy again. Boom. In an instant, the wind was raging, and large dark clouds gathered, covering the entire battlefield. This is going to be a deadly move. Sanji looked at the entire battlefield that had darkened, and was surprised from ear to ear. Hey, big production, big production. Zoro was still heartlessly fanning the flames, and Lu Fei was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth. Usopp suddenly opened his eyes, felt the breath of the air and was startled, and shouted at his partner. Quick, get out of the way. While speaking, Usopp took Sanji and Zoro by their collars and threw them into the distance. What? Zoro, who was flying in the air, suddenly blurred, as if he saw something. He hurriedly shouted at Lu Fei and the others. Quick, get out of place. Looking at the anxious Zoro and Usopp, Lu Fei also felt a little uneasy, and hurriedly used the flying thunder god to take the nearby friends out. And the second after everyone left, Blackbeard, who was only half of his body, gushed out a large amount of black aura around him, so wide that it slowly engulfed everyone in the entire battlefield. What's even more strange is that Blackbeard's originally broken body was repaired to a degree visible to the naked eye. The battle at this moment is shrouded in endless darkness, there is no sound, and there is no light, the entire battlefield is plunged into endless darkness. As for the VIP Laosha who worked on various battlefields in 5.8, he immediately used his abilities to create countless sand piles in the air for friendly troops to stand on. Yes, Laosha. Lu Fei praised Laosha with a thumbs up, then took the chandelier that Brook handed over, and looked at Zoro and narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. What's the situation? This is... I don't know, I just feel the darkness coming out of the air. He squinted and shook his head, expressing that he didn't know much about this situation. The fruit has awakened. Zoro looked into the distance, as if seeing the future again. Boom. The originally dead darkness completely rioted at this moment, and the black breath continued to surge, entangled all objects, and then dragged them into the darkness. Fruit. What kind of fruit? As Lu Fei, who just joined the battle, he was still a little confused in showing himself. Dark fruit. Zoro picked his nostrils and looked at Lu Fei with a sneer on his face. Why, you are allowed to awaken Nika fruit, but not others. 252, Intelligence Analysis. What the hell? What kind of fruit? Seeing Zoro with a weird expression, Lu Fei was even more confused. What kind of fruit? Lu Fei looked at Zoro in bewilderment, unable to understand what the child was talking about. Snapped. Before Lu Fei finished asking, a comic book named One Piece had already been placed in Lu Fei's hands. Look, the latest news from my place. What? Looking at the smiling man wearing a straw hat in his hand, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. See peace in the world of One Piece. You are so handsome, old Lu. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and quickly browsed through the comics. Snapped. It's a scam, this is it. Lu Fei threw the manga on the sand hard, the desire to complain was burning. Nika fruit. Nika is a ghost. I've been talking about rubber for 20 years, and it's so easy to change. Old man's youth. Adding hangs is not like this, is it? Just change the settings. 11. And what the hell is the human fruit, phantom beast, and Nika form? It's really Summit War Logia, the fruit of the later stage Niu Naha is a phantom beast. Okay. Nami patted Lu Fei on the back, comforting the emotional Lu Fei. No, this is too bullying, isn't it? Lu Fei said puzzled, picked up the manga and dropped it hard again. You're fine. Sanji looked at Chopper who was still asleep, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Look at little Chopper, he ate the human fruit in the common people's form. 1. No, I still can't understand. Lu Fei recalled Nika fruit, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Which one of you can open the portal from Oda's old thief? I will go and kill him quietly. Don't, it's actually quite good. Zoro patted Lu Fei on the shoulder, and explained with a smile. Nika fruit, the sun god, what a card. Why don't you have one too? Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a displeased face. As long as the guy agrees, he will definitely exchange one from the system immediately and stuff it into the guy's mouth. Boom. Just when Lu Fei was trying to complain, the surrounding darkness became more manic, and Lao Sha controlled the sand pile to avoid the darkness. Pursuit. Let's talk again later. The attacks of the black mist have become more frequent. Lao Sha looked at the few people at the tea party with a displeased expression while holding a cigar in his mouth. Although this group of people have been very nervous for a day or two, have you seen him controlling so many sand piles? This is also very tiring. Okay. Alright, let's get ready to start a group. Lu Fei rubbed his temples, but he still couldn't accept that Guomo, who had been shouting for more than 20 years, suddenly became a card-bottom card. This feeling is like having a very good friend since childhood, and the relationship between the two is extremely strong. Play together and live together. But I thought it was because of my friend's house, so I moved away suddenly. Then many years later, a handsome and beautiful girl came to the door and said that she was the little brother back then. This feeling is very dry and wonderful. It's kind of sad, but it seems that I can't accept it. Lu Fei rubbed his chin, recalling Nika Guo's ability to mess around, and a desire to try it aroused in his heart. Accept what? Zoro looked at Lu Fei in a daze. Ahem. Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, and hurriedly changed the subject. A group is a group, what is acceptable or not? Oh yes, let's start a team, have you signed up? Zoro grinned, yelling towards Marco and the others. No way. Marco looked at his hands in disbelief, the fruit ability is gone. As soon as these words came out, those with fruit abilities who had never drank the potion for removing side effects hurriedly sensed their bodies. But at this moment in the black mist, they got the same answer as Marco himself. Lost contact with devil fruit. There's something. Sanji looked at the black mist around him, suddenly feeling tired. Tsk, how do I feel? I'm a little tired. Zoro moved his body. Obviously he didn't do anything, but now he felt more and more tired. It should be because of the black mist. Looking at the surrounding black mist with squinted eyes, he seemed to have understood something. Snapped. Just when he squinted his eyes and wanted to explain, Lao Sha, who was controlling the pile of sand to avoid, suddenly staggered and knelt down on one knee, sweat dripping on the pile of sand. Old Sha. Lu Fei hurriedly supported Lao Sha, looked at the exhausted Lao Sha, and hurriedly asked Brook to take out the blue potion. It seems that we need to solve it as soon as possible. Usopp unfolded the magic circle, took out a cannon and aimed it at the sky. Boom. With a roar, a flare lighted up above everyone's heads, illuminating the area. I saw that in the black mist. Blackbeard turned into a giant dragon again without knowing when, surging continuously in the black mist. Moreover, the unrepaired body on the huge dragon body was actually replaced by black mist, which looked weird and evil. Cutting off the ability, weakening the state, and losing physical strength, Lu Fei looked at the black mist, felt his body and made an analysis. 867. Reduce magic, reduce resistance, it is very easy to lose the target. Squinting his eyes at the flickering Blackbeard, he also continued to analyze. I don't know if the attack will be weakened, this can only be seen in the case of fighting for a while. Quote, then let me give it a try. Brook nodded slightly, raised his right hand and said to Blackbeard. The most powerful magic, Nether Strike. Brook raised his palm to aim, and countless blue spikes shot out from his palm. Whoosh whoosh, the blue spikes made a sound of piercing through the air, and galloped towards the dragon body. But in the next second, the moment the spike touched the black mist, it disappeared instantly. This feeling is like being absorbed. Huh. Brook looked at this weird situation and quickly collected information. Although I have known the ability of dark fruit for a long time, did you think that the active skill has become a passive skill? With its own magic immunity, energy attacks don't seem to work. Brook shook his head and said to his friends, and I feel that this cloud of black mist will strengthen itself with the absorbed energy. Rustle. Just after Brook finished speaking, everyone looked at the smaller and smaller pile of sand under their feet, and suddenly woke up, falling into the time of frantic drug consumption. 253, Frankie's highlight moment. It's a rascal. Zoro poured out one bottle after another of the habitual potion. Wouldn't it be possible to use only physical attacks? Hockey should be fine too. Lu Fei thought of the means to deal with Logia, and suggested to his little friend, Shinsō should be fine too. Fairy. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked at Lu Fei like a fool. After all, everyone present counts as one, besides you, Lu Fei, who unscrupulous would use Shinsō. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Fei looked at the strange eyes of his friends, and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. What are you looking at? We are ready to start a group. Lu Fei shifted his gaze to Zoro and Sanji, and asked again, what are you going to do this time, which one of you will come? Or should you rest? Sanji and Zoro looked at each other, and then said in unison, I need time to prepare. Sanji and Zoro looked at each other again, and instantly understood what the other was trying to do. Hey old Sanji, did you finally move your cards? Hey old Zoro, haven't you run out of cards yet? The two were thinking about each other, and then they looked at each other and smiled. Or, let's blow it up. Usopp squinted his eyes and suggested to everyone with a kind face. Fried. Zoro and Lu Fei looked terrified looking at the squinting eyes that were about to explode. After all, someone took out the courier number 21 and wanted to deal with Arlong directly. It exploded. Usopp rubbed his chin and smiled thoughtfully. I remember that I still have 2 big Ivans in my collection. Ah, what the hell? Zoro and Lu Fei looked at each other, and hurriedly stopped squinting their eyes that wanted to do something. Ah, can't you? He squinted and said with a little regret, and then he said with some reluctance, or the big fat man and the little boy are fine. Big fatty, little boy, are you crazy? How much do you love your unscrupulous weapons? Speaking of these 2 familiar names, the fellow travelers who were taking drugs all choked. I'll start the team. Frankie hastily interrupted the conversation, rubbing his chest with lingering fear. That's scary. Hey, as the older uncle in the team, Frankie really can't stand this kind of sudden conversation. Express 21, Big Ivan, what's even more outrageous is the big fat man and the little boy. If Squint Yan continues to talk about this, the ghost knows what this kind and bullying Squint Eye will say. So, ready to go? Pipe question mark quote. Frankie looked at Lu Fei, waiting for Lu Fei's order to start the team. After all, it was the first time to participate in this kind of boss battle, and Frankie was still a little bit excited inside. Then, let's start the war. Lu Fei smiled and gave the order to start the regiment. The third Blackbeard boss crusade begins. Go Gog. Open, fight. Then, I'll start. Frankie chuckled and threw the insulation bag away. The next second, under the curious eyes of everyone, Frankie pulled the long rope on his clothes, and then pointed his fingertips towards his chest. Swish. As Frankie walked forward step by step, a mass of red substance gradually spread from his chest, and after a few breaths, Frankie was completely wrapped. There is Something. Zoro looked at this familiar scene. How could he not recognize that this is Tony Stark's nano armor in the Avengers? Yes, a little bit, but not much. Sanji looked at this handsome armor and expressed that he was not envious at all. It's kind of interesting. Squinting his eyes with interest, he seemed to be thinking about whether he could reproduce a set. Even if I can't use it, when the war is over and I have a child with Ms. Kaya, it will be a good toy anyway. Roar. With a dragon chant, the terrifying blue dragon exuding a black breath spewed out a mouthful of hot breath, and galloped towards the sand pile where everyone was fighting. Feeling this terrifying light beam, Frankie chuckled, then raised his right hand, and a huge blue energy light shield instantly unfolded. Boom. The two collided, and the scene of being blown away by the heat did not happen at all. Instead, the huge blue energy light shield firmly blocked the beam of light. Amazing. Zoro looked at Frankie who blocked the attack, and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Fei looked at Frankie who blocked the attack so easily, and said that he didn't want to talk much. After all, he knew that the temperature of this attack was extremely high, so he used the iron Rashomon fiercely. In this way, it seems acceptable for me to be bombarded so far. So, it's me. Seeing the blue dragon continue to roll in the black mist after taking a breath, a white light flashed in Frankie's hand. The familiar hammer was held by Frankie. Swish. Frankie grabbed the sling of Thor's hammer, swung it quickly, and jumped up from the sand pile. Boom. The scorching high-temperature energy spewed out from the feet of the nanomecha, and in the blink of an eye, Frankie had already come in front of Blackbeard, waved Thor's hammer in his hand, and smashed heavily at the dragon's jaw. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. With just this one blow, Blackbeard let out a whine, and the huge dragon's head flew upwards uncontrollably. This kind of solo opportunity can't be wasted like this. Frankie looked at the forced floating Blackbeard. Naturally he would not let go of such an excellent opportunity. With a flash of white light, a huge round shield appeared on Frankie's left arm. At this moment, Frankie is holding a huge 5-pointed star shield in his left arm, wielding Thor's hammer in his right hand, and wearing Iron Man's nano armor. Hey, Sanji and Zoro looked at Frankie's weird and handsome appearance, feeling as if they had eaten countless lemons. The blocking charm. ... Don't be sour, you two won't be able to make a move in a while. Looking at the two people who stopped preparing, Lu Fei couldn't help reminding. But at this moment in the battlefield, Frankie spewed flames from his feet, approached Blackbeard quickly again, and kicked the dragon's jaw heavily with a flying knee. Boom. Although there is a world of difference between the two figures at this moment, it looks more like an ant challenging a dragon to outsiders. But what is shocking is that the giant dragon is constantly whining under the attack of the ants. In the next second, countless flames erupted from Frankie's back. With this huge energy impact, Frankie's body spun rapidly in the air, throwing the shield in his hand with all his strength. After Blackbeard's jaw was hit twice, before he could regain his senses, he felt his head go numb, and his body backed away again. After the huge shield hit the dragon's head, it quickly flew back towards Frankie. Shock energy. Frankie swung Thor's hammer in his hand, hitting the edge of the shield again. How is it possible? How could it be possible to be hit by you? Blackbeard roared, resisting the dizziness in Nonuo head, and roared at Frankie. You. Blackbeard looked at the iron lump in front of him, and couldn't believe that he, who had 3 fruits at the moment, turned into such a distressed appearance. Blackbeard swung out his dragon claws, slapped the shield flying, and then pierced through the air with his claws, carrying terrifying shock energy, and swung his claws down towards Frankie. But what Blackbeard didn't expect was that Frankie's attack was faster than Blackbeard's. HMPH, that's all. Blackbeard snorted disdainfully, tilted his head to avoid the hammer, and swung it towards Frankie again. Boom. More importantly, his own dark fruit had already awakened, and it turned out to be like this. Thor's hammer was thrown out in an instant, and hit Blackbeard's dragon head again. Whoosh. Just by waving the dragon claw, the space around Blackbeard was shattered. Thor's hammer collided with the shield, emitting a huge sound wave, causing Blackbeard's figure to tremble again, and blood flowed out of his ears. In the next second, the shield that was originally retreating exploded towards Blackbeard again at an exaggerated speed. In the next second, the left paw of the blue dragon transformed by Blackbeard was actually wrapped in a white ball of light. E.T. When? 254, Starburst what cut? Why are you guys again? Blackbeard roared loudly at Frankie, but what was waiting for Blackbeard was not Frankie's explanation, but the dazzling lightning that pierced through the black mist. Boom. As Thor's hammer flew back, Frankie lifted the hammer high into the sky, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts galloped towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard raised his right paw, and the endless black mist instantly wrapped the dragon's body, absorbing countless lightning bolts. In an instant, the originally weak blue dragon, after absorbing the endless lightning, the scars on its body continued to heal again to the extent visible to the naked eye. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the power of the explosion, Blackbeard grinned grimly at Frankie. Die. In an instant, Feng Zheneng gathered on the dragon again. The dragon claw pierced the air, and the space shattered. Didn't you say, don't attack with energy? Zoro's figure suddenly appeared in front of Frankie. Boom. Are you too excited? Zoro held 2 knives, unexpectedly blocking the blow of the shattering void. Switch to 720, bro. So, leave it to you. Frankie waved his hands as he looked at the dragon claws that were close at hand, and then he left the battlefield with flames spouting from his feet. Let me be your opponent. Zoro suddenly exerted force, and his two knives slashed across the dragon's claws, not only leaving huge scars on the dragon's claws, but also instantly bounced the huge dragon's claws away. All of you, how long are you going to stop me? Feeling the severe pain in his palm, Blackbeard recalled the two disastrous defeats at the beginning, and the black aura emanating from his body became even more terrifying. The flames gathered in Blackbeard's mouth, and a mouthful of heat burst out towards Zoro again. It's a small scene. Zoro looked at the scorching and terrifying beam, but instead put his two knives on his chest, and suddenly exerted force on his feet, flying towards the beam. Swish! A white light flashed, and this terrifying heat was actually split into two by Zoro. Good old Zoro. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei almost rushed forward angrily. I still remember back then, when everyone faced Kaido's hot breath, everyone pretended to be like grandson, saying that they had no means of defense, that they couldn't beat them, and so on. The results of it, shields against heat, a sword cut through the heat. It's true that I live to affect your output. Now there are still many people who have not made a move. Lu Fei simply does not believe that the rest of them have no whole cards. And Lu Fei really can't understand, since when did everyone start to hide hundreds of millions of cards? As everyone knows, everyone has learned the habit of hiding cards from Lu Fei. *burst_stream. What? Sanji was a little confused when he heard this. Starburst abandoned healing. Brook looked at Zoro who was holding two knives, and smiled at Sanji. Star what? Sanji said that he still couldn't understand. After all, as an anime novice, he hadn't watched some anime at all. Starburst abandoned healing / abandoned treatment for what? Starburst abandoning healing / what is the cut of the star? You old Sanji, why don't you give me a matryoshka? Feeling the helplessness of a certain uncle at that time, Brook couldn't hold back for a while. Why don't you say mameme? May what plum? Snapped. Brook slapped his forehead and pushed Lu Fei beside him out. After all, Sanji is the big daddy in their team who controls the food. If this angered Sanji, who knows if the sixth child will be at the celebration banquet, let yourself explode once. Come on, BBDB, let's watch the show well. Lu Fei smiled helplessly, pointing to Zoro who was about to magnify his move and said, is it okay to let Lao Lu get you the book later? Huh, book. As soon as these words came out, the fellow travelers all cast strange glances at Lu Fei. In those shining eyes, there were shocks, surprises, and some begging to share. Tell me, Sanji touched Lu Fei and whispered. It's interesting. Frankie also turned his head to look at Lu Fei, but because of the armor, he couldn't see his brother's wretched expression at all. Ahem. Lu Fei blushed, and knew that he had said something wrong, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Well, the so-called Starburst abandoned healing / well, let's put it this way, if the peak of the three-sword style is one big 3,000 big thousand worlds. Then the pinnacle of the two-sword style is Starburst airflow / cut. Seeing that there was no explosive news, everyone made a speechless cut, and once again turned their attention back to Zoro. So, I'm going to go. Looking at the huge dragon body, Zoro chuckled and accelerated again. Whoosh. In the next second, Zoro's figure suddenly appeared under Blackbeard's body. Two sharp blades covered by conquerors long ago, entwined with black lightning, slashed towards Blackbeard's abdomen. The first blow, cut horizontally. Blood splattered and the dragon howled. The second strike, dashing forward and slashing horizontally. What? Zoro stepped on the moonwalk, and his figure kept dodging around the huge dragon body. 03L. The fourth strike, double knife parallel slash. Taking a step forward, Zoro approached the blue dragon again. Damn it, you all should die. Under the severe pain, Blackbeard exuded a lot of black breath, trying to force Zoro back. Under the blessing of the body's rotation, these two slashes cut the black mist apart, and two bloodstains appeared on the dragon again. But in Blackbeard's puzzled eyes, the thin wall of wind actually stopped countless wind blades, without even causing a ripple at all. Its power is so great that people feel that it can tear the enemy together with armor and weapons in an instant. Whoosh. Face the wind. The third strike, roundabout slash. So, information is very important. Zoro chuckled, and then swung his knife. An invisible wind barrier appeared in front of Zoro. Enough. Blackbeard snarled angrily at Zoro in pain. In an instant, a large number of wind blades spewed out from Blackbeard's mouth and roared towards Zoro, like a weasel slash. 255, Neonian illusion breaks. Whoosh. Yo Blackbeard, do you still remember me? At the moment Blackbeard was shocked, a figure appeared behind Blackbeard and asked in a frivolous tone. Hey, Sanji, you six, I'm not done yet. Zoro looked at Sanji who suddenly appeared, and shouted anxiously. Looking at Sanji who was dressed lightly, Zoro suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. That's what I said, I'm here to play assists. Sanji chuckled, his arms shook, and an icon of a small blue hand suddenly appeared above his head. Ding. After a crisp sound, two exaggerated mechanical gauntlets appeared in everyone's sight. Hey. Zoro looked at the familiar icon and shape, and couldn't guess Sanji's skills at this moment. Whoosh. Zoro's figure disappeared instantly, and accelerated towards Blackbeard. But at this moment, Sanji, at the moment when Zoro's figure disappeared, had firmly grasped Blackbeard's dragon body. Toxic milk powder, female judo, asleep. Doomstorm. In an instant, Sanji's body began to spin crazily on the spot, creating gusts of wind. And the huge green dragon transformed by Blackbeard started to spin under Sanji's lead. Old Lu, it's ready. Sanji leapt into the air with Blackbeard in his arms, and then punched Blackbeard in the abdomen. With a punch, the void vibrated, and the black mist receded. Ah! Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and the huge blue dragon flew towards Zoro uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the moment Blackbeard vomited blood and fell back, Zoro approached again. The 5th strike is a cross-cut. The 6th strike is a cross-cut. Roar! Under the 4 slashes, Blackbeard writhed the dragon's body again in pain. Wow ah 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 ah! Under Blackbeard's severe pain, the dragon's body spun wildly like a top. In the next second, several huge tornadoes appeared around Blackbeard's body, and he wanted to use these tornadoes to force Zoro back again. As expected, this kind of team battle is in line with our style. Lu Fei looked at the active 2 people and wanted to get involved. Walking, Brook looked at Lu Fei and squinted his eyes and smiled. Let's go. Squinting his eyes, he took out an RPG and carried it on his shoulder, then continued with a smile. Who made us a bunch of people who like to fight in groups? Then let's go. Lu Fei chuckled, turned to laugh at the melon eaters behind him and said, if you want to get involved, hurry up. After all, this is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Lord Blackbeard. As soon as the voice fell, the figures of the 3 disappeared in place in an instant. Hey, are you interested? Shanks slapped Hawkeye beside him. Without any dignity as 4 emperors, he actually encouraged his friends to gang up on Blackbeard. Boring. Hawkeye raised the brim of his hat and said in a cold tone. Then Daddy, I'm going. Seeing his younger brother join the battle, Ace, the older brother, yelled at Whitebeard and then joined the battle with Sabo, who was Brokon. Us, Joseph, Johnny and the little fan looked at each other, eager to try. But before the 3 of them could act, a thunderbolt exploded in front of the 3 of them. You 3, stay where you are. Nami glared at the 3 of them angrily, really not knowing what level he is. The strength of the 3 quasi-admirals is not bad, but under the instigation of Lu Fei, they dare to challenge the 4 emperors. At that time, if you get wiped by Blackbeard, you can eat directly, okay. Ahem, big sister head, let's take a look. Yes, let's see. 16. Looking at Nami, who was a little angry, the 3 of them also calmed down. After all, they opened Bankai to fight against the 3 disasters. If facing the 4 emperors and rushing forward, isn't this a proper gift of experience? But the battlefield at this moment, following the battlefield of Lu Fei and others, is completely chaotic. Hey, it's not good that you have so many people. Zoro, who was avoiding the tornado, saw so many people suddenly appearing, and almost hit Blackbeard with a dragon's claw. It's more fun to play in a group. Lu Fei patted Zoro, as if recalling the time when he went to an internet cafe to play hacks. If you say that, you don't have to ask. Sanji, you are a 6th child, aren't you playing Control? With Zoro's roar, everyone's eyes focused on Sanji again. Ding, 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 ask for flowers. Following the flashes of yellow light that spread from Sanji's gloved body, Zoro realized something was wrong. After all, it was agreed that we would play a team together, but Sanji actually wanted to steal K heads. How can this make Zoro, who claims to be the number 1 DPS output, stand it? But Sanji at the moment is the closest man to Blackbeard. In the next second, a huge golden flower slowly bloomed in front of Blackbeard. DNF female Qigong 3 senses. Sanji waved his hands, and the 2 giant dragons shot straight into the sky, then accelerated down from high altitude, and flew towards Blackbeard together with Sanji. After all, it was so hard to cut the boss into residual blood. At this time, AB************ D came out of the team and wanted to add blood to the boss. Roar, Shining Sword of Light, activate. In an instant, the cards in Brook's hand overflowed with light, and 3 huge lightsabers were inserted around Blackbeard, which instantly dispelled the black mist on Blackbeard's body. Draw a card. A white light flashed. Brook raised the card in his hand, and shouted loudly in the direction of Blackbeard. In an instant, flames were everywhere, and the sound of explosions was endless. Sanji is having fun too. Zoro felt a little tired when he felt the 2 huge energies. 0. After the explosion, in the space shrouded in black mist, pieces of golden or blue petal mountains unexpectedly slowly fell. How is it possible? Blackbeard looked at the 3 lightsabers around him in disbelief. He had already wrapped himself in black mist just now. Why not only could he not move at this moment, but the black mist on his body was dispelled. But in the world of pirates, this card can not only seal the opponent, but also dispel darkness. In the next second, Sanji controlled 2 huge energy dragons, and they collided fiercely with the blue dragon. Light Shield Sword, one of the protagonist cards in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, its effect is to limit the opponent's monsters to attack for 3 rounds. Neonian Illusion breaks. With the sound of 2 dragon chants resounding through the sky, 2 giant dragons, 1 golden and 1 blue, roared out of the flowers. It's all right. Brook patted Zoro's shoulder, then walked to the front of the crowd and posed handsomely. 256, Extremely Overlord Splitting Void Fist. After Sanji's 3 attacks, Blackbeard spat out a mouthful of blood again, and retreated uncontrollably. Tisk tisk, it's a bit miserable, I can't do it anymore. Zoro looked at a Blackbeard that was spitting blood, and suddenly couldn't bear it, and then strengthened the conquerors on the 2 knives again. You are human. Looking at the conquerors wrapped around the double swords, Lu Fei couldn't help it. Hey, Sanji, you're really over the top. I've just scored 6 consecutive hits. Looking at Sanji who wanted to strike again, Zoro couldn't help it. Tisk! Hearing Zoro's shout, Sanji smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, and then countless energies exploded from his body. DNF female Sonda double sleep. 573, Ultimate Overlord Splitting Void Fist. The power of Ultimate, the limit of continuous breakthrough, no flashy fighting skills, just relying on instant explosive power, can completely defeat the enemy. Boom. The void twisted, and Ultimate's punch seemed to completely shatter this space. In an instant, a strong shock wave blasted Blackbeard away again, and the direction of the blast was exactly Zoro's position. Isn't this awesome? Zoro chuckled, his speed soared instantly, and he ran in the direction of Blackbeard. Dancing with two knives, Zoro's attack was like a storm, and in a short moment, he swung countless slashes. Ola 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 ola. Under the fierce battle, Zoro also added JoJo's classic lines in the second class. But in the next second, the magic knife held in the right hand was held in the hand by the huge dragon claw. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts to death. This is too fleshy. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard who was still at half blood, and couldn't help but want to laugh. After cooperating for so long, has everyone been scraping? Blackbeard yelled frantically, and the vibration energy of the other dragon claw gathered again, and swung a claw towards Zoro. No, no, Zoro panicked and yelled in horror, looking at the dragon claws that were close at hand. Dragon claw shattered. If this blow hits Zoro, within a short time, Zoro will probably have to drink the little red bottle and the little blue bottle for a while before he can join the battlefield. Hey hey hey, ha 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 ha. Looking at the terrified Zoro, Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Finally able to kill this annoying bug. Big brother, Zoro, damn it, hurry up to brother Zoro's side. Lu Fei is in charge, act quickly. At this moment, Johnny, Joseph, Marco, the little fan and other people who didn't know were startled, and then they were about to run towards Zoro. Calm down. Lu Fei looked at Zoro's poor acting skills, and stopped everyone. This guy has a bad brain and will be cheated by bad women, but his strength is real. Sanji looked at Zoro, who was giggling, and wondered if he should take some medicine when cooking for a while, so that this guy would explode again once. And looking at Zoro who was about to be crushed by a claw, Blackbeard's expression became even more rampant. But in the next second, Zoro chuckled. I lied to you, swish. A flash of knife light approaching to ultimate flashed, and the dragon claw that was originally holding the magic knife was cut off cleanly by this small sharp blade. The last knife, figure cut. Ooh, Blackbeard's wailing resounded throughout the black mist space, and the dragon body rolled continuously under the severe pain, rolling up a large amount of black mist again. But as everyone knows, at this moment, someone has been waiting for a long time. Old Lu, leave quickly. Before Zoro had a good time, the voices of Usopp and Frankie came to his ears. Exclamation mark. Flames splashed everywhere, and the sound of explosions was endless. This guy, he was definitely shot because he resold guns. He was assassinated on a plane, that's an excuse. Zoro looked at the squinting and complaining soul that was burning with one shot after another. Are you ready to eat? Lu Fei was doing warm-up activities, looked at Zoro and said speechlessly, aren't you hungry after so long? How is it possible? Blackbeard felt the sharp pain coming from his body, and was completely dazzled. Prepare what? Looking at Lu Fei who was wearing the same armor as Senju Hashirama, Zoro didn't understand what to prepare for a while. Okay. Zoro gave an okay gesture, and left the scene with Sanji. Why every time at the most critical moment, this group of people came out to stop me? At this moment, Blackbeard completely lost the space for his body. Under the firepower of Frankie and squinting eyes, the huge dragon body was continuously blown away. Okay, you and Sanji are ready. Lu Fei moved his body, and his clothes changed instantly. Obviously, he was only one step away from ascending to the throne. Several miniature rockets emerged from Frankie's body, and squinting his eyes, he kept taking out RPGs from the magic circle, throwing one and then taking another. The true nature of the local tyrant was fully exposed. Feeling the terrifying sound of breaking through the air behind him, Zoro immediately stepped on Moonwalk and fled from the spot at high speed. Oh, that's right. Looking at Zoro and Sanji who were preparing for the battle, Lu Fei seemed to have thought of something. He told Zoro, Brother Whitebeard is ready. Yes, 5.1, yes, why did you forget about this matter? Zoro patted his head. Obviously everyone was going to have dinner just now, but Blackbeard messed up. Boom. Looking at Blackbeard who was about to be beaten into tears again, Lu Fei smiled and said, let's leave the final blow to Brother Whitebeard. Then, I'm going to. Lu Fei clapped his hands together, and green patterns appeared on his face. 257, the power of Hokage. Sage art would style true several thousand hands. Boom. In an instant, a huge Buddha statue with countless giant arms suddenly appeared under Lu Fei's body. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the moment the huge Buddha statue appeared on the stage, it seemed to dispel the black fog on the battlefield. Although the black mist cannot be completely dispelled, the battlefield at this moment is like the coexistence of light and darkness. They are different from each other, yet they are interdependent. It's time to play, Hokages. Lu Fei laughed. Boom. As soon as the words fell, clouds of smoke exploded behind Lu Fei. With a whisper, 5 familiar figures appeared behind Lu Fei. Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Fifth Hokage, Senju Tsunade. Sixth Hokage, Hatake Kakashi. I wipe it. Looking at the 6 figures on the Buddha, Zoro swears instantly. This Buddha statue is too exaggerated. Looking at the huge wooden Buddha statue, Sanji wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If it is said that Blackbeard, transformed into a giant dragon, can block out the sun all day long, then in front of the current Buddha statue, Blackbeard's huge figure is at most the size of a punch from the Buddha statue. Hiss, seeing the familiar figure of 6 paths, Aokiji, Luo, and friends who have read the comics, they couldn't help taking a breath. Let's go, Hokages of all ages. Yo, boom. In the next second, the sitting Buddha statue stood up suddenly and was bathed in golden light. Both arms shook 11, golden rays of light burst out. Whoosh, with a flash of golden light, the huge Buddha statue disappeared out of thin air. In the next second, the space fluctuated, and the huge Buddha statue appeared in front of Blackbeard in an instant. Straight punch, without any fancy skills, just a simple straight punch seemed to smash Blackbeard into pieces. Boom, with a punch, Blackbeard felt his eyes blur, and his huge figure retreated violently. But before Blackbeard flew far, the huge Buddha statue flashed golden light, and came behind Blackbeard again, and threw out another straight punch. The golden light flickered, and the Buddha statue kept flickering around the blue dragon's body, and the attack speed became faster and faster. He. Lu Fei smiled obscenely, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Actually, I've wanted to do it for a long time. In the next second, the Buddha statue put on a strange posture and stopped beating Blackbeard unilaterally. Ban show. He squinted his eyes and looked at the huge Buddha statue strangely, and a word that was unfamiliar to everyone popped out of his mouth. What the hell? Zoro squinted his eyes in confusion, not understanding what it meant. Just as they squinted their eyes and wanted to explain again, everyone saw the huge Buddha statue squatting down slowly with its hands spread out. It's just that the squatting posture is very weird, one foot is stretched out straight, and only the other foot is used for support. Yee, Ip Man. Sanji patted his head, not quite understanding Lu Fei's brain circuit. Come. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard with a smile, and the Buddha statue also hooked his hands, indicating that Blackbeard can be rescued. Damn it. Blackbeard roared angrily. The huge dragon body stirred up the black mist, and it was in front of Lu Fei in a blink of an eye. Go to hell, arrogant brat. The giant blue dragon contained terrifying dragon flames in its mouth, and vowed to burn the Buddha statue in front of it. Whoosh, 4th generation Namikaze Minato, 2nd generation Senju Tobirama, join forces. Flying Thunder God. In the next second, the golden light of the Buddha statue flashed, and it had already arrived behind the giant blue dragon. Strength starts from the ground, punches come from the heart. Lu Fei smiled again and recited the formula. 5th generation Senju Tsunade and Lu Fei looked at each other and increased chakra's output again. Japanese punch weird power version. Boom. In the next second, with the blessing of the chakra of the Hokages, the huge Buddha statue, which was originally extremely bulky, was extremely swift, dancing in the battlefield at this moment, like a golden flash. It's over. Marshal D. Teach. Lu Fei felt Blackbeard's breath, and launched the final blow. This is the power of Hokage. With the roar of the 6 paths resounding across the battlefield, the Buddha statue flashed golden light again, and came to Blackbeard, from bottom to top, with a heavy blow on the body of the blue dragon. Boom. In an instant, a huge word, fire, bloomed in the sky above the half-light and half-dark battlefield. 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, 6th generation Mu Kakashi, then I go. Dude Whitebeard, dirty, boom. With one blow, Blackbeard spat out blood, and unconsciously flew towards Whitebeard. I don't know if it's because Blackbeard has run out of fuel, but Blackbeard, who was originally transformed into a blue dragon, is slowly turning back into his original body while flying backwards. It's over, Teach. Whitebeard looked at the flying Teach, his left fist was surrounded by shocking energy, constantly accumulating power. If we talk about the beginning, looking at Blackbeard who was about to fall into a coma, Whitebeard smiled sadly. With your character, it doesn't exist at all. As long as Dark Fruit shows up, you'll still go this way, right? How could it end here? Blackbeard, who was about to fall into a coma, became violent again the moment he heard Whitebeard's sad words. I am Blackbeard. Following Blackbeard's earth-shattering roar, the black aura of the Great Emperor gushed out from Blackbeard's body again. But this time the black mist gradually corroded the space around Blackbeard. I am the strongest, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard smiled madly, but in the next second, a calm voice sounded on the battlefield. It's my turn. Draw a card. A white light flashed across, and Brook put a card over his head and shouted. Activate the normal trap card, Sealing Sword of Light. In the next second, a sharp blade appeared out of thin air and passed through Blackbeard's chest. Whoosh, but to Blackbeard's curiosity, the excruciating pain he imagined didn't materialize. Feeling that the sharp blade did not cause any harm to himself, Blackbeard laughed maniacally again. Ha 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 ha. But after a few breaths, Blackbeard gradually felt something was wrong, and he lost contact with Dark Fruit. Looks like good luck. Brook flicked his hair, looked at the Dark Fruit behind Blackbeard who was stabbed by the sharp knife, and smiled triumphantly. Sealing Sword of Light, a trap card in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! The effect is to randomly select one card from the opponent's hand and remove it from the game. Putting it in the world of One Piece is to immediately seal the opponent's whole card. Blackbeard, who was unlucky, was sealed with the Dark Fruit by the Sealing Sword of Light, and could not use the Dark Fruit's ability again in a short time. Seeing the flying Blackbeard, Whitebeard's left hand vibrated with energy fluctuations, and this time, Whitebeard never held back his hand. Go to hell and repent, teach. Whitebeard roared, delivering the final blow. Quote. No, old daddy. Looking at Whitebeard who was attacking with all his strength, Blackbeard felt fear again at this moment, and when he wanted to beg for mercy again, that angry punch was close at hand. Click. The void oscillates and the space shatters. With just this memorization, the space around the two of them is also like a shattered mirror, and the cracks continue to spread outward. Old father. Blackbeard looked at the man named strongest in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. If the dark fruit hadn't been taken, would it? At this moment, Blackbeard's eyes blurred, as if he had come to the original scene again. In the picture, a little boy hugs a man's thigh and cries, as if he is constantly begging him to take him in. Yeah, I'm still me. Blackbeard looked at the little boy who was begging on his knees, and smiled calmly. After all, I am Marshall D. Teach. As the picture in front of Blackbeard gradually disappeared, the curtain fell on this mighty hero at this moment. Marshall D. Teach, fallen. With the death of Blackbeard, the sun penetrated the black mist and shone on the battlefield. Feeling the long-lost sunshine, Lu Fei and the others also soothed their bodies. After all, if Brook hadn't hung up at the end, God knows that Blackbeard would appear again in the final stage. But the battle is over, and after Charlotte Tellenline is dealt with, it's time to face the final boss. 5 elders, 3 admiral, I am. Forget it, what are you thinking so much about? Zoro shook his head, this kind of troublesome matter should be left to Lao Wu or Lu Fei to solve. 070, how about I work overtime? He squinted at the coalition army opposite, and swiped his thumb towards his neck. At this moment, the coalition forces collapsed on the ice, staggering from side to side, completely losing their strength. However, due to Blackbeard's ability, most of the coalition forces did not recover their strength. In the current battlefield, probably only a few people from Charlotte Linlin's group and Fujitori's group have recovered. And this kind of setting that can corrode space reminds Zoro of an Arankar in Shinigami. But the aura that Blackbeard erupted in the end was indeed terrifying. Zoro recalled that aura, and felt a little scared for a while. As time passed, Sanji called Xiaomidi and others back to the merry and prepared lunch for everyone. Needless to say, the 4th stage must be the complete blooming of Dark Fruit's awakening ability. On the other side of the battlefield, the remaining coalition forces also slowly recovered. Cough, eat and eat, don't care about them. Lu Fei put his arms around Sanji and squinted eyes, and walked to the side of the open space. Okay, but Blackbeard has exhausted my strength, and I won't be able to recover for a while. Squinting his eyes, he shrugged indifferently, and got busy with his friends, preparing tables, chairs and tableware. After all, the overwhelming black mist just now not only cut off the fruit ability of everyone, but also continuously drained their physical strength. Come on, I'm ready to eat, I'm starving to death. Lu Fei stretched his waist, looked at Sanji and smiled, Boss, what are you going to eat later? It's not in a hurry to eat, those guys, what should we do? Sanji pointed to the unconscious allied forces in the distance. The 2nd stage is the 3 fruits of Blackbeard, and the 3rd stage is the awakening of abilities. The last strike is really a show. Lu Fei gave Brook a thumbs up. If Brook hadn't sealed Blackbeard's dark fruit, according to the game's settings, Blackbeard would definitely have to fight again. After all, that breath is an existence that can corrode space. After all, Blackbeard is the double fruit ability in the 1st stage. In short, Blackbeard in that state just now used the coalition forces as a power bank, otherwise Zoro and others' attacks would not be able to scrape like this. 258, all petrochemical. Boss Sanji, hurry up, the child is starving to death. Zoro slumped on the chair, and complained to the sky without any image. After fighting for such a long time, Zoro's eyes were blinded by starvation. Up. Who isn't? Brook also collapsed on the chair, like a salted fish. Save the child. Lu Fei also wailed as he looked at the Mary. At this moment, the 3 of them were like children waiting to be fed, and they kept making complaints, causing the rest of the big bosses in the same group to cast curious eyes. Seeing the 3 people crying and howling, Shanks finally couldn't hold back, took out the package in his arms and handed it to the 3, saying, I still have some dry food here, why don't you guys have fun first? Take it away, is there still food? Isn't this hitting me in the face of Sanji? I'm starving to death, help. The 3 of them glanced at the dry food in Shanks' hands in disgust, and continued to howl in situ. It's not. Shanks frowned with black lines, always feeling that he didn't know why, and felt like wanting to whip these 3 dead children. By the way, I've always been curious about one thing. Zoro, who was howling, suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at the other 2 curiously and asked. You said that in the world of pirates, is there that? That. Brook looked at Zoro curiously, a little confused. Hey, it's the one who was whitewashed in the finale. Zoro said to the 2 carefully and proudly. Look at the world of Hokage and Shinigami, aren't Ichimaru, Jin and Urzuzi whitewashed? That's what you said, that's right. Brook patted his head and said excitedly to the 2 of them. Didn't Orochimaru and Aizen help the protagonist fight the boss in the end? Speaking of this, the eyes of the 2 people flashed with excitement, and they all speculated about the traitor in the world of pirates. I think it's Lao Huang. Zoro tilted his head thinking about the past, and said again, but Lao Huang let us abduct us early, and I don't know if it counts. I don't think so, Lao Huang is not subversive. Brook shook his head and said, this kind of whitewashing must have a strange charm and must be ruthless. Look at Orochimaru. As soon as the words fell, the two looked at each other again, and said in unbelief. It can't be the Red Dog. Question mark question mark question mark. Looking at the two people whose minds were getting bigger and bigger, Lu Fei, who was full of black lines, was about to stop him, when he heard the B********* D Zoro say. It's indeed possible from this point of view. Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but then he couldn't explain it. That's not right, didn't Red Dog kill Whitebeard and Ace during the Summit War? Can it be washed white? Brats. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard immediately blew out his beard and stared at the two of them. Me, Ace pointed at himself with question marks all over his head. Why did he say that Akainu washed it when he was here? That's true, Sanji nodded, obviously agreeing with Zoro's words. After all, such a character, even if the old thief Oda wants to clean up, Hamie cannot agree. But the two people who were getting excited didn't pay attention to Whitebeard and Ace at the side, and chatted more happily. When you put it that way, I think the Red Dog is a possibility. Brook interrupted Zoro and expressed his opinion. Didn't you watch the world of Hokage, Obito, Brother Tsuzi were all whitewashed in the end? That's right, although Naruto's parents are not directly involved with Obito, they have a lot to do with it. Frankie also joined the tea party. My dear, hearing what Brook said, Zoro immediately made up a 42-episode large-scale series in his mind. In order to make Luffy embark on the road of being strong, Red Dog plays the most disgusting role along the way, only for the final battle, Luffy has the strength to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. For an unknown number of days, the Red Dog kept persecuting himself and Luffy in order for Luffy to become a talent. Under the moon, the Red Dog sat alone on the windowsill, holding a cigar in his mouth in silence, looking into the distance thoughtfully. Perhaps, only that brat can overturn the world. The Red Dog is holding a cigar in his mouth, and his gaze is slowly drifting into the distance. Zoro slapped his head excitedly, and shouted to his partners excitedly. There is a picture, there's that picture. Crazy. Lu Fei hastily interrupted the two of them, and if they let these people live in vain, who knows what it will look like. And just when a few people were coughing, Sanji, Xiaomidi and others walked over with a huge shelf in a circle. This time, what is it again? Suck. Feeling the alluring fragrance in the air, Zoro swallowed continuously. Don't guess, look at the red cloth on the shelf, it must be for the boss to hold the cup again. Brook patted Zoro, motioning for the other party to sit down quickly and prepare to grab. After all, there are not only Lu Fei, Zoro and the people on the boat, but also Whitebeard, Shanks Hawkeye, Dragon Sabo and so on. If you're too slow, you won't even be able to lick the plate, let alone eat. Don't worry, I've done a lot this time. Sanji looked at the few people in front of him who were waiting to be fed, and said with a smile. Looking at the people who were seated, Sanji stretched out his hand to uncover the red cloth, and said to everyone with a smile. Secret roasted whole lamb. In an instant, a golden light shot straight into the sky, and an extremely alluring fragrance exploded. Gudong. Everyone present swallowed a mouthful of saliva instantly, and then looked at the golden roast lamb on the grill like hungry wolves. Glowing. Shanks resisted the desire to reach out, looked at the roast lamb in disbelief, and then at Sanji. How is it possible? Hawkeye felt the tempting fragrance, and looked at Sanji in disbelief. Gu la la la, interesting, interesting. Whitebeard smiled heartily at the side, although the dirty soil does not need food supplies to turn around, but under this tempting fragrance, Whitebeard actually wants to take a few bites. It's okay, brother. Lu Fei smiled and said to Whitebeard, your body also needs energy supplies. Gu la la la. Hearing this, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Although it is very happy to return to the world, as a big pirate, no, according to Lu Fei, they have changed their careers to be adventurers. So, as a great adventurer, how can you not have good wine? However, when several newcomers looked at the roasted whole lamb and wondered why it was glowing, Zoro quietly took out the magic knife chinblade and posed in a strange posture. Closing his eyes and holding his breath, Zoro let out a deep breath while everyone was still looking at the roasted whole lamb. One knife living together lion singing song. Jung. With a flash of silver light, everyone took out their weapons vigilantly, and saw Zoro holding a knife in his right hand and a huge leg of lamb in his left. Old Zoro, you. Looking at Zoro who drew out the magic knife, Lu Fei just wanted to speak when he saw Zoro had already gnawed on the leg of lamb. In an instant, the alluring scent of ultimate exploded again, making the people around swallow another mouthful of saliva. The skin is golden, the outside is crispy and the inside is smooth. Zoro took another bite of the leg of lamb, and kept poking his mouth. The meat is delicious, amazing, amazing. Looking at the golden and crispy skin, the sheep fat dripping gradually, and the steam rising, everyone calmly looked at the people around them. At this moment, there are no comrades in arms around me, they are clearly opponents. After all, sheep only have 4 legs. Although the lamb body is also good, how can it compare to the meaty and tender leg of lamb? But before everyone could make a move, a whisper came to mind in everyone's ears. Room. In an instant, a hemispherical space enveloped this space. Swish. In the next second, before everyone had time to react, another leg of lamb had been placed in the center by Luo. Hey, isn't it? Lu Fei looked at Luo in a daze, unable to imagine what this kid had gone through to integrate into his team so quickly. You Shanks swallowed, and looked at Lu Fei with a strange expression on his face. Don't talk about wood. Don't talk about martial arts. Lu Fei slapped his head. Why is it so embarrassing to have a meal now? But looking at the people around him, Lu Fei could only smile bitterly. The Whitebeard group, Shanks Hawkeye, his cheap daddy Long and his second brother and sister-in-law, as well as his own group of people and so on. After all, this ultimate scent is really alluring. I understand. Lu Fei also smiled awkwardly, and explained to Shanks, actually, my family is not like this at ordinary times. Ahem, I understand. Shanks nodded, feeling that he agreed with Lu Fei's words. Total petrification, Brook swung his wand, delivering a final blow. Actually, Lu Fei was about to say something when he felt a green knife flash in front of him, and the other leg of lamb was caught by Hawkeye. Good. E.T. The human setting is broken, okay. What the hell is this desire to win? But after all, both of them stared at the last leg of roasted whole lamb from time to time, and Shanks had already put his hand on the griffin, ready to snatch the last one at the most critical moment. But now there is only one sheep, how can it be enough? Seeing Lu Fei's action, Shanks immediately drew the griffin and swung the knife at the leg of lamb. Looking at Brook holding a magic wand, Lu Fei already understood in his heart, and then holding kunai, he was about to cut off the last leg of lamb. Jung. Oops, Brook chuckled, a white light flashed in his hand, and a wand appeared in Brook's hand. T-F. Ahem, he's not usually like this. Shanks explained to Lu Fei with a coy smile. Zoro is so stupid, who would have thought that Hawkeye would also open Ping A to grab the leg of lamb. Looking at the cold face, and glanced at Zoro's eagle eyes, Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 259, come on, spin one. Following Brook's order, the surrounding partners felt their whole bodies tense up, as if they were turned into a stone, unable to move. All petrification is a kind of spell in the world of Harry Potter. It is a magic that turns the whole person into a stone and cannot move, but does not hurt people. It belongs to the spell of body restraint. As for Brook, who graduated from Azkaban, let alone a simple spell like petrification, everyone would not be surprised even if the 3 major forbidden spells were released in an instant. With the casting of the spell, the little friends who wanted to fight for the last leg of lamb could only watch this sinister skeleton, humming an unknown tune, and cut off the last lamb in a relaxed manner. Leg. Suck. Smelling the alluring fragrance, Brook swallowed hard, and then waved his wand, releasing everyone from their restraints. Shoo, you are so beautiful. Lu Fei looked at the 4 people who were gnawing on the leg of lamb, and his teeth were about to shatter in anger. But after all, his speed was slow, and when he wanted to fight for a shot, it was already too late. Look at Lao Lu, although he has a bad brain, he is really quick to start. When everyone is still marveling at the cooking, he has already figured out the next plan. And when it comes to robbing food, Zoro ranks second, and no one really dares to claim first. It's really, 933. Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly looking at the private man who was enjoying himself. You guys are really interesting. Shanks put the knife back into its sheath, patted Lu Fei on the back and laughed. Looking at these funny companions around Lu Fei, Shanks smiled even more happily. Laughing and laughing, Lu Fei shook his head helplessly, greeted everyone to sit down, and was about to start dinner. After everyone sat down, they swallowed hard again around the attractive roasted whole lamb in front of them. Such a long battle has already made everyone hungry, although most of them didn't have a chance to make a move, they just hid aside and watched the show. Come on, let's eat. Lu Fei took out dozens of boxes of beer from the space, held up the bottle and smiled. Cheers. Everyone laughed and touched the wine bottle, and immediately started the cooking mode. The scene was so crazy that the girls in the team could only smile bitterly to cover up the embarrassment on their faces. Eat well, drink well, eat well, drink well, Brook greeted everyone, and a case of beer was placed at the feet of everyone. Old Lu, you BBCG are a jerk, you should finish the leg of lamb first. Looking at Zoro who was holding a leg of lamb in one hand and frantically tearing up the roasted whole lamb in the other, Lu Fei couldn't help it. Cut, fast with hands, slow with hands, Zoro smiled crookedly and continued to eat frantically. Just kidding, although Sanji said that he did a lot today, but he didn't see that he just brought up a sheep. What's more, it's just the appetite of the few of us, if you don't rush to eat, it won't be your turn to talk about your bones. Watching more and more people join the battle, Zoro's cooking speed has been raised to another level. Daddy, try it. Marco and Ace brought the plates and offered the food they had stolen. Whitebeard picked up a piece of mutton and put it in his mouth. The next second, a unique aroma burst in his mouth. Tasty. For some reason, when Whitebeard was chewing the mutton, a few old men holding special musical instruments suddenly popped up in his mind, beating gongs and drums, and playing unknown festive ditties. Immediately, a young girl danced and opened a banner with the word delicious written on it. Amazing. Whitebeard took a deep look in the direction of the merry, never expecting there to be such a skilled chef in this world. Gee la la la, it's really delicious. Whitebeard closed his eyes and thought about it. At this moment, he finally understood why Lu Fei and these boys would be so crazy when they mentioned dinner. And when Whitebeard was about to grab a piece and taste it, the plate was empty. The genteel. Shanks tossed the mutton into his mouth and looked at Whitebeard with a hey grin. Eating should be steady and ruthless, what are you doing with those fancy things? Listening to this classic line, Lu Fei didn't even need to think about it, it must be taught by Lao Lu again. Shanks, you little brat. Whitebeard's expression darkened, looking at Shanks in displeasure. That's right, you don't eat actively, you have brain problems. Zoro handed 2 bottles of wine to Shanks and Whitebeard and laughed. Asterisk, turn, spin 1. Whitebeard looked at the bottle in his hand in a daze. For a person of his size, how can he drink a beer bottle of this size? Zoro touched the 2 of them with the bottle, and then the bottle shook, and a bottle of beer had already been swallowed. Spin 1. Shanks and Whitebeard exchanged glances, apparently new to the unfamiliar vocabulary. Looking at the 2 people who were stunned, Zoro shook the bottle dissatisfied and said. Drink, let's raise fish. Gu la la la. Fun. Shanks and Whitebeard looked at each other, shook the bottle like Zoro, and drank a bottle of beer. It's just that Whitebeard grabbed a handful of beer and Shanks a bottle. Every other day, the 2 hiccuped and laughed again. This novel experience was really interesting. Although this so-called beer does not feel very strong, but with this delicious roasted whole lamb, it really has a special taste. Little devil, take some more, let's have a good drink. Seeing that Zoro brought a few more boxes of beer, Whitebeard smiled heartily. This Shojun bottle, with delicious lamb, Whitebeard said he can drink for days and nights. The only shortcoming is probably that there are too many wine bottles, and it is too troublesome to drink by yourself. Whitebeard, who was about to get some mutton, looked at the huge skeleton in front of him with a confused expression. Meat, it's gone already. Zoro pointed to the group of partners with green eyes, and shook his head helplessly. If I hadn't acted quickly just now, I would really have gone to the bones. Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and said in his heart that when the food was served, he would just use his knowledge to start a fight. Anyway, his knowledge could predict the future, so he didn't panic at all. Forget it, let's drink and drink. Whitebeard couldn't help but rub the center of his brows, this just hooked out the greedy bug, and it's gone. In desperation, Whitebeard could only grab another 7 or 8 bottles of wine and drink them all in one gulp. 260, Jinbei debut. Regarding the joyful atmosphere on Lu Fei's side, the coalition army's side is already about to explode. They are clearly in the midst of a battle right now, why can this group of people hold a party like no one else? Drinking and eating meat, this is war, why can this group of people happily hold a banquet in the battlefield? But after Blackbeard's trouble just now, most of them didn't recover at all, they could only collapse on the ground, looking at this group of people in the distance with murderous intent. Hee, you are really open-minded. Fujitora sat on the ground with a smile, feeling the happy atmosphere of the other party, and couldn't help being a little envious. Charlotte Tellenline also seemed to have regained her strength at this moment. Smelling this tempting smell, she stood up unconsciously and walked towards the other party step by step. Food, dessert, food, dessert. Smelling this seductive smell, Charlotte Tellenline's expression became more and more crazy. Desserts are obviously the most delicious food in the world, but for some reason, this fragrance makes me so crazy. What is this fragrance? Food, food, food. Mom. Kaor looked at his mother whose expression was gradually going crazy, and shouted worriedly. But at this moment, the aunt has long been attracted by Sanji's luminous dishes, and her mind is completely occupied by this tempting fragrance, so how could she hear the voices of other people? Damn it, I can't move my body yet. Kaor struggled to get up to stop him, but he lost too much energy and didn't recover. Damn it, who will stop Mom? Looking at the aunt who walked by alone, Kaor looked worried. His mother was one of the 4 emperors, but the group of people on the opposite side had just dealt with 4 emperors. My own mother just passed by, and the end can be imagined. Hey, here's a guest, who is going to welcome you. Zoro was having a great time drinking with the 4 emperors at the moment, and seeing the aunt who was gradually approaching, he hurriedly called out to his companions. I don't have time, I'm still busy. Lu Fei gave Zoro a hard look, if it wasn't for the old 6 talking too much, why would Nami and Robin insist on the matter of the Empress? As we all know, once a woman gets angry, she is really happy. So for Zoro's 6th behavior, Lu Fei is really angry. It's a pity that Shirahoshi is an idiot, otherwise Lu Fei really wants to go back to the Heartstone and tell Shirahoshi the story of Zoro's tavern, although everyone is really just drinking. But rumors are something you can't hold back. I'm still a little busy right now, I'm still checking spare items. Brook checked his space backpack, taking out Kaido tools constantly. How about I go? He squinted and pointed at himself, expressing that he was very free. Don't. Frankie squinted his eyes with some fear, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said. I'll go. Brother, you've been a little active recently. He squinted at Frankie and smiled kindly. Active? Dare you be inactive? The corners of Frankie's mouth twitched at the thought of someone's terrifying weapons. After all, no one can guarantee the harmless squinting of humans and animals. What if, Frankie said, is it just in case? This cute weapon goes down, body eats. Hey, work hard. Frankie took back the thermos in his hand, and just when he was about to stand up and join the battle, a figure galloped, already a step ahead of them, and appeared in front of the ant. Jinbei is here. How could it be Jinbei? Frankie couldn't help being surprised when he saw who was coming. After all, after the Panda Island was established, Jinbei was separated from everyone. Who would have thought that Jinbei would suddenly appear at this time? Old Jinbei is here. Hearing Frankie's exclamation, Zoro stopped drinking with the 4 emperors, and looked at the 2 on the battlefield curiously. Following Zoro's exclamation, in the next second, Lu Fei and his group moved up the chairs under them in unison, and sat down facing Jinbei's direction, with melon seed beer already set up beside them. Shanks looked at Hawkeye with some puzzlement, obviously not understanding the operation of this group of dead boys. If Shanks and others get in touch with Lu Fei more, they will know that everyone's behavior is called eating melons. It can also be said that it is a live version of the 3D movie. Jinbei, Ant looked at the man standing in front of her and said with a gloomy expression. Are you trying to betray me? After all, Jinbei should be the first to quit the big Mom pirate group. Therefore, the joining of the old Jinbei must be worth celebrating. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, and instantly understood each other's thoughts. They definitely wanted to join, but it didn't affect their desire to tease Jinbei. Did you invite old Jinbei? Zoro tilted his head and looked at Lu Fei suspiciously. After all, in their team now, there are really not many people who are sleeping, those who are talking to someone, those who are fishing for fish, those who are complaining, and those who are serious about work. Who would have thought that this product would be so explosive as soon as it came out? I decided to quit here and join Lu Fei's gang. Zero. Yup. But, as soon as these words came out, not only the coalition forces were stunned, but Lu Fei and others were also stunned. But with Jinbei joining, everyone will be much more relaxed in the future. Squinting his eyes at Jinbei, thinking of this man's character, he smiled very kindly. Although Lao Sha is also a good wage earner, but looking at the hardworking Lao Sha, everyone actually feels sorry for Lao Sha sometimes. This kind of breaking news, if it is not in this level of war, it will definitely be popular in New World. Hearing what Squinted Eyes said, everyone also thought about it. Looking at the gloomy ant, Jinbei closed his eyes and paused for a few seconds, then said in a flat tone. He hadn't even had time to invite, and it had already slipped away. No. Nope. Lu Fei was also a little confused by Jinbei's showmanship, although he did have this idea at the beginning, but Jinbei slipped too fast. 261, 4 Emperors. Have you decided? The ant looked at the man in front of her, her gloomy and angry expression gradually turned into calm. Yes, it's been so long, thank you for taking care of me. Jinbei looked at the calm ant and said very firmly, I can't talk about taking care of you, but since you have chosen to quit here, why don't you make a break with me? You don't want to be burdened with shame all the time, go on living. Hearing this, Jinbei seemed to understand something, and he had already realized this. As long as you promise me not to attack others, I will give you all the lifespans you can take away. Hearing that there is another lifespan to collect, the ant couldn't help but beam with joy, and she absolutely cannot forgive those who betray her. In the next second, 760, Big Mom's eyes glowed scarlet, and the field of death unfolded instantly, and the endless air of death enveloped Jinbei. Stay _ life. As the ant approached step by step, a breathtaking aura burst out instantly. Before many coalition forces even understood what was going on, they felt their chests tighten and passed out on the spot. Brother, are you guys going to make a move? Ace looked at Auntie, then at Jinbei worriedly, and asked involuntarily. Shoot, what's the shot? Lu Fei smiled indifferently, and quickly pulled Ace aside. This is about to be a famous scene, I almost blocked myself from watching the show, okay. Don't worry, just watch. Zoro gave Ace a look and said with a smile, if you can't even pass a level, how can you become our partner? Hearing Zoro's hockey declaration, Ace also nodded thoughtfully, but still looked at Jinbei with some concern. In fact, what Ace didn't know was that these two guys said so righteously, but they just wanted to see famous scenes. I choose life. Looking at Hockey's radiant ant, Jinbei said without any fear. Then, go to hell. The ant smiled evilly, reaching out to take out the man's life. But in the next second, the ant who had already won the prize and was waiting to capture Jinbei's lifespan found that there was indeed no trace of lifespan flowing out of Jinbei's body. How come? The ant looked at Jinbei incomprehensibly, and once again issued a soul torture. Stay _ life. But this time, when asked about Big Mom's soul, Jinbei didn't even bother to speak, but Hockey looked at Big Mom sideways. Ha, so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Looking at the ant who looked a little embarrassed, Zoro laughed like crazy. If it were me, I would be able to dig out 3 rooms and 1 living room with my toes in embarrassment. Brooke was also laughing like crazy. Classic scene, classic scene. Lu Fei took out his small camera and kept clicking on the two of them. You little brat, you really like to watch the show. Watching Lu Fei filming like crazy, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth twitched involuntarily. The ant looked at the man in front of her, her expression couldn't help being a little astonished, she really couldn't understand why mere Haishia Jinbei is immune to the torture of his own soul. Does this man really have no fear of himself? Maybe it was because of the ant's question. Jinbei recalled the encounter with Lu Fei, Zoro and others, he couldn't help but smile, and then Hockey said radiantly. I want to be this group of crew members who want to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. How can I be afraid of you, mere 4 emperors? Mere 4 emperors, mere 4 emperors. Jinbei's words resounded throughout the battlefield, and the coalition forces were instantly shocked when they heard these words. No one has ever dared to speak so loudly and underestimate the emperor of the new world. He Jinbei is just a sea man, how dare he? That's 4 emperors, that's the emperor of the new world. DJ, thinking of the battle just now, everyone looked at Lu Fei and his group with even more fear. After all, 4 emperors have already fallen. Since you don't intend to charge my life, then. Looking at the furious ant, Jinbei suddenly sat down on the ground, took out a wine glass from his cuff and put it on the ground, saying, Jinbei, quit the big mom pirates. Listening to the hockey declaration that resounded through the sky, Lu Fei, Zoro and others were completely happy and crazy. Ha ha ha, I can't do it, I can't do it. Zoro was laughing like crazy at this moment, and patted the two old brothers beside him frantically. Mere 4 emperors, ha 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 ha. Woohoo, old Jinbei, what a handsome horse. Come on, Jinbei, you beat Zoro's old baby, and you won't be allowed to join the group test. Come on, ha ha ha. Seeing the reappearance of the named face, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others started coaxing, making Jinbei, who was still on the sidelines of hockey, suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, old Jinbei is still shy. Looking at the laughing crowd, although the ant had a smile on her lips, the killing intent on her body was almost uncontrollable. Not everyone can laugh at the title of 4 emperors. Ha 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 ha, it's really hockey's declaration. Shanks smiled carefreely. Shanks was not angry at Jinbei's arrogant declaration, and even wanted to have 2 drinks with Jinbei later. But 4.4 Whitebeard on the side looked at Jinbei, who was still hockey-facing Charlotte Trillin, and then recalled the silly sons who almost made Blackbeard punch ineffective, and instantly became angry. Obviously they are both their own sons, why is there such a big difference? Although Jinbei has never joined his own pirate group, but Jinbei calls his father, it doesn't matter if he joins the pirate group or not. Look at your home, Jinbei, dare to point to Charlotte Tellinline's nose and say 4 emperors. What about these silly sons of my own family? Even Shanks Hockey couldn't bear it back then. What a shame, what a shame. Thinking of this, Whitebeard became more and more angry. Looking at the 2 silly sons in front of him, he couldn't help but squeezed his fists. .262, gold smiles. Shock, murderous. In an instant, Marco and Ace shuddered in unison. For some reason, they always felt an extremely strong killing intent. Marco and Ace looked at each other, and when they turned around, they saw their father looking at them with murderous intent, almost crying. Old, Daddy, old, what's the matter with you, father? The 2 babes continued to look at each other, not quite understanding how it was so good that their father was so angry all of a sudden. What a shame, what a shame. Whitebeard looked at the 2 stupid sons, and couldn't help but patted his head. He was so famous in his life, that he had 2 of them. It shouldn't be a bunch of stupid sons. When the war is over, I must train you well. Whitebeard glared at the 2 silly sons extremely displeased. After the sadness passed, Whitebeard could only drink away his sorrow, grabbed a pile of beer again and drank it all in one gulp. Gudong gudong, that's right. Let's see how angry your father is. Lu Fei rolled his eyes, forced a smile and said, Uncle Me, I will help you practice. Something. Definitely something. Lu Fei watched Whitebeard glaring at Marco and Ace with extreme disgust. The fire of 8 trigrams was burning. During the period when I was offline, absolutely 11 very interesting things happened. Ha 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 ha. With a mocking laugh, everyone's eyes returned to the 2 on the battlefield. In this case, we are enemies from now on. The ant held up Prometheus, and then stepped on the wine glass in front of her. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously in front of him will die. In an instant, Prometheus was shining with golden light, and hot breath gushed out. Go to hell. The ant looked at the sitting man fiercely, exuding endless killing intent all over her body, as if she wanted to burn the man in front of her to death. But in the next second, a crisp laughter resounded through the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The clear and sweet laughter made the ant who was about to kill the killer stop her movements, and kept looking around, looking for the person who laughed. Who is it? Who is it? The ant exuded a terrifying murderous intent, but looking around, no one spoke at all. In the next second, a golden light in front of him shot straight into the sky. Gold smiles. Please taste it. Sanji smiled and introduced the second dish to everyone. At this moment, Sanji, in the eyes of everyone, seems to be bathed in the holy light, looking noble and holy. Boss, you finally came out. Zoro was so excited that he almost cried when he saw Sanji appearing with a new dish. In the next second, the golden round object on the shape of the dragon let out another pleasant laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the familiar shape of the dragon and the familiar golden buns, the travelers immediately understood what Sanji was cooking. In the world of Nakado's little master, Master Gang Shia's top 10 cuisine, golden smile. Ha ha ha. Amazing Sanji, this thing can actually be funny. Lu Fei took a bun from Shenlong and looked at it curiously. Amazing, awesome old Sanji. Zoro poked Bowsy lightly, making Bowsy laugh with silver bells again. Ha 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 ha, I'm a little happy. This thing is really interesting. In the scene at this moment, the traversers each had a steamed stuffed bun, and they were having a good time. The rest of the partners looked at this bouncing and laughing Bowsy with horror on their faces, and were completely dumbfounded. After all, everyone present, even the well-informed big pirates, have never seen food that can laugh. Laughing, laughing, Luo looked at the steamed stuffed bun in his hand in surprise. As a member of the boat, he naturally became more and more courageous. The most important thing is that this bun is made by Sanji. It's so interesting. Shanks came back to his senses, excitedly picked up a bun and shouted to Lu Fei. How did you do it? This is really interesting. Try it. Lu Fei looked at Shanks, who had never seen the world, and suggested with a smile. Are you going to eat it? Shanks looked at the steamed stuffed bun in his hand with some reluctance. He wanted to take it back to show his crew members such an interesting thing. Food should be eaten off the heat. Lu Fei and his friends smiled happily and took a bite. In an instant, a burst of ultimate fragrance exploded, and thick sweat shot out from the bun. Hot, hot, hot. Zoro kept steaming, biting the bun in his hand. However, did we forget something? Looking at the bun in his hand, Zoro frowned, as if he had forgotten something important. Eat melons. Lu Fei pointed at Andy and Jinbei behind him, and smiled awkwardly. After all, they are shining golden light here at every turn, and they have obviously drawn the attention of the audience. Even Jinbei, the ant, forgot to continue mobilizing people for a while. Oh. Looking at the two people who were stunned, Zoro smiled awkwardly, took off a bun, and threw it in the direction of Jinbei. Old Jinbei, try it, good stuff. Snapped. Jinbei looked at the flying golden bun and caught it behind him. Just as he was about to complain, he watched the bun shaking in his hand and let out a joyful laugh. The cheerful laughter made Keeping almost fall in fright. On the other side, Lu Fei and his group began to taste this interesting steamed stuffed bun. Listening to this happy laughter, everyone became happy. Phew, it's amazing. Aokiji chewed and tasted the 587 steamed buns slowly, feeling a warm current all over his body, and unconsciously raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it's really interesting. Shanks didn't have the image of 4 emperors at all, sucking the sweat from his hands. Little devil, how on earth is this thing made? Whitebeard threw a bun into his mouth again, allowing the rich juice to burst at last. Then Whitebeard seemed to realize something, smiled at Sanji and said, "Well, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it. Actually, there's nothing inconvenient about it." Sanji smiled at everyone, and then revealed the secret of Bowser's ability to laugh. "Amazing, you are really amazing." After tasting such delicious dishes, Shanks has completely transformed into Sanji's brainless blow. Actually, it's all thanks to the seniors. Looking at the excited crowd, Sanji smiled and said again, "Besides, that senior has always believed that only happy cooking can be called dim sum." Snacks. The little fan looked at Sanji adoringly, and took out a small notebook to record everything again. "Yeah, dim sum." Sanji smiled, and then greeted Joseph and Johnny to serve the next dish. Chess that can light up people's hearts. In the next second, Sanji lifted the red cloth covering it again, and another golden light shot straight into the sky. 263, everyone having fun. P************** G beef balls, please taste them. Brother Sanji worked hard today. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Zoro immediately moved behind Sanji, ready to give the big brother a squeeze on his shoulders. Looking at the balls in front of him, Zoro didn't need to think about the ingredients. This ball must be exactly the same as that made by a certain boss. And with so many meatballs, Sanji must have spent a long time beating them alone. What a mess. Sanji turned away Zoro's attack, his hands were greasy and sticky after eating lamb leg and steamed buns. Zoro didn't pinch his shoulders, he obviously took the opportunity to wipe his hands. "Hey, don't you want to eat?" Zoro scooped up a bowl full for himself, then turned to look at his motionless companions and asked. "Ahem, eat, do you want to eat it?" Lu Fei looked at the meatball in front of him, but felt extremely tormented inside. Although this dish is delicious and interesting, but thinking of the man who ate meatballs and ran in the sunset in the original book, everyone is in a cold sweat. What if the old Sanji couldn't hold back and dropped something? At that time, will it be possible that my group will still be running on the water while holding the ribbon? It's too embarrassing. Hey, when the time comes, do you still want the old faces of your group? Cut, you still have the burden of idols, you deserve to be hungry. Zoro looked at the rest of the crowd, curled his lips in disdain, and then picked up a meatball and put it in his mouth. Next second, poof, a water arrow shot out, causing the surrounding friends to use their abilities to avoid it. "Lao Lu, take it easy." Seeing the water arrow flying past his nose, Brook yelled dissatisfied. But Zoro smiled again, picked up a meatball and put it in his mouth again, aiming at his little friends and biting down. "Old Lu, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Okay, old Lu, you can do it. To hurt each other, yes, yes, yes. Come on head on. With the addition of Lu Fei and other small partners, the scene fell into madness again. A large group of people held meatballs in their mouths, constantly looking for the target beside them. The purpose is to give each other a face. It's really youthful. Shanks picked up a meatball and glanced in the direction of Hawkeye. Swish. A green light flashed in front of Shanks. Hawkeye was holding a black knife Yaya, and looked at Shanks with an unkind expression. Ahem. Shanks turned his head hastily, slowly savoring the deliciousness of the meatballs. Looking at the people chasing each other with joyful expressions, Ant is going crazy with anger at this moment. This is the real battlefield. Do these little devils know the horror of war? How dare they play and laugh in such a station? Enough. An angry roar resounded through the entire battlefield, causing the frolicking crowd to temporarily stop and look at the crazy-looking ant. Enough. Enough. The ant roared angrily at the sky. You one after another, how long are you going to fool me? In the next second, the powerful conquerors exploded on Big Mom's body. Just when Lu Fei and the others were about to start the group, Sanji walked slowly towards Dama with a huge plate. Is this going to be drugged? Or is it going to be solo? Zoro looked at the calm Sanji, and couldn't help showing a black question mark face. Logan, I've never heard of such a person. Shanks tried hard to recall, but found that there was no memory of Logan at all. Moreover, this steamed stuffed bun is stuffed with 8 types of seafood, and the dough is fermented with 1,000-year-old flour. How nuo jiao. The little fan introduced it to everyone with a proud face. For what? Shanks scratched his head, full of curiosity, and looked at Luo with a curious baby. This kind of bun has the power to calm the waves of the world. No, I don't know. Lu Fei also looked at Sanji with doubts, not quite understanding what the boss was going to do next. In an instant, a golden light rushed towards the sky, drawing the ant's sight over. Looking at Shanks, who seemed to be shining, Luo almost tensed up. I really want to have a bite. Looking at the buns in the treasure ship, Shanks swallowed unconsciously. How is it possible? Hearing this, Shanks waved his hands in disbelief. This kind of fantastic thing is too exaggerated. Why? 4. Sishin seafood 8 treasure soul suppressing steamed buns. Luo stared blankly at the treasure ship, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. There is more. The little fan looked at the big brothers around him, and said with great pride in an instant. Yeah kid, no matter how powerful Bowsy is, how can he calm the waves of the world? Whitebeard shook his head, expressing his disbelief at all. Sishin seafood 8 treasure soul suppressing steamed bun. The little fan turned over his notebook and said with admiration. According to brother Sanji, this steamed stuffed bun was taught to him by a big guy named Logan. Hold on. Absolutely hold on. This is 4 Emperors Shanks. I saw a gorgeous treasure ship shining with colorful lights on the dinner plate, and buns of various colors were piled up on the treasure ship. He really didn't want to miss any of this ultimate delicacy, let alone such a high-quality steamed stuffed bun. Would you like something to eat? Looking at the crazy-looking ant, Sanji smiled and lifted the red cloth on the dinner plate. 264, the power of soul-suppressing buns. Seeing the unbelieving attitude of the bosses, the little fan immediately argued with the bosses. But, brother Sanji, he subdued the monster kraken with only 4 steamed buns. As soon as these words were said, the big shots who knew the inside story were all taken aback. Monsters like kraken are vulnerable to their strength. But with only 4 buns. It's too exaggerated. How could such a brutal monster be subdued on its own? Just when everyone was dubious, Aokiji said, that kind of bun may really have the power to calm the world. Hearing Aokiji's affirmation, everyone's eyes on the treasure ship became even hotter. A vote. Shanks held Griffin tightly, and gave Hawkeye a look. The meaning was very obvious. The two of them beat the ant, and the buns are all theirs. Hey, Hawkeye sighed helplessly. His best friend turned out to be an idiot. Sometimes, Hawkeye really didn't know how this guy became 4 emperors. Fighting the 4 emperors just for a bun. If this gets out, what will people think of you, Shank? Yup. Hawkeye nodded thoughtfully. What do people think of you, Shanks? What does that have to do with my Hawkeye? And that ultimate delicacy. Hawkeye also looked at Big Mom a little moved. 650. And at this moment in the battlefield, Big Mom looked at Sanji with a gloomy expression. Little devil, are you going to fool me too? Looking at the gloomy ant, Sanji smiled and pointed at the steamed stuffed bun on the treasure ship in his hand and said with a smile. Don't you really want to try it, little brat? The ant looked at the steamed stuffed bun on the chartered boat with some excitement, but he was different from Shanks. The style that 4 emperors should have was not what it should have. Really, don't you want to try it? Sanji looked at the agitated ant, and continued to sell his buns. Little devil, if it tastes bad, I'll take your entire lifespan away. As soon as the words came out, the ant wanted to give herself a bite. How could she say such a thing? But the words had already been spoken, and the ant still picked up a steamed stuffed bun with a displeased face. The moment the buns entered the mouth, the ant's expression became funny, and then Yinma picked up a bun and threw it into the mouth again. How is it possible? The ant felt the fresh and rich soup in her mouth, and her expression changed from disdain at the beginning to shock. The soft cotton-like skin, paired with the ultimate delicious soup in the buns, this unparalleled texture and tenderness, is it really a bun? The ant picked up a bun and threw it into the mouth again, and a completely different taste came from the tip of her tongue again. Is this shark fin? Big Mom closed his eyes, slowly savoring this incomparable delicacy. Does the fusion of shark fin and top soup have such a lifelike taste? Damn. Big Mom roared angrily in his heart, and kept taking buns from the treasure ship. Is it abalone this time? How could it be so delicious? And this inexplicable aroma, is it bamboo? As the buns entered his belly, Big Mom sat on the ground and tasted the buns, gradually calming down. Contented, quiet and peaceful. This is what everyone feels from Big Mom at this moment. No one could believe that Big Mom from Conquerors, who was acting like a madman just a second ago, would show such a contented expression after eating a few buns. And the ant at this moment, there is no trace of sternness on her body. If you don't know, you must think that this is a kind old grandma. After all, the ant who was eating the soul-suppressing steamed stuffed bun at the moment has such a kind expression on her face. It's over, let's go. Looking at the satisfied Big Mom, Sanji patted Jinbei on the back, and led Jinbei back to the team with a dull look. Okay old Sanji. Zoro smiled at Sanji with a big thumbs up. But just leave it alone, will it work? Lu Fei asked, pointing at Big Mom. It doesn't matter. Sanji shrugged his shoulders when he saw his little friend, and then smiled mysteriously. after all, I've got enough of this dish. Blanking BBBF. Hearing that Sanji said that he prepared the ingredients, everyone hurriedly showed interest. After such a long journey, has Sanji finally remembered that he is an unscrupulous cook? Well, let's put it this way. Sanji organized his words and continued. Ordinary soul-suppressing steamed stuffed buns make people feel peaceful and peaceful, so this dish with added ingredients, I guess the ant at this moment is enjoying the most peaceful time in memory. Yeah, so, Zoro nodded, looking at Sanji expectantly. So, looking at the expectant Zoro, Sanji showed a black question mark face. Oh, what? The friends looked at Sanji expectantly, this ultimate delicacy, even though they had eaten it last time. Yes, what about ours? Boss, you can't just please Zoro's old baby and forget about us. Yes, sir, you can't be so cruel. What a mess, climb up for me. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the teammates who were making trouble again, Sanji sighed helplessly, being serious with these guys is really the most dishonest thing. It's been ready for a long time. Sanji sighed again, and glanced at the crowd with disgust. As Joseph and Johnny brought out 2 treasure ships again, Shanks and others were thoroughly excited. After a long time, after solving the buns, everyone lay down on the reclining chair prepared by Booker. Those who should smoke, those who should drink tea, everyone is like a salted fish, looking at the sky contentedly, enjoying this moment of peace and tranquility, lazily enjoying the warm sunshine. E.T. Boom. Countless fists transformed from magma appeared in everyone's sight, piercing through the air with clangs. Those countless magma fists were like fire meteor showers, as if they would completely burn everyone in front of them in the next second. Meteor volcano. Seeing the countless magma fists in the air, everyone sighed in unison. After eating and drinking, they really don't want to move. And what are you doing fighting so early? Can't you enjoy sunbathing for a while? Hey, I've been working hard. Frankie sighed helplessly, turned over and continued to lie down. Old Lu, come on. Lu Fei also yawned, obviously feeling a little sleepy. Me, out. Zoro also yawned lazily, and then looked at Luo beside him. Boss, are you up? Me. Luo looked at the group of salted fish in front of him, and then moved his gaze to Nami's direction again. Stop, I'll come. Luo, you 6th son, you are such a good person. Boss, hurry up and accept the supernatural power. Seeing Luo who was about to make a small report again, everyone in Shanyu jumped up immediately, gnashing their teeth and looking at this scammer. 265, Cell Teammates Technique. Looking at the hot molten lava all over the sky, several people yawned boredly, without the slightest desire to do anything. Come on, what are you waiting for? Lu Fei looked at his reclining chair, then turned to Zoro and muttered. Yeah, come on, what are you waiting for? Zoro nodded in agreement, and turned to look at Sanji beside him. Hey, Zoro is really human. Sanji glared at the two of them angrily, and said dissatisfiedly. I spent so much time and effort cooking so much, you still want me to do it? Well, Sanji is right. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other, then set their eyes on squinted eyes. With squinting eyes and palms together, a huge purple magic circle unfolded in front of everyone in an instant. Stop, wrong. That's right, boss, accept the supernatural powers. Seeing this exaggerated huge magic circle, the two panicked instantly, and hurried over to squint their eyes to prevent this guy from moving. What's wrong? He squinted and looked at the two innocently, not understanding where he made a mistake. Boss, we are still young. Yes, sir, we are really young. Looking at the innocent squinting eyes, the two cursed secretly in their hearts, but they dared not show any dissatisfaction on their faces. I don't know if squinting eyes is teasing them, or if he really wants to use his treasures. Anyway, in the recent battles, there is something really wrong with this guy. Or, Lu Fei glanced at Mao Luo's position and winked at Zoro. Yes, how about? Zoro nodded, looking at Luo with a malicious smile. You guys, don't come here. Seeing the malicious smiles of the two, Luo couldn't help shivering, but then seeing Nami next to him, he couldn't help feeling more confident. Enough. Hiss. Just as the two were approaching step by step and wanted to throw Luo out as a shield, a flash of lightning flashed across the tip of their noses. Ahem, isn't it because everyone's atmosphere is too tense and active? Looking at Nami who looked unhappy, Lu Fei touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment, looking for lame excuses. Yeah, active, huh. In the next second, Zoro felt his body soaring into the air and flew towards the lava that filled the sky. Forbidden technique, Cell Teammates Technique. Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was thrown out by him, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Isn't there a saying, what should I do if I meet a bear in the forest? It's actually easy to do. As long as you run faster than your teammates, you'll be fine, right? At this moment, Lu Fei is holding this kind of mentality. Anyway, someone has to make a move, so why can't it be his teammate? In the next second, Zoro's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Lu Fei, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** hurriedly adjusted his figure, holding the magic knife in his hand and constantly moving in the air. As silver light streaked across the sky, the magma filled the sky like a natural disaster. Under Zoro's slashing, it did not cause any harm to Lu Fei and others. After a set of simple slashes, Zoro fell from the air and looked at Lu Fei dissatisfied. Hey, isn't it that those who can do more work Looking at the deep pit scalded by the lava around him, Lu Fei smiled and patted Zoro on the back. Besides, as the world's #1 swordsman and the highest combat power among us, we must show ourselves well. Zoro couldn't help but smile when he heard such words as the #1 swordsman and the highest combat power. That's right, old Lu, think about it carefully. When the war is over, the newspapers will definitely report overwhelmingly, right? Zoro nodded thoughtfully, without even noticing that he had been entangled in it. So, I'm here to help you. Help me. Zoro looked at Lu Fei puzzled. That's right, think about it. You are so active, how will it be reported in the newspapers? Lu Fei, like a demon from hell, bewitched the naive Zoro again. Ask for flowers. How to report? Savior. Lu Fei slapped excitedly. Zoro continued. Save the people from the fire and water, overthrew the rule of the celestial dragons who did all kinds of evil, and brought the light of dawn to the world. No, not that good. Listening to Lu Fei's rainbow fart, Han Zoro scratched his head shyly. How is it impossible? Lu Fei interrupted with a righteous face, and Zoro continued. What a lie. What's funny, my friends are just kidding me. Lu Fei glanced at Brook and smiled again. Looking at Zoro's smiling face, everyone sighed helplessly. And just when Lu Fei and the others were making fun of themselves, the forces of the coalition army were assembled again. Looking around, there are many familiar faces, such as Marine Marshal Akainu, 5 elders, T-Dolphin, Momoshiki and so on. You are a great man. Tisk tisk. Zero. If you tease such a fool, won't your conscience hurt? Brook asked. Yes, you are the captain, you are right. At some point, there was a dense crowd of Marines standing opposite, and the difference in the number of people between the two sides was extremely exaggerated. Red Dog, come out and die. Zoro held the magic knife and roared loudly into the distance. Boss, I have a little question for you. Brook leaned over and said with a smile. Shuobei. Looking at the enthusiastic Zoro, the corner of Lu Fei's mouth also raised a smile. You are burning yourself and illuminating others. Maybe it was because of the praise he received in the newspapers, or because he thought that he would be admired by everyone. After Lu Fei said the word, great man, Zoro felt as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. Looking at Zoro in a naive mode, Lu Fei patted Zoro earnestly and gave him a thumbs up. And I'm not wrong, Zoro is so active, the newspapers will definitely praise him. 266, the inexplicable Frankie. Little devils, as I said before, I will crush your heads. Akainu looked at the few people on Lu Fei's side and sneered disdainfully. Hearing the Red Dog's taunt, Lu Fei, Zoro and others looked at each other and smiled. Ah yes, yeah, you're the best. Long live Lord Red Dog. Yes, long live Lord Red Dog. Little devils. Looking at the few people who were swaying, the Red Dog only felt an inexplicable anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Obviously such a few simple words, but for some reason, the Red Dog only felt an inexplicable anger after hearing it. Sakazuki, stand down. Seeing Akainu who was about to run away, the boss of 5 elders immediately yelled. 467, Akainu was holding a cigar in his mouth, with an impatient expression on his face, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by his second child again. Back off, Sharkas. Before we issue the order, it's not your turn to speak. Puff. Looking at the majestic Marine Marshal, this kind of place was educated by 5 elders, everyone laughed happily. Again, Red Dog is the Marshal of the Marine, but he doesn't look like a Marshal in front of the 5 elders. Little ghosts. The old Red Dog's face turned black, hotter lava poured out from both arms. Enough, Sakazuki. 5 elders yelled angrily at Red Dog. Pooh. Lu Fei and Zoro laughed even more happily as they watched the Red Dog being trained. Although Lu Fei and others had also seen such a joyous scene when they were messing around with Mary Joan. But after all, that place was Mariajoy, and the 5 elders could be forgiven for berating Akainu for fear that the celestial dragons would be injured. But now, on this battlefield, in front of so many Marines, do they really want to show their lofty status as the 5 elders, or do they want to take the opportunity to warn some people in Marine? Looking at the Red Dog who was sulking and smoking a cigar by himself, Lu Fei shouted. Hey old Red, why does the title Lao Hong feel a bit unserious? Hey Zhao Hong, do you want to come to my side? Lu Fei shouted to Akainu. As the Marshal of Marine, to be abused so much, do you really not consider changing jobs? As soon as these words came out, the coalition forces suddenly realized who Lu Fei was referring to as Zhao Hong. On Lu Fei's side, Zoro, Sanji and the others instantly understood as soon as these words came out, and started fanning the flames. That's right, Zhao Hong, our benefits here are quite good. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, weekends and weekends. Yes, Zhao Hong, we still have maternity leave here. Maternity leave. Men also have maternity leave. When the woman was pregnant, the man took care of his wife while working. Well, yes, our side is more human. So, paid vacation. It's not nonsense. How can such a big company like ours be so dignified? As everyone's topics became more and more crooked, the Red Dog couldn't hold back anymore. Enough. A roar resounded through the sky, and the Red Dog's body surged with lava, and puffs of black smoke kept coming out. You guys, how long are you going to fool me? That's enough, Sakazuki, let's step back first. 5 elders boss glanced at Akainu who was about to run away, and said to Lu Fei and others. Kids, you don't really think that Sakazuki will fall into this low-level aggressive method, do you? What? Looking at the calm 5 elders and the red dog who was about to go berserk, everyone nodded blankly. Isn't the current red dog going crazy? Creating the current situation, you are still talking big. 5 elders looked at Lu Fei and the others and said in a deep voice. Who do you think you are? Although the 5 elders seem calm at the moment, everyone knows that this is just 5 elders trying to suppress their anger. Make a big fuss at the 5 elders meeting, rub the planetary devastation in Marineford, steal someone else's marine's high-end combat power, and so on. Little devils. 5 elders glanced at Lu Fei coldly, but still did not make a move, but kept thinking about strategies in their minds. Suddenly a sound came out, and I always felt that something was wrong. After all, in this battle, the 5 elders lost face and united with the 4 emperors and others. Looking at the small stereo in Brook's hand, everyone looked at Brook with some doubts. Damn. At this moment, 5 elders was trying to suppress the killing intent in his heart, and his hatred for Lu Fei and others had once again increased to a stage. At this moment, the 5 elders can't help but feel a little scared. If they can't solve Lu Fei and the others at this moment, when the time comes when Lord Yimu makes a move, will they still have good fruit to eat? Why did I forget this thing again? Although everyone also understands that this guy will definitely be a bit of a moth before the battle. But who would have thought that even if they joined forces with 3 of the 4 emperors, the situation would still be so unfavorable to them? Since the legendary fruit has not awakened, before Lord IM gets impatient, they should hand in a 3.4 answer sheet that satisfies Lord IM. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Brook suddenly slapped his head and laughed. But all the while, Brook summoned his band of skeletons to play and sing before battle. Kaido, Big_Mom, and Blackbeard, the 3-4 emperors, did not cause any harm to Lu Fei and others. When did such a rebellious person come out? At this moment, swords are on the verge of breaking out on the battlefield, and both opponents are staring at each other, and the battle is about to break out at any time. Saying this, a white light flashed in Brook's hand, and a discreet speaker appeared in Brook's hand. But thinking that the fruit hadn't awakened yet, 5 elders and the others breathed a sigh of relief. 267, Alien Disco. Old BU, what is this? Seeing Brook who was fiddling with the stereo alone, Zoro looked at him in a daze. Generally speaking, when Brook is doing his work, isn't he extremely forceful? But now, what the hell is it to take out a stereo so plainly? What about your layout? Where is your position? Just when Zoro couldn't help but want to complain, Brook turned his head. Hey, Brook said with a mysterious smile, look. While talking, Brook mysteriously pulled them and made them stand in a row in an orderly manner. Yeah, Brother Shanks, come here, don't have to stand so far away. Yeah, Luo, you line up with everyone, line up in a row. Brother Aokiji, stand up with Frankie and stop fishing. While speaking, Frankie commanded everyone to line up and stand 2 or 3 meters in front of Marine. This coquettish operation not only baffled everyone in Marine, but also made Lu Fei and others very curious. Just like that, the 2 parties just stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Brook. Not long after, Whitebeard and his captains, Long and Sabo's second sister-in-law, Shanks Hawkeye, etc., even Johnny's little fanboy and others, followed Brook's instructions and stood in their positions. Oh, isn't it? Is this preparation? Yes, what is this skeleton going to do? No, I don't know. Look, the marshal and the 5 elders haven't spoken, so we just stay put. Seeing the people behaving strangely, the Marines whispered curiously. After all, 5 elders and Akainu hadn't spoken yet, so they could only look at each other warily. And what about Brook? This guy looked at the neatly lined up crowd and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the 2 parties stared at each other at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, holding their weapons tightly with both hands, so that they could strike immediately. So, it started. Brook smiled mysteriously, pressed the sound switch, and hurried back to the team. Start. Start what? That's right, old BU, why have you been nagging lately? At this moment, after Brook returned to the team, the battlefield was completely quiet. Marine looked at Lu Fei and the others puzzledly, and Lu Fei and the others looked at Brook curiously. The originally noisy battlefield has become extremely quiet at this moment, exuding a strange atmosphere. BT. Denden. Hey, isn't it? Old BU, what are you doing? Nonsense, isn't this nonsense? Listening to this explosive rhythm, everyone couldn't hold back at all. I thought Brook would make a big move, so everyone stood apart very cooperatively, and the result. That's it. Isn't it just playing a song? They are lying on the chair, you Brook can also put them. But as the louder and louder rhythm came out from the audio, everyone's expressions became more exciting. Just because, following the explosive rhythm, their bodies danced uncontrollably. Yes, completely out of their control. Under this explosive rhythm, everyone felt as if they had completely lost control of their bodies. At this moment, the image of Lu Fei's side is so enchanting that the coalition forces on the opposite side instantly opened their mouths wide, revealing expressions of disbelief. As a rap sounded, everyone waved their hands, shook their heads, followed the rhythm, and danced more joyfully. Don't be too deliberate, come and be a brother. You did it, I'm free, it's just arrogance. What is this? Listening to this familiar tune, Lu Fei's heart collapsed. This familiar song is exactly the song Year in Disco in Under 1. If this song is simply played, it will not be loved by fans. But the official work, After the end of the plot, the temporary workers under one person, under the playback of this song, waved their hands and shook their hands. The scene was extremely magical. But now, they, a group of people who have gotten rid of the vulgar desires, are about to shake Washong in the pirate world. At this moment, while dancing in shame, everyone comforted themselves inwardly. And under the influence of special props, even if everyone tried their best to control their bodies, there was no effect at all, they could only dance to the music. Dragon slaying knife, gold ingot, whatever you want, don't doubt it's really powerful. But unfortunately, the two armies are facing each other right now, and the opposite is the high-level people in this world. Send it to me, what a shame. If it's a few of their friends, it's okay to shake for a while after getting drunk. And who knows, is there any reporter nearby who is not afraid of death to secretly take pictures? Continue to turn, or drag it to bury. And the music, still going on. The flamboyant dancing posture once again made the rows of Marines on the opposite side completely dumbfounded. But as the character design of the cold male god and the domineering president, the character design of the three of them must never be destroyed. Everyone danced again, their hands together in unison, and they waved their flower hands above their heads. The song will end soon, just be patient for a while, just for a short while. Tisk, Lao Sha, Luo and Hawkeye, the three high cold male gods, although their facial expressions did not fluctuate at all, their hearts were already going crazy with shame. It's okay. As soon as the lyrics came out, everyone stretched out one hand to the back, and tied 3 fingers with the other hand, pointing to their own eyes, and pointing to the opponent's Marine. Brook, you shut it down quickly. Looking at the surprised and frightened eyes of the other party, Sanji's old face turned red, and he couldn't hold back anymore. 268, forward it to me. DB, looking at all the bosses waving their hands, Marine's expression completely collapsed. Not to mention Lu Fei and his group, these guys played battle songs at the Summit War in Shabu Shabu at the meeting place of the 5 elders. This group of people is not serious, but they have long heard of music. But why? Why are Shanks and Whitebeard, who are 4 emperors, shaking their hands in shame? Eagle Eye, Hawkeye, what's the matter with you? You are the dignified former world's #1 swordsman. Countless people are targeting you, why are you waving your hands in a fit of anger? That one with the mark on his face is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A Marine pointed to a man waving his hand on the left. No, the leader of the Revolutionary Army should. Another Marine stared blankly at Long, not knowing how to continue. No, I'm a little dizzy. Me too, I can't stand such a powerful dance. Following Marine's complaints, everyone's faces were blushing. No, I can't, it's too embarrassing. Nami blushed slightly, trying to escape from this place, but under the influence of the music, hands still kept turning. Really? Robin also looked at Brook extremely dissatisfied. Send it to me, continue to turn, or drag it to bury. Everyone once again tied up 3 fingers in shame, pointing to their own eyes, and pointing to the opponent's Marine. Okay, so arrogant. Yeah, look at that skeleton, it's really too arrogant. For me, day_day_day_day_day_day. Everyone shook their flower hands again, while shaking their waists from side to side. Continue to turn, or drag it to bury. Everyone shook their heads and danced again in an angry manner. For me, day_day_day_day_day_day. Continue to turn, or drag it to bury. As the music ended, everyone covered their blushing old faces, looking hopeless. Shame, what a shame. If possible, Lu Fei really wanted to escape from this moment. Who would have thought that such a serious occasion would shake up? Moreover, the most critical factor in the shaking was actually his brother's backstab. After a short period of shame, everyone finally remembered the culprit. Lu, quote exclamation mark quote. Lu Fei exuded black air all over his body, and walked towards Brook step by step with unkind eyes. Okay, the whole thing is on us. Sanji's muscles bulged, and his shirt exploded in the next second. Little Bu, don't blame me if I hit you hard later. Frankie said with a smile as he took out Thor's hammer. Call. The trio of high cold male gods also let out a sigh of relief, and walked towards Brook with dark faces. Lao Sha was smoking a cigar, and the small sandstorm in his hand was turning faster and faster. Luo is holding a ghost cry, and a small space is unfolded in his hand, as if he is ready to be a king at any time. Hawkeye didn't say a word, but his hands were firmly holding Hideoye behind him. And Whitebeard, who was the biggest on the side, also wrapped his left fist with shocking energy, and looked at Brook unkindly. Finished. Barbecue. This is the rhythm to be completely cold. Brook looked at the murderous crowd in front of him, swallowed in horror, and stepped back unconsciously. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Brook, who hadn't taken a few steps back, stopped, looked at Aokiji in bewilderment, and then looked at the ice wall behind him in bewilderment. No, it's not enough. Brook said, wanting to cry but without tears, didn't he just dance a little bit, it wouldn't be such a big game. As the crowd approached step by step, Brook took a deep breath, showing a holy smile without desire, as if he was ready to die. Brothers, before I leave, I want to make one last request. Brook clasped his hands together and said extremely holy. Say, everyone is gearing up, and the gang fights are ready to be completed. Can you not slap your face? Brook showed a kind smile and looked at everyone with a holy face. Quote ... exclamation mark quote. Following Lu Fei's order, the crowd surrounded Brook and started a group fight. Ada, look at my deadly scissor feet. Ouch. Give me back Piao Piao fist. Big buddies, tap, tap. Two dragons playing with pearls. Tay, monkey steals peach. Ouch, it's too much, it's too high. The sea, immeasurable, broken, the bone is really going to be broken. And when the crowd was beating Brook, the coalition army couldn't help it anymore seeing the escaped few people. What do these guys think of war as? Enough. Five Elders boss Li Lihao roared angrily, looked at everyone gloomily and said. Provoke us again and again, and test our bottom line step by step. You guys really managed to piss me off. Seeing the angry Five Elders, Lu Fei and others also stopped beating Brook unilaterally. And then, Lu Fei looked at the few people who were already on the verge of fury, and asked with a smile. What are you going to do? Kill. Five Elders looked at Lu Fei and the others, and a minister popped out of his mouth coldly. At this moment, following the killing word of Five Elders, the coalition forces rushed towards Lu Fei and the others like locusts crossing the border. Hey, looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Lu Fei sneered at Five Elders and then said to his partners. Let him kill. .269, Super Magic Little Goat. It's already been prepared. Zoro held the magic knife and looked coldly at the coalition forces that kept coming. Go go go, finish the work early and call it a day. Sanji clasped his palms together, his muscles stretched out again. Then how do we divide the work? Who will go to the Five Elders? He squinted and pointed at the five fools opposite. Otherwise, whoever grabs it will pay for it. Brook got up from the ground and suggested in a low voice. Agreed, agreed. Ah, isn't it? Old BU, you are so fast. Ah, Brook scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Ada, looking at Brook who fell to the ground again, Sanji let out a satisfied breath. Go go go. As soon as the voice fell, people scattered. Brook, who fell to the ground, watched the people leaving and suddenly sat up, smiled sinisterly, and raised his hand to activate one of his whole cards. In an instant, violent blue magic power surged out, and a huge magic circle wrapped Brook in it. You are. Zoro felt the amazing magic power, stopped and looked at Brook. Super Magic Skyfall. Zoro turned his head to look at the Marines who were close to 913, and disappeared in place in an instant. No, it's not Skyfall. Zoro turned back to the distance and gave Brook a speechless look. If this guy said to do it himself, wouldn't it be nice for everyone to watch him perform? But these two guys didn't say anything, just shot quietly. In the next second, a white light flashed in Brook's hand, and a miniature hourglass appeared in Brook's hand. Hey, looking at the densely packed Marine in front of him, Brook smiled sinisterly again, and then crushed the hourglass in his hand. Super Magic. A tribute to the Mother Goddess of Darkness Feng Rang. Brook spread out his hands excitedly, and the magic power on his body became violent again. In an instant, with Brook as the center, black auras scattered in all directions. Where the black breath passed, the running coalition soldiers collapsed on the spot before they even understood what was going on, life and death unknown. In the blink of an eye, with the spread of black breaths, Marine is like cutting wheat. The moment he first came into contact with the black breath, he collapsed to the ground. Only with this move, except for the familiar Five Elders, Red Dog and the three admirals who were still standing, the rest of the soldiers are completely indifferent. Old BU, you be asterisk 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 D, you said you were going to do something. Zoro gave Brook angrily a look. Originally, he wanted to experience the joy of mowing Wushwang, but as soon as he got his hands on these two things, the joy was gone. Yeah, you said that if you want to use the big move, it's over. Sanji also gave the B asterisk 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 D a dissatisfied look, and then took out a pair from the backpack space and put it on. Tisk tisk, it's really spectacular. Squinting his eyes at the fallen Marine, he glanced at Brook playfully. This move of super-level magic may be comparable to the big fat man and little boy in his collection. Such a terrible move. In an instant, more than 100,000 soldiers were killed. Looking at the Marine, which was a blockbuster to the end, Luo was so shocked that he couldn't speak at the moment. Thinking back to when they were in the Fishman Island, Lu Fei and the others used hockey to stun those tens of thousands of people. But now, just one move, what a great skill. Remembering the scene of beating Brook just now, Luo couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and offered a little rainbow fart. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Luo's praise, Brook laughed out loud, then looked at Luo and said. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm hungry. Brook mysteriously pointed to the sky above the battlefield, and once again said to Luo, who was a little confused. Because, my magic is not over yet. The next moment, a huge black sphere appeared out of thin air and slowly descended from the sky. The moment the huge black sphere touched the ground, it was popped like a bubble. Endless black liquid covered the ice surface, and in the next second, the pitch-black liquid slowly flowed, swallowing all the Marines whose life and death were unknown on the ice. Coming, squinting and opening his ice-blue eyes, he looked at the battlefield and said in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, 6 black monsters exuding a terrifying aura slowly crawled out from under the ice. Bah! 6 huge black monsters let out cute calls. But at this moment, no matter who saw this scene, they couldn't believe that these 6 terrifying black monsters could make such cute voices. Hey hey, cute little goat, it's done. Watching the 6 little goats bleeding, Blue Shoe proudly posed a pose. But in the seriousness of 5 elders and others, Brook at this moment is no different from a demon from hell. Old BU, do you have any wrong perceptions about the little goats? Zoro looked at the ones, no, the black monsters that reminded him of exaggeration, and couldn't help complaining to Brook. I don't quite understand what the boss thinks. Lu Fei shook his head and said, Big Brother's world, I don't understand. Sanji looked at the 6 cute, little goats, and silently lit a cigarette. Misunderstanding, no, Brook chuckled, and then explained to everyone. As we all know, the kid, isn't it just a sheep like a little mountain? Let Brook explain it this way. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. Just when everyone was lamenting the world of the bosses, Sabo and Ace recruited Lu Fei with fear. Brother, come here. Seeing the terrified expressions of the 2 older brothers, Lu Fei smiled helplessly. Right, after all, Brook's move is too terrifying, and it's normal for the 2 brothers to be scared. Haven't you seen Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, in front of this move, just like ordinary people, who was frightened and still maintained the demented expression? It's okay, old buddies. Lu Fei comforted his 2 idiots, turned to Brook with a smile and said. Old BU, please explain, where did the 100,000 people go? As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 elder brothers with terrified expressions beside him and said, didn't you see that the 2 elder brothers were frightened? 270, I am coming. Naturally, Lu Fei didn't believe the disappearing Marines. Brook had killed many Marines as sacrifices. Even in war, no matter how ruthless they are, they still have their own bottom line. At least, a few of them are not murderous people. For celestial dragons, everyone's killing hands are also killing hands. But for the Marines who have been protecting civilians all year round, Lu Fei still counts on them to continue to protect civilians. Oh yes, you said those Marines. Brook looked at the trembling 2 men, and smiled evilly. Of course, there are no more. After saying this, Brook also quietly activated his skills, and a terrifying black aura gushed out from his body. Brook, who was originally a skeleton, looked even more eerie under the blessing of the black aura. Ooh, Brook is so scary. Chopper, who just woke up at this moment, saw such a terrifying Brook, his hair immediately pricked up, and tears were almost frightened by Brook. Damn, such a great pressure. Seeing such a forceful Brook, Luo really connected the current Brook with the slightly naive Brook before. Although it's scary, but it's really handsome. Johnny, Joseph, and the little fanboy looked at Brook with admiration even though their legs kept swinging. It's over, if you let this stuff go on, you will really teach the children badly. Boom. Lu Fei put the knife on Brook's forehead. Speak politely. Hey, boss, don't be so irritable. After a hand knife, Brook returned to his naive look, and explained to everyone. Although this trick is indeed to use them as sacrifices, after my great Brook transformation, they just lost all their strength and were put away by me. When the war is over, I will release it. Brook explained to everyone with a smile. Put it away. Zoro suddenly remembered, and then looked at Brook speechlessly. You won't put it in your magic circle. Yeah, Brook nodded. Just the magic circle that stores all kinds of skeletons. Zoro continued to ask. Yeah. Brook turned into a ruthless nodding machine. I don't have much room for living things. You are awesome. Listening to Brook's explanation, the corners of Sanji's mouth twitched involuntarily. After going through this episode, after the Marines wake up, will their mentality completely collapse in the face of Brook's endless skeletons? Do you really think that they have hung up? While everyone was chatting, 5 elders and others had already fought with 6 cute little goats. However, the size difference between the 2 sides is too huge, even if everyone can cause damage to the little goat. But in the blink of an eye, black tentacles would be separated from the kid and everyone would be sent flying dozens of meters away. Looking at the people fighting, Lu Fei and others did not immediately join the battle, but took out the reclining chairs one by one, and formed a melon-eating crowd on the spot. It shouldn't be. Zoro looked at the few people who seemed to be in a hard fight, and was very puzzled. It doesn't matter if the 5 elders are a few people, maybe they have been in high positions for a long time, and their combat power is not at its peak. But what the hell is Fujitora and the Red Dog? Although they also caused a little damage to the kid, they always felt that they were paddling water and did not show their true strength. It's a bit strange. Brook also looked at the few people in the battlefield with great doubts. This skill has been systematically revised, and in the world of pirates, it is the quasi-admiral's strength. Although the skin is rough and the flesh is thick, Red Dog and Fujitora shouldn't have been slapped so many times. Could it be possible? Zoro looked at the Red Dog, and then at his friends. No way. Sanji also looked at the Red Dog in bewilderment. When this guy was in the Summit War, he had the attitude of killing them. How come I haven't seen you for a while, so long? Or, undercover. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, then shouted in horror. Ask for flowers. Shut up, you guys. Lu Fei looked at the 2 speechlessly. You two, how dare you think about it? Looking at the 2 men who were brainstorming again, just when Lu Fei was about to say something, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Space distortion. A slender man appeared on the battlefield out of thin air. At this moment, not only 5 elders and the others were stunned, but even Lu Fei and the others were completely stunned after seeing this person. Exclamation mark. Supreme leader of the Celestial Dragons, master of the Void Throne. Hey, can't it be, it's really here. Trash 9. No. Who would want to fight? They haven't provoked the boss yet. The boss actually appeared in front of everyone in advance. Seeing Im's arrival, everyone couldn't help being shocked at this moment. Zero. Master I am very sorry. But looking at the expressions of Lu Fei and the others, it is obvious that there is a ruler above the 5 elders. Just when everyone was puzzled or shocked, I looked at 5 elders and others who were still fighting, and said indifferently. As members of the original Shichibukai, I have also dealt with Marine a lot, so I naturally know some secrets of Marine. Too slow. Awakened. How is that possible? Shanks looked at Lu Fei and the others, very puzzled. But the other party has, with a strange power, we. Hearing Lord Im's indifferent tone, 5 elders was startled. He didn't even care about the fight with the kid, and hurriedly knelt down beside I, saying in a slightly frightened tone. Looking at the kneeling people, Im's indifferent voice came again. But before 5 elders finished explaining, I spoke again. Really I. It's fine for them to know about I, but looking at the expressions of Lu Fei and others, why would they know about I? 271, Red Dog, Dark Hound. And at this moment, perhaps sensing the sudden strange person, a kid raised its hoof and stomped heavily towards I. Master I, be careful. Damn it, how dare you treat Lord I like this? In the next second, I slowly raised his right hand and firmly caught the kid's hoof. Is this what made you waste so much time? I looked at 5 elders, and the indifferent voice came again. Extremely sorry, Master I'm waiting to die. I frowned, exerted a little force on his right hand, and the black goat, which was as big as a hill, was instantly overturned to the ground. I indifferently looked at the fallen black goat, pulled out his saber and waved it casually. The black goat instantly split into 2, turned into black liquid and scattered, 840, on the ice. That's what got you into this fight. Following a flash of sword light, the rest of the black goats were instantly split into 2. Damn it. I indifferently looked at the few people who were kneeling down, and didn't say anything, but turned to look at Lu Fei and the others. You did a good job. Seeing Lu Fei in front of him who didn't even awaken the fruit ability, but was able to make such a fuss, I rarely praised. Let's chat. Lu Fei looked at the final boss and smiled. You, not bad. Looking at Lu Fei who has no fear of himself, I nodded. Yes. 11. You and Joey boy, it should be more than just acquaintance. Lu Fei looked at I in front of him and said with a smile. Hearing Joey boy, a rare panic appeared on Im's indifferent face. Although it was only for a moment, it was accurately captured by Lu Fei. You are very smart. I looked at Lu Fei carefully, and then said with some nostalgia, you are very similar to him. Then the second question. Lu Fei continued to ask I with his finger on his finger. You, too, have eaten the fruit. I said a word lightly, and didn't say anything more. The last question. Lu Fei looked at I carefully, and then said, it was a snake that tempted you to eat the fruit back then, right? You. As soon as these words came out, Im's indifferent expression finally couldn't hold back, but as the supreme ruler, after a few breaths, I returned to that indifferent expression. Okay, I'm done asking my questions. Seeing Im's panic at that moment, Lu Fei felt that he had already guessed the identity of the final boss. But don't say, authors like the island country really like to set the final boss as a character like a god. For example, the final boss of the Hokage world Otsutsuki Kagayaji. The reference character of the meal is a celestial girl from the Moon Inn, the Tale of Bamboo Cutter. Another example is the final boss of the Shinigami world, Yuhabak. Although it is set as the son of the Spirit King, the settings of the Star-Crossed Knights and various abilities under his command inevitably do not remind people of a certain church. The pirate world is another world where eating fruits increases abilities. In addition, Lu Fei had read an unserious analysis article in the original world, and when facing I, he simply asked all the questions in his heart. However, the final boss of their world is set in this way, and Lu Fei doesn't know what the other parallel worlds are like. After all, the old thief Oda will change a setting every now and then. The rubber fruit that has been called Gomo Gomo for more than 20 years has also been changed to a phantom beast. So, is that so? Squinting his eyes as if he had heard some interesting news, he showed a meaningful smile. The amount of information is astonishing. Frankie took a mouthful of the thermos cup. That's too exaggerated. Hey. Brooke stared blankly at I, his eyes full of shock. The traversers were all digesting the disappearance of this world shattering, but only Zoro looked at his little friend driving anxiously with a dazed expression. What are you talking about? Seeing the expressions of the friends who were shocked for a day, and then thoughtful, Zoro was so anxious that he was going crazy. Why don't you take yourself to play at critical moments? It's so obvious that you can't guess it. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro in disgust. Yeah, old Lu, it's so obvious. Sanji also looked at Zoro suspiciously. As a time traveler, shouldn't everyone have heard this kind of story when he was young? Old Lu. Frankie patted Zoro on the back, then shook his head. Hey. With sighs, Zoro couldn't hold back anymore. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Fei approached Zoro and whispered, Adam and Eve, what? At this moment, Zoro's expression also became extremely shocked, and he looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. Then this fruit, Zoro asked blankly, maybe it's the forbidden fruit, maybe it's a low-grade copy, who knows? No way. Zoro still couldn't accept it, but thought of the final boss of the Hokage world and the Shinigami world. Great, great, let's begin our final battle. With a whisper, the hot lava exploded in Im's chest. Since the doubt has been resolved, Lu Fei stretched out his right fist and looked at his friends with a smile. Yeah, after this one is prescribed, go over there. I want to share this joy with the doctor. In the next second, everyone bumped their fists slightly and came to Im in front of him. If Lu Fei is not the so-called D family, then it is very likely that Lu Fei will be accepted. It's not a pity, I'll only find out after I call it. Lu Fei looked at his partner around him, looked at Im and smiled. Have a party, let's go to Marineford and have a party. Zoro gave Lu Fei a thumbs up, he didn't expect the setting of their world to be like this. Boom, come on, I'll be on vacation after the fight. A fist made of magma pierced Im's chest from behind. Dark Hound, just when the two sides were facing each other and the battle was about to start. It's a pity, Im slowly drew out his saber, looked at Lu Fei and said calmly. Xiao Xiao 1.7 bars is right, we will set off a grand firework at that time. 272, undercover. I rely on. No, we really guessed it right. How could it be a red dog? Seeing that the red dog severely injured Im with a punch, Zoro, Sanji and others rubbed their eyes and shouted frantically. After all, the scene in front of them, in their view, is simply impossible to happen. But this crazy scene really happened in front of them. What the hell is going on? Master Im, Sakazuki, what the hell are you doing? Puff. The red dog pulled out his fist expressionlessly, and then his lava-turned right arm gushed out a scorching breath again. Dog bites red lotus. The red dog's lava arm suddenly turned into a dog's head. It opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to completely engulf the 11 five elders and others in front of it. Sakazuki, do you know what you are doing? Sakazuki, how dare you? But at this moment, no matter how angry the five elders roared, only a scorching magma dog's head greeted them. Seeing such a terrifying hot lava, five elders was caught off guard and was blown away by the hot lava. Boom. The lava exploded, and the water vapor filled the air. With this blow alone, the five elders suffered considerable damage. But the red dog's attack is far from over. Whoosh. The figure of the red dog instantly disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the two people who were sitting on the ice in a panic. Sakazuki, you actually. The old Yamato's second child in five elders looked at the red dog in front of him, and he was going crazy with anger. Who would have imagined that this guy who was usually scolded by them as a dog would actually bite them back at the most critical moment? But why? Five elders no one understands. Why would Sakazuki, who is upright, cruel and merciless, do such a thing? According to the news from their investigation, in order to complete the task, Sakazuki can take his colleagues and ordinary people as targets and annihilate them without any care. During the Summit War, he personally executed Marine soldiers who were about to flee because they were afraid of dying in battle. Everyone in five elders couldn't believe that they paid so much attention to maintaining the dignity of Marine, that a ruthless person would actually turn against him. Could it be, has he been disguising himself from the moment he entered the Marine? At this moment, five elders looked at the indifferent red dog in front of him, thinking a lot. And, if it's what they expected, then the man standing in front of them now is really terrifying. So hidden in Marine, what exactly is Sakazuki trying to do? It should be said, what is the person behind Sakazuki trying to do? And at the moment when the two were in a daze, the red dog's arms surging with magma held the heads of the two of them. Sakazuki, how dare you? Stop. Seeing the red dog's movements, the remaining five elders roared angrily, and their figures continued to accelerate towards the red dog. But red dog's movements were one step faster than theirs. Great eruption. Just when the three of five elders appeared next to red dog, an indifferent voice came from red dog's mouth again. This move was originally to simulate the impact of a volcanic eruption, and the fist was launched, which was powerful enough to instantly shatter and evaporate a large iceberg dozens of times larger than the giants. When he was in Summit War, Red Dog showed the destructive power of this move. And now, such a close move. Boom. Not only that, Shanks, Whitebeard, Hawkeye, Luo Laosha, etc., all looked suspicious of life. At this moment, except for Lu Fei who was silent at the side, the rest of the traversers were completely insane. Unacceptable. How? Squinting his eyes wide in disbelief, he, who had been calm all this time, was completely stunned when he saw this scene. I'm a worm. Zoro looked at the red dog in bewilderment, and then at the two five elders who had turned into charcoal. He opened his mouth in shock, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Crazy. Zoro hugged his head, and the sky yelled. Slowly, I'm going to slow. Frankie stroked his chest. Even Aokiji, who was originally in the same unit as 360, looked at Red Dog suspiciously. As the magma exploded, the two five elders were completely and successfully taken away by the Red Dog without any screams at all, and won a wave of double kills. No way, I didn't see anyone squatting on the pole. Sanji pinched his thigh, wondering if he was crazy. What is this? Sanji was about to go crazy, wishing that the Red Dog who would destroy them all was naturally the biggest undercover agent. Even seeing the Red Dog at this moment disregarding the injuries on his body and exchanging lives with five elders, everyone still couldn't accept it. So how can a ruthless Red Dog be the biggest undercover agent? No, I still can't accept it. Sanji closed his eyes and kept rubbing his temples. Looking at the current battlefield, the Red Dog is like a madman, not enough for his own injuries, and when he fights with the remaining 5 elders, everyone still can't believe it. Just kidding. Speak. Seriously. Zoro turned his head slowly, looked at his little friend with a dull expression and asked. I should have missed some illusion. 273, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Yes, they had guessed at the time. But that's just what everyone said casually, just for fun. Who could have imagined that in the final decisive battle, the Red Dog would actually turn his back? Not only gave IM a heart-pounding unique move, but also took a double kill directly at the 5 elders. Wrong. Zoro looked at Yim, who was covering his wound and was silent, and then at Lu Fei, who was also silent, and always felt that he had missed something important. No. Still not right. Zoro closed his eyes, carefully recalling the scene that happened just now, constantly extracting important information. The Red Dog defected, seriously injured IM, and got a double kill. Severely hurt IM. Heartfelt words. Zoro kept murmuring, I fee and Sao Sao 4, a beautiful dialect from his hometown. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in shock. No way. Sensing Zoro's gaze, Lu Fei looked at Zoro in surprise, and then showed a kind smile. Hey, I'm so good. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in a dazed way, staring at the Red Dog who was still madly fighting with 5 elders and asked. How did you do it? Well, yes, how did you do it? Lu Fei held his chin and smiled kindly. Old Lu, you. Looking at Lu Fei who was still making riddles, Zoro just wanted to get mad when he saw Lu Fei slowly close his eyes, and then a pair of scarlet pupils appeared in front of him. Right, Sharingan. Zoro looked at the Sharingan with 3 hooked jades, but still didn't understand. I still don't understand. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro with some disgust, and sighed helplessly. I don't know how you figured it out. In the next second, the Guyu turned, and the Sharingan instantly changed its shape, and an extremely familiar pattern appeared in front of Zoro. Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at this familiar pattern, not only Zoro, but all the Traversers, as well as Aokiji, Luo, and Laosha who have read Hokage ninja comics, instantly understood what was going on. Uchiha Shisui, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Zoro sighed helplessly, looking at Lu Fei with some confusion. An illusion possessed by Uchiha Shisui in the world of Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Hokage. Only Shisui's, Mangekyo Sharingan, can be used, which can directly invade the opponent's brain and modify the opponent's will without being discovered by the opponent. Officials say that this technique can make everyone the caster sees become his puppets. It is known as the strongest illusion. No, you. Zoro opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say to Lu Fei. Who would have thought that Red Dog's defection was due to a pair of open eyes? It's amazing, knowing the truth of the matter, squinting his eyes and returning to their original appearance again, with a kind smile on his face. Shoo, so you are the most beautiful, boss. Brook opened his mouth and gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. I'm old. Frankie took out the thermos and took a sip, and said with emotion. Hey, brother, what are you talking about? What's the point of this? Lu Fei comforted Frankie, but the smirk on the corner of his mouth couldn't be concealed no matter what. But Lao Lu, you are exaggerating. What do you think? Zoro looked at Lu Fei speechlessly and said. Also, when did you use Distinguished Heavenly Gods? Didn't you see you use Mangekyo to stare at the Red Dog in the battle just now? As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Lu Fei curiously. I didn't say, I used it just now. Lu Fei looked at the doubtful crowd. Hey, he laughed dryly. Seeing everyone's expressions of extreme shock again, Lu Fei felt extremely happy. Impossible. How many times have we met the Red Dog? Zoro gave Lu Fei a speechless look. That's right, boss, let's talk about it. Brook also asked anxiously. Except for the Summit War, there was a lot of trouble a few days ago. Having said that, Brook was stunned. Yes, Lu Fei nodded with a smile. The 5 elders made a big fuss about that time. No. Not right. Zoro looked at Lu Fei who was pretending to be unfathomable, and said with a very firm tone. Didn't you use the eyes of Brother Tuzi? When did you use Distinguished Heavenly Gods? Remember, at the 5 elders meeting, the Red Dog said that he would crush our heads. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Fei smiled shyly. At that moment, I changed the status of the Sharingan. You're a bit too pervert. At this moment, Zoro finally understood what happened, although he had known for a long time that his own captain was an extremely doggy person. Get the money, this is too exaggerated. As early as that day, did Lu Fei already start planning? Boss, I have a question. Brook asked, raising his hand. Student Lao Bu, please tell me. Lu Fei nodded and said to Brook. Why didn't you use it just now? If you use it so early, in case the Red Dog is not around when you fight IM. Brook organized his words, and said again. What's more, why don't you use it on IM, isn't this the finale? Seeing Brook who raised the question, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, a normal person grasped the key point at once, unlike a certain gratifying person. Only when you sacrifice your life can you have an online IQ. 274, the battle is over. The first question. Lu Fei stretched out a finger and said, using it on the Red Dog is just to let this extremely conceited and cold-blooded man suffer the consequences for himself. It doesn't really matter if IM is there or not. Second question, why not use it on IM? Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. Because, this ability can only be used once. Yes, since this ability is too heaven-defying, the system stipulates that it can only be used once. Otherwise, wouldn't it be good for them to stare all the way over? What else is there to open up? What Armageddon? You have too many eyes. Zoro sighed and said dumbfounded. Hey, they are all my brothers, what are you talking about? Lu Fei waved his hand, comforting Zoro. It's all right if you can fight or not. Let's go. 887 Zoro gave Lu Fei a very disgusted look. I will have less contact with you in the future, you all have too many tricks. Okay, let's get ready to work. Lu Fei pointed to the red dog in the battlefield and said with a smile, it's been settled over there, and we should finish the rest. On the current battlefield, the red dog has already ended the battle. Although the red dog looked very embarrassed at the moment, he was covered in blood, not only his clothes were tattered, but even his right arm was cut off by 5 elders. But I have to say that Red Dog is one of Oda's favorite characters, and his fighting power is really outrageous. Even with such a serious injury, he was able to survive until the end. But what happens next is the real highlight. Looking at the calm Red Dog, Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. The next second, Sakazuki was startled, his eyes recovered, but looking at everything around him, the Red Dog looked at his hands in disbelief. What did I do? Seeing the 5 elders who had been turned into charcoal, the Red Dog staggered and fell to the ground. Impossible, this is impossible. The Red Dog sat on the ice and murmured. I, first am the Marine Marshal. Impossible, how could I kill 5 elders? How? Yes, impossible. Lu Fei looked at the dazed Red Dog, walked forward coldly and said. Those civilians who were protected by Marine, those who died under your hands, once said such words. But at this moment, Sakazuki seems to have completely lost his sanity, and just keeps repeating impossible words. Fortunately, we will not kill you. But if you lose your faith, how will you live in the future? Lu Fei gave this proud and ruthless man a deep look for the last time, then turned and left. Come on, be begged, we have nothing to do. Shanks looked at the disused Red Dog, then at IM, who was seriously injured, and smiled helplessly at the others. What an incredible brat. Looking at Lu Fei who had grown to such a degree, Hawkeye was filled with emotion. A few years ago, it was just like Shanks, just a funny kid. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Lu Fei and his partners have already found this point. At this moment, IM, apart from his clothes being a little torn, doesn't look a little bit injured. Curious. At the same time, I am also very curious, what is the real strength of IM? IM let out a deep breath, and then slid his fingertips across his chest, and the broken hole unexpectedly recovered rapidly in a state visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, IM's body has completely recovered. Little devil, go ahead and drink. To be honest, with such a strong vitality and such an exaggerated repair speed, Lu Fei admitted that he was frightened. Call, such a powerful blow can't even hurt you. Lu Fei looked at IM in disbelief. Yes, curious, so, just out of curiosity, disregarding the life and death of the 5 of them. Lu Fei pointed at the 5 elders who had turned into charcoal, and looked at IM in disbelief. And when Lu Fei and others came to IM, ready to end all this. Let's go, Shanks smiled, then returned to the lounge chair with Whitebeard, and continued to drink. Except for Lu Fei and his group, the rest of the helpers have already started silently preparing for a grand banquet. Aokiji yawned, wobbled to the reclining chair, and started the nap time. Gu la, what a bunch of scary little ghosts. Whitebeard smiled, then looked at Shanks and others. No, I was injured a little bit. Looking at the shocked crowd, IM said lightly, it's just that I'm also a little curious about you. 275, the group is destroyed. Although 5 elders did it by himself, but just to satisfy his own curiosity, he ignored his subordinates, isn't it a bit? A little too callous. What? How come? How does he know? My inner thoughts. And at the moment when Lu Fei was stunned, a slender palm print landed on Lu Fei's chest. You are not him after all. Boom. In an instant, a powerful shock wave exploded in Lu Fei's chest. Lu Fei didn't have time to understand what was going on, he just felt a lump in his chest, as if he had been hit by something, and before he even felt the pain, his body flew backward unconsciously. Wow, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his throat, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Fei had already collapsed on the ice. Lu Fei, damn, how could it be? How is it possible? How can the speed be so fast? Looking at Lu Fei who was crippled in an instant, before everyone could be surprised, Im's figure appeared in front of Zoro. You, a great swordsman. IM looked at the saber in Zoro's hand and said indifferently. Damn it. Zoro held his breath and concentrated, posing in a posture of drawing a knife, staring at IM. One sword style lion song. Jung. A flash of silver light flashed across. Zoro looked at his hand in disbelief, his magic knife 1,000 blades actually broke. How? It's too slow. IM flicked the sharp blade, and a few drops of blood splashed on the ice. In the next second, a blood arrow shot out from Zoro's chest. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Zoro fell heavily on the ice, and the blood instantly stained the water. Old Lu. Sanji clasped his hands together, and his clothes burst instantly. When you touch it with your hands, it makes the sound of iron rubbing. Armed color knife. Sanji's right hand became incomparably pitch black, his right hand turned into a knife, and he slashed out. The moment Sanji swung the knife, a huge silver table knife cut down on Im's head from top to bottom. Power. Too weak. I.M. shook his head, then raised his palm. When? The huge silver table knife was firmly caught by I.M. How is it possible? Sanji looked at I.M. in disbelief. With the power of his blow, how could he be caught by the opponent so easily? But in answer to Sanji's, there was only a silvery gleam. Puff. In the next second, a huge wound opened on Sanji's chest, and the exposed bones were visible to the naked eye. Sanji, hateful, Frankie and Squinting watched another partner fall to the ground. The two were distraught and just wanted to take out their weapons to resist. But at this moment, I.M., with a ghostly figure, appeared in front of Frankie in an instant. Snapped. I.M. grabbed Frankie's hand and said lightly, "Do you want to get out that interesting toy of yours?" M. Let go of Frankie. Squinting eyes took out the short sword from the magic circle, and the tip of the knife was already aimed at I.M. Oh, looking at the squinting eyes exuding endless murderous intent, I.M. grabbed Frankie's neck and stood in front of him. "Do you want to see, is it you who is faster, or me?" Frankie blushed and kicked his feet in the air. Damn. He squinted and stared at I.M., unable to release Bankai at all. At that extremely fast speed, if Bankai was released directly, Brook might be killed by himself. "You are stupefied." As soon as the words fell, I.M.'s figure instantly appeared in front of Squinting eyes. Emotions are your biggest mistake. A swipe of the knife flashed across, squinting his eyes and falling into a pool of blood. "I really don't understand how you guys got into this situation." I.M. shook his head in confusion, then threw Frankie aside and made up for it. "Damn it, how could it be?" Brook burst out with astonishing magic power. But before Brook chanted, I.M.'s figure had already arrived in front of Brook. The weird power. I.M. stared at Brook coldly, and with a wave of his hand, Brook was split in two and fell onto the ice. So weak. Looking at the 6 people who fell down in the blink of an eye, I.M. really couldn't believe how these 6 people got into this situation. Could it be that the 5 elders I appointed are so incompetent? Lu Fei, Zoro, Sanji, ask for flowers. How could this be? Frankie, Usopp, Brook, say something. Nami and Robin stared blankly at the 6 people lying in a pool of blood, as if they had lost their souls. Obviously they have walked along the way. No matter how dangerous the situation they encounter, they can save the day. But why is there only one face-to-face meeting, and all 6 of them? Impossible. Chopper's eyes were filled with tears, and he stared blankly at the 6 people lying in a pool of blood. Obviously everyone agreed to set off a grand fireworks together. How could this be? Ding. Nami bounced a coin, emitting a terrifying thunder light all over his body, aiming at I.M.'s direction. 0. But before the coin fell, I.M.'s figure appeared in front of Nami. Stretching out his palm, I.M. firmly put the coin into his hand. Puff. Seeing that the abdomen was pierced by a sharp knife, Nami looked at I.M. in disbelief, and then coughed up a lot of blood. Nami. Looking at Nami who collapsed on the ground, Robin looked at I.M. angrily. How dare you treat my partner? Robin crossed his hands, and in an instant, countless arms emerged from I.M.'s body, and a large number of hands turned into 5 arms composed of 100 arms, and they were about to pull towards I.M.'s face. I remember, you are the little girl of the devil's son. At the moment when the 5 huge arms were about to fall, I.M. flicked his thumb, and a coin pierced Robin's chest. How? Robin stared blankly at I.M. in front of him, letting the blood gushing from his chest. Are we here? Looking at the other people lying in a pool of blood, Robin's consciousness gradually blurred, and he collapsed on the ice. Too weak. Looking at Lu Fei and others who were all down, I.M. shook his head in puzzlement. He was weak, really too weak. Originally thought how terrifying this group of brave little ghosts would be. But now it seems that even if he does not make a move, he is not afraid. Then, just disappear. I.M. looked at the people in front of him, raised the sword in his hand, and said coldly. 276, escape. Boom. In the next second, 4 walls of ice suddenly rose around him. Originally, Aokiji and the others thought it was all right. Everyone who drank tea, and those who drank alcohol. However, for some unknown reason, Lu Fei and the others were instantly wiped out. This time, they were really scared to death. No one could have imagined that I.M., who had been pierced through the chest by the red dog, had completely recovered in the blink of an eye. Luo, take them away. Aokiji shouted loudly at Luo, whose right arm had turned into ice. Room. Luo flipped his palm, and a huge hemispherical space enveloped everyone. Whoosh. The fingertips stood up, and everyone who had fallen into a coma appeared around Luo in an instant. But in the next second, a voice came from behind. 633, Luo. Little devil, you are too much of a hindrance. No. Not good. Feeling the cold killing intent behind him, Luo could only feel his body trembling uncontrollably. Such a pure and cold killing intent. Is this I.M.? Is this the true owner of the Void Throne? What kind of monster did we provoke? Just when Luo was about to accept death, a blind swordsman appeared and blocked the fatal blow. Walk. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fujitora smiling, although Luo was shocked, he didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Swish. In the next second, Luo had already left the battlefield with everyone. Leave quickly. The farther you go, the better. Shanks also joined the battlefield, and Hawkeye continued to attack Yishi. Looking at I.M., who was still able to handle such a terrifying attack from everyone, Luo wanted to persuade everyone to leave together. Little devil, take Lu Fei and the others away. Whitebeard danced Kong Yunchi, setting off gusts of wind, temporarily forcing IM back. Luo, my brother, I'll leave it to you. Ace raised a huge fireball and threw it at IM. Take care of Lu Fei, Luo. Sabo looked at the unconscious Lu Fei tenderly, and a terrifying flame was ignited in his hands, and Miao Yimu rushed forward. In fact, everyone also understood that IM, who displayed such terrifying power, was simply not something they could resist. Everyone looked back at Lu Fei and the others, and smiled in relief. If they are all dead, then the guy who can overthrow the celestial dragons really doesn't exist. They will die here. Even if they lose their lives, they will still stand here and stop this terrifying guy. Hey, I'm really sorry I didn't take good care of you. Long looked at the unconscious Lu Fei and smiled apologetically. If we can meet again, maybe we can sit and have a good chat. After speaking, the conquerors on the dragon exploded and rushed towards IM at a high speed. Hey, Lao Sha held his cigar in his mouth and sighed plainly while covering his forehead. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have signed that contract. Saying this, Lao Sha turned into a pile of sand and flew towards IM. Let's go. Marco spread his wings, looked at Luo, and smiled sincerely at the unconscious Lu Fei. Actually, at the moment we saw Dad, we were really happy. Marco looked at Ace and Whitebeard who were struggling, and said in a flat but firm tone. So this time, I won't run away, even if I will be scolded by my father. After finishing speaking, Marco waved his wings and soared into the sky, turning into a phoenix and galloping towards IM. You guys. Luo looked at the comatose Lu Fei and the others, and smiled with complicated emotions. Swish. The space fluctuated, and several people quickly left the battlefield with them. And watching Luo take Lu Fei and others away, Aokiji Shanks and others also temporarily stopped their hands, looking at IM calmly. So, is it worth it? IM looked at the crowd and asked in a flat tone. Gu la la la. Looking at IM with a calm face, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. That brat is already my family. Family. IM's expression was very puzzled, obviously not understanding. Looking at this group of people who had no fear at all, IM calmly looked at Whitebeard and asked. Isn't your death just because of your family? IM. Ace and Marco yelled at IM angrily. Why, isn't it right? IM looked at the three of them with a very flat tone. That feeling is not ridicule, more like a kind of incomprehension. Gu la la la, what a sharp speech. Whitebeard smiled heartily, looked at IM and said, you are right, but it is because of my family that I am alive, isn't it? Seeing Whitebeard who didn't take what he said just now to heart, but was very proud, IM was even more puzzled. But as a person in power, IM doesn't think he needs such boring feelings. Didn't the brat with the short sword just fail because of his feelings? Boring feelings. IM turned his head to Shanks, and asked in a flat tone, you also want to be my enemy? No way. Shanks shrugged and smiled, after all, I stuck my arm in that guy's future. 0.5. So what about you? Fujitora smiled, looking at Fujitora holding a stick knife. IM looked at him calmly. Although there are too many filthy bastards in the world, people can't bear to look at them. Fujitora held a sword and rolled his eyes at IM. But those little devils, I think, will bring real laughter to people. Hey, hearing this, IM gave a rare sneer, then looked at the crowd and said indifferently. So, is that all there is? Everyone looked at each other and looked at IM cautiously. According to the strength that IM showed just now, everyone didn't think they had the strength to defeat each other at all. I only hope that they can hold on for a while longer to buy enough time for Lu Fei and the others to escape. 277, sober people. Now, the battle is on the verge of breaking out, and at the moment when the battle started, a roar came from a distance. In the next second, a group of black shadows fell from the sky and smashed deeply into the ice. Immediately, three figures appeared in front of everyone. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku. Ace and Sabo looked at Garp who appeared suddenly. They were moved for a while, and then looked at Garp with a gloomy face. Their little hearts couldn't help shaking. Grandpa, grandfather, old father. The two looked at Garp and smiled awkwardly, then scratched their heads in embarrassment. Both of you, leave quickly. Garp glared at the two of them angrily. But, the two looked at each other, and just about to say something unwillingly, Garp stared back. The two will never admit it, it is because they were beaten too much when they were young that they have maintained this fear until now. Looking at the two people who were so determined despite being scared, Kapu suddenly smiled helplessly. There will never be any parents who don't save their children when their children are in danger. Garp glanced at Ace Sabo, and then cast an extremely cryptic glance at the dragon. So, let's go, Grandpa. Sabo and Ace looked at Garp, feeling sad suddenly. If their strength is stronger, wouldn't that be the case now? Bang bang. When the two were sad, Garp gave each of them an iron fist of love, and instantly a big bump bulged on their heads. Grandpa, what are you doing? Master, it hurts. Hurry up, it's annoying to watch. Garp clenched his nostrils, and gave the two of them a distasteful hand. No, let the white-haired person send the black-haired person. As soon as this remark came out, Ace and Sabo couldn't hold back for a moment, although Sabo and Garp were not related by blood. But how could the three of them who played together since childhood and drank sworn wine be separated from each other? No. Only this time, I won't leave, Ace said to Garp, holding back tears. Why Why is it always like this? Last time, it was Papa Whitebeard who made the escape for himself. And now, did he actually ask his grandfather to bear the burden for him? Looking at the two stubborn people, Whitebeard suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking what would Lu Fei do if he encountered a situation. There was a smug smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and he waved to Ace and Sabo. The two looked at Whitebeard and walked over blankly. Turn around. Whitebeard looked at the two and smiled. The two responded blankly, although they didn't quite understand, they still turned around. Marco, hold this. Whitebeard will cut from the cloud to Marco. In the next second, Whitebeard turned his palm into a knife, hitting the back of the necks of the two with lightning speed. Perhaps out of fear of not being strong enough, Whitebeard added armament hockey. Boom. In an instant, the two of them passed out on the ice. Isn't that the end of the story? Whitebeard retrieved Kong Yunchi from the bewildered Marco, and smiled triumphantly at Garp. This guy. Garp rubbed his brows with some headaches, always felt that his unreliable grandson had brought Whitebeard to his knees. Marco, take the two of you away. Whitebeard smiled at Marco and said, Father, I want to fight too. Marco said eagerly when Whitebeard told him to leave. Just leave as soon as I tell you, how can there be so much nonsense? Whitebeard gave Marco a hard look, then looked at Marco with a disappointed face, and added, I didn't say, I won't let you come back. As soon as the words fell, Marco turned into a phoenix and flew away from the place grabbing the collars of the two. At this moment, in Whitebeard's heart, he still believes that Lu Fei, Zoro and others will return to this battle. After all, it was the masterpiece of those little devils that he was able to be resurrected. Come on, little ones. Go to sleep again, this battle will really be over. Whitebeard took a deep breath and focused all his attention on I am. Old man, I'm going to let you play around with me again. Garp looked at the two old men beside him and smiled. I'm really. Sengoku sighed helplessly. It's really no one to meet you two. In my life, I have no regrets. GFA looked at the two and laughed dryly. In the next second, the three threw aside the cloaks behind them, and Haki looked at I am radiantly. On the other side, Aokiji looked at Kizaru in the pit expressionlessly, and Kizaru looked at Aokiji helplessly. Aokiji let out a breath of air. Kizaru also looked at Aokiji helplessly. At this moment, Kizaru is like a salted fish who has lost his dream, and just wants to lie in this pit forever. He was still fishing, but who knows why he was carried here by himself. Hey, a crime, sin. At this moment, Kizaru could not wait to burst into tears. If you didn't join Marine, didn't you eat sparkling fruit? Is it possible to catch fish smoothly by yourself? And the other side, on a certain boulder in the sea, Lu Fei and others have already woken up. When Luo led the crowd to escape, while Chopper was bandaging the crowd, due to the severe pain from the wound, the crowd gradually came to their senses. Seeing that everyone was awake, Luo, who was sweating profusely, let out a long sigh of relief, and put everyone on the boulder mountain first, preparing to rest for a while, and then continue to escape. It fell. I didn't expect that it really fell. Lu Fei looked at his little friend and said with lingering fear. Originally, Lu Fei thought that there would be a magnificent battle between the two of them. But the result, this old boy, I am, actually engaged in a sneak attack. I'm really convinced. Zoro looked at the half of the magic knife in his hand, and roared unhappily, then looked at Lu Fei, and became even more angry. If you hadn't been knocked out first, everyone was in a panic and didn't show their strength, how could you be wiped out by the group? 27. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei complainingly, but it must be said that IM's speed was too fast at that time. They didn't give everyone time to react at all, and they were directly confused. Point 278, return to the battlefield. We are still too careless. Sanji shook his head, then pulled the wound, and couldn't help taking a breath. We should go all out. Thinking of IM's attitude, he narrowed his eyes and said angrily, how dare you take our partner as a hostage? As soon as the words fell, Frankie smiled bitterly. If he hadn't held back, with Lao Wu's strength, he should still be able to make 2 moves with IM. I should also put on the armor in advance. Frankie smiled apologetically. Don't worry about it, brother, it's not your fault. Squinted shook his head. Just when everyone was blaming themselves, the broken skeleton shouted loudly. Oh, isn't it? Take care of me first. I'm in this state, but one is losing blood, my HP is almost back to 0. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Hurry up, Brook is still alive. Careless, we will rescue you right away. Seeing the anxious Brook, everyone hurried forward to help, but due to the serious injury, they just stood up and fell down again. Let me do it. Luo looked at the 6 sober people speechlessly, resisted the urge to spit, spliced Brook together, and poured the recovery potion into Brook's mouth. After drinking the potion, Brook moved his limbs and said with some lingering fear. Almost really gone. Thinking of the scene where his body was cut off and bleeding continuously, Brook was really itchy with anger. Who would have thought that after his body was cut in 2, he would actually fall into a state of forced paralysis? But even if he hangs up, it seems that there is nothing wrong. There seems to be a 999 resurrection cross in his backpack, although the cross can only be used by himself. Come, everyone, hurry up and drink. Brook, who was successfully resurrected, took out blood recovering potions and blue recovering potions, and distributed them to his friends. Hurry up, after drinking, let's settle the score with IM. Brook exuded a black aura, and accidentally crushed the potion in his hand. That's right, go back and beat him to death. Lu Fei frantically poured the potion into his mouth, the slap he got caught off guard just now almost killed him. You guys still want to go back? Luo looked at them in disbelief. The difference in strength was so huge. Why didn't these people have a trace of fear at all, but clamored to go back to fight again? Yeah, running away like this, I really can't swallow this breath. Zoro looked at the broken knife in his hand, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help muttering. IM forced me to do this. Don't blame me for using the ultimate move. Question mark question mark question mark. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Fei looked at Zoro with some puzzlement. The co-author almost died just now, and you, Lu Zoro, still hide the whole card. I can't swallow this breath. Sanji crushed the potion in his hand unhappily. Although I don't have as many whole cards as you guys, the trick I have hidden for so long is enough for IM to drink a pot of. Question mark question mark question mark. Oh no, what is this? Lu Fei looked at Sanji with some doubts. How could there be another one? And the old Sanji also hid his hand. I can't take it anymore. Frankie continued to drink the potion, muttering non-stop. Question mark. Lu Fei once again put a question mark in his heart. He really didn't understand very well. One by one, when did they all learn to hide their hands? I'm angry too. Nami, who came back to his senses, was jumping with terrifying thunder. I'm also a little unhappy. Robin smiled kindly, but in Lu Fei's eyes, it always felt a little scary. Chopper raised his hoof and was about to say something when he was hurriedly interrupted by everyone. After all, the cute Chopper is enough as a mascot, and the transformation or something is really too scary. After a long time, everyone moved their limbs, and under the treatment of Brook Potion, everyone has recovered to their peak state at this moment. Then walk. Under the crazy drug use, everyone has fully recovered from their injuries. Go. FK him. Zoro yelled angrily. Let's go. I'm also ready. Sanji took a deep breath. The preparations have been completed. This time, I have to use all my strength. Squinting opened his icy blue eyes, looking coldly at the direction they came from before. Fight back. Brook had wooden bars pinned to his waist and was holding a huge staff. This time, I must show I am the charm of a mecha. Frankie muttered in displeasure. Then, Lu Fei stretched out his fist as he looked at his companions who looked unhappy. Watching Lu Fei's movements, the partners also stretched out their fists one by one. Then this time, we can't underestimate the enemy anymore, Lu Fei said with a smile as he looked at everyone who had recovered from full blood. Everyone nodded and shouted loudly. Damn it! With a roar, the figures of the crowd disappeared instantly and galloped in the direction of IM. At this moment, everyone was running wildly on the sea. This time, it's really the last. Lu Fei looked at his friends around him, smiled and said, I need to improve my preparations, don't be caught in a flash again. Tisk, what about us? Zoro glanced at Lu Fei with disdain. Aren't you the first one to be seconded? While talking, Yi turned on the dress-up mode, and his skin was wrapped in golden light. Old Lu, seeing Zoro who had changed his costume, Lu Fei couldn't help complaining, but still stared at Zoro wrapped in golden light. Everyone also looked over curiously, wanting to see what the cards in Zoro's mouth were. In the next second, the golden light dissipated, and Zoro's entire appearance changed drastically. At this moment, Zoro is wearing a golden armor, with blonde hair and red pupils, and a slender physique. This skill allows Gilgamesh to have the fate of being rich in his life, not to be trapped by money all his life, and to live a life of a rich man. Football. Look, Sanji glared at Zoro angrily. Get ready, we're going to the battlefield soon. Hearing the sound of explosions in front of him, Lu Fei also completed the change of clothes in an instant. For example, the skill envied by many people, Jin Luchan. Golden glitter. Looking at Zoro who didn't have any hockey, but was a little dazed, Lu Fei couldn't look directly at Fate anymore. Not to mention the difficult personality, but also has many pervert skills. This skill can only last for 1 minute, I'll come back later. Ahem, is that? Sanji smiled a little awkwardly. So short. Zoro looked at Sanji suspiciously, and couldn't help looking down. Looking at Sanji, who was a little annoyed, Zoro turned his anger aside, but he was crazily complaining about this so-called minute in his heart. It's quite big. Sanji also looked at Zoro speechlessly. Old Sanji, aren't you getting better in advance? Zoro asked looking at the normal Sanji. For example, the golden glitter in Lu Fei's mouth is a big boss in the Fate world, Zhao Qian's name is Gilgamesh. Except for the still cute face, everything has changed, body shape, hairstyle. Sanji, who has acquired so much anime knowledge, can also produce some more famous characters in the first place at this moment. This familiar appearance almost caused Lu Fei who was running on the sea to stagger and fall into the sea. 279. The crime of arrogance, Sanji. In a few breaths, everyone rushed to the battlefield again. But the scene in front of them completely frightened everyone. Except for IM who was in the center of the battlefield with a cold face, the rest were seriously injured and collapsed on the ice. Even Whitebeard, who was turned around by the dirty soil and had reached the peak of his strength, had his hands and feet cut off, and he was supported on the spot by Kong Yunchi. How? Nami stared blankly at the crowd, really not understanding what happened. Is it because of insufficient information, or is IM's strength really too terrifying? These people at the scene have a real combat power ceiling. Lu Fei really couldn't understand what happened during the time when they disappeared. I don't understand, why do you guys come back? I am slowly wiping his sword, looking at Lu Fei and the others who rushed over with some doubts. Obviously the strength is so weak, but he has shown his own strength. Why come back, like a weak bug, wouldn't it be nice to just drag on in the future? Luo, thank you for your hard work. Looking at the puzzled I am, Lu Fei turned to look at Luo and said, 540 takes everyone and leaves the battlefield quickly. Lu Fei, you, just as Luo was about to say something, he saw that Lu Fei's eyes had completely changed. One turned into a hexagram-like state, and the other took on the form of a purple six-pointed jade rinnegan. Looking at Lu Fei with this appearance, Luo sighed, and his figure disappeared in place, flickering in the battlefield, and every time he went to a place, there would be another person beside him. And I didn't try to stop them, but looked at Lu Fei and the others calmly. Come on, Lu Fei is in charge. Luo took a deep look at Lu Fei and the others, and led them away quickly. Watching everyone evacuate safely, Lu Fei and others slowly came to looking at the most mysterious person in the pirate world. Thank you very much, you didn't try to stop him. Lu Fei looked at who was still calm, and said with a smile. Lu Fei believes that if he is a red dog standing here at this moment, this guy BBDF will definitely send everyone a meteor volcano as a gift. Maybe, there will be a good wave of ridicule. It doesn't matter for a character of this strength. Said with a flat glance at Lu Fei. Good guy. Everyone looked at who was so forceful that he shot straight into the sky with just a few words, and paid great respect. Look, what is the layout? If it weren't for the hostile relationship, Zoro really wanted to learn from But you guys, do you understand that you missed a precious opportunity? Asked as he looked at the crowd. Valuable chance. Everyone looked at with question marks on their faces. Yes, a chance to live. Said calmly, looking at everyone. As soon as the words were finished, swung out a sword casually and rushed towards Lu Fei. The old guy, how dare you not talk about martial arts morals and engage in sneak attacks? But how could the people who had prevented sneak attack a long time ago be killed by one move? And the moment swung the knife, a huge mass of purple energy had already enveloped Lu Fei in it. When, seeing the bounced saber, looked at the purple energy skull in front of him with some surprise. With strange power, looked at the huge skeleton arm and used the saber in his hand. In an instant, saber was covered by the armed color, and he raised his hand to slash at the purple skull again. This ultimate's armed color is a bit scary. Feeling the armament hockey that surpassed the limit, Lu Fei didn't dare to push it too hard, and hurriedly put on the armor on the purple skull. But in the next second, Gandao's extremely displeased voice came from behind Just now, you cut me in pain. When, feeling the terrifying sound of piercing the air behind him, hurriedly turned around to resist. When, the sound of striking iron came again, resounding across the entire battlefield in an instant. Good boy, old Sanji has spent a lot of money this time. Zoro stopped and looked at Sanji in shock. Originally, he wanted to sneak attack Zoro, but seeing Sanji's appearance at the moment, he decided to appreciate the heroic appearance of old Sanji. At this moment, Sanji's whole body is full of muscles, and he is holding a golden yellow one-handed axe. Although the eyes became very arrogant, they were extremely confident. Are you saying that I was too weak just now? Sanji looked at with a kind face and smiled. 1 minute at noon, start. At this moment, Sanji's ability is exactly the same as Ace Kano, the sin of arrogance in the world of 7 deadly sins. The physique will change drastically with the morning and evening, and the power will gradually increase as the sun rises, and it will reach its peak at noon. After system optimization, the so-called strongest minute at noon has become an active skill. As long as Sanji activates his skills, at any time of the day, at this minute, Sanji is the strongest. Felt the increasing force from the saber, and his expression finally changed from indifference to surprise. Who are you? Feeling the increasingly scorching breath, asked in a deep voice. I am the 7 deadly sins. Sin of pride, Sanji. As soon as the words fell, Sanji raised the one-handed axe and slashed down heavily again. Boom! With just this blow, the ice cracked and the waves surged. On the other hand, looked at his shoulder in disbelief. Although the wound was not deep, but 280, Holy Sword Ace Kano. Tick-tock, tick-tock, drops of blood continued to fall on the ice. Are you actually injured? Feeling the pain from his shoulder, fell into a brief absence. But Sanji would not wait for to wake up at all. The time was so short, this delay was gone in a few seconds. And with the passage of time, the aura emanating from Sanji's body became more and more terrifying, and the scorching aura made the nearby ice continue to melt. You are too arrogant. Sanji raised his one-handed axe, and slashed at face again. When, feeling the terrifying sound of piercing through the air, also woke up instantly, and raised his sword to block this fatal blow. Damn it. Looking at the increasingly exaggerated figure of Sanji in front of him, bursting out with an awe-inspiring aura. In the next second, stretched out his left hand, pointed his fingertips at Sanji's chest and said, Extremely finger pistol, boom. Caught off guard, Sanji was sent flying by this move. Sanji, everyone exclaimed and rushed to help, but saw Sanji, who had fallen on the ice, waved his hands and slowly sat up. Is it so hard? Zoro looked at the unharmed Sanji and exclaimed in surprise. Is it so close, or is the finger pistol used by IM just making Sanji's chest blush? In the next second, golden and violent flames gushed out from Sanji's body continuously, and the terrifying temperature melted the ice under Sanji's feet rapidly. Feeling the increasingly terrifying aura on Sanji, IM also understood that he couldn't drag it on any longer. This kind of weird power, if left alone, might really threaten him. Whoosh! Immediately, IM's figure flickered continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Sanji. Seeing IM coming with a sword, Sanji melted the knife with his left hand, and slowly fell towards IM in front of him. Holy sword Ace Kano, with one blow, Olive cut off the space general. How come? Immediately, a huge scar was cut open on IM's chest, and blood gushed out continuously. Why? IM couldn't understand the terrifying kid in front of him exuding a scorching aura. A man who was clearly like a bug just now, who couldn't even support himself with a single sword, is actually becoming more and more terrifying at the moment. Luang. And as time passed by every second, the aura of the brat in front of him became even more terrifying. Brother Frankie. Lu Fei looked at Sanji who was making such a fuss, and smiled at Frankie. Understood. Frankie nodded, and then a red cloak appeared out of nowhere and hung on Frankie's back. After Frankie made a unique gesture, for an instant, the surrounding space was like glass shattering. Mirror space. And Sanji saw that everyone had come to this special space, and completely let go. At first, I was a little afraid that the breath on my body would be too hot, which would affect my partners. But since Frankie opened the mirror space, Sanji decided not to keep the remaining half-minute. Brother Frankie. Sanji yelled at Frankie. Understood. Frankie turned his palm, causing the space to distort. The place where Sanji and IM stood was separated by Frankie, just like two planes perpendicular to each other. Sanji, let go, it won't affect us. Frankie yelled at Sanji. Okay. Sanji laughed when he heard the words, and a giant great fireball with an extremely terrifying breath emerged from his palm. How could you? IM felt the breath of the sun in the fireball and looked at Sanji in surprise. Now, is this power still weak? Sanji looked at IM with a kind smile, and pressed the fireball to IM's abdomen. Ask for flowers, merciless sun. Boom. The scorching fireball with terrifying aura brought IM to the sky. How is it possible? Such a scorching breath, such a terrifying power. Me too. Luo Bing smiled softly. Following Lu Fei's order, everyone disappeared instantly. All of a sudden thick smoke rose, flames splashed everywhere, and the terrifying explosion reflected the entire sky red. Walking. I'll get ready, I need some time. Nami's whole body was flashing with lightning. It'll be there in a minute. Lu Fei looked at the time and smiled at his partner. Let's go, we haven't avenged yet. Zoro looked at IM unhappy and said, then I will do remote support with Brother Frankie for the time being. He said with a narrowed smile. And the scorching air wave created by this terrifying force lifted IM, who was in the center of the explosion, into the air again. On the other side, Sanji looked at IM who was struggling to resist his own fireball, first gave a sinister smile, and then opened his palm to hold it empty. As Sanji grasped it out of thin air, a terrifying fireball exploded instantly. Exploding arrogance. I'm ready. As the light on Brook's body stopped flickering, the guy also gritted his teeth and looked at IM. No problem. Lu Fei turned to look at the two girls in the team and said with a smile, how about you? Are you watching the battle, or are you preparing to prepare? At this moment, IM, where does he still have the feeling of being at the top just now? His white face was almost torn apart, and his face was dirty, like his big brother Chuan who had just finished work in the mine. So, on. IM used all his strength to resist the fireball, but Sanji's strength was too terrifying for this minute. 281. Golden Glitter, Zoro. No, it's impossible. IM coughed out a mouthful of blood again, and hurriedly stabilized his figure in the air. Looking at the scorched clothes and some burnt hands, IM was completely angry at this moment. How many years? He hadn't suffered such humiliation for many years. For so many years, not to mention the hands, even the clothes have never been slightly dirty. But now, this man with a bare upper body not only slashed his shoulder, but also left a wound on his chest. Well done. But, damn you all. There was a cold killing intent in IM's eyes, and he stared at every 660 person below. Looking down like this, is it really okay? Zoro's figure suddenly appeared behind IM. You are. IM coldly looked at the blonde boy behind him, and didn't have much impression except that his face was a little familiar. Don't you remember me so easily? Zoro looked at IM extremely unhappy and said, my sword and I will cry. As he spoke, Zoro waved his hand casually, golden halos lit up behind him, and countless weapons of all kinds stretched out halfway, pointing directly at IM. This time, the speed is very fast. Zoro showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and hooked his fingers in IM's direction. King's treasure. Activate. Hum. All kinds of strange weapons slowly emerged from the halo, and with Zoro's hook, countless treasures shot towards IM at super high speed like bullets. Dang dang dang. IM waved the saber in his hand, constantly resisting all kinds of strange treasures. But, Zoro, who is transformed into Gilgamesh at this moment, has too many weapons. As more and more, the halos like the brilliance of stars light up, the attacks become more and more frequent. Caught off guard, there were more and more scars on IM's body. Oh, by the way, I have something to ask you. Zoro put his hands in his pockets, looked at I.M. with a sullen expression and asked. Are you a god? As soon as these words came out, a strong killing intent gushed out of I.M. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to insult you. Zoro spread his hands and smiled indifferently, it's just a little curiosity. Are you really a god? Zoro put his hands in his pockets at the moment, and with the golden helmet and blonde hair, he looked extremely arrogant. And this kind of arrogant attitude killed I.M., who was resisting this weird attack, half to death. Insult. Kai Gugwo's insult. As the master behind the scenes, the owner of the Void Throne, when did he, I.M., suffer such humiliation? Whoosh. In the next second, I.M. saw the right opportunity, took advantage of the moment when the attack was interrupted, and suddenly appeared behind Zoro, raised the sharp blade in his hand and chopped off Zoro's head. But how could Zoro, who had been stabbed a long time ago, still make such a mistake? Are you too proud? Zoro turned his face sideways and glanced at I.M. with disdain, his hands still in his pockets. Pretentious brat. Die. At the moment when the sharp blade was about to fall, golden chains appeared out of thin air, and Jing was firmly locked in the air in an instant. Skylock. This treasure is one of Gilgamesh's favorite treasures in the Fate world. The role is to regulate the gods. The higher the divinity of the captured person, the hardness of the chain will increase accordingly, and the harder it is to break free. It is a very small number of weapons against gods. So when using the king's treasure, Zoro asked I.M., are you a god? Although the expression of Zoro just now was a bit arrogant. Under control, you first and me first. Lu Fei squinted his eyes as he smiled more kindly, and couldn't help asking. Actually, I can do it all. He squinted his eyes and smiled indifferently, but took out the short sword from the magic circle. Boss, I'll come first. Brook raised his palm, and the terrifying magic power surged out again in an instant. Just now, I was cut in two. Seeing I.M. controlled by the golden chain, Brook glared at I.M. bitterly, and then crushed the careful hourglass in his hand. And thanks to the hourglass effect that shortens the chanting time, Brook's skills are ready. Super magic falling from the sky. In an instant, a huge beam of light enveloped I.M. Whoosh. Just when Brook wanted to appreciate the wonderful explosion, he was kicked to the ground by a figure that suddenly appeared behind him. Okay, you skull, you don't even say hello to the big moves now. Zoro wiped the cold sweat off his head with lingering fear. If it weren't for his own knowledge in advance, he would have turned into ashes directly under this move. Old Lu, don't, hey. Old Lu, hey, take it easy. I just got the bone, don't do it for me again. Seeing the two people who were getting serious, everyone sighed helplessly. Sometimes they also don't understand why they jump off like this on a serious battlefield. Get ready. Lu Fei felt the terrifying aura, and shouted behind him. Still alive. In the next second, a figure sprang out from the explosion, and looked at Lu Fei and the others coldly from a high altitude. 282, the real thunder. No. Zoro rubbed his eyes, looking at I.M. in disbelief. To be completely controlled by the lock of the sky, and to eat a super magic. Brook also looked at I.M. with disbelief. Old Lu, you are not good at the lock of the sky. Brook said with a disgusted glance at the blonde Zoro. No way, my boss said it's a genuine product. Looking at Brook with a look of disgust, Zoro was also dumbfounded. As a god I.M., even if he ate a shot of super magic and survived, he still couldn't break free from his sky lock. Say so. In this way, I.M. is just a person at the top, not a god. He squinted and smiled and counted. Hey, old Wu, don't steal my lines. Zoro glanced helplessly and narrowed his eyes. But squinting eyes are right, the lock of the sky is a treasure against gods. If it does not have the slightest divinity in itself, then the sky lock is just an ordinary chain. Damn it, you all deserve to die. With a roar, I.M.'s figure instantly disappeared in the sky. Attention, I.M.'s speed is faster. Seeing I.M. disappearing in the air, Lu Fei hastily shouted to everyone. Whoosh. In the next second, I.M.'s figure appeared in front of Brook, and the sharp blade in his hand slashed towards Brook. Hey, I've been on guard against you for a long time. Seeing I.M. who suddenly appeared in front of him and wanted to kill him in seconds, Brook made a sneaky move, then picked up a wooden stick at his waist and crushed it. When the sharp blade bounced off, I.M. looked at Brook who was wearing silver armor, and looked at the saber in his hand in disbelief. How is this possible? I.M. couldn't understand why a simple set of armor could block his fatal blow. Is your expression saying that this set of armor is simple? Brook smiled triumphantly, pointing to the armor on his body and said. This is the armor of the world champion. The armor of the world champion is owned by the Bone King World Nakahara Taki Mi. The level is equivalent to the world-class props, customized props for the system, only 9 world champions in the whole game have them. And just as I.M.'s shocked expression appeared, a Tadao with golden electric current appeared in Brook's hand, and he slashed towards I.M.'s chest. Janule 8 Styles is also a prop in the world of Bone King, owned by the former warrior Janule. A big sword, the blade is wrapped with electric current, and it has the effect of lightning attribute paralysis damage. Pooh, in the blink of an eye, there was another scar on I.M.'s chest. It's so weak, such a weak bug. After regaining his senses, I.M. covered his wound, his expression had already begun to collapse. In an instant, the sword in I.M.'s hand was wrapped around the terrifying conquerors, and he stabbed at Brook's chest again. Weak. Brook looked at the distraught I.M., threw the sword aside, and crushed a wooden stick again. As soon as the words fell, 2 short swords appeared in Brook's hands, named Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. And conquerors, I have it too. In an instant, the black lightning on Brook's body exploded, and the 2 weapons were also entangled by Haki and became magically entangled. Before raising his hand, Brook blocked the fatal blow. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Looking at the attack that was blocked again, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Why did such a weak bug undergo such earth-shaking changes not long after leaving? But before IM could recover, Brook crushed a wooden bar at his waist again. Boom! The huge iron fist hit Im's abdomen heavily, blowing Im's whole body away. The iron fist of the female teacher's anger, in the world of the Bone King, is owned by Miko Hara. Comes with a forced knockback effect. Then it's my turn. Looking at IM who was forcibly knocked into the air, Nami turned into a bolt of lightning and flew high into the sky. In an instant, the wind was surging, and large dark clouds gathered. Looking around, at this moment, the sky above the mirror image space has been completely covered by dark clouds, and the golden thunder light continuously surges and explodes in the dark clouds. As the sky became darker, the lightning in the thundercloud became more violent. Boss, can you carry it? Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at Nami who was bathed in the thunder, and glanced at Lu Fei in fear. It should be. Feeling the frantic thunder, Lu Fei also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. But in the next second, the two looked at Nami's eyes, and became even more frightened. In an instant, a bolt of lightning still accumulated in the thundercloud, like a thunder from the sky, hit Im's body heavily. Boom! After the lightning struck a scene, a huge roar came from the sky. This terrifying blow, accompanied by the deafening thunder, made the 6 people who had been struck by Nami's lightning turn pale. A real thunderbolt. Nami fell slowly from the air, flicked her hair, and looked at her friends proudly. The real thunder strike is through the gathering of thunderclouds to generate lightning strikes between the clouds and the ground. The maximum output voltage also reaches 1 billion volts. It is Makoto Masaka. Also with the help of Lu Fei, Nami has the real killer move. However, for too long, Lu Fei could only remember that Nami could flip coins. Lu Fei had long since completely forgotten about this terrifying thunder strike. Accompanied by the terrifying roar, Nami's smug smile at the moment was so terrifying in the eyes of the few people who had been beaten. 283, Joint Secret. Nami-chan has worked hard. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and hurriedly squeezed the boss's shoulders. Swish! With a flash of white light, an exquisite leather recliner appeared behind Nami. Boss sit, big guy sit. Brook looked at Nami obsequiously and smiled. Boss, drink tea. Sanji hastily brewed a cup of hot tea and served it, took out some snacks from the space, and placed them by Nami's hand. Brush. Zoro took out his fan and waved it lightly next to Nami. How about you, big brother, the strength is okay. At this moment, Nami seems to have become a team bully. However, Lu Fei and others are not afraid of Nami, so they make the current move. The few of them actually came from the heart, thanking Nami for not killing him back then. If Nami had done this to them back then, for the few of them, the grass on the grave would be half a meter high now. Boom! At the moment when everyone was being funny, Im's body burst out with a terrifying aura again, and the surrounding things turned into powder in an instant. How dare you treat me like this? IM roared angrily, then looked at Lu Fei and the others not far away, and his anger rose to another level. Stepping out with one step, IM seemed to have crossed the space, and came in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Die! IM coldly looked at the people in front of him, and lifted his pew. Between the waving of the sharp blade, the space is split. Everyone looked at such a terrifying IM, and they were speechless in shock. Although he knew for a long time that the final boss was exaggerated, but who would have thought that after so many tricks, he would still be fine. And at the moment when the sharp blade swung down, a strip of red lightning galloped towards Im's position. Boom! Although IM had already noticed it and dodged one step ahead of time, but everyone looked at Frankie at this moment, and the tense atmosphere became extremely relaxed again. Brother show, brothers batch, eat melons, eat melons. Looking at Frankie who was wearing a red cloak and floating in the air, everyone applauded and cheered. Frankie let out a foul breath and crossed his hands. In the next second, as Frankie stood with his hands on his chest, countless arms suddenly appeared behind him. And as Frankie's hands danced again, in an instant, countless Frankies split from the main body. At this moment, around IM, countless Frankies were wearing red cloaks, and strips of red energy contractions gushed out from their hands. Swish! In an instant, countless Frankie waved their arms, and energy chains locked IM firmly. So, I went. Lu Fei chuckled, and his figure disappeared instantly. In the next second, the figure of Lu Fei appeared in front of IM, looked at IM who was firmly locked up, smiled and said. Actually, to be honest, if it weren't for our intrusion, that boy Luffy wouldn't know how many beatings he would have suffered. Little ghost, what are you talking about? IM looked at Lu Fei coldly. Well, probably, they are talking about youth. Lu Fei smiled happily. And, I also believe that Luffy in a certain world will eventually reach the peak and shout that sentence. That sentence. IM looked at Lu Fei incomprehensibly, and then shouted angrily. Little devil, what are you talking nonsense about? It's not nonsense. A white light flashed in Lu Fei's hand, and a straw hat appeared in front of IM. Lu Fei looked at IM and smiled, then put the straw hat on his head and smiled heartily. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, to surpass you, the man who became the One Piece. brat. I am roared angrily. That guy will definitely say that. Lu Fei took off the precious hat, retracted it into the space, and then kicked I am into the air. Little brat. I am coughed out a mouthful of blood, and flew out uncontrollably. Boom. The next second, a cloud of smoke rose around Lu Fei, and a blond man wearing a white imperial robe and a beard appeared beside Lu Fei. With one blow, I am, who hadn't stabilized his figure, was blasted back to the ground by Lu Fei's punch again. Lu Fei adjusted his body shape, and with the strength of his body rotation, he hit Im's abdomen with a whip leg again. Kurama Sage Mode. It's time, Uzumaki Naruto said with a hearty smile, looking at Lu Fei. The two turned their bodies around, and a whip kick hit Im's chest again, which was called Lion Lianbo and Naruto Lianbo. 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, Lu Fei looked at the boy who was finally Hokage in front of him, smiled and nodded. In an instant, the golden light surged, and Uzumaki Naruto's body appeared on the body of Uzumaki Naruto's hook jade and mark of Sage of Six Paths, and the tail beast's chakra wrapped his whole body, making his body turn golden. Boom. In the next second, golden light flashed, and Uzumaki Naruto appeared beside Lu Fei. Whoosh. Uzumaki Naruto raised his right fist and sent I am to Lu Fei again. This mode is when Naruto fights Obito who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto in Kurama mode is allowed by Kurama to use Sage mode while maintaining Kurama mode. It has all the characteristics of Kurama mode and Sage mode at the same time. The golden light flashed, and the figures of the two disappeared instantly. Whoosh. But at this moment, under I am, a blonde young man has been waiting for a long time. In the next second, Lu Fei's figure instead of Lee's appeared behind I am, and before I am could speak, he punched Im's chest fiercely. The two looked at each other and smiled, their speed increased again, and they flew towards I am. 284, shoot him, Shinsō. Boom. The earth trembled, smoke billowed everywhere, and countless gravels splashed all around. In the next second, a purple light and a golden light emerged from the ground, and a huge golden fox flew imtop into the air again. In the blink of an eye, purple energy spread all over the fox's body. In a few breaths, the golden fox was wearing a purple armor, holding a huge sharp blade, and 9 golden tails dancing behind him. How is it possible, just failed like this? I am coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the momentum on his body rose again. The original saber turned into a 40-meter-long knife in the blink of an eye, and the people below were horrified. Jung. And just when I am was about to fight Naruto Lu Fei, a flash of silver light pierced Im's body. Bankai. Kamishini no Yari. He squinted and smiled kindly. As I am coughed out a mouthful of blood again, squinting his eyes and let out a breath of extreme comfort, he withdrew his exaggerated long knife. Damn brat. I am clutching his chest, resisting the urge to cough up blood. This blow really caused him a lot of damage. Facing everyone's strange abilities, I am already had the idea of escaping at this moment. Not only does it take only half a day, but he can completely recover. By that time, it is still not 100% sure who will win the game. But what I am doesn't know is that, on the one hand, in Frankie's mirror space, I am can't run out without studying for a period of time, not to mention there are a bunch of people staring at it below. You want to escape. The voice in his ear made I am feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When did this kid come behind me? But before I am could speak, he squinted his eyes and stretched out his hands against Im's chest and said softly. Shoot him, Shinsō. Boom. Immediately, a huge hole was opened in Im's chest, and he squinted and pointed at the gap on the short sword with a smile. Sometimes, having feelings isn't such a bad thing. The real ability of Kamishini no Yari is that when he shouts, shoot him, Kamishini no Yari, the poison left in the enemy's body will explode instantly, dissolving the enemy's body instantly. Little brat. I am looked at the brat in disbelief, obviously because he cared about his companion, he missed the best opportunity and was almost killed by himself. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, he was caught by these brats in front of him? At this moment, I am, with the big hole in his chest, has completely lost the opening to his body and fell towards the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and Naruto have been waiting for a long time. Oh. Roaring, Lu Fei and Naruto manipulated the Susanoo 9 tails to make the final cut. Boom. The flames surged and the space shattered. With the final blow falling, this person on the throne of the void is the most mysterious character in the pirate world. At this moment, the curtain fell. Win. 1. Zoro stared blankly at the sky, as if a lifetime had passed for a while. You've won. Brook looked at the devastated and riddled mirror world, feeling a lot of emotion for a while. We really won. Sanji still couldn't believe it, looking at the friends beside him and asked. We won. Chopper shouted excitedly with tears welling up in his eyes. Oh. At this moment, Zoro came back to his senses and pulled Chow Chow around in circles. Let's go out later. Let's cook well. Sanji also shouted excitedly. Really? That's great. Nami wiped away tears excitedly, everyone was already ready to die at any time. But who would have thought that they really won? That's great. Robin looked at the excited people and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. By the way, where is Lu Fei? Yes. Where is the boss? Come out. Lu Fei, get ready to go out and have fun. Lu Fei, come out quickly. And when the crowd cheered, an indifferent voice came from behind the crowd. You guys, are you looking for this dead brat? BBCAIM looked at the crowd coldly, and left the bloody Lu Fei in front of the crowd. No. Impossible. How could it be possible to survive such an exaggerated blow? Lu Fei, what's wrong with you, Lu Fei? Seeing IM, who had re-logged into his account, and Lu Fei, who was covered in blood and whose life and death were unknown, everyone looked at IM in horror. Run, run. Zoro stretched out his hand and pushed his partners, and turned into a golden state again. Zoro, you, run, stay here, we're all going to die. Zoro yelled at the people who were still stupefied. Remember, you must wait until you are strong enough, and then report for us. Go. Zoro roared and drew his final whole card from the space. Heaven and earth leave Pijixing. My dear. IM looked at Zoro and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I got a. Okay. Hearing this familiar words, Zoro was stunned. Didn't he hear that IM also speak their language? Could it be that IM is actually a time traveler? If you really want to do this, you will have a lot of fun. How can they, a group of newly arrived time travelers, compete with this kind of time traveler who has lived for hundreds of years? Okay, old Lu, you can put it away too. IM pouted, looking at Zoro speechlessly. If he had known that this grandson would still be good enough to leave Paiji-Shing, and fight a decisive battle, wouldn't it be enough to just throw Zoro there at that time? Old Lu. Zoro still looked at IM in a daze, obviously still not understanding. Hey, Sanji couldn't stand it anymore, patted Zoro's shoulder, pointed at IM in front of him and smiled. Lu Fei, what? Zoro looked at IM in bewilderment, and then at Lu Fei who was covered in blood on the ground. Ha 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 ha, have you been scared? IM smiled heartily, and then released the transformation technique. And Lu Fei on the ground also turned into a cloud of smoke and exploded. Again, Ta-Ta got stuck, 9 times for Benshin. Zoro looked at the exploded shadow clone, and couldn't help covering his face. Ha ha ha, Lao Lu, you really moved me. Lu Fei showed Zoro and smiled happily. In fact, he just wanted to see if Zoro had any other cards in his hole, and by the way, to see everyone's ability to face danger. Absolutely not for the sake of spoofing, just transforming into IM. And the people who heard Lu Fei's laughter looked at each other and made a common decision. Zoro nodded, and silently took out the Tiandi boy and left Pijixing, and looked at Lu Fei with a smile. Sun Thief, you know how to play. 285, set sail, and sprinkle flowers. In the next second, Zoro threw the huge sword at Lu Fei. Boom. Old Lu, it's not Lao Lu, put down the knife. Seeing Zoro's piercing smile, Lu Fei finally understood that he might have played too much. Just as Lu Fei stepped back in embarrassment, Nami had already been waiting behind Lu Fei for a long time in advance. Hiss. Feeling the terrifying thunder light, Lu Fei was about to cry. If he had known, he wouldn't have done it. The results of it, this beating, I guess I can't escape off. Seeing the murderous crowd, Lu Fei decided to save them. 6 blooms. Just when Lu Fei wanted to escape, the 6 arms held Lu Fei firmly. Luo, Robin sauce. Lu Fei looked at Robin dumbfounded. Robin looked at Lu Fei and smiled like a spring breeze. Brothers, beat him. Following Zoro's roar, everyone raised an iron fist called love towards Lu Fei. After a long time, Lu Fei walked out of the mirror space with everyone, with a bruised nose and a swollen face. But what everyone didn't expect was that as soon as they came out, they saw Garp Sengoku, Whitebeard Shanks and others running from a distance and surrounded them. My dear grandson, did you win? Garp looked at Lu Fei with a bruised nose and swollen face, and asked with some uncertainty. Did you win? Where's IM? What about the others? That's right, where did you go just now, and why did you suddenly appear? Are we going to run, or are we going to have a celebration party? Looking at the anxious crowd, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others didn't feel noisy at all. For them, these old buddies in front of them risked their lives to help them this time. 1. A big win. It should be gone forever. Listening to Lu Fei Zoro's words, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into warm cheers. 1. They really won. Panda Island 5 months later. Today's Panda Island is extremely lively. Reporters from various newspapers and adventurers gathered here to pay their respects to the first king of Panda Island. 5 months ago, after the decisive battle ended, IM died, and the celestial dragons fell from the altar. From the existence that was once feared by thousands of people, they became street rats, and the whole world was completely messed up. But immediately, after everyone returned to Panda Island, they regrouped their forces and marched towards all parts of the world. In just a few months, the wars that broke out in various places were repressed by the new marine. The former naval headquarters, after the changes of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, has also taken on a new look, and has become a new marine worthy of the justice behind it in order to protect the people. As for the pirates, due to the fall of the 3-4 emperors, Shanks is also on Lu Fei's side. The former pirates, as long as they have a clear mind, have passed the national registration and become new adventurers. However, this does not mean that those pirates who do evil things can get away with it as adventurers. According to everyone's thinking, if you haven't committed any serious crimes, you should be educated for a few months before letting you take another risk. Those who commit crimes, especially those who have committed major crimes, wear Seastone directly, because the majority of people go to mine. Although I can't guarantee that there will be changes in the future, but now it seems that at least most ordinary people are still very happy. Without the oppression of celestial dragons and the infestation of pirates, most people are full of hope for the future life. At this moment, the palace on Panda Island also became flustered. Because, their first king, the man is gone. Yes, completely gone. Not only the first king, Lu Fei, disappeared, but also Lu Fei's partners disappeared completely. Quick, quick, the coronation ceremony is coming soon. Master Lu Fei, Master Lu Fei, Master Zoro, where is Master Zoro? Lord Sanji and Usopp are gone too. Seeing the time getting closer, Miss Mermaid and the guards panicked completely. At the moment of coronation, their first king disappeared. What's going on, isn't it all right? Garp and Long rushed in and asked eagerly. Master Lu Fei and the others are gone. Seeing the anxious two, the maid was about to cry. I found it, here is the letter left by Master Lu Fei. Looking at the maid who was sweating profusely, Garp hurriedly took the letter, opened it and read it. Grandpa, father, I'll slip away first, the first king, you two discuss it, if it doesn't work, let the old man do it. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. Looking at just a few words, Lu Fei's unscrupulous smile seemed to appear in front of the two of them, as if to say, the king is exhausted, just watch and play, I will play first. This unreliable brat. Garp tore up the letter, turned to look at the maid beside him and asked. Where's the ship of the dead kids? Just the Eternal Mary, at Pier 1. Looking at the ferocious Garp, the maid said tremblingly. Boom. In the next second, the ground shattered, and Garp's figure instantly disappeared in place. On the other side, on board the Mary. Asked for flowers. Hey, boss, is it really okay for us to go this way? Zoro wore sunglasses and took a sip of his wine happily. Relationship. What's the relationship? Lu Fei pouted. The king, that's the king. Sanji smiled and brought refreshments to everyone. Yes, Zoro said excitedly. Then why don't you come? Lu Fei glared at Zoro angrily. I guess at this time, the old men are worried that no one will be the first king. Farewell, that stuff is tiring. Zoro waved his hands in disgust. His brain is reckless, and he handles government affairs every day. If he is killed, forget it. But let's go this way, will it? Nami and Robin looked at Lu Fei who looked indifferent, and didn't know whether to say that Lu Fei didn't like power. Or was he really big-hearted? No, when the three of Johnny Joseph's fans arrive, we will leave immediately. Lu Fei waved his hand indifferently. Zero. Just kidding, is it interesting to be a king and wander around? While talking, the three of them returned to the boat carrying supplies in large and small bags. Accompanied by the three of them just returning to the boat, a roar resounding through the sky came from a distance. Lu Fei. Hearing this angry roar, everyone was startled. In the blink of an eye, I saw Garp stepping on the razor and running towards their position. Its speed is astounding, and behind Garp, there are still a lot of people following. Such as Sengoku Zephyr, Kizaruin, etc. Or Shanks and his crew, and Whitebeard didn't know what happened, and ran towards them with Kong Yunchi. This kind of battle made Lu Fei jump up from the reclining chair in fright. Jinbei, weigh anchor, hurry up. Brother Frankie, how about the dynamic acceleration system, can it be launched instantly? Also, everyone, get ready, it's probably going to be very fast, everyone, don't throw it out. Where's Brother Aokiji? Don't sleep, remember to build a thick ice wall later, or Kizaru, the old boy, will definitely kill the widow. Just as everyone was rushing towards them, the melee had already swayed around, and the stern of the ship was constantly gathering energy. Damn kid, don't run. Not run. If you don't run at this time, you are a fool. Hearing the old man's angry roar, Lu Fei smiled and pointed forward with a wave of his big hand. For our stars and sea. Sail, set sail. End of the book, below.